The traffic light was red, prohibiting pedestrians from crossing the road, and the crowd of people was growing, waiting for the light to turn green. And one young man in this crowd was looking at the screen of his smartphone. He was reading the correspondence intently, and his face showed irritation from the dialogue. They wrote to him that today was June's birthday. The guy replied that he had other plans, and they asked him to at least bring a gift. Finally, the traffic light took pity and turned green, indicating that we could cross the road. In a nearby chat, a guy was asked where he was now. He replied that the guys should hang out without him today. One of his friends even offered to buy him food, but the guy refused. In the hustle and bustle of people, the boy and the man bumped shoulders hard. The man angrily shouted at him to watch where he was going, and the boy sheepishly apologized to him. As he walked on, the boy thought that the day was already hard, and then this man crashed into him. The guy sighed sadly and tried to remember what June, whose birthday he was supposed to visit, liked. Suddenly there was a deafening roar and crash that rolled across the entire area. People started turning around in shock, trying to understand what it was. Someone even suggested that it was an earthquake. Suddenly, lightning of unimaginable proportions fell from the heavens to the earth. All the people, including the boy, froze in horror, not believing their eyes. From the place where the lightning struck, a shockwave began to fly out in all directions, sweeping away everything around. Panic reigned, cars exploded and buildings collapsed because of the wave. People ran forward, jumping over obstacles. A new powerful lightning strike hit the building, not far from where the first lightning struck. Immediately, the building began to collapse with a loud noise, and the glass flew in different directions from the shockwave. Panic grew. People screamed, ran and tried to avoid being hit by flying debris from the building. But there were casualties. The man, clutching his head, called out to the woman, but she lay unconscious. After a while, a hail of smaller lightning bolts fell from the sky and rushed towards the ground. And at the sight of each strike, lightning left behind only destruction. Smaller lightning strikes sent people and cars flying like toys. Our hero, covering his head, ran forward, trying not to get hit by shrapnel and dodging running people and burning cars. He ran forward with all his might, his eyes wide open, not paying attention to the people running with him. The girl who ran out of the metro screamed loudly and called for help, not understanding where to run. Our hero waved his hand at her and shouted for her to run here, and the girl rushed towards him. But she didn't make it in time. Just a little before she reached it, she was hit by an ambulance rushing forward. Our hero kept running forward, not understanding what was happening and really hoping that this was actually a dream. But he was too immersed in his thoughts, and only when it was too late did he notice the truck flying towards him. Life flashed before his eyes, but he could no longer do anything. Awkwardly covering his head with his hand, as if it would save him from being hit by a truck, our hero cowered. But not feeling the blow, he began to slowly and fearfully open his eyes. Fear gave way to surprise, and everything began to blur before his eyes. His whole body, as well as his mind, twisted as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. A flash of lightning lit up the sky again. Lightning quickly fell to the ground, bringing destruction in its wake. Our hero's eyes widened sharply, trying to understand what had happened to him. He looked around frantically, but tried to do it without moving. Thoughts started to return and he wondered where he was, because he'd just been run over by a truck. The boy tried to roll over onto his back and looked around, trying to figure out where he was. But as soon as he did this, his eyes widened in shock and surprise. There were two moons in the sky, one blue and the other red, and huge birds like griffins were flying across the sky. Not believing his eyes, our hero wondered what the hell was going on. He lay naked on his back, trying to comprehend what was happening, when he heard a terrible roar. The guy stood up and looked in the direction from which the eerie sound was coming. He came closer and clenched his teeth in shock, not believing what he saw in front of him. It was a giant bear, roaring and foam flying from its mouth. A pack of wolves attacked the bear. Each of them grabbed the bear's paw and several more stood nearby, preparing to attack. Our hero stood wide-eyed and in shock as he watched the battle. Instead of a bear, the guy sees a doctor in a white coat, who is carefully writing something down in a notebook. He asked the boy again if he had understood correctly that he had woken up on another planet with two moons, and watched as a pack of wolves attacked a bear. Realizing that this sounded stupid, our hero remained silent, lowering his eyes. Having written this down in his notebook, the doctor asked the boy how he was able to return back from that planet. The question was logical and the guy understood it, but he didn't know how to answer it. The wolves tore at the bear, biting into its neck with their sharp fangs, tearing out pieces of flesh. Unable to withstand the pressure, the bear's huge body rose into the air and its paws stopped touching the ground. The bear fell to the ground with a roar, and from the impact, stones and chips flew in all directions. The pack of wolves united. The largest ones ran ahead, and the smaller ones stayed behind. They surrounded the bear's body and began to tear it apart, ripping out chunks of flesh. Hiding between the rocks, our hero watched what was happening in horror, afraid to make even a sound. He didn't immediately notice that one of the wolves, with snow-white skin, had crept up behind him. The wolf cub looked at our hero with interest, showing neither aggression nor friendliness. Our hero cursed mentally, looking at the wolf, and horror was visible in his eyes. Our hero ran away from the pack of wolves with all his might. Breathing heavily, he jumped over obstacles, and clouds of dust erupted from under his feet. The first rays of the sun appeared in the sky, and it began to turn orange, replacing the night. In order to survive, our hero ran with all his might, not paying attention to fatigue. Sweat clouded his eyes, and it was hard to breathe. Every breath seemed to burn his lungs. Suddenly, a message appeared before his eyes that only he could see. It read, "Your physique has increased by 1. The guy didn't understand what kind of message it was, and looked at it in surprise. Because of the message, he did not notice a protruding rock and caught his foot on it. Our hero stumbled, and losing his balance, began to fall to the ground. Not only did he fall while running, but he also fell on a slope. And instead of falling, he rolled down, sweeping away bushes. He ended up falling off a small cliff and landing head first in the thick grass. The guy started coughing and couldn't stop, sweat and tears dripping onto the ground. Having caught his breath a little, he wondered what that sound was, whether he was really hearing strange sounds now. Suddenly, something caught his attention, causing drool to flow from his mouth. In front of him, he saw bushes with something hanging on them. These were red fruits, similar to tomatoes or apples. The boy thought that he was very hungry and, looking at these fruits, wondered whether they were edible. He noticed one fruit lying on the ground with several ants crawling over it. The guy looked around and saw that other fruits were also covered with ants, and decided that since they were not afraid, it meant that the fruit was not poisonous. He took one of the fruits and, kneeling, greedily bit into it with his teeth. He bit into the fruit several times when he suddenly felt something was wrong and froze. He peered closely at the thick grass in front of him. Our hero trembled, feeling someone's gaze, and suddenly heard a terrifying roar. The grass ahead suddenly moved, and something ahead made a sound. Our hero's eyes widened in fear when he saw what was watching him. A huge red eye with a thin vertical pupil looked at him. Our hero was so frightened that he was afraid to even move and stood frozen with the fruit near his mouth. A giant snake with blue scales jumped out at him and opened its mouth predatorily. Still motionless from shock, the boy had already resigned himself to his fate, looking enchanted into the snake's eyes. Suddenly, a giant frog jumped out from somewhere and grabbed the snake by the throat, gnawing at it. The frog pulled the snake along with it, and the guy was still sitting on the ground, holding the fruit near his open mouth. Hearing the frog devouring the snake, our hero hiccuped and was finally able to close his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought this was a crazy place. As he fell to the ground, he thought that he was actually the only one who had gone crazy. A downpour fell upon this strange, unfamiliar forest, washing everything around. Raindrops trickled down from one huge leaf to another. A large puddle of water collected on one of the leaves and began to flow down in a thin stream. Our hero opened his mouth and caught this stream, quenching his thirst. He was sitting on a tree branch, with something like a bandage around his hips, leaning his back against the tree trunk and drinking greedily. It was already the 67th day since he had entered this unfamiliar world. He looked down and thought that the pack of those same wolves was still chasing him. Looking at them sadly, our hero thought that they could catch him at any moment. Looking around, he thought that the wolves were not the only danger, and he needed to find a safe place. Night fell again, and 2 full moons rose in an unfamiliar sky. A year has passed. Our hero found a bunch of bananas, each of which was his size. With a lot of effort, the guy was able to tear off one banana from this huge bunch. She started to fall down, but the guy managed to catch her and did not let his prey fall. And again he saw an unknown message that his strength had increased by 1. The guy felt himself getting stronger and pulled the giant banana towards himself. It took a while, but he was able to pull the banana onto the branch he was sitting on. While eating a banana, the guy thought that he had managed to survive, or rather, had adapted. There was a white wolf cub standing under the tree, and our hero thought that it was persistently following him. The boy stuffed his full cheeks with banana, thinking that he had already gotten used to the wolf cub and even missed him when he was not around. Suddenly, a stream of liquid began to flow down his back from somewhere above. Not understanding where it was coming from, the guy raised his head up. Seeing the source of the liquid, the guy cursed harshly and instantly tensed up. There was a huge gorilla at the top of the tree. It growled and began to quickly descend. Sputtering with saliva, the gorilla descended towards our hero and swung its huge fists. Our hero watched as the gorilla rushed towards him and clenched his teeth angrily. Both of the gorilla's fists fell on the branch where the boy was sitting, and it split into small pieces. But our hero was quick, managed to grab the liana, saved himself, and even took his banana. Looking at the gorilla with indifference, our hero said that maybe she would be lucky next time. At that moment, the branch onto which the gorilla had jumped broke, and the huge carcass flew down, and a white wolf cub was watching everything that was happening from the ground, and at the moment of the fall he was right under the gorilla. The giant monkey fell to the ground with a crash, sending rocks and branches flying in all directions. The white wolf cub also got caught in the wave and was thrown away from the gorilla with force. Holding on to the liana, our hero looked down and noticed that the wolf cub had been injured by the monkey's fall. Unexpectedly, after such a fall, the gorilla remained alive, and its huge paw hit the ground with force. The gorilla began to stand up, and its attention switched from our hero to the wolf cub. The shockwave created by the gorilla's fallen carcass caused a branch to stick into the wolf cub's paw. But despite this, the wolf was ready to fight back and bristled when he saw the gorilla's gaze. The gorilla growled in response, staring at the white wolf cub, as if it had already forgotten about our hero. The gorilla growled and swung his huge fist, preparing to hit the wolf cub, who didn't even think about running away. The monkey hit and the white top flew to the side, whining pitifully. Suddenly, our hero flew up from the gorilla's back and, letting go of the liana, flew towards the monkey. He dropped onto the gorilla's back and jabbed the stick into its eye with one hand. The monkey screamed in pain as the stick pierced its eye, causing blood to immediately flow. Our hero didn't have such agility, but the gorilla was able to grab him by the shoulders with both hands. She threw the guy forward with force and he flew like a straw doll. He crashed his back into the wall with all his might, but managed to notice that the top had come to its senses and was running away. The blow knocked all the air out of the guy's lungs and he tried with all his might to breathe. But the gorilla was not going to give up and was already running towards our hero, demolishing everything in its path. Looking at her with a mixture of irony and contempt, the guy said that it was stupid to get into this fight. The doctor interrupted the memories of the gorilla and asked why our hero did this. The guy said tiredly that he could no longer run away from the suffering beyond the territory. Constant running away did not solve anything. The doctor didn't know what to answer and just looked at the guy with surprise and distrust. Suddenly a smile appeared on the guy's lips and he added that wherever he went, there was always a ruler. Our hero sat by a tree and couldn't move, and the gorilla was rushing towards him. Swinging her giant fists, she was ready to crush the guy's head. But suddenly, from somewhere to the side, a large white wolf attacked the gorilla, trying to bite her throat. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes and watched this scene in surprise, not noticing the blood on his face. A pack of wolves surrounded the gorilla and attacked it, biting into its body from all sides. Watching the wolf pack attack, our hero lost consciousness. He thought that this was the end. But the wolves did not touch him while he was unconscious. The wolf cub circled around watching the big wolves attack the gorilla, and our hero decided that the pack decided that he was sleeping with the wolf cub, so they were helping him. Soon our hero realized that this white wolf cub was the son of the leader of a pack of crimson wolves. When the full moons rose in the sky, the howling of wolves spread through the forest. A pack of wolves climbed a high hill and howled in unison at the moon. The wolves ran as fast as they could and at the same time howled with a single timbre. Our hero was also in this pack and ran ahead, together with the white wolf cub. Just like you and me, my best YouTube viewer, we are both lone wolves, wandering through the night forests in search of cool content. Let's not forget to subscribe, leave a comment and like. All the best to you. Our hero stopped, trying to catch his breath from this mad run, and the wolf cub stopped with him. After a while, the wolf cub also stopped and tried to catch his breath, sticking out his tongue. The boy picked up the wolf cub in his arms and rushed forward with the pack of wolves. Over time, the wolf cub grew into a huge white wolf, and our hero was still nearby. It was the second year that our hero had been in this world, and a wolf howled on the hill. The crimson wolves immediately howled back at him. The boy howled along with the wolves. He thought that the wolves probably took him for one of their own. Our hero became stronger and stronger, and now the sheer cliff, along which he easily ran up, was no longer a problem for him. It is not surprising that he could climb it, because it was already the 31st year since he came into this world. Suddenly, a giant snake jumped out at the guy and rushed up the hill after him. But our hero was expecting this. Our hero took out a knife and thought that he had no idea how to get out of here. During all this time, he had not found any signs of civilization. He cut the snake from its mouth almost to its tail, and the wolves from below helped him, tearing apart its tail. The wolves began hunting the boar, and our hero thought that he had joined the wolves and was continuing to participate in the fights for the territory of his pack. The wolves were chasing the boar, and our hero was watching, following him along the vines. He flew high, preparing to attack, and let out a hunting roar. Releasing the liana in flight, our hero pulled out his knife and prepared to strike. He landed on the boar's head, and his knife went into its head like soft butter. A flock of birds took off into the blue sky without a single cloud. Our hero stood on a hill and looked at a flock of birds, thinking that 120 years had already passed, and he was definitely the only person on this planet. He remembered mourning the wolf and thought that he had made many furry friends, but had also lost many. He sat on the cliff with a bloody knife and realized that he had lost count of how long he had been in this world. Hundreds of years had already passed, and he did not understand how he had remained alive. The doctor concluded that, having become the leader of the pack, even after 500 years, he did not find any signs of civilization, and asked how our hero managed to find the way to Earth. Our hero remembered that on a hill under the moonlight, a pack of wolves was going against a pack of gorillas. The crimson wolves rushed forward, bristling, growling, and baring their teeth. Gorillas were rushing towards them. They were also growling and ready to fight. Our hero also fled with the wolves, and during his time in that world, he even made himself some improvised boots. The wolves and gorillas clashed in battle, attacking each other. Our hero looked like a beast. He took up a knife, ready to attack. With all his might, he pushed off the ground with one foot. Floating in the air, he swung his arm, preparing to strike one of the gorillas. Suddenly, a deafening thunder resounded across the battlefield, just like that time on Earth. Our hero froze, recognizing the sound, not believing that he was hearing it again. His consciousness began to slip away, twisting like it had last time. The whole world froze and began to spin. Everything began to quiet down. The battle, the roar, the attacking gorilla. Lightning struck the place where our hero stood, shaking the earth. In the light of lightning, the guy disappeared, and all that was left of him was the knife with which he had gone through many battles. Suddenly a city appears. The buildings look old and they are all covered with small cracks. 3 people walk along a road against a backdrop of destroyed buildings, and one of them has a radio beeping. One of the 3 slows down and says, "Great." The girl with long hair turned to her companions and said, "We're going this way." The radio in her hands beeped louder and louder, and one of her companions said, "But Captain." The girl said that the device was behaving strangely, and the spatial energy was off the charts. The guy said to send the coordinates to the portal control team right now. The boy with the instruments in his hands pressed the button and said that he was sending the coordinates. A pillar of light flashed in front of the trio, and one of them said that the portal was opening. 3 ran away from the portal. One said that it was unknown what would come out of it, and the second added that it was not for nothing that he had a bad feeling. The trio ran forward, and behind them the shockwave swept away everything around them. They didn't have time to escape, and the wave threw them in different directions like toy soldiers. One guy came to his senses and screamed in horror that the portal had opened. The second guy pressed himself against the wall and screamed that he didn't want to die, and only the girl boldly turned to the open portal and grabbed the handle of the katana hanging on her side. She shouted that she would buy time and ordered the boys to run away. One of the guys tried to call the bureau so that they would send help as soon as possible. The portal looked like a bright red circle, and the girl boldly waited to see who would appear from it. "Come out, I'll tear you to pieces," thought the girl, staring intently into the portal. A silhouette of a man appeared in the red circle of the portal. The girl stared forward in shock, not believing her eyes. The haze cleared, and now the image of our hero was clearly visible in the portal. The girl's ardor waned, and she wondered in surprise if there really was a human in front of her. She felt her whole body go rigid and tremble slightly. Our hero was confused after a long stay in the world with animals, and the first thing he did was scream loudly. This cry, more like an animal's roar, brought the girl into complete stupor. The girl held the hilt of the katana tightly, preparing to fight in front of the portal. Our hero, who appeared from the portal, growled menacingly. The girl stared at him in shock, not believing that there was a person in front of her. Her instincts told her that she was facing a wild animal, and she began to tremble. The roar suddenly stopped, and the guy began to slowly sink to the ground. The girl continued to stand, holding the katana, watching the guy fall. The roar from the opening of the portal began to subside, and with it our hero fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The guys who called for reinforcements came closer and were surprised that a man appeared in front of them. The girl calmed down and, looking at the guy, wondered what kind of power it was. She looked at his sleeping face and thought that she had never felt such pressure even in high-level dungeons. The girl couldn't understand who this guy was who appeared from the portal. The guy said on the radio that they didn't need reinforcements, he had returned, and they needed an ambulance. The guy was sitting on the couch when the doctor turned off the recording on the dictaphone. He smiled and thanked our hero for everything. He said that he would pass on his testimony to the Bureau of Awakened People. His health was normal, so he would be discharged soon. The guy lowered his head and called the doctor by name. The man was already standing at the door and turned around in surprise when he heard his name. The guy said that for the first time in 1,000 years he talked to a civilized person and thanked him for listening to him. The doctor said that he had shared a valuable story and that they should thank the hero who had returned from a 1,000-year adventure. Our hero looked with distrust after the departing doctor. The door to the room where the guy was located slammed shut. The doctor walked down the corridor to his office, thinking as he went. He thought he was a very interesting patient. His story was so detailed that he could easily become a writer. The Bureau of the Awakened consisted of several high-rise buildings with helipads. The girl with the katana stood in the captain's office. She was reading the documents and asked if the information here was correct, because she thought it was not. The captain was surprised by such words and asked what was wrong. The girl looked at the card and said that it said that he had an F rank. The captain said that he was a rare patient with such a rank, and added that if he had at least rank E, they could receive benefits from the state. She looked at the card of our hero, whose name was Steve, and said that this rank meant that he was an ordinary person. The girl said that with such a rank, he would not be able to pass through the portal, and once again clarified whether everything here was correct. The captain said that maybe he was lucky, sometimes that happens, or he was hiding and accidentally came across the return stone. He handed over the tablet and said that he had received the doctor's report from the hospital and offered to take a look at it. The diagnosis indicated that our hero had post-traumatic stress disorder, and that he was prescribed antidepressants. The girl read the document with distrust, and she was especially attracted by the clause that stated that he behaved like a wolf. The girl remembered what Steve looked like when he first came out of the portal. She trusted her instincts, but she began to think she was imagining things. The girl asked if it was his document. The captain confirmed it, and added that even though he was F rank, they should still treat him as a returned one. The girl asked to personally deliver these documents to Steve. The captain was surprised why the girl volunteered to deliver the documents personally. As she was leaving, the girl said that she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Despite the fact that many years had passed, the hospital building looked like everywhere else. Our hero lay on the couch, thinking that 2 weeks had already passed since he returned from that world. He thought that he wanted this more than anything in the world. But when he returned, everything felt foreign, and he didn't understand what to do next. A nurse entered the room with a tray and said that it was time to eat. The guy did not immediately return from his thoughts and looked with tired eyes at the nurse who entered. She placed the tray containing various dishes on the table by the bed. Suddenly our hero felt that he was really hungry, and his stomach began to rumble. Looking at the delicious dishes, he decided that he needed to fill his stomach first. There was a knock on the door of the room where Steve was. The door immediately swung open and the girl with the katana greeted Steve. Our hero squatted and ate food without using cutlery, like a wild animal. The girl with the katana was shocked to see this scene, but the guy didn't see anything strange in this and just turned his gaze to her, without looking up from his food. The girl said her name was Jean, and she was from the Bureau of the Awakened. Steve swung his leg off the bed and muttered, "That smell, that blonde hair." He squatted down next to the girl and sniffed, saying that they seemed familiar. The girl said that she was the first person he met after he returned. Remembering his appearance, the girl thought that when leaving the portal, he felt like a predator. But now, looking at how he eats, the girl doubted her sensory abilities. The guy licked the tray of food and put it on the table, saying that the food was delicious. He asked the girl what this Bureau of the Awakened was, and she asked him in response why he was speaking to her informally. Steve was confused for a second, but replied that he was 1,000 years older than her. The girl remembered his diagnosis, and that he was a patient, and looked away. Jean put the papers in front of him and said that the Bureau of Awakened People helps people like him adapt, and said that everything was written in the document. She asked him to read it carefully, and sign the agreement to disseminate the information. Steve gasped in surprise as he picked up the pen. He sniffed the pen, and the girl asked why he continued to sniff things. The guy replied that 1,000 years had passed and they continued to use pens. The girl angrily said that she asked him to sign it, not draw it. The guy apologized, and said that she remained the same as she was 1,000 years ago. The girl swore at Steve, called him a Neanderthal and showed him again where to sign, deciding that he was just an idiot. After thinking for a bit, the girl became a little embarrassed, but still turned to Steve. The guy, without being distracted from drawing, asked what she needed. Looking at the drawing of the wolf, she asked if he had learned to draw there, and he replied that he had been able to draw before. The girl asked if he had learned anything there, and seeing his surprise, added whether he had learned magic, voodoo, or martial arts. Steve replied that he had been living in the forest all this time to survive. The girl finished the sentence by saying that he had been running all these 10 years to survive. The guy looked at the girl in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. To become a true returnee who can pass through the portal, you need to kill monsters and take their spatial energy. But Steve, apparently, just ran into a travel stone. That's what the girl thought and said out loud that she was simply mistaken. Steve said in surprise that he had been in the jungle not for 10 years but for 1,000. Jean said he was starting to get on her nerves and added that he had been in the jungle for 10 years, not 1,000. The guy started to get angry when he heard the girl's answer and asked her again why 10. She said to look at the records. It says he disappeared in 2015, and it's now 2025. Steve looked at the document in shock, not believing that only 10 years had actually passed. The girl threw the guy his ID card and said that it was his awakened card. The guy took it in his hands and read the inscription. The ID card of the awakened one. The girl said that half of his medical expenses would be subsidized with her help, and asked him to read the documents. Before leaving, Jean said that when Steve recovered, it would be better for him to return to his family and said goodbye to him. The guy looked at the door that closed behind the girl, digesting what was said. He grabbed the documents, repeating the already forgotten word. Family. Steve read the documents, shocked as he wondered if they were still alive. Remembering his life in the jungle, our hero thought that he had finally given up there. He assumed that even if he returned to Earth, his family would no longer be alive. But upon returning, he had to come to terms with the loss of his wolf family, and the fact that he was alone again drove him to despair. But these were just assumptions, because only 10 years had passed. That's what Steve thought as he read the documents. He found the page with the data and gasped. Our hero's mother and father were already dead. Steve sadly repeated into the void that they were both dead, and began looking for information about his younger brother Chad. Having found information about his brother, our hero's eyes widened in surprise. He ran quickly out of the room with only one thought: Chad is alive. He was shouting at the nurses that he urgently needed to see Dr. Boldy, and he didn't hear the girl's words that he couldn't go there. Steve grabbed the door handle to the doctor's office with all his might, and behind him, he heard the screams of nurses. Our hero opened the door, not listening to anyone around him, and called Dr. Boldy. The nurse who ran after the guy said that he couldn't go there. The doctor was sitting at the table and was surprised by such an appearance. He smiled, looking at Steve, and asked him what happened. Our hero confidently stated that he needed the doctor's help. Dr. Boldy was calm and asked what kind of help the boy needed. Steve said that his brother was still alive and he needed to find him, so he asked the doctor to discharge him from the hospital. The doctor said that Steve was ready to return to society and suggested waiting until his brother came to visit him. Steve said that the doctor didn't understand the situation and that he wasn't here for his permission. The doctor just laughed when she heard these words and asked again if it was true. After thinking for a moment, the doctor ran his finger along the crease in his trousers and said, "Okay." With a conspiratorial expression on his face, he said he had one condition. Our hero was surprised by this answer and asked what condition he was talking about. Sitting in the back seat of the car, our hero thanked the doctor, promising that he would not forget it. The doctor and nurse stood near the taxi in which Steve was sitting, and the doctor was pleased with these words. The doctor told the driver that our hero had not fully recovered and asked him to make sure that he would get to the right place. The yellow taxi drove off to its destination, and the doctor and nurse watched it go. The nurse said the doctor paid for his hospital bill, bought him clothes, and even paid for the taxi. She asked why, since they usually leave F-rank patients on the side of the road, and for some reason he calls Dr. Boldy. The doctor laughed when he heard this question from the girl. He thought about it and replied that he probably would like to continue listening to his story. The nurse was surprised and asked why he should listen to this nonsense. Returning to the office, the doctor asked to fix the door handle quickly. The nurse said that she had already called a repairman and could not understand how it broke, looking at the flattened handle. Immediately a picture appears of our hero, in his excitement, squeezing the door handle with force and it breaking like a toy. The doctor was in no hurry to answer and slowly sat down in his chair. He sat down in the chair, holding onto the handles, closing his eyes in thought. The doctor thought that the handle had broken for the second time, and that he had not smelled anything unusual for a long time. The taxi was slowly rolling through rush hour traffic when the news announced breaking news. From the tablet screen in the car, they said that today during the day, due to the miscalculation of the portal's appearance time, monsters filled the unprotected field. The screen showed monsters. One of them looked like a huge predatory creature with several rows of teeth. From the monster's mouth grew another mouth, long and twisting, and the announcer said that in response, the ministry had sent the Army and Air Force on a joint operation. The situation was resolved within 50 minutes, but the Army and Air Force suffered numerous casualties. With 2 tanks disabled and 12 soldiers and awakened dead, the announcer ended the broadcast, adding that he would continue the report when there was news. The image of monsters and soldiers was replaced by the intro of the show League of Zalem. a superpower fighting club. And another announcer said that a match between two C-class warriors was coming. Our hero watched the episode, and the driver admired the choreographed warriors. Two warriors were shown on the screen, and the announcer said that the winner would be able to fight the fighter who occupies the second place in the world ranking. Steve watched the episode attentively, not understanding what was being discussed or what kind of world the announcer was talking about. He remembered the doctor's words that the world had changed a lot, that since the great catastrophe it had become a completely different place. A warrior in armor appeared on the screen, along with the inscription, "Rise up, mercenaries." He raised his hand with the sword, and the inscription read, "The greatest distribution of hunting rewards in the history of the Shilla Guild, and that this guild is recruiting new faces." The driver said that if he were awakened, he would quit this job and become a warrior, and our hero asked if there was really any land for hunting here. The driver was shocked by Steve's question, and said that he must have hit his head really hard. The man forgave incredulously. Our hero didn't know if it was true, and he asked him to just tell him and not beat around the bush. The driver said that 10 years ago, the door to another world opened for the whole world. They call that day the day of the great catastrophe. That day, the first rapprochement occurred, and their world merged with many others, from which monsters began to emerge. They tried to shoot down the flying monsters with a helicopter, but 10% of the population was lost that day. Despite their weapons, the military could not stop the monsters advancing from all sides, and where the military failed, mercenaries took over. Those who disappeared in that disaster, or as they are now called the Awakened, began to be given licenses and paid for killing monsters, and guilds began to be created. Steve asked again about the mercenary license, and asked how one gets one. The driver laughed at our hero's seriousness and said that an ordinary person would not get it. First he needs to be awakened, and then pass the exam at the Bureau of the Awakened. Steve listened carefully to the driver's story and realized that it was all too complicated. Our hero arrived at the outskirts of the city when the sun was already setting. They drove along narrow streets, between tiny houses and cars parked on the side of the road. The taxi stopped near one of the houses and the driver said that they had arrived. He pointed to a 2-story brick house ahead and said that our hero needed to go there. Steve thanked the driver, who wished him a good time with his little brother. Our hero hesitantly approached the right house and stopped near it. He took a couple more steps towards the house, not believing that he would now see his younger brother. An old woman was standing in the window of the house cleaning the glass. She noticed Steve and looked at him in surprise. She leaned out of the window with displeasure and shouted to our hero who he was. The guy replied that he came to see Chad. The old woman froze when she heard the name and looked closely at Steve. The guy didn't understand why the old woman was silent and continued to wait for her answer. She suddenly got angry, called him names and said that he was still wet on the lips. How dare he address his elders so disrespectfully? Steve was confused by this answer and just looked at her questioningly. The old lady shouted that there was no Chad here and told him to get out of there. She closed the window with force, leaving our hero in deep bewilderment. Steve was surprised and thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place. Suddenly, an old woman's screams were heard from the window, saying that the creditors were already getting on my nerves with coming here, and in response, a child's voice asked if that terrible man had returned. Steve was shocked and confused when he heard about the loan in the child's voice. Steve heard the old woman comfort the child by saying that he had not returned, and was surprised at this world that could so frighten a child who was not guilty of anything. Steve approached the door, hearing the old woman say that his father worked around the clock, but the debts only continued to grow. A child's voice asked Daddy about his debts, and the old woman answered no, asking him to continue eating. There was a mailbox hanging on the door filled with some envelopes. Our hero pulled out one of them. He brought it closer, reading the name of the recipient and the sender. He saw that the letter was for Chad, informing him of his debts, and he couldn't believe that his younger brother was a debtor. Steve decided not to bother the old lady anymore and walked away, thinking about what he had seen. He thought that in the wild world the only law was force, but the laws on Earth are much more complex. He hung his head, thinking that if force could simplify the complex, then in the civilized world. He clenched his fist, realizing that in this world, money was power. Immersed in these heavy thoughts, our hero came to the Bureau of the Awakened. Without encountering any obstacles, he entered the building and went to explore it. At the entrance to the premises, he put his ID card and saw a message. Does not match. The girl sitting at the checkpoint said that his application for a mercenary was cancelled because he did not meet the requirements. Steve asked in surprise how this could be, since he was an awakened F rank. The girl replied that he was indeed F rank, but he lacked awakened points. The guy asked how this could be, since he arrived here 2 weeks ago through the portal. The girl giggled and replied that ordinary people cannot pass through the portal, otherwise their body will be torn to pieces. Steve replied that he had felt similar pain before, and the girl asked him to leave such illusions at home. The girl said that he could go to school or earn points on the field, and after that he could come back when he truly awakened. Steve walked over to the reward wall, which stated that if goblins appeared on a field, they would be rewarded with $500 for each one. He read it again, not understanding what goblins were being talked about, looking tiredly at the inscription. And if you look at the city from above, you can see that high walls run through it. Our hero asked the taxi driver if these walls were everywhere, and he replied that they completely surround the city. Everything is visible in the Maps app. Steve didn't understand what application they were talking about, and the driver explained that the city is divided into 12 areas. There are many gates in the city that allow you to move between them, as well as gates leading to the fields. After listening to the driver, our hero realized that he urgently needed to buy a phone. The taxi stopped, having arrived at its destination. The driver said that they had arrived at the field, gate number 27, and our hero thanked him. The guy got out of the car and slowly walked towards the entrance to the gate he had arrived at. The gates were huge, and above the entrance hung a huge inscription, 27. Steve thought that once he passed through this gate, he would find himself in a hunting ground called a field. He walked slowly through the checkpoint, looking around. Soon our hero approached two soldiers who were apparently guarding the entrance to the field. One of the soldiers asked what brought the guy here. Without thinking, with a firm look, our hero said that he had come to hunt. The soldier's face turned angry when he heard the boy's answer. He asked our hero to show him his mercenary license. Steve looked down and sadly replied that he didn't have one. The second soldier stood up and said that civilians were strictly prohibited from entering the field. Suddenly, there was a noise from the entrance and all three turned around, looking at its source. Inside the wall, at the entrance, someone was shouting to close the entrance, and the second one answered him that it was too late. An SUV drove out of the gate at full speed, knocking down all the barriers, and the driver of the SUV was attacked by an unknown creature which sank its sharp fangs into his neck. The SUV did not slow down, but only picked up speed and began to wedge to the side. It still flipped over and crashed into a wall at full speed, which was able to stop the SUV. One soldier was shouting into the radio in a panic that he was calling a special squad, while the second one just looked towards the car in fear. The soldiers began to surround the SUV. The most senior one gave the order to line up and take their positions. There was some movement in the car, and the soldier shouted for everyone to take aim. The car window was smashed by a large hand with green skin, bleeding from cuts. A green creature with long, sharp fangs emerged from the car and growled. The soldier gave the order fire, and everyone who took aim pulled the trigger. A deafening burst of machine gun fire rang out, and almost all of them hit the creature sitting on the car. The creature growled in pain, its entire body riddled with bullets. The senior soldier gave the order to cease fire, and his order was repeated, stopping. One soldier shouted an all clear. The second concluded that the monster was dead, and the third ordered an ambulance to be called. One soldier asked where our hero had gone, and the second asked again if he was talking about the crazy guy who had arrived in a taxi. The soldier turned around in disbelief and asked if he had really left. The second one replied that he most likely ran away, frightened by what he saw. But our hero took advantage of the commotion and made his way through the gates. He walked along the road and asked a question into the void. Is this really a field? He focused on his sensations and realized that he could feel. The guy heard the sound, felt the smell. All of this was around and was acutely felt. He walked slowly across the field and thought that he still needed to buy a car. The guy climbed up to a hill, looking at the destroyed buildings and wondering if all cities had really changed so much. Our hero looked into the distance thinking that this couldn't be. He watched the sun set over the dilapidated buildings, watching the sky turn orange. Not much time passed and now the sky darkened and the stars appeared. And Steve still stood there, thinking that this darkness was very familiar to him. He took a step forward, towards the cliff, not paying attention to the fact that there was nothing under his feet. He flew down, closing his eyes and thinking that now was the time for his hunt. With his arms outstretched, he flew from the high-rise building like a bird without wings. He dropped quickly to the ground, bending one knee, and his landing sent up clouds of dust. After landing, he thought his body felt a little heavier. His landing caused cracks to appear in the asphalt, but Steve ignored them, looking ahead. He was still squatting with one knee on the ground, and then he put his hand on the ground, preparing to lunge. And this jerk was so swift that pieces of asphalt flew in different directions, and our hero rushed forward. He ran so fast that the eye could not keep up with him, and one could only see a column of dust left behind. Picking up speed, Steve jumped up, flying up a 9-story building at once. But in flight, he cursed and realized that his breathing had become out of control. The strength of the jump was not enough, and our hero caught his hand on the edge of the roof. He sat down, breathing normally, and wondered if the return had caused him to lose his strength. The guy stood on the edge of the building, his hands in his pockets, and the full moon illuminated his silhouette. Our hero closed his eyes, concentrated and sniffed the smells. Suddenly the guy felt something and turned to the side. He trusted his instincts and decided to start where they led him. Our hero jumped from the roof of the building he was standing on, kicking up dust from under his feet. He ran to the very building that he had noticed while standing on the hill. Approaching the desired building, our hero looked ahead with concentration. A sound came from the depths of the building, which caught his attention. A white wolf with a bloody skin, cornered by 3 monsters, pressed himself against the wall and growled. The largest monster growled contentedly, having cornered its prey. But the wolf had no intention of giving up and growled in response, and a challenge could be seen in his eyes. Our hero approached closer, trying to step as quietly as possible. He looked the wolf straight in the eyes and tried to convey his thoughts to him, asking if he wanted our hero's help. The wolf looked into the guy's eyes, and the answer was clearly read in them that he agreed to help. But the monsters did not see our hero and began their attack, attacking the wolf. Looking at the attack, our hero only smirked. Steve rushed into battle and addressed the wolf, saying that they were all now his prey. With one blow of his fist to the head, he stopped the first monster and it fell to the ground. The next second, the monster's head split into 2 parts, like an overripe watermelon. Suddenly, Steve saw a message box in front of him which said, "Searching for your class." These windows started to increase, and they said either "searching for your class" or "system error." Steve looked at these windows in shock, trying to understand what was happening and what kind of system error there was. The guy looked around irritably, not understanding what it was, reading the text of the windows out loud. He waved his hand and shouted "delete" in an attempt to remove the annoying windows. In a split second, the windows disappeared, and our hero found himself surrounded by a pack of monsters who were about to attack him. The bravest of the monsters growled and rushed to attack, baring his teeth. The next moment his teeth shattered into tiny pieces, mixed with blood. With the next blow to the head, our hero knocked the other monster off his feet. He kicked another monster in the stomach, and it doubled over from the force of the blow. One of the monsters, breathing heavily, climbed up the wall of the building. He was frightened by the strength of our hero and tried to run up the building. Suddenly he heard some noise behind him and turned around, looking down. Our hero easily caught up with him and grabbed him by the head with one hand, stopping him. Steve threw the huge monster down with all his might, and it fell to the ground with a wheeze. The monster fell on his head, breaking his neck, and our hero jumped off, flying down. Steve landed on 2 feet, next to the lifeless corpse of the monster. Suddenly, a window appeared before his eyes again with the inscription, "Your class is a druid. Resetting statistics is impossible." Also, the following messages appeared, "Failed to obtain new abilities and fatal error." Looking at the last mistake, our hero gasped and said that he had forgotten about it. It was about 100 years ago in the jungle. He received a message that his constitution had improved by 1. After it had increased to the maximum level, he no longer received the message about the increase. Steve was surprised that there were even statuses on Earth, and thought that perhaps because of this mistake his abilities had weakened. Another window appeared, which said that access to the store was open. Our hero was surprised by the store and thought that he had never seen anything like it before. Pressing the store button, he thought that this was probably awakening. It opened up to me, where it was indicated that our hero had 7 Velk points. A bottle of water cost 1 Velk, and a loaf of bread cost 2. Steve was upset that for 7 Velks you can only buy this, choosing water and a bun. Suddenly, a bottle of water and a bun materialized in front of him, and seemed to float in the air for a while. Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by a sound. Someone was whining pitifully. Turning around, he saw the white wolf he was protecting. It was a female and she was bleeding, and a wolf cub was whining nearby. To avoid scaring them, our hero quietly approached the wolves. He dropped to one knee next to the she-wolf, looking at her sadly. Our hero stroked the she-wolf's muzzle and realized that she was dying. Apparently it was poison. The she-wolf closed her eyes. Her breathing was heavy and ragged, and the wolf cub continued to whine. Steve noticed the wave and looked at it in surprise. He told the she-wolf that he had not come here to become a nanny and asked her to talk. But the she-wolf only breathed heavily. The wolf cub stared at our hero with huge, sad eyes, and he said that it didn't matter how sadly they looked at him. But he immediately gave up and thought that perhaps this meeting was destined for him. The guy had a bottle of water in the outside pocket of his jacket, but he reached into the inside pocket. He took out a store-bought rye bun and handed it to the wolf cub, offering him something to eat. While the wolf cub was eating, our hero returned to the battle site. looking at the killed monsters. He counted the monsters and found that there were 7 of them. Steve thought sadly that a car would have come in handy here. The sun slowly rose over the abandoned city, illuminating everything around. Steve stood with his eyes closed, as if soaking up the sunlight. And then he opened his eyes, now looking around the city in the daylight. Our hero was sitting under a large tree. The wolf cub was sleeping in his arms, and in front of him was the she-wolf's grave. He stroked the wolf cub and said that it was time for them to go. There was a commotion as you exited gate number 27. A string of cars were driving, ignoring the orders of the soldiers. The soldiers said that everyone would be quarantined first, and the man behind the wheel got angry and asked why he was taking so long and not letting the cars through. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the drivers and soldiers, and they all looked at the gate in surprise. The soldier was finally able to see what the drivers were talking about and couldn't believe his eyes. Our hero walked with the wolf cub, and on his back were the bodies of 7 monsters, from which blood flowed. Everyone around was in shock. One driver was surprised that our hero was carrying everything on himself, and the second asked if he was the only one who defeated them. As our hero came closer, the soldier finally recognized him. Steve came to the already familiar room, where the girl refused to give him a mercenary license. The girl calculated that for 7 goblins he gets 350, 3 heliotrope minerals, 60, quarantine and vaccinations for the puppy, 200, leaving a total of $210,000. Our hero asked in surprise what kind of heliotrope it was. The girl showed the red stone and said that it was taken from the heart of the goblins. The cost depends on the size and the energy stored in it. This stone is valued at 20,000. The girl said that since our hero doesn't have a bank account, he will receive cash and advised him to open an account because he is capable. Looking at the cash in his hands, our hero thought that if he opened an account and hunted, then earning money would not be a problem. A white van pulled up to the store and the driver greeted the owner. The owner said that he hadn't seen Chad for a long time and asked where he had gone. The guy replied that he had a part-time job. The man complained that the boy had suffered because of the money, and the boy replied that the work in the field was hard, but the salary was adequate. The man handed over a chocolate bar, saying that Bill liked those, and the boy handed over another bottle of beer, asking him to count that too. After driving away from the store, the van rolled on. Chad was pleased with the job he had done and whistled to himself, looking forward to returning home. A yellow taxi drove down the street, but the guy didn't notice. The white van continued to drive forward, towards the end point of its route. Upon arrival, Chad got out of the car with a bag in his hands and, whistling, walked forward. Suddenly, someone behind him called his name and he turned around in surprise at the voice. But as soon as he turned around, the guy treacherously hit him from behind, causing Chad to fall and the contents of the bag to spill out. The guy with the baton in his hands said that he was glad to see him, and added that they were already scared that he had abandoned the child and run away. Chad's head was bleeding, and he looked in horror at the men standing in front of him. The quiet residential area was filled with sobs and the sound of blows. The man with the baton said that the boy's face had improved and lowered the baton onto his shoulder. Suddenly he screamed that he had to come here many times, and Chad only apologized, enduring the pain from the blows. He handed over a wad of cash, saying that this was all he had managed to earn, $240,000. The man took the money and began to count, 160 for the month, 120 in interest, gasoline, dry cleaning. The man sat down on the steps and said that it was too little, and 2 guys stood behind Chad. Hearing these words, the guy began to shake, and he only helplessly clenched his fist. He started crying and said that he would get the money by any means necessary in 3 days. The man hit him again and asked if he knew how much interest would accumulate in 3 days. He swung again and said that if he deceived him again. But he didn't have time to finish speaking because someone called him out and called him a freak. Our hero approached the group of guys, accompanied by a new friend, a white wolf cub. The man looked at our hero suspiciously and asked who the hell he was, but Chad immediately realized who had approached him and stared at the guy in disbelief. Our hero was beside himself with anger and his eyes were sparkling, foreshadowing trouble, and Chad could only remain silent. Big brother. The guy got up from his knees, not believing that his older brother was in front of him, and the bandit with a club looked at him in surprise. Steve took a step, and then another, seeing only his little brother in front of him. His whole appearance was threatening. There was no smile on his face, and his gaze was focused. Our hero walked up to his brother and knelt down in front of him, looking into his eyes. The first thing he could say was his brother's name, Chad. He looked at Chad with warmth and tenderness, and asked if it was really him. Chad also didn't believe that Steve was in front of him and could only squeeze out the word brother. For some reason, Chad remembered the moment when he was beaten up by 4 bullies at school. One bully ordered his pockets to be searched. Chad shouted that he didn't have any more, but the other bully didn't believe his words. The beaten guy looked up and noticed Steve walking by and shouted at him. Our hero was walking with bags of garbage and stopped nearby, looking at what was happening. Chad reached out his hands to him, started screaming and asking for help, and the bullies were surprised by his brother's appearance. But Steve completely ignored the situation and walked further towards the trash bins, throwing out the bags. Having thrown out the trash, he went back, not even looking at his younger brother screaming for help. The bullies ignored Steve and continued to beat up Chad, asking if friends weren't supposed to help with money. Chad endured all the beatings and watched with tears in his eyes as his brother walked away, abandoning him. The bully said that he was tired of shouting about his brother and asked if he was really his brother. Chad thought Steve was the big brother who would never help. Planes flew over the apartment building, and the news announced that a large explosion was growing throughout the country. Chad was sitting at home watching the news, which showed that red domes had appeared all over the city, and monsters were starting to crawl out of them. The viewing of the program was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, and Chad turned around abruptly. He ran to the door in fear, hurrying to open it. The first thing Chad could say when he opened the door was, "Mom." There was a man and a woman standing outside the door, and they said it was good that the guy was home. Alas, it was not his mother, but his aunt and her husband who came to him. The aunt said that she couldn't get through to her parents and asked where Steve was. The man started saying that they needed to leave quickly, but didn't finish his sentence. There was an explosion outside the door, throwing Chad back into the room. The explosion was so powerful that the door and wall broke and stones flew into the room along with Chad. A monster with 3 heads on long necks appeared at the site of the explosion, and people around were screaming. Chad lay on the floor with his head broken, afraid to move, staring ahead. And from the broken wall, a giant eye of a monster looked at him. But the guy was lucky. The monster didn't notice him, and the eye disappeared almost immediately. Sitting in this devastation, Chell thought that he didn't care even if Steve disappeared from the face of the earth. And now, looking at his brother standing next to him, Chad realized that this was exactly how he had thought about him before. Steve smiled and said that Chad had aged in that time. Chad still couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his brother. He thought he was already dead. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a bandit who sat down next to him and asked if Chad had hit his head. He pointed at our hero and asked how this young brat could be his older brother. These words angered Steve. He grabbed the bandit by the head and began to press him to the ground. The next second, our hero threw the bandit back and he flew off, doing a somersault in the air. Chad was shocked by this turn of events and looked at his brother in disbelief. The bandit flew back and knocked down the stick standing near the wall in flight. The sticks fell with a crash on the bandit lying on the floor. The 2 guys who came with the bandit got angry at Steve as they watched their boss get hit. But our hero ignored them and asked Chad if he was hurt. He replied that everything was fine. Angry at being ignored, one of the boys yelled at Chad and Steve. He kicked our hero in the shoulder, shouting, "Did they really want to die here?" Steve didn't even move when the bandit's foot hit him in the neck. And at that very moment, the bandit flew off to the side with a scream, and his nanda was twisted into an unnatural position. He was doubled over on the floor, holding his leg and screaming in pain. Our hero was still sitting calmly, and Chad jumped up. The second guy was afraid to even move, and immediately guessed that Steve was one of the awakened ones. Our hero turned to the standing guy and told him to come here. The guy was seriously scared, started saying that he had not attacked anyone and even tried to dissuade others from attacking. But Steve wasn't going to hit him. He put a wad of money on the floor and told the guy to take it. The boy was shocked by this turn of events and only stupidly mumbled something unintelligible, relaxing a little. Our hero looked at him with eyes full of hatred and told him to take the money and get out of here. The guy took the money and bowed, thanking our hero, and he and his brother walked away. Steve and Chad arrived at his house when it was already dark outside and the stars appeared in the sky. The same old lady who had recently sent our hero away looked at the guys in shock. Everyone stood silently. The old woman looked at the guys. Our hero lowered his head. Chad held a bag in his hands, and the wolf cub looked at the old woman with interest. The old lady asked incredulously if he was really his older brother, and Chad confirmed it with a smile and laughed. Our hero handed the old woman a bag and said that it was beef. She opened the package incredulously, looking at the contents, and then swore quietly. The old woman went ahead, saying that she should have told him earlier that he had a family, and added that he fell asleep while he was waiting. Upon entering the house, the wolf cub immediately became interested in the boy lying on the floor. He sat down next to the sleeping boy's head and began to sniff him with interest. Steve sat down next to the boy, asking if he was his son. Chad replied that his name was Bill and he was his only treasure. Our hero asked what was wrong with his mother, and Chad replied that she chose a different life. Chad added that it was his fault, and the wolf cub stopped sniffing the boy and licked his head. Our hero offered Chad a drink, looking at him sadly. Chad didn't mind, and after a while they were already sitting in the diner and clinking glasses. Chad was amazed that his brother, who had gone missing, had returned unharmed and had even become the awakened one that was shown on TV. Steve asked seriously how much more Chad owed, and he replied that it was about $5,000. The guy smiled and said that he would be able to give everything back because now he had a job. Our hero asked incredulously what kind of job he had. Chad replied that he worked as a loader. He explained that the distances were long and no one would take on such dangerous work, so they paid him well. Steve asked if the truck was his, and the guy said it belonged to the old lady's son. She lent it to him. Our hero asked what her son was doing, if he could give away the truck. The wolf cub woke the boy up by licking his face, and Chad told him that her son had died during transportation, and she looked after his son as if he were her own, and became their savior. The boy woke up and looked at the puppy in surprise. But the puppy's surprise changed when he heard a voice from the kitchen. The boy ran into the kitchen with the puppy in his arms, and exclaimed joyfully when he saw his dad. Chad broke into a happy smile, seeing that his son had woken up. Sitting down next to his dad, the boy asked who it was, and he replied that Steve was his uncle. The boy said hello, and sheepishly asked if he could play with the puppy. Steve, of course, gave his permission and broke into a touching smile, looking at the boy. Bill was having fun playing with the puppy, humming something cheerfully to himself. Chad smiled and said that the boy had wanted a puppy for a long time, which is why he was so happy. After thinking for a while, our hero suggested that Chad work together. Chad didn't expect such a proposal and asked in surprise what he meant. Steve said he would do everything himself and Chad just needed to help him with the truck. Chad was surprised and asked what job our hero was talking about. With a sinister smile, Steve said he was talking about hunting monsters. Chad didn't believe what he heard and asked again what Steve meant. The next day, our hero came to the Bureau of the Awakened. The girl looked at the documents with delight. She said that now our hero was registered as awakened and immediately increased his level. The guy received the card, having read Druid rank F on it. The girl said that now he will receive money directly to the card. The girl handed over a box with a phone and said that it was a gift from them and once again congratulated him on receiving the rank of awakened. She said that Steve needs to download a special application, after which he will receive information about hunting and new locations. The girl said that if he caught a lot of monsters, he would increase his rank to E and receive more bonuses, and added that if he was just as persistent, the land could be saved. She added that our hero can open a window with the status. There were errors in the system, but they managed to fix them. A status window appeared in front of our hero, and he began to study them with surprise. Steve didn't understand why some of the numbers, like harmony, were so low and decided that it would be hard to raise them. A white van sped along the highway against the backdrop of mountains and the rising sun. Chad's phone, which was attached to the panel, rang and the screen showed, "Brother." The guy congratulated our hero on purchasing the phone and asked if he had already registered with the Bureau. He said that he would be there soon. He had one last delivery left, and he was going straight to our hero. Chad learned that our hero only had to pass the mercenary exam. Our hero walked through the city, talking on the phone, and said that first they needed to pay off all their debts. Brother said that he is still level F and it will be difficult for him to kill monsters. But our hero didn't listen to the end and hung up, slightly angering his brother with this action. Chad wondered if it was really his brother, because his personality had changed so much. Steve was walking through the city, looking at his phone. He received a notification about bonuses for monsters, and he just passed by one portal. There was a big traffic jam at the entrance to the gate. Drivers were cursing at the slow speed of those ahead and asking them to go faster. In the stream of cars, there was a green SUV, not attracting attention to itself. There were guys in white jackets sitting inside, and the guy in the passenger seat was looking tiredly out the window. In the back seat, 3 young men were trembling, as if afraid of the coming battle. The driver asked the boys to calm down because they were awake and had nothing to fear. They all said that if they passed this test, they would be accepted into the Shinra Guild as core members and promised to do whatever it took. The guy in the passenger seat got angry when he heard the words of the guys in the back seat. He thought that these guys had no abilities, that they got here thanks to their rich parents, and he decided that they would fail again. The soldier at the checkpoint looked at the monitor screen and called the next one. He looked up at the man who had approached and looked at him in surprise. Our hero stood alone in a brand new tracksuit without any equipment. The soldier asked if he was alone and asked him to show his pass card. Our hero placed the card on the terminal and it lit up green. The soldier read that our hero's name was Steve and that he had the rank of F. Our hero went to the entrance of the gate and the soldier tried to stop him, asking if Steve knew that it was dangerous there. Something caught the attention of the man sitting in the front seat of the SUV. He noticed how our hero walked towards the gate. The soldier wondered if they could send the guy alone since he didn't have any equipment. Another soldier recognized our hero and said that it was he who killed 7 goblins at gate number 27 yesterday. The men in the green SUV overheard this conversation and were surprised. One was shocked that he was going to enter there like that, and the other decided that our hero had gone crazy, going into the gate without equipment. A soldier approached the men in the green SUV and said that the system was a little frozen, but now they could drive through. The man in the passenger seat ordered the driver to step on the gas. Surprising him with this order, he shouted for him to quickly catch up with our hero. The driver understood the order and rushed after Steve, who was already turning the corner. The green SUV sped through the gate, chasing our hero. The driver turned the corner sharply, in the same direction Steve went. Both men were surprised when the car turned the corner and stopped. There was no one around the corner. The driver did not understand how this could happen, because they almost caught up with the guy. He looked around, trying to understand where our hero had disappeared to. The man with a sinister smile thought that he had caught a magnificent catch. Meanwhile, our hero was already running through the forest, raising clouds of dust. He ran as fast as he could, taking long strides. Having run through the forest, the guy stopped, putting his leg forward. Our hero put his hands on his hips and tried to catch his breath. This run was a test, and Steve realized what state his body was in now. He opened the characteristics menu, realized that he really had become weaker, and decided that he needed to return to training. Suddenly he heard some sounds ahead. Our hero concentrated, trying to understand where they were coming from. Listening closely, he made out human speech. Someone was saying angrily, "Come on, attack, coward." Continuing to listen, Steve thought that they were probably fighting with swords. The second voice shouted, "Do you want to die?" Steve determined which direction the voices were coming from by looking to the left. His lips spread into a predatory smile. He thought that this was not a fight between monsters, but between awakened ones. He could not miss such a spectacle. Someone's hand holding a sword flew off with a fountain of blood, and someone screamed in pain. One man shouted, "Attack!" running forward. Our hero stood on top of a ruined building and watched the fight. One shouted, "Attack!" and the second asked whose hand to cut off next. Steve watched the sword fight in silence, and someone below shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, go away." The 3 guys in green were surrounded by a group of men in brown who looked like bandits. One of them shouted at them to drop their things and leave, but the men in green did not want to give up. Steve watched the men and thought that none of them wanted to fight. A blue pickup truck stopped near the collision and a man got out of it. Putting his foot on the ground, the man asked why they were taking so long to deal with them. The guy in green looked at the man who appeared with fear. The man was big and muscular and said that there were only 3 of them. Why were they taking so long? Someone recognized him and said that it was Sheik, for whose head there was a reward of 400 million. This information was heard not only by the guys below, but also by our hero. He was surprised to hear that the man was worth 400 million. The guys in green were scared and said it was a sea-level robber. Sheik. The guys in brown said they should have surrendered while they had a choice. Now they're dead. The man rubbed his hands and said that he was that same Sheik, and offered to catch him if he had the courage. The guys in green were scared, convinced that it was that same Sheik in front of them. One of the guys asked if they would let them go if they left everything. Sheik suddenly ran forward and said that it would not be interesting anymore. One of the guys in green asked fearfully to wait. He said that he didn't care about their things anymore, and at that moment our hero decided to go down, simply jumping from the roof. He landed with a thud between the guys in green and Sheik, without even taking his hands out of his pockets. The man was clearly surprised by Steve's sudden appearance, and stopped. The 3 guys in green were also surprised by the appearance of our hero, and the guys in brown looked at Steve with fear, asking what was going on. When the dust cleared under our feet, he took a step forward. Sheik asked who he was. Did he really imagine himself to be an angel descended from heaven? But our hero ignored his questions and asked if it was true that 400 million. The man was a head taller than our hero and asked who he was. Steve responded threateningly that he just needed the money. The guys in brown were in shock, not understanding what was wrong with the guy, and decided that he just wanted to die. And Sheik, hearing our hero's answer, only laughed loudly. The guy in green was surprised by Steve's answer and Sheik's reaction to his answer. With a sinister smile, Sheik said that it was unlikely that our hero was from the commission. But Steve didn't answer and just looked at him questioningly. The man's eyes suddenly turned red, and he said that it would be good if he would mind his own business. Without taking his eyes off the man, Steve froze in surprise. His body began to glow slightly red, and Steve couldn't understand what was happening to him. One of the guys in green knew what was happening, and his face was covered in sweat from fear. Sheik replied that Steve looked into his eyes for 5 seconds. He chuckled and said that now our hero couldn't move. Steve clearly didn't expect such an answer and still looked at the man with confusion. Sheik turned to the guys in green and asked what they were waiting for, ordering them to grab him. The boys became bolder when Sheik appeared and went to Steve, asking why he interfered during their conversation. The guys in green still stood there, frightened, with their weapons pointed forward. But, to everyone's surprise, our hero was able to hit Sheik. The guys in brown couldn't believe their eyes. And the team in green was surprised that Steve was able to hit the man. But the one who was most surprised was Sheik himself, not understanding how our hero was able to hit him. Meanwhile, Steve clenched his second fist, preparing to strike. He bared his teeth in some kind of animalistic grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was frightened by our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist and his eyes glowing blue. Sheik's red eyes widened in fear at our hero's words. Our hero bared his teeth in some kind of animalistic grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was frightened by our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist and his eyes glowing blue. Sheik's red eyes widened in fear at our hero's words. The man roared, "Stop," and his eyes glowed red again. Surprisingly, our hero froze and his fist stopped a few centimeters from the man's face. With a smug smile, Sheik said that our hero, it turns out, is not so simple. Sheik pulled a knife from the sheath hanging on his belt. He swung his weapon and told our hero that he should never let his guard down. But as soon as he said this, his nose collided with our hero's knee. The knife slipped from the man's hands, and our hero asked, what else could he do besides this pathetic trick? Is there anything more interesting? And he swung his fist, aiming at the face. The man tried to use that magic again, and began to say a word but did not manage to finish. Steve silenced the man with a hook that knocked out his teeth. The next blow landed in the solar plexus, knocking all the air out of the man's lungs. And Steve's final kick was aimed at the ribs, finishing the man off. Our hero grabbed his jacket with his hand, making a grab. And with one precise movement he threw the rather large man over himself. Sheik flew backwards, crashing into the window. As a result of such a blow, the glass in the window was knocked out and the fragments flew in all directions. Without even losing his breath, with a smile on his face, our hero said that it was too easy. The guys in green didn't believe that our hero was able to defeat Sheik and wondered who he was. Finished with Sheik, Steve turned to the guys in brown who were holding their swords in front of them. He asked if they wanted to attack, and the boys said no, he just misunderstood them. Steve gave them the order to gather in one direction, and the guys rushed to the designated place. Our hero turned to the guys in green and asked if they had a rope. One of the guys said with a smile that he had a rope. Steve asked the guys in brown who were gathered in one place how much they would pay for them. The guys started vying with each other to say that there was no reward for them, that they were only paying for Sheik and in general he had threatened them. Sheik came to his senses and listened in shock as the guys said that having turned Sheik in, our hero was already rich. Tears involuntarily appeared in the eyes of the beaten man, and he angrily called the guys Judases. He said that the guys, like leeches, stuck to him and sucked out their share, traitors. Our hero was surprised, looking at the man who had come to his senses, and asked if he had really woken up already. The guys in brown started to shut Sheik up and said that his place was in prison. Steve asked if they needed these people, and the guys in brown confirmed that they didn't need them. The guys in green couldn't take it anymore and said that they were all lying, and if our hero brought them together, he would receive an increased reward. But the guys in brown started arguing, saying that they were just ordinary servants. Sheik turned to our hero, asking if he was not being oppressed by the laws of the government. Steve turned around irritably, looking questioningly at the man. Sheik said that here he is free and can do whatever he wants, and if Steve puts him down, then for him, he will be the king. But this speech was interrupted by the approach of our hero's sneaker. He kicked the man hard in the face and told him to sleep a little longer. Sheik passed out, leaving a sneaker sole imprint on his face. Having dealt with the man, our hero turned to the guys in brown. He asked the guy in green if there was a reward for them too, and the guy replied that they were all criminals. Realizing that they had been found out, the guys became depressed, not knowing what to do next. Steve said that there were too many of them, and one of the guys in green said that they had a car, making our hero happy. With an evil smile on his face, our hero wished goodnight to the guys. The sounds of blows and screams echoed through the forest, and some men still did not give up and said that there would be no reward for them. The red pickup truck sped along the road, through green forests and ruined buildings, and in the trunk of the pickup, like firewood, were loaded men in brown, wrapped in ropes. The guy behind the wheel said that he was very grateful to our hero for saving him, but he replied that he didn't want to save them. The guys in the back seat said that despite this, he helped them, and now Steve is their savior. Not feeling any joy from these words, our hero agreed, since they insisted so much. On the way, our hero asked what abilities the driver had, and he replied that he had the skills of a fencer, stalker, and scout. Steve was surprised that the guy had 3 skills, and he replied that initially he had 1, and he was able to master the other 2 in the process. Our hero pondered this information, wondering that skills could be acquired. The driver was surprised and thought how the guy could not know about such a small thing. Remembering how Schick had shouted stop, our hero thought that it would be a good idea to learn some kind of magical skill. Suddenly our hero's attention was drawn to something ahead. Through the buildings and the forest, a huge blue dome could be seen, standing out against the pink sky. The red pickup truck was racing forward, right in the direction of that blue dome. Looking at it, our hero asked the driver if this was the portal. This question greatly surprised the driver. He replied that this was a first-level portal, the easiest one, and it was their original target. Looking at the portal, our hero said that he was sorry that he did not have a mercenary license. Otherwise, he could go in. The driver asked in surprise if our hero really didn't have a license. Not noticing the surprise in the guy's question, our hero replied that he really didn't have a license yet. The driver continued to glance at Steve in surprise, thinking that when the portals opened, the military would open fire. After their attack, only a small portion of the monsters that came out of the portal remain on the field. On the field of such a first-level portal, the experience is small, and to raise it, you need to kill stronger monsters and accumulate experience. And for this, you need a second-level portal, but such portals contain terrible monsters. That's why the guy was surprised how Steve, who hadn't even passed through the first-level portal, was able to defeat a level C Schick. Our hero finally noticed the driver's look of surprise, and asked what was going on. He couldn't find the words and could only ask about the level of our hero. Steve replied that his level was F, and the driver almost drove off the cliff when he heard that. Our hero looked at the driver and said that he had a request. The driver tensed up a little when he heard these words. The military stood next to the portal, and nearby there was a gathering of equipment, tanks and ambulances. At first, only the silhouette of a man in the haze appeared in the portal. And when it cleared, that same guy from the green SUV appeared. There were 4 people following him, one guy holding the other and saying that they were almost there. The blonde-haired boy moaned that his arm hurt, but instead there was a bloody stump. Coming closer to the military, the guy called the medics so that they could help the guy quickly. The guy walking in front said that licenses were being handed out to everyone, and that guilds with such members should be destroyed immediately. Another guy tried to calm him down, adding that all the guys were like that lately. The man was not reassured by this answer, and he cursed angrily, clenching his teeth. He thought that rich kids just buy monsters through brokers and just finish them off. After that, they hire bounty hunters and raise their levels with them, and then join guilds, completing missions. But in such situations, casualties cannot be avoided when the monster turns out to be too strong. The guy was the captain of this group and said that he was already tired of life, where money reigns, and his partner suggested calming down and having a drink. As they approached the military, they asked why it was so noisy in the first-level zone. Maybe something had happened. The captain asked what had happened, and the soldier replied that 10 robbers had been caught, and that among them was a C-level robber, Schick, who has a bad reputation. The captain was surprised that someone was able to catch Schick. He said that he was probably captured by someone of high rank, but the soldier replied that he was captured by a boy of F rank. The captain and his partner did not believe what they heard and asked how. The soldier replied that he had simply beaten him up, and that Schick had a broken nose, cheekbones, and ribs on both sides. For some reason, the captain immediately remembered how our hero entered the gate alone. He loudly asked the soldier where that man was. The soldier replied that it seemed like he had just entered the portal. The captain rushed towards the portal, ignoring his partner's cries. He ran and thought that he had to see for himself, and if it was true, it was incredible. The captain ran towards the soldier standing at the portal. He ran closer and loudly called out his rank. The soldier with headphones turned around in surprise and looked at the captain and asked what happened. The captain asked the guy who caught Schick whether he entered the portal or not, and at this time, our hero and one of the guys he saved came out of the portal. Steve said that it really didn't hurt, and that the clothes didn't disappear after going through the portal. The guy said that things made in our world can't be transferred through the portal, and these clothes are made from materials from different worlds and cost a fortune. Our hero's gaze was drawn to something to the side, and he turned around in surprise. He saw a large glowing rectangle behind him and asked what it was. The guy turned around and said that there was a door to the portal. He said that the portal inside was divided into 38 more sub-portals, and they entered the 24th. Suddenly, the very portal that our hero was asking about disappeared. He asked why the portal had disappeared, and the guy replied that they needed to clear the place, and then the portal would appear. Steve asked if they really had to kill everyone, but the guy replied that they only had to kill the boss. Our hero began to warm up and told the guy to wait here, adding that he would be quick. But the guy was against it and asked how he could wait here. But Steve no longer listened to him and prepared to run, making a dash forward. A hole formed in its place, raising columns of dust. The guy looked after him, wondering what kind of person he was. Maybe he was one of those. But then he decided that the person who had defeated Shika Ransa S would easily be able to handle the first level dungeon. Suddenly it dawned on the guy that he had forgotten to tell him important information. He didn't tell where the door would appear after killing the boss, and that he needed to have time to get out. The guy ran forward, thinking that if Steve didn't manage to get out, he would stay here forever. And behind the portal, a soldier in a booth was wondering what to do after reading the sign that door 24 was closed. The soldier told the captain that the door to the 24th portal had just closed. The captain cursed and became angry at this news. In the forest, beyond portal number 24, a light fog was spreading. 3 monsters stood between the trees and looked around warily, holding their weapons at the ready. One of the monsters heard something and turned around, growling. But the next moment he was already knocked down by one blow, which smashed his head. The second monster was hit in the stomach and flew to the side. Our hero hit the third monster in the stomach, and he fell, dropping his knife. Raising the knife, our hero said that they had a pretty good weapon. He squatted down and plunged the knife into the chest of one of the monsters. His face was hidden by a bandage. But even through it, the boy could smell the stench of monsters. Our hero took the red stone out of the monster's chest and began to examine it. He said that the stone was only in one of the 3 monsters, but money is not a problem for him now. He opened the stats menu and thought that it was more important to level up now. The guy caught up with our hero and came to the battlefield where the dead monsters lay. Walking past the corpses, the guy was surprised at how many of them Steve had managed to cut out. Suddenly the guy's eyes lit up white, and he thought that he needed to find him quickly. The skill helped him determine which direction our hero was in, and he went there. And Steve stood among the killed monsters, and looked at the window with information about the levels. He read that with the points he had, he could buy 2 skills, Beast Taming and Tree Spirit Summoning. He opened the description of the Beast Taming skill, but suddenly 2 monsters jumped on our hero from above, holding weapons. Steve sensed them immediately and turned around, calculating his movements. With one hand he struck the monster in the face as it flew closer, and with the elbow of his other hand he hit the second monster. The beaten monsters flew in different directions, and our hero was left without a single scratch. Suddenly a window appeared before his eyes that there were now 545 achievements. Breaking the jaw of another monster, our hero was glad that his level had been raised. Suddenly a message about an unrecoverable error appeared. An additional synchronization continues. Steve thought with disappointment that there was another error, but synchronization occurred for the first time. He opened the menu with all his statuses, seeing that his level had risen by 1. He also noticed that his status had risen slightly. The guy unlocked the skills and decided that he would buy Summon Tree Spirit for 100 points. He received a new ability, and decided to use it immediately by summoning a spirit. A small ball surrounded by bright light appeared in front of him. Inside this ball was a small creature that looked like a fairy with wings. Our hero remembered that he had already seen her in the jungle, but then he thought it was an ordinary firefly. Steve turned to the tree spirit and asked him to find the remaining goblins. The spirit accepted the order and the glowing ball flew forward. The ball froze and a beam of light appeared from it, directed at the tree and the ground. The guy realized that she was reading the memory of trees and vegetation and transmitting it to him. But it was happening very slowly, probably because of the low level. After reading the descriptions of other skills, our hero decided to buy himself the reconnaissance skill for the remaining points. Crouching down, Steve placed his hand on the ground and activated the reconnaissance skill. His eyes lit up white and he said, "Tracking." Our hero closed his eyes, reading the information, and could not understand why it was only about the dead. Suddenly something caught his attention and Steve became wary. Deep in the forest he heard some sounds and realized that this was where he needed to go. Listening closely, he realized that it was not a goblin and grinned sinisterly. Steve took off and ran forward, through the forest, to the right place. He climbed a small rise and looked around, searching for the right place. At that moment, a goblin of enormous size tried to stab the boy with whom our hero came. Steve turned to the guy and asked what he was doing there. The guy was happy when he saw that our hero had arrived, while the goblin was aiming a knife at the guy's face. Our hero got angry and said that he asked the guy to wait for him. The guy looked at Steve with fear and, clearing his throat, said that he was being attacked, as if asking for help. Steve smiled, saying he understood the situation. The knife was getting closer to his face, and when it was almost touching the skin, the boy screamed, asking for help. And at the very last moment, when the knife had almost pierced the skin, the goblin turned around. At the last moment, he managed to put up a shield, which saved him from our hero's kick. But the shield did not provide complete protection, because the force of the blow sent the monster flying to the side. But the goblin was not going to give up, and putting his shield forward, he prepared to attack. But he didn't have time to do anything when our hero's foot hit him from below, breaking his jaw. The monster flew forward, crashing into a rock, sending shards flying. But Steve didn't stop there and rushed forward towards the monster. The goblin was bleeding, but still alive, and bared his teeth at the approaching guy. Our hero jumped up and swung his knife high, preparing to strike. He lowered the knife into the monster's chest, and with the blow he saw a message that a new level had been reached. The next message said that another 120 experience points had been received, and he thought that they were being generous with the points. And the guy who watched this battle was shocked by what he saw of Steve's skills. Having dealt with the monster, Steve turned to the boy and asked if the door would open now. The guy was at a loss and stuttered, saying yes, of course, the door should open now. The door actually opened, and the boys walked through the portal back to their world. As they walked past the military vehicles, the soldiers standing nearby noticed them. One of the soldiers asked if he had caught Schick. The second confirmed it and said that it was he the captain was looking for. The soldier said that everything should be reported to the captain, but the second soldier suddenly laughed. He looked at the monitor in confusion and asked if it was really possible to finish everything in such a short time. And at this time the boy said goodbye to our hero, saying that he would return to his group. And our hero said that the work was excellent. As Steve left the storage room where he had left his things, he realized he was hungry. The captain approached him and greeted him, and our hero asked who he was. The man said with a smile that he was from the Scylla Guild. The commander of the 27th attack was Morris, and offered to talk. The men came into the diner and sat down at a table next to each other, ordering coffee. Our hero looked at the business card, asking again about Scylla's guild, and the man nodded in satisfaction. The man with a friendly smile invited our hero to join the guild, adding that it offered excellent conditions for growth. But Steve was clearly not interested in this proposal, and he refused, calmly sipping his coffee. The man did not believe that he had been refused, and, frowning, looked questioningly at our hero. He thought about how he could really refuse him entry into the guild, and decided that he was trying to push his own value. Morris didn't give up and said that if Steve was already a member of the guild, then they were ready to make him a formal offer to join. But our hero was not attracted by this offer either, and he refused again. Starting to get angry, the man said that even though the guild was in 4th place, it didn't mean anything among the top guilds, and assured that if he was offered something, he was ready to make the best offer. After listening to the man, Steve abruptly put the cup of coffee on the table. With a melancholy smile, he said that he simply did not want to work under someone else. Morris didn't know what to say to this and just looked at the guy. Having finished this conversation, Steve went to his younger brother's house. Our hero entered his brother's room, but there was no one there. He looked around and said out loud that there was probably no one at home. Steve climbed up to the roof of the house and lay down on the table, enjoying the warm sun. He thought that probably his brother and his son were spending time together. An old woman with a basket of laundry on her head climbed onto the roof and asked why the young man was lounging there during the day. Steve smiled and invited Granny to join him, saying it was perfect weather for a nap. In response, the old woman asked if he couldn't see that she was busy hanging out the laundry. After looking at her, Steve stood up and began to help hang out the laundry, and the old woman occasionally made comments to him. Suddenly she became serious and asked if he was really Chad's older brother. Our hero smiled and said that it was true, without looking up from hanging out the laundry. Hearing the answer, the old woman became cheerful and said with a smile that it was amazing, asking if it was true that he had grown up. Steve pretended to be angry and said that he had grown up a lot, and the old lady added that he was a rascal. The old woman added that it would be strange if he remained the same after the monsters attacked. People died, and the world turned upside down. She said thoughtfully that since Steve had returned after 10 years, he should take care of himself so as not to hurt him. Our hero realized that the old woman was very worried about his brother, and smiled at her gratefully. Steve said that everything was fine. He wouldn't die that easily. And the old lady replied that those who say that usually die first. Chad and his son returned home, and on the way they met an old lady. The guy asked if Steve was upstairs, and she replied that he was there. The boys went upstairs and joyfully greeted our hero, and the wolf cub ran ahead, wagging his tail. Steve put an envelope on the table, and Chad asked in surprise what it was. Our hero answered with a smile that there were $40,000, and asked his brother to pay off his entire debt. Chad took the envelope, not believing that there could be so much money in it, and asked where his brother got such a sum. But Steve decided not to answer this question, and suggested that the guy go and give the money, and then they would have dinner together. Chad was touched by this act and asked our hero how he could repay his kindness. Steve looked at Bill as he happily played with the puppy and said that he didn't need anything, asking him to come back soon. Chad turned his back to his brother and, wiping away tears, said that he understood everything, and our hero conspiratorially called out to him. The guy turned around in surprise, and tears were still shining in his eyes. Steve smiled and asked if he could pick up some meat and booze on the way. Chad smiled happily, promised to buy everything, and asked his brother to look after Bill. While Bill was playing with the puppy on the roof, our hero opened the menu with his statistics. He saw the inscription in the window. "The object is fixed. Choose a name." Steve asked the boy what to name the puppy, and without hesitation he named him Pecky. Steve repeated the name and liked it, so he said with a smile, "Okay, it'll be Pecky." He turned to the puppy and said that from now on he was Pecky, and the window showed that the puppy was level 1 and his combat power was 3. Steve threw the ball and ordered the puppy to bring it, and he rushed after the ball like a bullet, amazing Bill with such great speed. The boy praised Pekka and called him to him, and he came running, happily wagging his tail. The sun was already setting when the boy and the puppy lay down on the table, tired after playing, and the boy asked why his dad was gone for so long. Steve looked down and said that he thought he was getting there. He saw that his brother's truck was parked in the parking lot, but for some reason his brother didn't come out, and he offered to go and meet him. The boy ran first and, seeing his father's silhouette, joyfully called him. But as they got closer, they noticed that Chad was covered in blood. It was flowing from his head, nose, and mouth. The boy froze, not understanding what was happening, and only quietly whispered, "Dad." The boy could barely stand on his feet and could only say his son's name when his legs gave way. The beaten boy fell to the ground, bleeding, and Bill rushed towards him, screaming. Steve was confused at first, but the boy's screams seemed to bring him back, and he began to get angry, listening to the boy ask what was going on. In one of the residential areas, on the first floor of an apartment building, there was a sign trust, instant, interest-free loan. Inside, men in formal suits were sitting and playing cards, and one of them was sitting at a computer. The man at the computer asked what the betting was like this week, and the guy next to him gave him some numbers. He asked if there was a competition between Mikhail and Jorvins this week, and the guy said yes, and everyone was focused on Mikhail. He asked if Beyond the Horizon was in trouble and reminded him of what had happened last time, how one player had turned the whole game around. Suddenly the men's attention was drawn to a noise outside the door, and they froze tensely. The man at the computer shouted to the men sitting there, "What's outside?" He got angry and sent them to check what was going on behind the door. The door to the office swung open, and the silhouette of a man appeared on the threshold. Everyone in the room froze, watching the man who appeared. He took another step forward, and in the light it turned out that his face was covered in blood. He said that it seemed they had problems. Suddenly, someone grabbed his head from behind, causing the man to scream in horror. Someone pulled the man back, and his body immediately disappeared from the doorway, flying back. The confusion of the men in the room turned to anger, and they began asking what was going on. Then it dawned on them that this was an imposition, and they rushed forward, wanting to find out what was happening. The body of the man who had entered the room earlier suddenly fell on the one walking first. The two of them flew into the depths of the room and fell onto the table, scattering cards in all directions. The surviving men grabbed their weapons and began shouting for the attacker to come into the room. At that moment, a silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway, and only his eyes were visible, shining with a blue glow. Entering the room, Steve broke down the front door with one hand and lifted it above his head. The men in suits looked at the guy with fear, and one of them called our hero a psycho. After these words, a torn-off door flew at them, knocking down men like toys and breaking everything in its path. The door smashed the windows, and a hail of glass fragments flew at the standing men. Steve went on a rampage, smashing everything around him and mercilessly throwing everyone to the floor. He stepped on the head of one of the men, and a pool of blood from his broken nose spread across the floor. The man at the computer looked at what was happening in horror, and was shaking from the sight of our hero. Furious, Steve walked towards this man, while all the other men in the room were already lying unconscious. The man and his assistant watched in fear as our hero walked towards them. He asked his assistant in fear if he knew who this guy was. The assistant said that he seemed to be awakened, and it seemed that he even began to recognize him. But the man didn't have time to finish speaking because our hero kicked the table at which they were sitting. Both men screamed in pain and fear, and one of them yelled that his leg was pinned. Steve threw the monitor and keyboard off the table, climbed onto it, and, squatting down, asked the man if he was Mr. Scott. The man was scared. He swore and said that everything was right. He was Mr. Scott. The man's face was covered in sweat, and he asked our hero who he was. Steve threw the envelope of money on the table with force and said that he had come to pay off Chad's debt. The man was shocked by what he heard and said that Steve had definitely gone down in the morning. He asked if an awakened being could just attack an innocent person and said that he wouldn't get away with it. But instead of answering, our hero hit him hard in the face with his palm and several teeth flew out of his mouth. Steve slapped him on the other cheek and asked why he did that to a man who came to pay him a debt. He continued to beat the man and said that he could have gratefully taken the money and gone peacefully about his business. The man's face was spinning from side to side from the blows, and Steve, not being half-hearted, was asking why he had decided to cross the line and start showing off. The man began to beg for mercy after another blow to the cheek. Steve's eyes lit up as he asked if the man would pay off the debt quietly and peacefully, or if he should be beaten until he died. Tears flowed from the man's eyes and he, lisping because of his missing teeth, said that he would solve everything and do everything. Steve sat on the edge of the table, and every man in the room was on his knees, his head bowed. They all shouted in unison that the debt of the esteemed Mr. Chad had been paid. But our hero was not satisfied with this answer, and he ordered them to repeat it louder. The men shouted even louder that it was good that the debt of the respected Mr. Chad had been paid. Steve said that if he met them again, they would die, and advised to avoid meeting him. The men fell to the floor in a bow and said they would keep that in mind. Everyone looked tensely at the floor and heard our hero jump off the table. Mr. Scott also bowed his head and listened as our hero's steps became more and more distant. He was furious about what had happened, and his eyes showed a furious desire to avenge the humiliation. One of the men raised his head and looked around and said that the guy had already left. Grinning angrily with his bloody mouth, the man said into the void, "Does Steve really think that he has no connections?" and added that these two are already corpses. At this time, Captain Morris entered the office where the two men were sitting. He told the manager that it was urgent. The guy at the computer asked him what he wanted, and Morris asked him to look at something. Our hero's profile opened on the monitor screen, and Morris said that he was a top-level newcomer. The guy was surprised because he only had an F rank and he was only registered today. Morris said it was doubly cool and asked the disgruntled guy to get information about him. He tried to find something, but the monitor screen showed a message that access was denied. Both were very surprised that access to our hero's data was closed. The guy asked who he was, and Morris asked him to look for information about him illegally. The guy dug around for a while and finally said with satisfaction that he had succeeded. Both were surprised by the story of our hero, which they managed to find, and the boy asked if he was really at level F. The guy was also surprised why access to information about Steve was blocked at all. He also noticed that the information did not indicate what class our hero belonged to, and this aroused even more interest. Morris asked the boy to test our hero's skills, but after checking the information, the guy could only ask in shock, "What kind of bread and water is this?" Morris didn't understand the guy's answer, and asked him again what he meant. The guy asked the man in confusion if Steve had really caught Sheik using only bread and water. They immediately imagined our hero throwing buns and bottles of water at the huge man, and he asking him to stop. The guy also noted that they say that our hero disappeared 10 years ago and added that this is very suspicious. The kid suggested that maybe Steve was a government agent, and Morris said that maybe he was a hunter. The man did not want to believe that in the end, our hero turned out to be a statesman. The boy told him to give up because he was almost 100% a government agent. The guy smugly said that he had already found out everything about him, and Morris thought that this was precisely why he was so cold. The man sighed heavily and suggested that the guy go have a coffee. As he left the office, Morris still couldn't calm down and asked why the agent needed to participate in this. The man asked the boy to continue following him, and the boy again asked the man to surrender. Morris got angry and said that he was just asking to keep an eye on him in case something strange happened. But the guy stubbornly refused. Not realizing that they were trying to find out something about him, our hero came to the hospital to visit his brother. He entered the room and asked his brother if he was awake yet. Chad looked out the window. His head was bandaged, but overall he looked cheerful and very happy to see his brother. Steve put out a bunch of different fast food and Chad asked why he bought so much stuff again, to which our hero replied that it would make him get better faster. Our hero asked his brother if he was feeling better, and the guy replied that the bandages would be removed tomorrow. Chad asked if our hero had an exam tomorrow, and he said that it was correct. The guy said that if he passes the exam and joins the guild, it will be great. Steve closed his eyes, remembering that in the jungle he was the king of the forest. He thought that after this, would he be able to live in this world under someone's protection? Chad knew what our hero was thinking and suggested that he find out about the guilds for him. But Steve said that this was not necessary because he planned to create a guild himself. The brother was surprised by the news that our hero wanted to create his own guild and not join one. The day of the exam arrived. It was held in the building of the Bureau of the Awakened. The blonde with the katana, Jin, was also in this building and was walking down the corridor. Suddenly, a man from behind called her by name and the girl turned around in surprise. The man was the head of the department and Jean asked him what he wanted. The man asked the girl if she'd had any problems lately, and she asked in surprise why he thought so. The man shouted that there had already been 2 riots in the girl's assigned quarter, and if a portal had opened there now, the city would no longer exist. The girl was not very surprised by this question, and she asked if they really couldn't do anything without her participation. The man went from anger to a request and asked the girl to help him, because he solves problems with portals every morning, and this is very difficult. Jean suggested that the man write a letter of resignation, but the man pretended that he heard her and complained of a headache. Suddenly the man shouted again, asking why she was ruining good swords again. The girl calmly replied that she simply hadn't been able to concentrate lately. The man said that he had had enough of her stories and handed the girl a piece of paper, and she asked in surprise what it was. Suddenly the girl got angry and said that it was annoying her, because she wanted to rest today and they were sending her somewhere again. The man said that she was not the only one suffering, and added that such a task was not the first for her. The girl sighed heavily and turned around saying that she had had enough, and the man shouted after her, asking what she had had enough of. The man shouted that it was obvious how oppressive the atmosphere was now, and said that it was enough to fire the new guys because they needed at least one more for the team. The girl replied that when they take just anyone, they go on missions and die, and this answer angered the man. People were already crowding inside the building waiting for the exam. Some said that they had to pass it this time, while others answered that it was already the 4th time they were taking it. One guy was recording himself on camera. He said that he was at an exam and asked for support so that he could pass. He promised that if he passed the exam and received the title, he would definitely film hunting content. The guy thanked me for the $20 donation and told me where I could find a link to support him. At that moment, 3 men in red caps entered the hall and looked around. Seeing them, the boy said that their guards would soon come in, and filming was prohibited here, so he said goodbye. Having finished the broadcast, the guy turned around and saw the intent gaze of our hero standing behind him. Steve looked closely at the guy's phone and he asked if this was the first time he saw someone broadcasting. Our hero asked in surprise who the guy was talking to, but he just waved his hand and asked him to leave him alone. Steve told the guy he was interesting, and the guy called him an old man. The show began on the podium. The guys in red caps were instructors, and the man at the podium began to tell that he was the supervisor for the 3 days of the exam. He said that the 21 guards stationed there would also accompany them for the next 3 days and 2 nights. The crowd of people who came to the exam began to line up. Some wanted to get to certain examiners, but no one wanted to get to Jean, because everyone who gets to her is immediately thrown out. The man at the podium said that everyone who entered had received tickets, and that they would now distribute them by drawing lots. He continued that everyone whose name he named would need to go to counter number 1. The man began to name names and people rushed towards their overseer. It was the turn of the guy who was hosting the broadcast. It turned out that his name was Donnie, and his title was Warden number 15, which greatly upset him. Our hero was also assigned to Warden number 15. He approached the right number and was extremely surprised to see his supervisor. Steve immediately recognized the blonde standing at the 15 sign. Our hero smiled contentedly and thought that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl did not pay attention to those approaching and looked ahead, but something caught her attention. She saw our hero standing in her squad and smiling contentedly. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and stared at Steve in surprise. The man announced that since everyone had been assigned, they could go to the dormitories assigned to their units and stay there until further notice. A crowd of examinees wandered towards the dormitory. They discussed who they had been assigned to, and some complained that they had been assigned to a blonde. One group of guys stopped near the room and were surprised that there was even a training room there. The boy walked with his head down. He thought he had jinxed it, since he had ended up with the blonde again. In front of his subscribers, he acted as if he had already given up everything, and now he was almost expelled. The guys entered through door number 15. Some were changing clothes, and some were just sitting on the bench. Our hero stood near the locker and noticed Donnie, who was sitting on the bench with his head hanging down. Steve sat down opposite him and asked why he was so sad since he had been giggling just a moment ago. But the guy didn't answer and only looked sullenly at our hero. Donnie looked at Steve smiling and thought he couldn't believe this old man was on his team. The guy asked our hero with displeasure why he should be happy, but he did not understand the question. Donnie asked if Steve knew the character of that blonde, because it was not for nothing that they called her a witch. Our hero was surprised that Jean was called a witch and frowned. And the guy continued to say that if she wasn't in the mood, she would ruin the whole squad, and he complained that it turned out they had thrown 2,000 down the drain. Steve didn't understand Donnie's complaints and said that since you failed, it means you're weak. And what does the warden have to do with it? But these words clearly offended the boy, and he angrily asked again what our hero had said. Donnie thought that our hero was looking down on him, so he didn't like him from the first second they met. But Steve didn't understand why the boy was so angry and looked him in the eyes openly. Donnie asked why he was speaking to him so informally, since our hero looked so much younger. Steve smiled and asked if the guy wanted to deal with him. This was just the right place for that. The guys in the locker room froze, listening to the brewing scandal. Donnie got really mad and asked our hero if he really thought he was a weakling. And our hero decided to answer this rhetorical question by saying yes. This answer made Donnie lose his temper, and he told our hero that he was dead. He told Steve to follow him, unzipping and taking off his jacket as he went. Jean entered the locker room of squad number 15, and was surprised to find no one there. She got angry, wondering where all the guys from her squad could have gone. And the guys were in the training room and were delighted with the size of the cage, joking that they could kill in it. Donnie and Steve were standing in the cage, and the guys around them were rushing them, saying that if they got caught, they would be thrown out. And another guy said that since they were in the blonde's squad, they would all be thrown out anyway. Donnie called our hero a jerk and said he was showing off while looking at him. The guy asked if our hero hadn't heard of Stone TV, and he is a promising YouTube fighter. But Steve didn't understand what the guy meant, and asked what a YouTuber was, maybe food. This question completely angered Donnie, and he said that Steve was definitely making fun of him. The guys behind the cage started cheering for Donnie, shouting, "Keep it up." The guy did a series of punches in the air and said that his hobby is to set the brains of people like our hero straight, adding that he has a ton of views on the video from the exam and doesn't want to stop. Steve listened to the guy's monologue in silence the whole time, and smiling, he only said, "Interesting." Donnie yelled at him to stop talking nonsense and called him a psycho as he prepared to fight. He began to close the distance and told our hero to take his blow. Donnie swung his fist at our hero's face, but he stood motionless. Suddenly someone shouted, "Enough," and turning towards the voice, everyone saw that the warden had arrived. Donnie turned around looking at her and thought only, "Blonde witch." The girl angrily shouted for everyone to run away from here. All the guys immediately flew out of the training room, saying that now they were definitely finished. As Jean walked up to the ring to meet the guys, she asked if they really wanted to get eliminated so badly that they decided to go all out. Donnie forced a tight smile and said that it was not so, trying to justify himself to the warden. The girl stopped this conversation and suggested getting rid of one of them right away. The guys looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what she meant. The girl with a sinister smile said that whoever loses will fly out of here in order to begin. The boys stared at the girl in shock after hearing her order. Donnie smiled nervously and thought that the girl was definitely crazy. But our hero understood the order and was not against carrying it out, approaching the boy threateningly. Donnie prepared for the fight and said that our hero asked for it himself, asking him not to cry afterwards. Steve smiled cheerfully and said that he even felt sorry for the boy. Donnie swung his fist angrily and told them to shut up and move already. And the next second, our hero's fist flew straight into the boy's face, and his blow missed. Donnie passed out after the first blow and fell face down on the floor. Our hero silently looked at Donnie lying on the floor, but did not unclench his fists. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She clearly did not expect our hero to win. But Steve clearly had something in mind and just smiled slyly, without saying a word. Looking at his satisfied smile, the girl realized that Steve was the instigator and decided that he was a bad person. The girl remembered his appearance from the portal and thought that from the first day he had irritated her and smelled unusual. But Steve couldn't hear her thoughts and asked her what she was worth. Didn't she want to try too? The girl did not understand his proposal and, frowning, looked questioningly at the guy. And the guy repeated the offer and said that if she wanted, she could come up here. Finally, it dawned on Jean what the guy was suggesting and she got angry. Our hero offered peace terms. If he wins, she will not expel the boy for losing. The girl looked at Steve as if he were a stupid child and said that this was simply unthinkable. But she decided not to refuse, took off the katana hanging from her belt and placed it on the floor. Jean boldly entered the arena and stood opposite our hero. Tilting her head slightly to the side, she asked Steve if he was unusual. But our hero did not understand what was being discussed and asked what these unusual things were. The girl suddenly started the attack and told the guy that if he survived, she would definitely tell. But our hero was on the alert. He immediately saw that the girl was attacking and prepared to defend himself. He easily dodged Jean's first strike, opening to the side. He parried the next blow with his hand, and the girl decisively delivered a new one. Jean unleashed a barrage of blows on our hero, sparing no effort, but he dodged or defended himself from each of them. At first, the girl attacked only with her fists, but she got into the swing of things and started kicking. But Steve easily defended himself against these blows, as if he didn't even strain himself. Suddenly our hero tensed up, sensing something was wrong, and his eyes widened. The girl prepared herself for a blow that was impossible to avoid, and told the guy that if he won, he could ask for something else. Jean did a backflip in the air, kicking our hero, sending him flying backwards. Steve seemed to have lost consciousness. He flew back and showed no signs of life. The girl looked at the guy and thought that everything was somehow strange. Obviously, everything was not so simple. Jean landed lightly on her feet and looked in the direction our hero had flown. But in reality, our hero pretended to lose consciousness, and instead of hitting the bars, he landed on them. Steve admired the girl and said that she was stronger than she seemed. Jean was shocked and wondered how our hero was able to withstand her blow at all. She decided not to think for long and immediately began the attack, without waiting for our hero to strike back. The girl became enthusiastic and said with a smile that now she would not give in. Jean kicked the guy in the stomach with such force that splinters flew from the ring. Our hero fell to the floor on his back, and the girl began an attack from above, preparing to deliver the final blow. But Steve easily dodged the blow, jumping to the side. Jean began to deliver a lot of punches, and our hero only defended himself from them. The girl decided to sneakily kick him, but Steve easily parried this blow too. Our hero took the next kick while squatting and defending himself with one hand, while the other clenched into a fist. He smiled slyly, showing that not only was he unable to hit, but he was waiting for the right moment and swung his fist. The girl clearly did not expect this attack, and only managed to curse. The punch hit the girl in the stomach, around which a blue glow suddenly appeared. Our hero's fist crashed into the blue light emanating from the girl's hands. But the blow was so strong that the blue glow shattered into small pieces, and the girl fell to the floor. Blue sparks danced around Jean like lightning bolts, and she slowly rose from the floor. She couldn't believe that our hero had broken her shield so easily, and our hero clearly got into the swing of things, and, raising his fist again, said that it was now his turn. Jean was still sitting on the floor and looking at our hero's attack. She said out loud that he was definitely crazy. Steve's enthusiasm only grew stronger, and he shouted happily about how much fun he was having. The girl also smiled mischievously and said that the guy was definitely unusual, thinking that her intuition had not failed her after all. But our hero did not understand what unusual meant, and only looked questioningly at the girl. He was about to strike when the girl straightened up and extended her hand forward, palm out in front of our hero's face. With a serious face, without a trace of humor, the girl said that she had lost. Steve froze in surprise and asked why, because it was so much fun. Jean replied that the place was too small to use skills, and promised that next time they would fight in a place with more space. Our hero said that he was very sorry and smiled sadly, not intending to continue the fight. The girl got a little angry, said that the guy can say whatever he wants, and repeated that she admits defeat. Steve asked if there were many strong women like her in the world, and the girl replied that she didn't think so. Our hero smiled contentedly and said that he then chose her and offered her to bear him a child. The girl did not believe what she heard and asked again what the guy had said. Steve saw nothing surprising in this proposal and repeated the offer to produce offspring. And at that very second he received a strong slap in the face from Jean. And Donnie woke up from the sound of it. The guy opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening, why the brat was getting it from the blonde, and why he was lying on the floor. Meanwhile, Jean, angrily hissing curses, walked away from the ring, looking back at our hero with displeasure. Then the pain began to reach Donnie and he remembered that he lost after the first blow. He sadly remembered the girl's words that if he lost, he would drop out without even going to the exam. Donnie fell to his knees sadly, thinking how shameful it was to be kicked out so quickly. Suddenly he noticed our hero, who was leaving the ring, and glared at him angrily. He asked Steve, with tears in his eyes from anger, if he felt better after he humiliated him. But our hero, with a peaceful smile, answered him that he had not lost. Donnie didn't understand what our hero meant and still frowning, asked him again. And none of those participating in this performance noticed that there was a surveillance camera hanging in the training room. And at this time, when Donnie and our hero were talking, the man in glasses was sitting in the office and looking at the monitor screen. There was a mixture of shock and disbelief on his face, and he asked out loud if Jean had really lost. Our hero told Donnie, who was sitting on the floor, to go and walked forward without looking back. The guy jumped up and said that Jean had said that the loser would be kicked out, so how could he stay? And our hero replied that he had asked not to kick him out. Donnie, his cheek red and swollen from Steve's punch, looked at him blankly and asked, "What?" The guy asked why the girl hit him then, and Steve replied that it was none of his business. Donnie watched our hero go, trying to figure out what happened and how he didn't fly out. Suddenly Donnie remembered the slap, and wondered if they had really agreed that he would stay if our hero could withstand the girl's blow. Tears welled up in Donnie's eyes at the thought, and his gaze was full of gratitude. He looked after our hero and thought that he was a man, a real man. The boy's emotions burst out. Tears flowed down his cheeks from gratitude, and he called our hero brother. Donnie stood for a moment, then ran after the guy, saying that they would go together. Suddenly, a male voice came from the speaker, informing Steve that he needed to go up to the guard's office. The guys stopped in surprise. Donnie asked if it was his name, and our hero replied that apparently yes. He came to an ordinary door with a white sign on it that read, "Warden's Office." Our hero entered the office and sat down opposite the very man who saw Jean lose to him. Steve was a little worried and asked the man what he wanted. The man took out a voice recorder and warned the guy that everything said in this office would be recorded. The man said that he just saw a sparring match with Jean, who is a B-level awakened, and asked if our hero was unusual. Steve said that the girl asked him the same thing and asked again, "What does it mean?" The man frowned when he heard the question and looked at Steve silently. He said that apparently our hero had not yet become familiar with the information about the Brit's portal. The man began to say that now 3 planets are connected to the Earth by a bridge portal. The first planet is Aruka, friendly, with elves and dwarves as the main races, and cultural exchange and land trade taking place there. The Earthlings who were there return and spread many skills such as magic and making artifacts. The second planet is Kuchon. It is a world where the Momon tribes and the Chungwon people fight for control of the planet. When the portal opens with the Chungwon people, an exchange occurs. And when it opens in the Momon lands, a war begins. The last planet is Midiol, a world inhabited by warlike orcs as well as ferocious monsters. So when a portal opens there, clashes begin. On these 3 planets, there are those who have learned the skills of another world and returned. Their combat power is difficult to classify as awakened, so they are collectively called extraordinary. Steve listened boredly to this pile of information, and in the end said that it was all a bit complicated. But after thinking for a moment, our hero said that in fact, there are not 3 planets. The man opposite looked questioningly at our hero, waiting for him to continue his words. He thought that if our hero wasn't from one of those planets, then maybe he was raised in a dungeon. But he immediately dismissed that thought, thinking that then he wouldn't be able to defeat Level B. Without waiting for an answer from our hero, he himself asked where he came from. Steve said he told that bald doctor everything, that he lived for 1,000 years with wolves. The man froze, listening to our hero's story. He did not say a word and only looked at him tensely. Steve broke the silence and asked if the conversation was over. The man caught himself and said yes. He was tense, but still forced a smile, and thanked our hero for listening to him, saying that he could return to the dorm. Steve left the office, and the man continued to stare thoughtfully at one point, thinking that the conversations were true after all. A man walked into the office and introduced himself as Senior Sergeant Sheldon. The sergeant saluted the man sitting in the chair and asked if he had been called. The man in the chair said he wanted to assign the boy the position of Warden number 15. The sergeant was surprised at first, but then he pulled himself together and asked if Jean was really not coming. The man clicked his tongue in irritation, adjusted his glasses, and said that she had run away. Sergeant Sheldon did not believe the answer and asked again how she had escaped. The man became serious and said that there was Steve in Team 15. The sergeant needed to keep an eye on him until the exam was over, and then he needed to send a report on his actions. An announcement came from the loudspeakers in the dormitory that everyone needed to put on their uniforms and gather at the stadium. Upon hearing it, the guys began to grumble that it had begun. In the hall, the guards stood next to the numbers on the signs and gave the order to stand in line according to the numbers. Sergeant Sheldon stood at the sign marked number 15 instead of Jean. The guys from his group, seeing that the blonde was gone, immediately rejoiced at this and decided that he had replaced the girl. The man in the red cap smiled and said that he was the new warden, and his name was Sheldon. He said that today's exam was a 100-meter run in 9 seconds and 40 triathlons in an hour, asking if it was easy. The guys in the group immediately began to complain that this was unfair, because everyone had their own individual characteristics. Meanwhile, a plump girl was running on the treadmill. The warden said that she was being eliminated because she had run the 100 meters in 13 seconds. The girl said she was a healer. Shouldn't they lower the bar? But the warden said that the monsters wouldn't run slower after her if she was a healer. The warden called out group number 15 and called Donnie to the start. He said with a smile that 100 meters in 9 seconds was funny, and the guy from his group started complaining that he was already scared. Donnie made the victory sign with his fingers and asked our hero to cheer for him. Immediately after the whistle, he rushed to the finish line with a victorious cry, raising dust behind him. The warden looked at his stopwatch and said that he had run in 8 seconds, which meant he had passed. The guy in the red cap called out the next one, and it was our hero. Steve stood at the start, resting his feet on the special supports, and looked straight ahead. Donnie screamed at the top of his lungs, supporting the boy, while the rest of the group stood to the side, watching. Immediately after the warden's whistle, our hero rushed forward with such speed that it was impossible to keep track of him. Donnie, like everyone else who witnessed the run, looked at the clouds of dust in shock, not believing that a person could move like that. At that very moment, the phone rang in the man's office. It was Sergeant Sheldon. He reported that Steve had passed the exam, and his results were shocking, adding that he would send a video. The man immediately tensed up and asked about the journalists. The sergeant turned around and saw how the men with cameras came to life and began actively photographing our hero. The woman in the office picked up the ringing phone and introduced herself as the manager of the Returned Persons Management Bureau, while the caller introduced himself as Major Swan. He said he had just sent her a couple of videos of Steve and asked her to look at them now. Looking at the video, the girl was clearly shocked by what she saw and could only ask, "What?" The screen showed a recording of our hero's run. The man said that apparently the major was a liar, and added that it was now becoming obvious that the interview with the doctor was truthful. Looking at the video, the girl hoped that all the doctor's answers were true. She thought that if the patient was unusual, and all his statements were true, then Steve might be a returnee from the fourth unknown planet. The girl ordered the man to bar journalists from entering. The guy looked at the screen of his phone and was confused. He said that it seemed they were already too late because he had found an already published article about Steve and his outstanding exam results. The girl got angry and told him to immediately sort out the articles and impose a ban. Journalists swooped down like flies to honey, some holding cameras, some holding video cameras. Seeing our hero, they all started asking him to say a few words, to spend time with them, or to give an interview. Steve looked at the screaming crowd with confusion, but did not answer them. The girl at this time was thinking that if she had gone through the portal without a protective suit, she would have received rank F due to the dispersion of spatial energy. And then she remembered that the problems in the center began just at this time. At that very moment, security guards burst into the hall and began detaining journalists, and the girl thought that if he really did return from the fourth planet, then the initiative for its development would go to them. The security guards blocked the passage for the journalists and did not let them through despite their requests. The examinees gathered at the table and discussed Steve and how he was the reason so many journalists had gathered. Journalists were making noise behind the opaque windows, and our hero and Donnie were sitting at the table and eating. The guy looked at our hero with delight, hearing the journalists arguing outside the window. Steve, however, paid no attention to the commotion and calmly devoured a huge portion of lunch. Donnie thought that everything was right. He couldn't have fainted from a punch from an ordinary kid, and he only regretted that he didn't record this fight. Steve noticed his gaze and asked what he was looking at. Maybe he had finished eating already. Donnie began to fuss and suddenly offered to bring our hero something to drink, because he definitely wanted water. Leaving the table, where our hero had already dealt with a mountain of food, Donnie thought that just by looking at how he was eating, one could understand that he was different. After lunch, the guys returned to the changing room. Our hero sprawled on a bench, and Donnie sat opposite. He looked around the lockers and said that there were fewer things because many had fallen through. Suddenly the boy closed his eyes and gasped, as if he suddenly remembered something. Our hero opened his eyes and asked in surprise what had happened. He replied that the next task was a dungeon, and it was more profitable to go there in a large company, and he hoped that the other groups would be redistributed. Steve relaxed and closed his eyes and said that everything was fine. He didn't need anyone. Donnie was delighted by these words and admired our hero's confidence. The guy said he knew how strong Steve was, but they didn't know what to expect in the dungeon, and it would be good to have a few different skills. Steve said that was bullshit and changed the subject by saying that when they first met, Donnie was saying something on the phone, what it was, and the guy replied that it was YouTube. Our hero even rose from the bench, not understanding what kind of word this was. YouTube. Donnie was surprised that he really hadn't heard of this site, and asked if our hero had really come down from the mountains, and he said that you could say so. The guy looked at Steve in surprise and wondered what kind of concept this was. Donnie took the phone, walked up to Steve and said that this was YouTube, showing the video. He pointed to a number and said that it was the number of subscribers, and next to it was the number of views. Steve was interested in one video with a lot of views, and Donnie replied that it was a mukbang. In the video, the girl sat in front of a variety of dishes and bit off a huge piece of meat, which delighted our hero. Seeing Steve watching the video with interest, the boy thought he had an inhuman appetite. Donnie said he knew a lot of YouTubers who filmed similar things, and said he could arrange a joint video, and our hero said he remembered the promise. The boy smiled indulgently, looking at Steve's violent reaction. Our hero turned to Donnie and told him that it turns out he was a good guy. Donnie recalled how he attracted the attention of journalists and thought that he had the potential to become a YouTuber because our hero is strong and handsome. Watching Steve watch the video, he thought it was only a matter of time before the guild recruited him, especially if he gained combat power in the dungeon tomorrow. And our hero repeated that he liked Donnie and invited him to join his clan. Upon hearing this proposal, the boy did not immediately understand what was being discussed. They sat and looked at each other in silence, Steve waiting for an answer, and Donnie couldn't believe the offer. He was finally able to speak and asked if he was really creating a clan and not joining a guild, and our hero calmly replied that everything was exactly like that. Donnie was overwhelmed with emotions. Not only could he join the clan of the most talked about hero, but he would also shoot a video with him. Then that would be it. He remembered his childhood, when during a sparring session, after another blow, he fell into the ring. Donnie thought he had a difficult childhood, living in poverty. He trained hard but still failed the licensing exam every time, but he didn't give up. But due to the Cataclysm, all his dreams were erased, and his friends suggested that he become awakened and get a license, because boxing cannot make money. Donnie grabbed YouTube like a lifeline when his friends didn't believe he could make it. And now, looking at Steve, the boy thought that this was the very good content, and he was finally starting to get lucky. He happily said that he would follow our hero even to the end of the world. Steve said he really likes it, and reminded him again about the mukbang video. Tears streamed from Donnie's eyes, and he said that he would not forget. And to himself, he thought that success depends on connections. Steve asked why the guy suddenly started crying, and he asked not to pay attention to it. Donnie became serious and said that in fact you can only start your own clan with 3 members. Suddenly the guys heard the door to the locker room open sharply and someone entered. They turned around and looked questioningly at the man who had entered, studying him. A bald guy in monk's clothes stood in the doorway, with a weapon behind his back. The boys looked at the guy with distrust, waiting for him to say something. But Donnie was the first to speak, asking where the monk was from. The guy replied that he was assigned to team number 15. His name was Munch, and at the end, he added Muamata Buddha. The guys were very surprised, and Donnie asked out loud how a Buddhist could be a hunter. The monk didn't answer, and only looked questioningly at the guys. Suddenly, a voice came over the speakers, announcing that everyone was invited to gather in the briefing room after they had changed into their combat suits. After hearing the announcement, the boys were surprised that a meeting was about to take place. Donnie grumbled discontentedly that not only were they being assembled at night, but they were also being assembled in combat suits. Steve asked thoughtfully if the dungeon raid wasn't tomorrow. The monk said that depending on the circumstances, the raid could begin earlier, and again added Muamata Buddha. Donnie was shocked by this news and asked how they could start without warning. Everyone gathered in the room, and the head warden said it was time to begin the briefing. The major began to explain that for the test, they would go down into the dungeon. It is located at the 5th station and is under the supervision of the Phoenix Guild. When our hero asked about the guild, Donnie said that although this guild is not among the top best, it is also pretty cool. But Steve was interested in something else and asked what under surveillance meant. Donnie was surprised by this question, and he finally decided that our hero was not from here. He said that it is difficult for the state to manage all the portals that appear and disappear every day, and it hires clans for protection. A private clan that has signed a contract becomes a guild, and the more dungeons, the more people come to the guild. Steve said that, simply put, it is a hunting game where the state can make money, and Donnie confirmed the guess. Our hero thought he wanted to create a clan because he missed life in a wolf pack. Suddenly he smiled slyly and said out loud that it was possible to govern an entire state. Donnie continued to say that it was good to have your own dungeon, but for that, you needed to get permission to use it. Steve didn't seem to listen to him and said that their goal now was to create their own guild. Donnie smiled nervously and said that they needed to pass the exam first. Steve looked at him absent-mindedly, and Donnie thought he looked like an idiot now. The major continued his briefing. On the screen, he showed what the dungeon looked like now and said that it was abandoned 15 days ago, level 1. This is not a simple dungeon, but has its own labyrinth. If the monster is weak, it will be more fun to receive and deliver spatial energy, if there is a lot of it. The man said that the briefing for the raid in dungeon number 1 was starting now. Donnie thought that since it was a maze, wasn't the problem with the monsters. If you did something wrong, you could get trapped. He grabbed his head and said out loud that he could use some intelligence skills right now. Steve heard these words and told the guy that he had this skill. Donnie was happy at first, but then he began to think that the exam had not even started yet, and he had already acquired a skill that was worth more than 20,000. Suddenly the guy had a thought, what if our hero is actually rich? The monk looked thoughtfully ahead, barely listening to what they were saying around him. Donnie got his attention by asking about his awakened skill. Munch looked down thoughtfully, as if deciding whether to speak or not. After thinking, he decided to talk about the skill, but said only one word, Thevarada. The monk's thoughts were transported to memories of the past and the attack of monsters. Munch sat in the temple, opposite the statue of Buddha, and meditated. In his hands, he held a Tibetan bowl, with which he produced a sound that echoed throughout the temple. It seemed that the monsters heard this sound, and it attracted them. Soon, a huge crowd of monsters gathered near the temple, and everyone rushed towards the temple building. Another monk burst into the room where Munch was meditating, shouting at him to stop immediately. Not understanding what was happening, the monk asked what brought him there at such a late hour. But the man only shouted for him and the chief monks to get out of there immediately. At that moment, a huge monster appeared behind the monk, preparing to attack. The monk was pulled out of his memories by the major's voice, announcing that the briefing was over. The boys continued to look questioningly at the monk, and Donnie quietly asked what was wrong with him. The major said that they would move to the target point and begin attacking the monsters under the supervision of the guards, and reminded them to read the manual again. The man said he wished everyone good luck, and the buses set off to their destination. The buses arrived at the portal, glowing with blue light, and were watched from above by a helicopter. The guards urged the boys on, asked them to listen to instructions, and warned them that if they didn't get ready now, they wouldn't get out of there alive. The warden asked Team 15 if they were ready, and Donnie advised Steve to secure his gear better. Sheldon said that once they get inside, they can pretend he's not there, complete freedom of action, and added that even if the team does well, they could be left behind due to individual scores. Donnie got a little nervous and said that there were only 3 of them on the team. Would he help them if something happened? Sheldon smiled meaningfully, but said nothing and told them to move on. Getting off the bus, our hero asked Donnie why he was so scared. The guy smiled guiltily and said that he wasn't scared, but he couldn't finish the sentence. The monk was also calm and asked the warden if he could use his personal weapon. The warden replied that of course they could, and the boys headed towards the exit. Donnie was surprised again, this time by the monk, because this was only an exam, and he already had a weapon made of dimensional matter ready. The guard at the portal escorted the 14th team and told the 15th to go forward to the right door. Sheldon smiled contentedly and told the boys to come in. The boys walked into the portal, listening to the warden say that their team had entered. Steve walked forward, and Donnie wondered why he was walking ahead. It was scary. He decided to stop our hero and told him that there was danger around, but then he covered his mouth with his hand in fear. He thought that now his grade would be lowered, because the main thing was to quietly enter and get to the safe zone. Suddenly, from somewhere to the side, a monster that looked like a skeleton in a robe jumped out at our hero. But Steve didn't even bat an eyelid and blew the monster's head off with one blow. Donnie said that his screams attracted the monster, but they defeated it and added that Steve was perfect, as expected. Donnie asked Steve if he would use the recon skill if something went wrong. Suddenly everyone heard a click, and the tile under one of the guy's feet began to shine. Munch looked down at his feet in surprise when he heard a click. Donnie immediately realized what kind of tile it was, and started telling his friends about it. And along with the word trap, a hail of arrows fell upon the boys. The monk reacted instantly and quickly grabbed the weapon behind his back. He again returned to the memories of the attack on the temple, when the military rained missiles down on the monster. His mentor, who tried to save the boy, fought off the monsters with all his might. He was all wounded, but did not give up. Munch cried and asked the man to forgive him, because everything that happened was his fault. The missiles reached the monsters, and along with them the temple was destroyed. And now, on the battlefield, Monk deftly fought off a hail of arrows with a stick that had been behind his back all this time. Donnie admired his skills and said that he had excellent weapon handling. Suddenly, from under someone's foot, a click was heard again and the stove lit up white. The floor beneath the boys' feet melted and the 3 of them flew down. After the fall, Steve and Munch were standing on their feet, but Donnie was lying in a pile of rocks and quietly groaning. He lay on his back and lamented what would happen to his dream now. Suddenly, from the depths of the tunnel ahead, a growl and some sounds were heard. Donnie jumped to his feet and told the boys that they must be a monster magnet. Monk prepared for battle, apologizing to the guys because his monk skills attract monsters. Donnie was shocked to hear that Munch's skills attracted monsters, but Steve was happy and said that it was even good, because now he wouldn't have to look for everyone. Steve looked forward seriously and said that it was even better this way, because he was too lazy to look for each one individually. Munch looked questioningly at our hero, not expecting such a reaction from him. Steve jumped up, doing a somersault, as if his body weighed like a feather. Donnie was delighted by the jump and asked out loud if he was even human. Once at the top, Steve told Munch that he liked him and invited him to join the clan. The monk looked at our hero in surprise and asked him again what he meant. Meanwhile, a crowd of monsters was approaching our heroes. Steve turned around, looking calmly at the crowd of approaching enemies. He activated the reconnaissance skill and his eyes began to flicker with a blue light. Thanks to his skill, he was able to identify the main monster in this crowd. Steve saw the monster he needed. It was a skeleton in a red robe. Having accelerated to inhuman speed almost from a standstill, our hero headed towards the desired monster. Donnie looked at the crowd in shock and said that it looked like they screwed up big time. And at that very moment, a large stick fell in front of him and hit the ground with a crash. It was the monk, he shouted from above for Donnie to grab onto her. The boy confidently grabbed the stick, casting aside his fears, and suggested luring the monsters into the pit and then starting to hunt them. Groaning, Donnie somehow climbed out of the hole, holding tightly onto Munch's staff. Having got out, the guys turned around at the crowd of killed monsters and couldn't believe their eyes. They were in shock, and Donnie could only quietly say that it was crazy what it was. Far ahead, Steve told the boys to deal with the monsters along the way and follow him. The guys were inspired by our hero's words and boldly went forward, and Donnie, smiling cheerfully, said that Steve was definitely crazy. Monk easily scattered the attacking monsters with his weapon and they flew in different directions. The monk wondered if our hero had learned about the trap using the reconnaissance skill and was surprised by the speed of the skill and the guy's strength. One of the monsters was approaching our hero from behind, moving along the wall. Having dealt with the monster in front, Steve turned towards the noise, looking at the approaching skeleton from behind. But he didn't have time to get closer to our hero, because the stick stuck into his neck. It was Munch who threw his weapon at the approaching monster, accompanied by Donnie's encouraging shouts. And Steve finished off the monster with one kick, and bones flew in all directions. At the observation headquarters, one of the soldiers said that there was a team returning from the dungeon, and the second was surprised, because only 30 minutes had passed. Major Swan came closer, and said that usually the dungeon was given 5 hours and asked for the team number. Watching the boys exit the portal, the soldier said that this was team number 15 and their vital signs were normal. Swan dialed the sergeant's phone number and asked why the boys were already returning. Sergeant Sheldon, who was watching the boys, said that they were going back because they were finished. He added that it is difficult to understand the statistics of the first level from the video, but even so, our hero's performance is top-notch. The city street was filled with people. Some were leisurely strolling, some were rushing about their business, and several people had gathered near one of the signs, animatedly discussing what they had seen. And among these people, Donnie, with a camera in his hands, talked to his viewers, promising to show the life of Steve's clan. He read a comment asking what he would show today, and the guy happily replied that he would show the clan's housewarming party today. From the building with the sign Clan Steve, Donnie's cheerful voice could be heard, who was about to introduce the person responsible for food and simply the breadwinner of this clan. A granny appeared in the frame, chopping greens, and Donnie asked her to say hello to her subscribers. The concentrated expression on her face changed to a frightening grimace, and the granny, with a knife in her hand, told Donnie to leave or she would let him in for dinner. Donnie's ear started bleeding from fear, but he didn't answer his grandmother. Bill was sitting at the table with his dad, and he asked why Grandma wanted to let a guy in for dinner, and Donnie responded to the comment that she wasn't a gangster at all. The next commenter asked why they had a Buddha statue. Donnie said it belonged to the one they had seen before, the third member of Steve's clan, a monk who attracted people with his power. Donnie walked into the room with a camera in his hands, greeting the guys. Steve turned to greet him. Donnie pointed to Munch, who was sitting at a dining table laden with food, and said that he was the monk. The guy asked the monk to say hello, but he became embarrassed and couldn't get a word out. Monk nevertheless gathered his strength and showed the audience his bat, saying that he had been through a lot, but a scream prevented him from finishing. A white truck pulled up to the house, and Chad, who was driving, yelled to Steve that everything was ready. The boys ran to the van with satisfied smiles, and Donnie asked for the bill. A white van sped through the dilapidated streets, with a quadcopter with a camera hovering above them. Steve noticed it and asked what the thing was, offering to smash it. And Donnie sighed sadly that he didn't even know about drones. The guy in the van said they were heading to the 4th station now, the 30th gate quest. He asked if they could see the blue portal and added that it would be a momentous day, the first quest of Steve's clan. Donnie said with a smile that his skill was video memory, and he would upload the video to YouTube when they returned. The guys entered the portal. There were a lot of bats around them. Steve was surprised by this, and Donnie said that this was their dungeon. The boy asked if our hero had a long-range skill, and he replied that he didn't have one. Donnie frowned thoughtfully and asked how they would catch the monsters then. Munch, who had remained silent until then, confidently told them to leave it to him. Steve and Donnie looked at the monk with surprise and disbelief. Munch dropped to one knee and began to hit the bowl with his stick, causing a ringing sound to be heard. The bats began to gather together above the boys' heads, and Donnie asked in surprise if it was because of the monk's thing that they began to behave like this. The bats began to gather in a flock and began to rapidly approach the boys. All the mice flew towards the monk, who was already ready for battle and raised his bat, preparing to repel the attack. Munch began swinging the bat furiously, and a ring of fire formed in front of him, burning the bats. Suddenly, a bat of unimaginable size appeared in front of the monk, and Donnie exclaimed enthusiastically that they had finally dealt with this dungeon. At that moment, Steve struck the giant bat, cutting it in half. Finishing off the remaining mice, Donnie said contentedly that the mission was accomplished. Sitting over a mountain of dead monsters, Steve said that the door had opened and they needed to hurry, and Donnie said he would make another one. At headquarters, a guy approached a girl sitting at a table, and she sighed heavily, looking at the monitor. The guy reported that they had walked around the headquarters 4 stations and could complete 20 missions a day, and now they had incinerated a dungeon nearby. Reading the comments under Donnie's video, the girl grabbed her head and said that they barely imposed an embargo, but it turned out that Steve's clan has a streamer. The guy said that this video was already in 3rd place and asked if they needed to do anything. The girl replied that she was aware of the popularity of the video, but suddenly something distracted her attention. This was a video of a fight between Russian Bear Mikhail and Hero. The video said he silenced him with his special move and named his next opponent. Hero's next opponent, a tall brunette man with long hair, looked strong and confident. He was also unusual. The video asked the question of what if the state quickly intervened and encountered the guy's second appearance. The girl suddenly stood up from the table and told the guy to get ready for contact with our hero. She confidently took the jacket and said that she would go to the meeting in person. The market square was bustling with activity, with vendors loudly calling out to customers and offering their wares. Our guys were sitting at a table in the cafe. Chad asked if Munch was coming and Donnie confirmed it. Steve asked with interest where he had gone, since there were no temples anywhere nearby. Chad said that Munch was living in the city with the survivors of his temple, and Donnie complained that without him, their effectiveness was diminishing. Chad asked Steve if it wasn't a good idea to take a day off since their clan had already risen so well. Donnie was happy about this news. Chad said that their capital was already 80,000, and Donnie said that now they could go down to the 2nd level dungeons. Donnie was happy. All he did was collect stones and he had already earned 2,000, and now they could go down to the 2nd level dungeons. Steve looked questioningly at the rather grinning guy. Donnie looked at the monitor with a smile, happy with the award he had received. And next to him, Steve saw the guy's name, rank, and profession. Steve folded his arms, thinking that he had bought 3,000 worth of skills and had already surpassed many. After thinking about it, our hero smiled and said that since that was the case, today would definitely be a day off. Chad closed the laptop and said that he would take his son and grandma to the park then, and Steve saw a sign next to it with his name and the phrase, "No information." A granny came into the room and brought food for the puppy. Next to her there was also a sign saying no information, but next to Pekka, there was information about the level and power. Steve wondered if the dogs might wake up too. After some thought, he called his brother, who responded in surprise. He said that his brother had been fixing the car a lot lately, and Chad replied that it was hard to buy and even harder to fix. Steve smiled and suggested that his brother go and buy a car, a brand new one. The younger brother's eyes sparkled with joy when he heard this proposal. Steve was clearly up to something and agreed with his brother with a sly smile. Our hero also turned to the puppy and called him with him, which made Pecky start wagging his tail cheerfully. The manager showed a blue car, Hyundai Dragon, and Chad said enthusiastically that it was a dream car for all mercenaries. The manager continued to explain that the fuel for this machine was heliotrope, and with a price tag of 80 million, it was considered the best on the market. Steve asked his beaming brother if he liked the car, and he replied, "Of course." Our hero told the manager that he had cash and asked if they could pick up the car right away. The brand new blue car sped through the destroyed city, and Chad was truly enjoying the ride. He was delighted to say that this car was simply something, and could not be compared at all with his old van. Smiling contentedly, Steve replied that even in the passenger seat the ride was amazing and added that he should have bought it a long time ago. Chad asked why they were going to the 4th station, entrance 23, since it had been closed for a long time. Our hero became serious and said that Chell had told him a long time ago that he could not wake up because he had no money. The smile slid off the guy's face and he looked questioningly at Steve, not understanding where he was leading. With the same serious look, our hero replied that he would wake up today. Hearing these words, Chad was shocked and sweat broke out on his face. The blue car drove further and further, passing destroyed buildings overgrown with grass. Chad continued to drive forward, fear and panic washing over the boy, but he didn't say a word. Suddenly, Packy, who had been sitting quietly in the back seat, bristled and began to growl. Steve smiled and asked the dog, as if he could tell if he could smell the goblins. Upon hearing this, Chad said he wasn't ready right now and asked if they could just leave. But Steve didn't listen to him. He got out of the car, said that he would be back soon, and asked him to wait. Chad panicked, reached for the door Steve had just exited, and asked him not to leave. But Steve did not hear his request, as only dust remained in his place, and our hero was already rushing forward. Chad looked at the spot where Steve had just been, and was both amazed and shocked by his older brother's speed. Meanwhile, in the instant loan office, they couldn't forget the two brothers. The men watched a video on YouTube with our heroes. One asked if it was really him, and the second answered that yes, and he is now a YouTube star. The man said that our hero was unusual, and it was impossible to measure his strength. And the man in the chair irritably said that then the mercenary would not be able to cope with him. The man standing there was indignant that he couldn't just sit there with his hands folded. The man at the computer asked for a list of all the guilds they cooperate with, and the second one said that if it was Station 4, then it was Mr. Vincent. They remembered a mercenary for whom removing a person is not a problem, because he had already removed 6 debtors. The man at the table grinned sinisterly and told me to call Vincent and give him as much money as he asked for. Leaden clouds were gathering over the city, foreshadowing not just rain, but a real thunderstorm. The rain caught the grandmother who was hosting Chad and his son while she was shopping, and she said they had to hurry. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of her, blocking the road. 3 people in black suits got out of the car, 2 men and a woman. The woman approached the grandmother, showed her ID, said they were from the bureau, and asked how they could see Steve. The grandmother said nothing and just silently looked at the people and the ID. The storm also caught Chad, who at that time was still sitting in his brand new car, waiting for his brother. The guy muttered that he couldn't see anything because of the rain, and Steve had been gone for 30 minutes. Suddenly, Pecky bristled and growled, looking somewhere ahead. At that very moment, the head of a giant monster crashed into the glass of the car door, frightening the guy. The monster's body slowly slid down, and only a clawed paw and the creature's wheezing were visible. The car door swung open, startling Chad even more. It was Steve, telling the guy to get out. The guy was very scared, but when he saw Steve, he calmed down a little. The guys stood around the monster lying on the ground and bleeding. Despite the wounds, the goblin continued to growl and tried to attack the guys. Chad let out a startled cry as the monster tried to attack him and covered himself with his hands. A knife fell onto the wet ground, and the sound of its fall echoed throughout the street. Steve turned to his younger brother and seriously told him to follow him, killing monsters. Chad grabbed the knife in fear and stuttered for Steve to stop. Hearing his brother's request, Steve turned around and sternly asked him what happened. Chad stuttered and asked our hero if he had to wake up, but Steve was adamant and said, "If you are weak and will not survive, kill." The younger brother sadly lowered his head, realizing that he could no longer argue with his brother. Suddenly the monster lying on the ground jumped up, baring its toothy mouth. Little Pekka stood before him, baring his teeth, ready to fight on command. Without thinking, Steve ordered Pekka to bite the monster. The kid boldly rushed forward towards the monster, obeying our hero's order. Pecky bit into the goblin's paw. Despite the fact that the monster was many times larger, the goblin grabbed the puppy by the head with his huge paw, trying to detach it from his hand. Steve had no intention of interfering, and calmly said that Pecky was still too young, adding that if Chad didn't intervene, the baby would die. With tears in his eyes, the younger brother begged Steve not to do it. A flash of lightning tore through the black sky, and with it Steve shouted loudly, "Kill him!" Chad was breathing heavily and looked at the knife in fear, clutching it with both hands. And while he was thinking, the monster had already torn Pecky from his hand and was ready to sink its teeth into him. Chad swung the knife with a scream. He knew that if he didn't do something, Pecky would die. The guy thrust the knife into the monster's head with force, and blood splashed in all directions. The monster's lifeless hand fell to the ground, releasing Pecky from its clawed paws. But one blow was not enough for our hero, and he shouted for Chad to continue. Screaming in anger, Chad swung his knife and began to furiously stab the monster. Chad threw the bloody knife away from himself, and a stream of blood began to flow from it onto the wet ground. The guy fell to his knees, breathing heavily and forcing air into his lungs. Chad looked at his bloody hands in horror, not believing what had happened. Steve walked up to his younger brother and looked down at him and told him to hold the blade. Tears streamed down Chad's blood-stained face, and he cringed, telling his brother that he couldn't do it anymore. But Steve was adamant and repeated that if he did not kill, they would kill him. Suddenly Pecky jumped up and began to growl threateningly. Chad's eyes widened in fear when he heard the puppy growl. because Pecky was growling at the monster that was approaching the boys. Steve told his brother without a trace of emotion to kill the monsters, because they didn't have much time. Our hero turned and walked away from Chad, not intending to help him. Looking at the back of his brother as he left, Chad called out to him again pitifully, and tears welled up in his eyes again. The scene from the past came back to him, with the bullies bullying Chad and Steve walking by. He walked with his head down, pretending not to notice how his little brother was being bullied. And then, as now, Chad reached out to his brother, calling him and asking him not to leave. But Steve in the past, without even looking back, moved on. Even now, in the pouring rain, Chad saw the back of his older brother walking away. Tears streamed down Chad's cheeks as he called out for his brother again, knowing he wouldn't come. And along with this thought came the realization that the fear on the guy's face was replaced by determination, and his gaze became stern. The younger brother watched as his older brother left, but he no longer called him or asked him to come back. Chad reached over and picked up the bloody dagger he had thrown earlier. The goblin growled and bared his toothy mouth, intending to kill Chad. As if in a trance, the guy began to rise, tightly clutching the dagger in his hand. He said quietly that his brother had always been like this, without addressing anyone. Lightning lit up the sky again, and with it Chad rushed from his place towards the screaming goblin. He pierced the monster's head with such force that the tip of the knife came out of its head. Chad woke up, his eyes glowing red, and he hissed softly at the screaming monster to shut up. He thrust the knife deeper into the screaming monster's mouth, ignoring the splashes of blood. There was no longer any fear or alarm on Chad's face, only bloodlust and hatred. He pressed even harder on the blade and yelled at the monster to shut up already. The dagger emerged from the monster's head, cutting it in half and leaving behind a fountain of blood. But this was no longer enough for Chad, and he leaned over the monster's body, screaming, "Die!" He plunged the dagger into the dead body again and again, continuing to scream for it to come down. Chad stood over the body of the mangled goblin, breathing heavily and air whistling out of his mouth. The rain continued to pour as the boy raised the dagger to his face. Lightning lit up the sky and Chad's face, who seemed to have gone mad and was smiling as he looked at the dagger. At that moment, another goblin approached him, clutching his hand with a dagger, and his mouth was very close to Chad's face. The goblin pounced on the guy and they both flew down to the ground. Chad plunged the dagger into the goblin's toothy, drooling mouth. He swung the blade harder, cutting the carotid artery, and blood flowed like a fountain onto the guy. With the goblin dealt with, Chad walked forward, muttering under his breath that it was sticky and going up his arm, the feeling of cutting into flesh. The crazy smile never left the guy's face, and he whispered nonsense. "What are you doing? Don't. Save me." Looking at the building on whose roof our hero was sitting, Chad laughed. Steve saw that his brother had awakened and his status had become a cold-blooded killer, which surprised the guy. Looking down at the boy, Steve said what a cute little brother he had. Steve asked Chad, louder now, if he happened to work part-time at a slaughterhouse. Chad was unrecognizable. His eyes were mad and filled with hatred and murderous lust. But Steve didn't react to his brother's changes and told him to get up. Giggling stupidly, Chad obeyed his brother, but the aggression in his eyes was still visible. Steve said they would end here, and behind him lay half-dead goblins, dozens, maybe hundreds, wheezing and growling. The rain still hadn't stopped when, having dealt with the monsters, the guys came to the bureau of the awakened. They walked up to the counter. Steve stood there with a frown on his face, and Chad was unrecognizable because he was covered in goblin blood. The girl at the reception was clearly surprised by this duo and asked what their business was. Steve pointed to the bloody Chad and said that he had just woken up. The girl said that first he needed to wash himself, then go through a quarantine inspection, and then come to the measuring room on the 3rd floor. As he walked up the stairs, Chad asked what the measuring room was. The guy replied that there was a device that measured strength. If the number was more than 100, then he would be registered as an awakened F rank. Steve complained that he failed the test last time because he got a 96, but Chad didn't believe him. The boys came into the strength measurement room, and Chad was asked to lie down. The guy was dressed in a special suit and connected to a device that measured strength. The machine showed 111 points, and the employee said that he could go to the Hall of Ability Manifestation. The doctor turned to Steve and asked if he wanted to measure his strength too. Our hero agreed and lay down in the apparatus that Chad had just been in. Steve closed his eyes, listening to the hum of the machine that measured the force. Suddenly, he saw many eyes in front of him, and a sign saying that someone was watching him, and that information about him was in... Part of the text was hidden. Steve opened his eyes and saw that his strength was now 189. But even this did not shock the guy as much as the picture he saw while measuring the force. The doctor, looking at the indicators, said that the rumors were not lying and his strength was growing at an incredible speed. and soon he would become level E. Steve was not interested and asked the doctor who created this device. The doctor laughed at the strange question and said that it was created by scientists. But Steve didn't understand why the doctor was so cheerful and asked again which scientists he was talking about. The girl at the reception handed Chad an awakened ID and a box with a phone in it. She said the phone was a gift and added that he had received a score high enough for a mercenary. Steve praised the guy for a job well done, and he sheepishly thanked him. Our hero asked if he had seen anything strange when the force was measured, and he replied that he had seen nothing. He assumed that he was simply too sensitive and asked about his brother's skills. Chad clearly didn't like his skill because he sadly said its name, decapitation. Suddenly, that same blonde walked past the guys, surrounded by several subordinates. Steve noticed her immediately and turned around in surprise. Our hero ran after the girl and joyfully shouted to her, "Blondie, surprise her subordinates with this." Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned around and looked questioningly at our hero. One of the guys asked in surprise who had addressed their leader like that, asking if he really wanted to die. Another guy recognized our hero and said that it was Steve, and everyone else realized who he was. With a peaceful smile, Steve apologized for what he had said earlier, adding that he was not used to talking to civilized people. But the girl interrupted him, saying that everything was clear to her, and suggested that they never meet again. Jean moved on, and the guys began to discuss how quickly she turned down our hero. The other guy said she didn't blow him off. It was just a small argument. Jean thought Steve was crazy, remembering what he had just said, not believing he was wrong. Jean and her subordinates left, but their conversations could be heard. One said that there was definitely something between them. The second suggested that she was getting married, and the third said that Steve would save them. Jean shouted at them, asking if they were going to get up, and the boys ran forward briskly. Steve looked after them thoughtfully and said, "It's a pity that she has the character of a shrew." A black car was parked near a building with a sign that read, "Steve's Clan." Inside, two people clinked glasses of booze, nearly spilling the contents. The girl from the office drank it with pleasure and said that the strawberry liqueur was ideal. Grandma said that young people like it. Her son-in-law insisted on it for 10 years, but never got to try it. Finishing the tincture, the girl sincerely said that she wished death on all monsters. Granny smiled broadly and said that she spoke very beautifully. The girl, in turn, said that this dumpling soup was the best in her life, and the granny added that it would go perfectly with a drink. The girl noticed that Steve was late, and at that very moment, Grandma said that he had finally arrived. Steve and Chad walked into the room where the granny and the girl were sitting and looked at them in surprise. Bill ran out to meet them. He was glad to see his dad and Pekka back. The boy ran into his dad's arms and asked what took him so long, and Chad asked if he had a good time. While the father and son were talking, a girl approached Steve and addressed him. Steve was wary and asked who she was, but despite his question, he already saw her name and rank on the sign, a 2. The girl said she was Manager Melissa from the Returned Management Group from the Bureau of Awakened People. Steve asked why she was there, and the girl replied that she had come to make a deal with him. Our hero did not expect such an answer and asked again what exactly she wanted. Melissa asked if he knew the official name of the repatriate, and our hero replied that he had no idea. The girl mysteriously lowered her voice and said that they were called coordinators. Steve was surprised, but the name intrigued him. Melissa asked if he had gone through a red portal when he returned. The guy said yes, and she explained that such a portal means that the repatriate has fulfilled the condition for safe return. But Steve didn't understand this story and asked again what it meant. The girl explained that this portal would appear again and would work in both directions, and our hero asked where it would appear. Instead of answering, the girl raised her hand and pointed forward at our hero. But Steve again did not understand what this meant and looked questioningly at the girl. The girl explained that the portal would appear next to the coordinator. That is, next to him. Our hero thoughtfully rubbed his chin, digesting the information he had received. He remembered the pack of wolves he had lived with for 10,000 years in another world and thought he could meet them. Melissa said that their administration assumes that this will be a 4th new planet. The girl added that if their guess is correct, then their country will have the only planetary portal to the 4th planet in the world. But all this was not interesting to Steve, and he asked when this portal would appear. Melissa replied that the portal would appear within 99 days. Our hero asked the next question, asking what she wanted from him. Melissa said that until the portal opens, he cannot travel abroad. Steve did not expect such a condition and asked in surprise, why? The girl answered directly that they did not want Steve to become the second hero. But our hero was not familiar with this name and he asked who it was. Melissa was surprised that Steve wasn't familiar with Hero's case. She said that Hero is #1 in the world, and he used to be a citizen of their country. Steve asked with interest what that meant. The girl said that in the first days after the disaster, the government detained many repatriates because there was little information about the unusual. Hiro was an awakened Class B who escaped from the facility after returning, and the gate to planet Kuchan, which is now in another country, was created by him. She asked if Steve knew what the dimensional industry was, and added that if the portal was activated while Steve was abroad, because of this, their country will suffer great losses. And after that, Steve told everything he understood. And the first thing he asked after this story was what he would get in return. Melissa was prepared for this question and asked what he wanted. Steve said he wanted to promote the clan to a guild and expand the territory of Steve's guild. All this time, Donnie was eavesdropping on the conversation behind the wall and was shocked by such conditions. The girl didn't object and said that if he had any questions, he could ask them. And then Steve remembered that he hadn't asked the main thing. Melissa was used to conducting such negotiations and boldly asked what our hero wanted to know. Steve asked how he would know when a portal had appeared. The girl replied that an agent specializing in searching for small energy faults would be sent. She added that this was their best agent, and Steve was intrigued by these words. Jean remembered Steve's offer to create offspring with him, and she was filled with anger. The girl was working out in the gym and was shouting angrily, asking him if he really thought she was that simple. Colleagues watched this training in shock, wondering what was wrong again. The girl hit the punching bag with all her might, and the stuffing flew out in all directions. She decided that he should have been charged with sexual harassment. Melissa suddenly appeared next to Jean and asked who should be charged with harassment. Jean replied that it didn't matter, and that she was in a bad mood. And Melissa asked when she had ever been in a good mood. Jean irritably said that she had dragged it out and asked why she had come, and was told that she was going on a mission. The girl was not happy with this news, and she irritably asked what the mission was. Melissa handed Jean the mission documents, and the more she read, the more she began to shake. She was so angry that she could only ask why her. Melissa responded immediately, expecting this question, saying that she is a professional. But Jean was not satisfied with this answer, and she asked again why her, to which the girl replied that she was the best. Jean couldn't say anything and just looked angrily at Melissa, as if this could cancel the mission. The girl asked in response what she thought would happen when the portal opened. Jean had already seen what was happening at that moment, and having calmed down, replied that hell would break out. Melissa said that if she noticed cracks in the space, then she needed to leave with Steve. And until that happened, she needed to be with him all the time. With a sly grin, the girl repeated the word, "always" again, and asked if Jin understood what it meant. Without waiting for an answer, Melissa walked out of the room, giggling at the furious Jean. Looking after the girl, Jean angrily said that she would definitely write a letter of resignation. Chad sat in his room, holding his head, into which strange thoughts were creeping. "Don't leave. They'll kill you. Don't leave. They'll kill you." The boy was brought out of the depths of this obsession by his son's voice, who called him to eat. The guys, as usual, gathered in a cafe where the sign of the Wall clan was hanging, from where a joyful cry was heard. Chad asked what was going on, and Donnie replied that their clan was doing great. He happily said that Steven's clan could now descend into the second-level dungeons. Steve was delighted to hear the news and said it was wonderful. Chi said that for the second-level dungeons you need a D rank, and they don't even have a lot of warriors. He asked if it might be better to go down to the first-level dungeons first. Donnie agreed, but immediately added that since he was with Steve, they could go to the second-level dungeons. Steve said that first they will collect more money in the first-level dungeon and try to get stronger, and then they will think about recruiting new members. Everyone agreed with this decision, and at that moment someone approached them. Donnie was the first to hear someone approaching their table and turned around. Munch stood next to them. He greeted everyone, folding his hands and saying, "Save us, great Buddha." Donnie asked if the monk had eaten, and Bill waved his hand at his appearance. Monk replied that he had already eaten and suggested that they move on. And next to him on the sign was level F5. At the entrance to the dungeon there was a crowd of cars. Some were honking and some were cursing at the driver. There were many other teams at the portal, all of whom were inspired and moving forward with briskness. In this crowd, one of the guys noticed our guys and turned to them. The four of them went into the dungeon, and Chad brought up the rear. The guy called Steve by name, smiling happily at him. Our hero happily shook Jim's hand, and he said that he had heard about the creation of the clan. Steve asked the guy about the guys he was with last time. For a moment the smile was replaced by a stern expression on his face. Jim was collecting his thoughts, deciding what to say. But he smiled again and said everything was fine. Steve asked why he was alone then. Jim was called by the guys from his team, saying that it was time for them to come in. Avoiding the question, Gene said he had to go and promised to contact Steve. Our hero smiled and waved his hand, saying that he would wait. Munch asked Steve who it was, and he replied that it was his friend from the dungeon. The guys went into the portal, and their bodies were enveloped in a blue glow, and their faces were filled with enthusiasm and readiness for battle. And they didn't even suspect that someone was watching their team. It was the mercenary Vincent, who was watching the team with interest. One of the guys from Jin's team recognized Steve, and the others said that it was time for them to go too. And Jin thought that he couldn't tell Steve about the disintegration of his clan. Two of them left the team under the pretext of rest. And when the main core members of the clan are gone, it disintegrates. Null clans are easy to create, but also easy to disintegrate. The stress of death and murder has decided everything, and those two may no longer be mercenaries at all. Entering the portal, the commander said that he had hopes for Jim and the Vanguard. And mercenaries without clans organize one-day teams and attack dungeons. And among them are people who are destined to become comrades. But Jin did not lose hope and firmly decided that he would start all over again. At this time, a motorcycle was racing through the city streets, with a girl in a red suit at the wheel. Jean reported that she left the office of Steve's clan. They say that in the morning they went to the dungeon. Melissa, who was in the office, said she would send her the location now. Jean saw the information on the helmet screen and said that she received the data. She raced on her motorcycle towards the specified coordinates, her long hair caught in the wind. And in the dungeon the battle raged. Monsters flew in different directions, and cries of the spell could be heard. Chase the dragon. The summoned dragon glowed with blue light and scattered the monsters, leaving them no chance. This was Monk's new spell, the summoning of a dragon. Nearby, Chad wielded a knife, cutting down monsters, and Donnie explained that he had recently joined a clan nicknamed the Bounty Hunter. Donnie also talked about his new skill, chasing. Donnie was slashing at the monsters, wanting them to die, when Donnie shouted to look behind him. At that moment, a monster was flying at Chad from above, preparing to attack from behind. But the guy managed to react and, raising the knife up, ripped open the monster's belly. And at that moment, there was a smile on Chad's lips that looked more like a beast's grin. Donnie noticed that smile and wondered in horror if he really enjoyed killing monsters. Meanwhile, Steve stood above and watched as the guys dealt with the crowd of monsters. Our hero was pleased with what he saw, and praised the guys who were able to deal with the monsters together. And nearby, another team was not fighting so smoothly, and a series of explosions swept through the forest. One guy was running from a crowd of monsters and kept throwing fireballs at them, causing them to fly in different directions. But he didn't even think that his comrades, who were also caught in the explosions, were suffering along with the monsters. Jin fell to the ground, injured, and cursed at his comrade, asking what he should do when fireballs were flying at him. Suddenly, the guy with the fireballs was wrapped around the belt by the monster's red tongue. Monsters that looked like giant frogs devoured Jin's comrades, and they called for help. Almost losing consciousness, Jim remembered the guys from Steve's clan and thought that he was jealous. He stood up with difficulty, deciding that they would not accept the old man from the E-clan into the clan. And at this time our guys were already returning and exiting the portal, shining with blue light. Donnie happily said that this time they saved time and their fatigue was reduced. And Munch added that he tried out skills that he didn't know before. Steve praised the boys and said that from now on they would split into groups and attack. At that moment, a man approached them and asked if they were Steve's clan. Our hero immediately asked who he was, looking at the man with distrust. The man introduced himself as Vincent from the BDG guild and handed over his business card. Donnie thought in surprise that this was a level 5 guild. They had 4 stations and the right to their own portal. They were in 20th place on the list of guilds. Steve took the business card and, looking at it, asked what his business was. Vincent said that they were in the same territory as Steve's famous clan and decided to give them a gift. All the guys were surprised by the words about the gift. The man said that he heard about the clans leveling up, and as a congratulation he wanted to give them tickets to a second-level dungeon under their direct control. Donnie happily said that since these were the first tickets to the second-level dungeon, they were very expensive. Vincent smiled and asked if they wanted to go down there right now. Chad was cautious and said that since it was a second-level dungeon, shouldn't they prepare first? Winston replied that there was no need to worry and that they would provide everything necessary for the descent as a gift. Donnie said with admiration that with such support they could definitely cope. But Steve said that they should go to the first-level dungeon to improve teamwork, and he himself would go down there. It would be more efficient. Hearing this, Vincent smiled contentedly, but immediately tried to hide this smile. The guys agreed with Steve without arguing and said that's exactly what they would do. Vincent pointed to a brown SUV and invited them into his car. The SUV drove towards the entrance to the dungeon, through destroyed buildings overgrown with grass. Vincent radioed that they would use entrance number 47 and was told that they could enter immediately. Steve noticed that there were no mercenaries visible along the road. and Vincent confirmed that it was empty. The man said that this portal had appeared recently, and that he had taken care of all the details so that Steve could enter right away. Steve said that it was very kind, and the man replied with a smile that if his clan continued to use their portals, they would be very grateful. After some thought, Steve said that they were indeed close enough. Arriving at the portal, Vincent asked the worker if everything was ready, and he answered yes. The worker handed Steve a backpack and said that it contained everything he needed to go underground. Putting on his backpack, Steve turned to Vincent and said that if he came back, they would have lunch together. The man waved at him and said that they would definitely have a drink together when he returned. Steve pressed a button on the suit around his neck and a helmet began to appear around his head. Once the helmet was fully formed, Steve walked boldly into the portal, which enveloped him in a blue glow. Watching our hero enter the portal, Vincent began to whistle contentedly. At that moment, he heard the roar of an approaching motorcycle behind him and turned around. Jean took off her helmet and asked if the one who had just entered the portal was Steve or not. Vincent said that everything was correct and asked who she was. The girl rushed to the portal and said that she was from Steve's clan and was also entering the portal. Vincent said, "Okay," and smiled slyly as he watched the girl run into the portal. He remembered a conversation with a man from a credit institution. Vincent immediately set a price of $2 billion for both, but the man said that it was too expensive because it wasn't even murder. Vincent replied that this was not a simple manipulation. Steve was a famous person, so the risk was high. Unaware of anything, Jean boldly ran into the portal, her body enveloped in a blue glow. A long time ago, she found the guys from Steve's clan and approached them. Looking at the guys, Jean asked where Steve was. Chad stepped forward and explained that Steve had recently been invited to the dungeon, indicating where they were going. Jean jumped on her motorcycle and took off after the SUV, telling them that Steve was going to enter the dungeon again. Melissa watched everything through the monitor screen and told the girl to follow him. Jean asked in surprise why she should follow him. The girl replied that she should check his skills personally and then send her a report. Jean asked irritably what she was looking at in the second-level dungeon, especially since she was in casual clothes. Melissa also began to get irritated and reminded that Jean had a bracelet. Jean declared fiercely that she treasured these things, but Melissa replied that she would double the bonus. Jean cursed in irritation and asked if it was really necessary to go to such extremes. Melissa calmed down and asked in a peaceful tone if it was time to catch Steve, but Jean was still angry and asked if the contract wasn't signed, to which the girl slyly replied that insurance is the basis, adding that she relies on it. Things began to dissolve as the girl entered the portal and she cursed mentally. At this time, Steve had already entered the portal and began to look around. Looking around, he said out loud that there was a completely different atmosphere here. Suddenly, he saw the portal behind him open again and began to turn around. But he didn't have time to turn around completely when he heard a furious cry. "Don't move." Naked Jean walked out of the portal, and Steve obediently stood with his back to her, only glancing sideways at the portal. Jean pressed the bracelet, and a dark substance began to spread around her hand, and she said that if our hero turns around, he will die. The substance slowly spread over the girl's body, turning into a suit, while the girl complained about her mood. Glancing angrily ahead, Jean said that she needed to demand that her salary be tripled. And then she saw that Steve had been looking straight at her the whole time without looking away. The girl became furious and screamed that she had told him not to look, calling him a pervert. Steve sheepishly said that he just liked her bracelet and asked if it had an inventory function. The girl's cheeks turned red and she asked how long he had been staring at her, and the sign next to her showed her level, B8. Suddenly, Steve remembered the day he appeared from the portal and said that she saw him naked that day too. Our hero smiled triumphantly and said that now they were even. But Jean got angry and said that she didn't see him that day of her own free will. And Steve decided to change the subject and asked why she was there. Steve voiced the first thought that came to mind, asking if she wanted to fight. Jean asked if he hadn't heard from Melissa that she would send someone to him. Steve remembered this conversation and said that she was talking about a pro. The girl glanced sideways in embarrassment and said through clenched teeth that she was a pro. But Steve had a different opinion and said, "It seems not." The girl clenched her fists and said that she was dressed like that because she was in a hurry to get here. Our hero seriously told her not to interfere in any case. Jean replied that he shouldn't worry. She came as an observer. Suddenly the girl felt something, as if an electric current ran through her body. She said that they had guests, and our hero turned around in surprise. And behind him stood a huge monster in a loincloth with an axe in his hands. This monster was clearly stronger than those encountered earlier in the dungeon. He did not rush into battle, but watched carefully. Jean said that this orc is incredibly strong, and added that our hero was unlucky to meet the orc boss at the very beginning of the dungeon. But Steve was calm and said that there were actually 4 orcs here. The girl looked at Steve with disbelief, asking again what he meant. Suddenly, from different directions, there came a roar and the sounds of approaching enemies. Jean said in shock that this couldn't be happening, especially in a second-level dungeon. Steve repeated after the girl with a smile about the dungeon being only on the second level. Jean didn't understand what our hero meant and asked what was wrong. In response, Steve asked if she didn't feel it when she passed through the portal, and asked if she was really a pro. The girl got angry and tried to justify herself by saying that it was because of the bracelet. Steve prepared to run and asked the girl not to interfere with his hunt. At that very moment, he rushed forward so quickly that the ground flew apart in different directions, throwing the girl back. Covering her face with her hands, Jean wondered in surprise what kind of crazy speed he had. Our hero found himself next to the orc and hit him hard in the chest. Turning around, he grabbed the axe that the orc had dropped and prepared for another blow. The orc fell to one knee and rubbed his head in surprise, trying to recover from the blow. Meanwhile, the noise from the orcs approaching from all sides was getting closer and closer. Steve turned and struck the orc with his axe, splitting his head in half. At that moment, a second orc was already approaching him, enraged by the death of his fellow tribesmen. Seeing the orc approaching, Steve swung his axe. Torop pierced the monster, knocking out the last wheeze and a fountain of blood. And another orc was already running to replace the fallen one, tightly clutching an axe in his hands. Steve jumped onto the rock and ran along it, and the orc ran below, chasing the guy. After running a bit, Steve jumped off the cliff, seeing a forest with vines ahead. He flew on vines, watching the monster, who at that moment had lost Steve and was looking back questioningly. Our hero jumped from the vine, right above the head of the unsuspecting monster. Meanwhile, Vincent called the customer and asked to transfer the rest, because even with level C, it would be difficult to get out of this dungeon. The man grinned predatorily when he heard the question about what level this dungeon was. Meanwhile, Steve killed another monster by plunging a dagger into its head. Jean, who was watching our hero's fight, looked at what was happening in disbelief. Steve crouched down next to one of the slain monsters, as if not noticing that the next orc was already running towards him. The guy got excited and said that it didn't matter what level they were as long as he could kill everyone here. The monster thrust the axe a few centimeters away from our hero, who managed to react and jump to the side. Steve hit the monster hard in the chest, sending him flying to the side. With the next blow from above, he finally finished off the orc, who fell to the ground. Steve, with his helmet bloodied, looked straight into the face of the orc, from whose mouth blood was flowing. The dead monster sat near the tree, and Steve saw a sign saying he had received 32 points. Our hero exclaimed with satisfaction, saying that this dungeon was a real treasure trove. Without turning around, he handed Jean the backpack that he had been given for the trip to the dungeon. The girl took the backpack in surprise, and Steve asked her to help with the bloodstones. Without saying anything else, our hero walked towards the monster, leaving Jean standing behind in surprise. Looking at the guy, Jean thought that although he was unusual, he was only an F level. And while Steve was carving the stone, the girl thought that despite this, he could easily have carried out a bloody massacre. As a result, Jean came to the conclusion that our hero was simply crazy. Suddenly, the girl felt something and glanced to the side. She turned her head to the side and used the reconnaissance skill. Meanwhile, Steve cut out a bloody stone and told the girl to look at how huge it was. But Jean wasn't interested, and she said through her teeth that now was not the time. Steve looked at the girl in surprise and asked why. Throwing her backpack on the ground, Jean said that even after killing 4 orc bosses, the portal would not open. The girl added that there were only stones in the backpack, asking if he knew about it. Steve started taking stones out of his backpack and said that in that case he would put all the bloodstones here. The girl became more and more angry and nervously rubbed her head, wondering what was wrong with our hero. Unable to bear it, Jean said that this was a 4th level dungeon, and if its level was higher, then even if they joined forces, they would not get out of here alive. Steve was shocked to hear that he just sent him to the 4th level dungeon, and for free. The girl realized that our hero had ignored half of what she had told him, and looked at the guy in horror. And Steve, delighted, shouted that if he gets out of here, then he will definitely pay for Vincent's dinner. Jean couldn't believe what she heard and asked in disappointment if they were really idiots. Suddenly the girl felt that she was being attacked and turned around just as the monster was flying at her with a weapon. She wanted to grab the sword, but the side where it usually hung was empty. Then Jean remembered that she had left the sword on the motorcycle because she was in a hurry to catch up with Steve. But Steve came to her aid and cut off the monster's head before he could get the girl. Jean watched in surprise as the monster's head flew away from the body. The headless body collapsed next to the girl, drenching everything around with blood. Steve smiled as he looked at Jean and said that he was strong, although he had been stronger before. The girl did not believe his words and looked at him with a skeptical gaze. Suddenly Jean felt something and her eyes widened in surprise. They turned in the same direction with Steve and listened warily. The girl used the clairvoyance skill and her eyes lit up with a blue light. In the infrared light, she saw dozens of monsters moving towards them and cursed. Jean immediately told Steve that a bunch of orcs were approaching them, and they were at a dead end. Looking at the running orcs with the leader at the head, the girl asked in fear if there really was a whole army against them. Steve smiled and said that even though Munch wasn't here, the monsters were still coming towards them, and Jean asked him to shut up. The first to approach them were the orcs, racing on harnessed wolves. Looking around at the attackers, Jean shouted that it seemed like there were only orcs here. But Steve did not hear the girl, and was delighted with the harnessed wolf. Meanwhile, the ogre was getting closer and closer and had already begun to swing his weapon. Steve rushed forward, telling the girl not to touch the monsters, and she replied that he was thinking about other things. The girl used the shield skill and successfully repelled the orc's attack, and Steve rushed towards the next attacker. The orc's head split into two parts, and a surprised grimace froze on his face. And at the moment when the dead body fell to the ground, Steve was already rushing to the next task. At this time, Jean used the next skill and took out a sword from her inventory. She made several blows at the monster that attacked her, but at the sight of the blows only small cuts remained, and the orc looked at his wounds in surprise. Jean clicked her tongue and thought that she had only taken the blade, looking at the minor wounds. But at that moment, Steve ran up to them and shouted, "I told you not to touch mine," and jumped on the orc from above. With one kick, he knocked the monster out of the harnessed wolf, and it flew to the side. Our hero landed easily behind the girl and prepared for a new blow. Like a meteor, he rushed forward, cutting down all the monsters in his path. Our hero boldly rushed into battle as a new wave of orcs approached him. But the next moment, he was knocked down by a blow to the side from a huge club. Huge, even among the other monsters. The ogre threw our hero aside with blows from the back of the club. That orc looked like, if not a leader, then an army general. He was larger than the others, wearing a fur cape and with decorations on his neck. Jean immediately realized that this monster was the head of all the orcs. Steve fell to the ground, and the dagger flew out of his hands. But he immediately jumped up and, clenching his fist, enthusiastically asked the monster if he was the boss of all these monsters. But the orc only stamped his foot with such force that dust rose up around him and swung his club. Jean ran towards Steve, shouting that he needed to be destroyed first. At the moment when the club almost reached the guy, he jerked to the side, dodging the blow. He deftly dodged the second blow and found himself above the head of the huge monster. Clutching the dagger tightly in his hands, our hero brought it down on the monster's head with all his might. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and asked out loud if he had really succeeded. Steve, surprised, pulled the blade out of the monster's head and saw that it was broken. At that very moment, the orc boss managed to reach our hero with his club and hit him in the stomach, throwing him away from himself. Jean couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that Steve had actually been hit. Meanwhile, no one in the Bureau of the Awakens suspected a trap. Melissa received a call from a subordinate asking if it was too weird, and she asked what it was. The guy asked if Jean hadn't gone to Steve, and Melissa asked what the point of the question was. He said that Steve and Jean's phones were too far apart, and there had been no traffic for almost an hour. The guy said that, judging by the signal, Steve was in the first-level dungeon. But he didn't finish telling where Jin was now. Melissa started to get nervous and asked the guy what he was talking about, because they were supposed to be together. At this time, the rest of Steve's clan came to the truck to rest and drop off their equipment. Donnie looked into the car and saw that Steve had left his phone on the car seat. Meanwhile, Jin's phone was still on the motorcycle and was ringing off the hook. Unable to reach Jean, Melissa asked her subordinate if he had found out what was going on and where the guys were. The guy replied that he had just checked everything and found Jean in the 5th-level dungeon. The girl began to remember what Jin had ordered to enter the portal and wondered if it was worth it to go to such lengths. But then Medusa gathered herself again and asked who was in charge of this dungeon. The guy replied that it was the DGB Guild and sent her information about the guild. She gave the order to check the history of the entrances to the 5th-level dungeons and asked to connect her with the guild leader right now. The fight continued. Steve let out a quiet yelp as he hit his back against the wall, and the monsters kept arriving, ready to join the battle, growling menacingly and waving their weapons. Seeing our hero fly into the wall, Jean rushed towards him, shouting his name. Steve was unconscious from the powerful blow when suddenly a voice sounded in his head telling him to get up. Hearing the voice, the guy came to his senses and saw a crowd of monsters rushing towards him. But this further increased the interest of our hero, and he said with a smile that it was a bit difficult for him. Leaping into the ground, Steve grabbed the nearest monster and threw it over himself with force. The orc flew back, hitting another monster, and they tumbled to the side. Our hero picked up 2 axes that the orcs released. He jumped into the air and threw them with all his might at the approaching monsters. Both axes hit the orcs' heads, and they fell to the ground, but the rest of the monsters continued to approach. Jean continued to run forward towards Steve as a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. The girl was surprised by the preparation of this army, since they even had archers. She deftly dodged several arrows by doing a forward somersault, but because Jean had to stop, a crowd of monsters headed towards her. The girl didn't lose her head, and used her defensive bomb skid, and light poured out of her hands. From this light, the monsters began to crumble like dust, and when the monsters began to surround the girl again, Steve ran up and grabbed her hand, pulling her forward after him, and the orc boss watched their escape from afar, growling loudly. Jean asked what Steve was doing, and he replied that they needed to run, without letting go of the girl's hand. Jean angrily said that they were surrounded by monsters. Where else could they run? Steve pulled the two-room apartment toward the mountainside, saying it was empty. She answered in fear that she couldn't go there, because there was only a cliff ahead. But our hero continued to pull her forward, saying that this was exactly why they needed to go there. Suddenly, Steve picked up the girl in his arms when they were almost on the cliff. The girl asked fearfully what he was doing, and Steve told her to hold on tighter. Our hero jumped off the cliff at full speed, holding Jean tightly in his arms. The guy, clutching the girl to himself, flew down, and several orcs fell after him. He landed on both feet, and the ground around him cracked and flew in all directions. And around our heroes lay the bodies of orcs who had fallen with them and crashed to the ground. The girl, hugging Steve tightly, looked around in surprise, not believing that she was alive. Steve exhaled heavily after such a jump and dropped his hands, dropping Jean to the ground. He walked forward, saying that they were about to die, leaving the girl lying there in confusion. The girl's confusion turned to surprise when she looked up. She looked at the top of the mountain where the orcs stood and couldn't believe that they had jumped from such a height and remained alive. The boys found a cave to rest, and at that time a howl was heard throughout the forest. Jean and Steve were sitting in the cave, the girl hugging her knees with her hands, complaining that the monsters were howling disgustingly. She turned to our hero and, calling him Mr. Unusual, asked what his plan was. Steve replied that we needed to kill more Sokor orcs, then there would be a level up and we could go on the offensive. Hearing the answer, Jean lowered her head and closed her eyes, sighing heavily. She said that level ups have no restrictions, but power-ups do, to which the guy replied that he has no restrictions at all. Jean didn't understand his answer and asked again what he meant. Steve just smiled and repeated that he had no limits even in power-ups. Meanwhile, the earth was in turmoil, and two military vehicles were racing towards the portal that our heroes had entered. And near the portal, a crowd of onlookers, journalists, and military personnel had already gathered, driving the crowd away from the dungeon. The reporter said that he was at the dungeon of the 5th level of the DGB Guild. 2 days ago, an accident happened here. Steve's clan was also near the portal, and Donnie was on his knees sobbing, worried about Steve. The police led away Vincent, who said that Jean and Steve had entered the dungeon themselves, but eventually confessed to the crime after questioning. Reporters asked Vincent to comment on the situation, and asked what Steve's last words were, and Vincent was angry at this time because he didn't know that Jean was from the control center. The reporter said that Steve was getting so much attention because he was a repatriate from the 4th planet, telling what it meant for the world and the country. An excited Melissa walked into the boss's office. She sternly asked the man what he was doing now, surprising him with this question. Melissa scolded the men who hired Vincent and said that he should detain them. The boss said that these notorious guys had already been detained, only the boss's assistant had escaped, but they were already looking for him. The girl replied that it was unfair. This was a 5th level dungeon. How could one use the word famous? The boss asked if she wanted him to shut down their entire guild. Would that bring Steve and Jean back alive? But Melissa was furious at this answer and asked if it was the same thing. The boss said that the fact that Steve is from the 4th planet is just an assumption. Maybe he is from the dungeon and not the planet. Melissa was outraged by these words and the boss's distrust. The voice on the TV said that due to the recent cases of criminal organizations, countermeasures must be taken to strengthen control over the illegal management of the dungeons, angering the chief with these words. He said that they were spreading news that was putting pressure on the guilds so that the inspection could come to them. But Melissa didn't listen to him, and with tears in her eyes said that it was she who sent Jean there. The boss turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. He said that it was not easy for him either, but they could only believe and wait, while the reporter said that the chance of surviving in this dungeon was very small. These words finally finished Melissa off and she fell to her knees, sobbing. The girl tried to stop her sobbing by covering her mouth with her hand, but in her head there were only thoughts about Jean. Meanwhile, fog descended into the dungeon. The trees were already leafless, but yellow-red leaves still remained on the bushes. The orcs continued to search for our heroes, and one of them was just checking the surroundings. Suddenly, a tiny fairy appeared in front of him, enveloped in blue light. The orc looked in surprise at the tiny baby that flew up to his face. But the next moment he tried to catch her. However, the fairy was quicker and managed to fly away. The orc lost his temper and shouted a spell in his own language at the top of his lungs. His axe glowed yellow and he tried to reach the fairy again, swinging the axe. But the little girl was quicker and deftly dodged all the blows, flying into the bushes. The orc followed the fairy, and looking behind the tree was surprised that she had disappeared. And at that very moment, Steve's blade pierced his head from above, cutting it in half. Steve smiled contentedly and said that there were 3 more to kill, and then there would be a level up. Meanwhile, Jean used her clairvoyance skill to find enemies. Thanks to the skill, she saw in the infrared light that there was one orc not far from her. She relayed to Steve, who was nearby, that there was another orc within 100 meters. Our hero rushed forward from his place, leaving a shockwave behind him. The girl did not expect him to rush forward so quickly and tried to stop him. But Steve was already flying towards the next orc, swinging his dagger, aiming at his head. Jean ran after him, screaming at the top of her lungs that it was a trap. But she didn't have time, and the orc activated the trap. Several sharpened logs emerged from under the ground, right under our hero, throwing the guy back. He flew into the wall, hitting his back, and the dagger fell out of his hands. Jean watched in horror as our hero was attacked. Suddenly, the orc took out a horn and blew into it, sending a signal to the rest of his tribe. All the orcs around heard this sound, realizing that the trap had worked, and one of them had found Steve. At the same time, after the signal, several orcs, who had been sitting in ambush, began to crawl out from underground. Jean ran as fast as she could towards our hero, shouting along the way for him to get up quickly. Thanks to Jean's scream, Steve came to his senses and turned around angrily. Our hero was still coming to his senses, and a crowd of orcs was already rushing towards him, ready to tear the guy apart. Suddenly, the guy's whole body began to tremble, and he grabbed his chest, surprised that he had fallen into a trap. He didn't understand what was happening. His senses were dulled, and all his strength seemed to leave his body. Meanwhile, the orcs were getting closer and closer, and one of them was already swinging his arm to strike. And then it dawned on Steve that he felt sick because he had been hungry for 2 days. Jean arrived just in time. She used her defense bomb skill, scattering the approaching orcs. Thanks to the spell, the first line of orcs was hit. Some were completely dissolved, while others were mortally wounded. After the spell, Jean collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and Steve rushed towards her. He grabbed an axe lying on the ground and killed 2 orcs with 1 blow. A mischievous smile appeared on his face again, and he thought that there was 1 more left. And jumping up to strike the next orc, Steve thought that this was his level up. But our hero was unable to strike, because a blow from the orc boss's huge club landed in his chest. The monster threw our hero back with force and he flew back like a doll. At this moment, Jean came to her senses. Having lost consciousness after using the skill, she saw in front of her a huge orc with a club in his hands, who was growling menacingly. The girl said with disdain that this orc was just some fat guy, and Steve flew forward until he met an orc on his way, into whom he crashed. The axe fell from Steve's hands and sank into the orc's head, and at the same time our hero received a message that his level had been increased. Lying on his back, Steve saw a message that suggested choosing the skill of transforming into a beast. Steve was surprised by the skill he received, and wondered whether it was worth spending the points he received on it. At this time, the orc boss was approaching Jean, who was trying to get up, but the girl didn't even have the strength to just stand up. Standing on one knee, she summoned her sword, not going to give up without a fight. Meanwhile, night had already fallen in the city, and in the clan's house, Steve was called Packy. Granny carried a red bowl of food for the puppy and helped him eat. Hearing Granny, the white puppy rushed towards her, barking joyfully. The granny sadly told the puppy that now it was unknown what had happened to his owner, whether he was alive. But the baby did not understand anything that was said, and happily approached the bowl of food. And the battle continued. Jean, with the last of her strength, repelled the orc's blows with a summoned sword. At this time, Steve activated the beast summoning skill. Suddenly, Pecky, who was eating food, flew up and began to glow blue. Granny looked with fear as the baby shone and slowly rose above the floor. Black smoke began to rise from our hero's back, and Jin parried another blow, jumping up, avoiding the huge club. Steve's face began to turn into a toothy black maw shrouded in smoke, and the girl struggled to fend off the blows, trying to gain at least a little time. But unlike Jean, the orc boss had a lot of strength and swung his weapon with ease. The black smoke began to dissipate, and the black fur covering Steve's body began to change to snow white. Jean missed one blow from the orc, and he hit her with his club with all his might, throwing her to the side. The girl's sword fell from her hands and fell to the ground with a clang. The orc boss rushed towards the fallen girl, and she only helplessly covered her head. And at that moment, a half-wolf with snow-white fur in black armor approached them. The orc noticed the beast approaching, but it had already raised its clawed paw to strike. With one paw, the beast knocked the orc boss to the ground, squeezing his head. Jean was surprised to see a werewolf that was the size of the orc boss and easily knocked him down. Steve unleashed a hail of blows on the orc, turning his head into a bloody pulp. The orc boss was no longer moving, and Steve continued to punch him, driving him into the ground. Jean watched the fight in shock, barely able to take in what was happening. Meanwhile, Steve was devouring the monster's body, receiving 45 points for the kill. Having finished with the orc boss, Steve turned his gaze to the girl and caught her surprised look. Taking a closer look at the werewolf, the girl asked in surprise if he was Steve. The beast opened its bloody mouth and barked, first once, then several more times. Jean was surprised that the werewolf was barking. She was amazed and said, "It turns out that he is not a wolf, but a dog," and he barked again. The reporter said that 3 days ago it became known that 2 people had fallen into the dungeon, but had never gotten out. And now there was a lonely motorcycle standing near the entrance. He interviewed the head of the Awakened Bureau and asked him to explain to the audience what this place was. The man said that this place is called the Orc Castle, and it is recommended that a group of 30 people, including at least 10 level A mercenaries, go down there. Listening to this story, the operator said that it was a circus, and the government sent Steve there to get rid of the guilds. He asked how much longer he had to film this interview, and the host asked how many people Steve would disturb if he returned. The operator asked how he would get out of there, since he was not hero, but only level F, and added that in 2, everyone would be writing about it. He added that they will write about how their country has lost its place in the ranking. Meanwhile, in the house of Steve's clan, Pecky became an ordinary dog again, barking happily. Granny asked in fear what the hell was going on. Jean, like Granny, was very impressed by Steve's transformation. Returning to his normal form, Steve said that he could merge with the animals he had tamed. That is, it was not a transformation, but a unification. He turned to a bewildered Jean and asked why she was standing there. They needed to gather everything they could and get out. But Jean said with despair in her voice that it was all useless. Our hero did not understand why Jean said this and asked why she thought so. Instead of answering, Jean only said that this place would become their grave. Steve turned to the girl and asked what she meant. The sky burst into rain when the girl said that they killed the main one. But the portal did not open, and asked what he thought this meant. Hearing Jean's words, Steve suddenly realized that she was right, and the portal had not opened. Steve pointed to the body of the orc boss, and asked if she really meant to say that this freak wasn't the boss. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jean replied that everything was exactly like that, and that there was someone stronger here. Steve smiled and asked who this guy was that had made her start talking about graves. The girl's face was serious, and in the pouring rain she began her story. About 3 years ago, when Jean had just reached level B, she and her group went down into the dungeon. She joined a raid of 20 people, 10 of whom were A-level from the Management Bureau, and they began to explore the 5th level dungeon. Jean walked in a group with the other guys, and there was complete concentration on their faces. The guy in front of Jin suddenly turned around and looked at her. The girl was surprised by such a close look, and asked what was going on. The guy asked her how her ankle was, embarrassing her. She replied with a smile that there was no need to pay attention. It had already passed. The guy smiled at her sincerely and with warmth in his eyes replied that it was good. Melissa followed behind and said that they were a sweet couple, and that was why she said that a couple can't go on missions together. The squad stormed the orc castle, and one of the walls was blown up by explosives, flying into pieces. A squad of orcs came out to intercept and ran towards the mercenaries. One of the mercenaries commanded them to storm the tower further, and ordered Melissa to hold off the orcs in the direction of 3 o'clock. The girl scattered the crowd of orcs with a spell, and said that it was done for 3 hours. The guy continued giving orders and said that the defense was weakening for 4 hours, asking who was there. The guy replied that he had been on the road for 4 hours, but an orc's blow didn't let him finish, and Jean picked up the message and shouted that they needed help. Melissa rushed towards Jean, screaming at her to hold on a little longer, but Jean was knocked off her feet and fell to the floor, screaming in pain. And a huge orc was already approaching her, baring his teeth. The girl stared at the orc in horror and couldn't even move. But they came to her aid, and the guy used a spell to scatter all the monsters approaching her. This spell caused the orcs to crumble into dust like stone statues, and Melissa continued to run towards them, scattering monsters with fireballs, clearing the way. The orcs burned and exploded from these blows, but still did not retreat and moved forward. Melissa shouted at Jean and Tim to look in the 2 o'clock direction. The boys turned around and saw another squad of orcs approaching them. Tim smiled at Jean and invited her to move on. But Jean was scared and tried to tell Tim something. The guy grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, offering to talk outside. But the girl tried to stop him. Turning around, she thought that a strange feeling was following her. Holding hands, Jean and Tim ran away from a squad of orcs who were almost catching up with them. Jean thought she felt like they were being watched, and in the distance, a huge orc with 3 eyes appeared. One bright flash, and the arm along with the sword was torn from the body and flew to the ground. Jean flew forward head over heels trying to stop. The girl was still lying on the ground when a sword plunged into the ground in front of her, a few centimeters from her stomach. All the members of the mercenary squad turned around and confusion could be seen in their eyes. And Tim, his face covered in blood, lay on the ground with glassy eyes. And above him towered the Orc King in iron armor, who raised his weapon over Tim, who was lying on the ground. Tim met Jean's gaze and whispered the word sword, but the girl did not understand what he meant. The girl remembered how she and Tim trained in the dojo and heard his voice. Put a part of your soul into your sword, just as a fan cannot live without the wind. So the sword, faith, and heart must become one. Tim smiled warmly at her and said, "Here's the sword, Jean." The Orc King brought his spear down with force and blood spurted out in all directions. After finishing her story, Jean lowered her head and secretly wiped away her tears. Steve put his hand on her shoulder and turned her towards him without saying a word. Our hero placed his hand on Jean's head, trying to comfort her. He put his arm around the girl, pulling her closer, saying, "So that's what happened." And the sword that Jean had forgotten on the motorcycle seemed to start burning, and white smoke began to emanate from it. Donnie, meanwhile, was on air and was sobbing loudly, mourning Steve, asking how he could leave them. And the commentators discussed what happened. Some did not believe that Steve died. Some said that even he could not survive in the 5th level dungeon. And others wished Steve to quickly deal with all the orcs. And next to Donnie sat Melissa, crying over Jean. The reporter said that the great shaman would be performing a ritual today for the safe return of the missing. He continued to tell that a raid of local high-ranking mercenaries was gathering in front of the dungeon, seeking revenge. Morris was one of the volunteers, and thought sadly that if Steve had joined the guild, this would not have happened. But as it was just the right thing to do. A man with long hair was watching this report while sitting in the living room. The woman's arms wrapped around the man's neck from behind, and the girl asked what it was. And the guy replied that it was just a transfer from his homeland. It was the famous hero. He said that the shows in this country remained just as boring. And Steve and Jean had a real feast in the cave. The guy was surprised that after leveling up, you can buy more food in the store. The guy advised him to try a steak sandwich, and the girl replied that with such an assortment he could open a fast food outlet. While chewing on a burger, Steve told Jean that she, it turns out, is also a food lover. Taking a bite of the new burger, she asked if 12 pieces was a lot. But apparently Steve's words confused her, and she put down her uneaten burger, saying that she was full. Our hero did not understand how she could have eaten her fill, and added that he was already on the 22nd, suggesting that the girl continue eating. Jean smiled softly and kindly at Steve and said that she was very grateful to him anyway. The fire in the cave gave way to a cloud of fireflies, and Steve asked with interest if it was really Jean who took the sword and killed the Orc King that time. The girl sadly replied that she had lost consciousness on the spot, and when she woke up, she was already in the hospital, and Melissa brought her Tim's sword. And that orc was only defeated by 2 elderly Ranke mercenaries who sacrificed themselves. The Orc King's attack was comparable in strength to the attack of 5 orc chieftains at once. Steve said that it means there is such an orc here and asked where he is. The girl replied that he was in the orc castle, which was not even within a radius of 1 kilometer. And at this time, a fairy, who had previously distracted the orc, flew up to the cave where the boys were sitting. Jean said that the orc chieftains are in 4 small towers, and the lords are in the spire in the middle, and if you cross the wall, there are thousands of orcs moving there. A fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear. Hearing the news, he smiled contentedly, and said that he had found the orcs' fortress. Jean was surprised by the speed and asked in surprise if he had really found her that quickly. Steve was confident in his abilities, and with a smile suggested that they go forward. Jean wasn't so sure and asked what their plan was. Steve's smile turned serious and he replied, "Find and kill." Jean laughed at these words and said that she would have hit him, but she didn't have the strength left. Meanwhile, the orc castle was noisy, and roars could be heard from everywhere. The wooden gates of the fortress began to slowly descend, rolling over the moat near the castle. And from the gates, dozens of orc warriors rushed out, riding on wolves. Suddenly, Steve ran out of the bushes in the guise of Paki, and Jean was sitting on top of him, holding him by the mane. The boys rushed towards the open gates, from which squads of warriors had just emerged, but they couldn't slip through unnoticed, and the goblins on the castle walls immediately discovered them. The warriors on wolves who rode out of the castle also saw the boys and began to turn around, and Jean noticed this. The girl shouted to Steve that they were being followed by an army of orcs and asked him to hurry. They were running forward as fast as they could when they saw the gates slowly begin to rise, and the archers on the walls prepared for the attack and pulled the bowstring. A hail of arrows fell on our heroes, but Jean put up a shield and not a single arrow reached them. Running up to the half-closed gate, the girl shouted at Steve to jump. He jumped at full speed onto the gate, grabbing onto its edge, and the warriors remained behind. But even outside the castle gates, a detachment of orcs was waiting for them, ready to attack and defend the castle. Jean used her skill, Defense Bomb, shouting its name. The explosion cleared a path for them, sweeping away all the orcs in its path. Steve continued to run forward, avoiding the surviving orcs. The girl commanded him to run to the center, and Steve mentally told her to hold on tight. Steve lunged, and the orcs behind him were scattered by the shockwave. Our hero rushed forward, straight along the castle wall. Jean was surprised and grabbed the beast's mane tighter. Several orcs jumped from above and flew past our heroes, one knocking Jean off Steve's back. The girl flew down along with the orcs, and Steve began to turn around. But Jean shouted at him not to think about the girl and to run on. She turned over in the air and, noticing the platform, grabbed hold of its wall with her hand. Jean deftly jumped onto this platform, avoiding further fall. But as soon as the girl landed, a crowd of orcs rushed towards her. But Jean didn't lose her head and summoned a sword, which appeared, enveloping the girl in blue lightning. Steve continued to run up the wall at this time, and the orcs could only watch him and growl. And at the top of the spire stood a throne, around which there were no walls. The three-eyed orc king, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He sat proudly on his throne alone when he felt something. The monster stood up from his throne and walked forward to the edge to see what was going on. And at that moment our hero jumped out at him, baring his mouth with the sharpest teeth. The beast grabbed the orc king by the throat, gnawing at his neck. Steve knocked him down, and they both flew down from the tower where the throne stood. The giant monster king fell down, his chest pierced by the spire of one of the towers, and Steve received a message that his level had been increased. Shards from the tower fell like hail, falling on the orcs standing below. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in one of the towers, and the orcs turned around in surprise at the sound. From the place where the explosion occurred, orcs and Jin flew to the ground. And during the flight, the girl thought, "Is this really how she is going to die?" But suddenly a clawed white paw grabbed her hand and she looked up in surprise. Steve pulled the girl close to him just before the ground and rushed forward, and the orcs ran after them. They ran a little forward, and the girl asked what happened to the king, and Steve answered that he killed him. Throwing the girl onto his back, Steve said it was time for them to go, preparing to break into a run. Jean grabbed the guy's mane and asked if he really was able to kill the king, and Steve suggested that she scan the area. Jean activated the clairvoyance skill and, in disbelief, said that the portal had opened. She couldn't believe that Steve was able to kill the Orc King, and so quickly. And at this time on the ground, one of the devices began to beep, and the time appeared on the screen. The guy from the DGB guild could only moan in shock, surprising his partner. He still managed to say that it was the 127th dungeon, and the second guy, shocked, asked again what that meant. Donnie also saw that a time counter had appeared above the dungeon and asked in surprise what it was. Melissa heard the announcement that the countdown to the portal explosion was beginning at dungeon number 127. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when she realized that Jean might be alive. The crowd gathered at the portal roared as they saw the countdown to the portal's explosion begin. Steve asked Jean if she found the portal. The girl was a little confused and replied that she had found it. She immediately got ready and said that he was at 11 o'clock, 700 meters from the castle, and there were 10 minutes left before the explosion. Steve and the girl rushed forward, but the orcs did not lag behind and caught up with the guys. Suddenly Steve turned a corner, smelling a familiar scent. Jean asked where he was going and added that they didn't have time for that. Steve didn't say anything. He ran to the pen where the pack of wolves stood. He activated the taming skill with a smile on his toothy face. Jean, in shock, asked again what he was doing, why he was taming them, and the wolves, hearing the command, froze and stared at Steve. Our hero turned and ran back to the portal, commanding the wolves to run after him. The wolves obediently followed Steve, jumping over the pens. Looking back, Jean asked if Steve wanted to take them with him. Steve replied that yes, because now they were one family. But because of this maneuver, the orcs were now in front, blocking their passage. Jean said that they were surrounded, clearly expecting this outcome. At that moment, a fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear. and Steve conveyed that there was a passage somewhere nearby. Jean was surprised and asked where he was. She immediately activated the clairvoyance skill and saw the right turn. The girl commanded that they needed to turn right now, and Steve ran into the right turn. And a crowd of wolves ran in the guy's footsteps, also running into the turn. The orcs ran after our heroes, growling with anger. The girl pointed to a huge gate ahead and said that they needed to go there. Steve became inspired and said that they were leaving here, picking up speed. Our heroes and a pack of wolves ran out of the gate and raced across the bridge. Jean said there was 1 minute left before the portal exploded. Suddenly they saw a shining blue door in front of them and joyfully said that the portal was here. Jean said that there were 23 seconds left before the portal closed, and someone from the chase threw a spear at the guys. Jean sensed the approaching danger and turned around. Steve ran forward, not noticing how the spear hit the girl in the back. The blow caused the girl to fall to the ground and roll head over heels, while the orcs approached her. The wolves had already run into the portal when Steve turned around, noticing that Jean had fallen off his back. The orcs were getting closer, rapidly approaching the fallen Jean. The spear pierced the backpack on Jean's back, and rocks rained down from it, knocking them out of the monsters as she tried to get up. Steve had already turned around and was running towards the girl, standing on his hind legs. Jean tried to get up, but she had no strength left, and she lowered her head, resigned to the situation. Seeing Steve running after her, she shouted at him to stay away. But our hero did not listen to her and approached faster and faster, picking up speed. Jean once again screamed desperately at Steve to stay away, and the boy grabbed the spear that knocked the girl down. And the orc was already near Jean and swung his spear, preparing to strike. But Steve was faster and threw his spear into the orc's chest, knocking him off the wolf. And on the other side of the portal, a reporter said that there were 8 seconds left before the explosion, and the people gathered were starting a countdown. Donnie and Melissa continued to shed tears while waiting for the guys, and the operator said that it seemed like things were going badly. The guy said that the audience rating is 60%, and if the guys come back, it will be a real sensation. Steve ran up to Jean and picked her up, gently holding her head. The girl sadly said that there were only 4 seconds left before the explosion, calling Steve a name. The beast seemed to glow and mentally conveyed to the girl that she should hold on tighter. Another orc was already close to the guys and swung his axe to strike. But the next second, only dust remained in the place of the guys, and the blast wave from Steve's jerk threw the monster's back. The countdown ended and the crowd froze, not believing that no one had returned. The orcs stood near the portal and watched as it changed from blue to yellow. And finally the portal exploded. The orcs standing nearby exploded, and the survivors ran away. The presenter said that the residents had finished the countdown and were frozen in anticipation. However, Steve and Jean were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, flashes of lightning began to appear from the portal, causing excitement among the spectators. The first to appear from the portal were wolves, and people began to shout, asking what was happening. The entire flock ran out of the portal, shocking all the spectators, who stood silently frozen, their mouths open in surprise. And after the wolves, the guys flew out of the portal at the speed of a bullet. The viewers were unable to clearly see who appeared from the portal and were not sure that a person appeared there. Military personnel and reporters rushed to the supposed landing site of Steve and Jean. The impact left a hole in the ground, with Steve lying in it, clutching Jean tightly to him. The crowd roared that they had managed to get out alive and wondered how it had happened. And the wolves joined the noise of the crowd, howling at the full moon. The ambulance rushed to the portal, and the presenter said that a miracle had happened. 2 people were able to get out of the 5th level dungeon, having been there for almost 5 days. In the office, Melissa showed the assembled group a photo taken at the scene of the incident. She said that they had now been taken to the hospital. Someone asked why they looked like that, and they were told that the conditions there were not the best. Melissa also showed an article that talked about a miraculous return, that a guy of F level had passed the dungeon of the 5th level, and they asked if Hero had challenged him. The boss laughed nervously and said that the article was quite provocative. Melissa said with displeasure that someone had spread the information, adding that it was a great job. The boss replied that their job was to take action, not to look for the guilty, and suggested continuing. She said that as word spread about Steve, people from various organizations began to enter the country in an attempt to get him. The boss was angered by this news and called them all bastards. Melissa showed photos of the men, calling them by name and telling them who came from which organization. When the chief saw the photo, he got angry and said that this shameless agent was here too. The girl confirmed that he had also arrived and added that it was he who had lured Hero away last time. The boss said that first we need to get a hold of Steve and asked if there was a way other than a contract. The doctor who spoke to Steve immediately after his return said that his family was here and he would not leave them. The boss asked in surprise if he really valued family more than money, and the doctor replied that he had lived with wolves for about 1,000 years and missed his family. The chief added that when he returned to Earth he missed the wolves and decided that he could not be understood. The doctor said that the most important thing for him is to be in his family, and it seems that this is quite understandable. Doc continued, saying that Steve should be given a place to live with his family and not be bothered. Then he would not go against the government. The chief agreed, and asked if they should take action in connection with the foreign agents who had arrived. Melissa showed a photo on the screen and said that it was an abandoned house near the city. The boss didn't understand why she showed this and asked what next. She suggested giving Steve the area to use and assigning people to watch over him, adding that the area was far from people, making it safe even if a portal opened. The boss said the house looked decent but needed some repairs and asked about Jean. Melissa said that Jean was the best in her business, and the boss asked if she was awake. The girl answered seriously that the girl was still undergoing treatment in the hospital. The boss asked irritably if she was really writing reports to Steve and just chilling out. Melissa showed one phrase on the monitor screen and said that some people say exactly that about Steve. A scumbag. The chief's face became serious, and he gave the order to work. The crowd was raging in the arena, and the host greeted all the SPFC fans. The host, dressed in a bright outfit, said into the microphone that this was the best competition on Earth, and that the main event, the Match of Champions, was finally beginning. The crowd roared with anticipation, boys and girls shouting and waving their arms. And then in the darkness the silhouette of a man in a cloak and with long hair pulled back into a ponytail appeared. The host stood on a platform under the spotlight and said that we would introduce the champions to everyone. A figure of a man appeared on the screen of a huge monitor, and the presenter said that he was #1 in the world rankings. 21 fights, winner among all 45 SPFCs. The presenter shouted into the microphone that he was the strongest man in the world and the hope of humanity. The presenter continued the presentation, adding that he was an unusual SS level, the strongest magical swordsman. A long-haired guy appeared on the screen. He was dressed in a black classic suit. Black smoke began to gather around his hands, and the presenter introduced him by name, Hero. Hearing his name, the crowd erupted in a new wave of enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, in Hero's hand, the black smoke turned into a sword, and the host said that as if in response to the applause, the sword burst into black flame. A girl with long hair sat among the spectators and watched what was happening attentively. As the host performed, Hero jumped off the pedestal he had stepped onto, surrounded by black flames. Someone from the crowd said that this was the famous Phoenix. The second was surprised that Hero really wanted to finish the fight with one sword, since he was facing Mikhail. And Hero had already landed in the ring, leaving cracks on the floor after his jump. And the host said that he had entered the ring. The guy stood quietly. He didn't respond to the crowd and didn't seem to react in any way to the screaming fans. The host commented that Hero appears in the ring with his signature Phoenix Flame. The host began to introduce the second participant, a man-machine class C, a rising star, 13 victories, number 32 in the ranking. The guy appeared on the podium, and the host introduced him, the Russian brown bear Mikhail. The guy easily jumped off the pedestal and rushed into the ring. The ground where he landed was covered in cracks, and the presenter said that he too had entered the ring. Mikhail immediately rushed into the attack, and the weapons in his hands began to shine. The guy with an evil grin told Hero that everything would end here for him. The weapons in his hands began to charge, and Mikhail jumped up, preparing to strike at the standing Hero. The weapon fell with force on the place where Hero stood, and pieces of stones flew in all directions. The guy was thrown back by the blast wave, and he covered his face, shielding himself from the rising dust. Michael saw that Hero was able to dodge and called him a little rat. The guy fired his gun, and the host said that Mikhail started using mana shooting. The host commented that the shrapnel even hit the fence, but Hero dodged the shots with incredible speed. The presenter saw Mikhail's next charge and called it a mana bazooka. The weapon on the guy's hand fired a blast of incredible force, destroying everything in its path. But Hero was able to dodge this shot as well, and began to approach Mikhail. The presenter excitedly said that Hero's sword was damaging Mikhail, but the guy immediately responded to the attack with a mana shot. Hero attacked with his sword again, but Mikhail managed to block it. Mikhail's weapon was cracked from the enemy's blows, and he was breathing heavily. But Hero didn't give him time to catch his breath and attacked again, and the guy could only defend himself. Suddenly, a sword appeared from Mikhail's weapon, and he tried to strike at Hero, but he easily dodged the blow. Hero landed behind Mikhail and readied both swords to strike. He moved with incredible speed, striking Mikhail one after another. But when the guy stopped, he noticed that his entire body was entangled in steel chains. Michael grinned smugly and said that he caught himself. As he prepared to fire, he screamed that his bones would shatter. But Hiro calmly replied, "The seventh note. Mikhail, you've already lost." The next second, Mikhail let out a strangled wheeze and blood began to flow from his mouth. His entire body was covered in cuts from which blood gushed out, causing the guy to scream in pain. The audience was shocked to see the huge bear Mikhail fall to the ground, and Hiro throw off the chains without the slightest effort. The crowd roared and the host asked what happened, and declared that Mikhail had lost. The host said that Mikhail, who was determined to win, lost and couldn't get up. The match was stopped, and help was on the spot. The men surrounded Mikhail, trying to heal him, but Mikhail showed no signs of life, and one of the experts signaled that regeneration was impossible. The screen showed that Hiro had won, and the host said that this was the guy's 22nd victory. After leaving the stage, one of Hiro's retinue asked him if he had used the new method, but the boy replied that he had struck him with an ordinary sword. Hiro looked calm and thanked everyone for their work, and promised to have a drink with them later. But as soon as he entered the waiting room, he was hugged tightly by the girl who was watching the fight. With sadness in her eyes, the girl asked if he had killed him. Hiro also sadly responded that Michael is one of the 7 evils of the future. The girl said that he shouldn't take all the worries on himself. She took the guy by the arm, and Hiro asked if something had happened. The girl replied that nothing special, except for the call from the administration, and the guy asked who called. The girl said that the boss called, told her to take care of herself, and suggested that she pack up and leave. While Hiro was getting dressed, the girl said that the guy who was locked in the dungeon on the 5th level had gotten out. Hiro was surprised and looked at the girl questioningly. She showed the phone and said that he could become the second hero, and now this news is on all channels. The girl said that his name was Steve. He was locked in the dungeon of the 5th level and asked in surprise if the guy really didn't remember, because she even collected articles for him. Hiro looked closely at the guy's photo and said that he didn't remember him. The girl asked again in surprise if he really didn't remember him. Not at all. She said that maybe he was an awakened swordsman, but Hiro replied that he would awaken in a year. The girl said that he was a druid, and if he really returned from where they say, then a portal to the 4th planet could be opened. Hiro didn't show it, but he was very worried about the news about the 4th planet. She said Steve was only F level. It's amazing he came back. Hiro listened to the girl and thought that this was simply impossible. He reflected that he had been living for more than 500 years, and this was the 25th regression. Thanks to this, he knows all the awakenings and the main events. However, Steve is not among the great names, and in all this long time, he has never heard this name. He continued to reflect that history, of course, can change a little. But the butterfly effect has its limits. Mikhail was supposed to die in 10 years, and the fact that Anna is alive, although she should have died 2 years ago, can also be called the butterfly effect. However, the main events, such as the appearance of the 7th level dungeon or the connection with the 4th planet, never changed. This means that there will be no 4th planet appearing in the next 5 years. The girl asked if it would not have been better to lure Steve to their side. Hiro thought for a moment and answered honestly that he didn't know. The girl added that right now he is the most popular guy in the country. But Hiro said that for now they should watch him. Remembering the scary giant monsters, Hiro thought that the end would soon come. Monsters devoured people like snacks, and humanity, having survived the Cataclysm, began to collapse due to the hacking of dungeons. Huge red wyverns flew across the ground in flocks. They attacked people, spitting fire, and all because the monsters covered the sky and the earth. The mercenaries fought the monsters, but the only option for the awakened to survive was the country he moved to. This is the reason why Hiro stays in this country despite being called a traitor to his homeland. As long as the dungeons in this country are organized by truly talented people, this place will be the best for survival. Refugees will arrive in this country on boats, happy to have made it. And Hiro will meet them and people will say that since he is here, they are definitely saved. He thought that his surviving fellow countrymen would call him a savior, not a traitor to the homeland. He imagined how they would call him the hero, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. The girl looked at him in surprise, and Hiro, embarrassed, said that it seemed like it was just a show. Anna didn't understand what he meant, and the guy explained that it was just a deception. But the girl didn't believe him, and said that it wasn't only the Ministry of Defense that was thirsty for him. Hiro said that if he survived the end, it would not be too late to pick him up, and again suggested waiting. Shinsum Hospital is one of the few surviving buildings in the city. Melissa entered Jean's room without knocking, interrupting her reading. The girl approached the blonde and asked if it hurt, but she replied that it still hurt. Melissa didn't believe it and said that everything seemed wrong, but the girl repeated again that it hurt a lot. The brunette didn't believe it and said that the whole hospital was talking about how a guy in a mask came to her every night and asked if it was Steve, but Jean quickly changed the subject and asked if she had bought what she asked for. Melissa put the bag on the table and said that luckily she found both a man and food for her. The girl pulled out food and a jar of coffee onto the table, but displeasure was evident in Jean's gaze. She shook her head and said she wanted a different flavor, to which Melissa replied that it was the same color. Jean looked at the food box with disappointment and added that she wanted a different chicken. Melissa started to lose her temper. Her palm glowed white, and she said, "Eat what they give you." Despite the dissatisfaction, the chicken was eaten, and the coffee was drunk. Jean leaned back on the pillow contentedly, and holding her stomach said that she was full. Melissa smiled irritably and said that since she was full, it was time to get to work. But Jean had already closed her eyes and said sleepily that she would start when she had had a little nap. Melissa's palm glowed again, and she asked the girl with an evil smile not to talk nonsense. The next moment, the room was illuminated by a bright light, and Jean's scream could be heard from the ward. Meanwhile, at the CIA headquarters, the screen showed news that Hiro had finally defeated Mikhail. The man behind the monitor did not believe the news, and was surprised how Mikhail could have been defeated. The guy standing near the table said that Hiro was progressing. A little more, and he would reach the SSS level. The next news was that after returning from the dungeon, Steve did not show up anywhere, even in raids. The guy showed the photo and said that it was taken quite recently. The man looked at the photo of Steve feeding the pigeons and asked where that place was and what he was doing there. The guy said that he often goes there, and the man asked if he was lonely. The man was surprised that he was talking to pigeons, and the guy said that he seemed to be in unrequited love, or something like that. The man got angry and said that he could introduce him to many beautiful girls. He added that in any case, it was impossible for Steve to be taken over by anyone else, and asked the guy if he understood this. The guy said that in the morning a special group of his people went to the country where Steve lives, however. He was clearly frightened, and added that the sky was a bit choppy at the moment. But the man did not understand what was being discussed and asked why. The huge airliner flew across the sky, cutting through the clouds against the backdrop of the azure sky. The girl and her mother were sitting in their seats, and the girl was looking attentively out the window. Suddenly, she called her mother and said that a beautiful bird was flying outside. The woman looked up from her reading and looked out the window with interest, searching for a bird. But the curiosity on her face turned to fear when she saw the bird. A red monster with a fanged mouth was flying outside the window. It was a small wyvern that was flying near the plane, as if playing tag. Other passengers also noticed it and began to approach the window, thinking that this bird was somehow strange. But the two men knew for sure that it was not a bird, and listened excitedly to the conversations of the passengers. One said that it was a wyvern, and the second added that although it was small, it was still dangerous. The guy said that it turned out that the wyvern dungeon was open, and added that they needed to report this when they landed. Suddenly the guy said in fear that if the wyvern dungeon is open, but he didn't finish, because a huge wyvern, larger than an airplane, appeared outside the window. She flew up to the plane and opened her mouth, breathing fire, setting the plane on fire. The plane caught fire and began to melt at the same second. After finishing in the plane, the wyvern flew on and joined the flock of other monsters that filled the sky. And the news reported that an explosion occurred in the wyvern dungeon, and many monsters escaped. Meanwhile, two SUVs were driving along a dirt road, and someone asked if they had really entered the wilderness. Chad was driving and said they were there, but Donnie didn't believe him, and the guy started to doubt it too. Donnie looked ahead in fear and asked Steve if this was a cursed house, but Steve saw nothing. Donnie pointed to the two-story house ahead, and Munch sighed heavily. Driving closer, the guy exclaimed that this was a truly cursed house. Covered in ivy, the glass was cracked, and a raven was sitting on the roof. The guys got out of the car and couldn't contain their emotions from what they saw of the house, complaining that it wasn't even suitable for an overnight stay. Donnie asked if there was internet reception, and Jean said in fear that she thought she saw a ghost on the second floor. The boys didn't believe that they would actually have to sleep here. It seemed like the building would collapse if they entered, and Jean continued to talk about the ghost. Jean angrily told Melissa that she couldn't live there, and she asked the girl to be quieter. Melissa turned to Steve and asked if they felt uncomfortable because they expected something different. The girl said with a wide smile that restoration work would begin here tomorrow, but Steve said that he didn't need anything. He liked everything as is, and asked if he could settle in. Jean grabbed the guy by the jacket and, pulling him slightly towards her, asked if he had gone crazy. But Melissa intervened in the conversation, saying that people with wild instincts have a special point of view, and suggested marking the territory. Steve didn't understand the proposal, and the girls said that they could do whatever they wanted on their territory. Steve liked this proposal and his hand began to glow. Fireflies began to gather around our hero, while everyone else just watched warily. Melissa asked in surprise what it was, and Jean calmly replied that it was the tree spirit. The stream of fireflies became larger and smaller, and little fairies began to fly out of them, scattering in all directions. Melissa asked what he was doing, and Jean replied that she had told him to mark the territory. The little fairies scattered around the perimeter and began to throw seeds into the ground, from which shoots immediately began to sprout. From these shoots, trees began to grow at incredible speed. The guys from Steve's clan watched in awe at the speed, and Chad said that huge trees grew in an instant. The guys didn't believe that what was happening was real, and someone said that now they had a fence. The spirits began to return back, and Steve finally said that the job was done. He said that it goes out about 1 kilometer from the house, so be it. Melissa giggled nervously and said that it was just wonderful. Coming closer, she said that this place will be designated as Steve's Guild, and everything that is on this territory belongs to them. Our hero said that, apart from the ban on traveling abroad, everything sounded good. But the girl said that this point was mandatory. Melissa said that their first concern was Steve's family, and Jean snorted when she heard that. But our hero did not notice this and said that he liked everything. Melissa said that if that was the case, he needed to sign the contract and handed the guy some papers and a pen. But then Jean intervened and said that it needed to be read carefully. But Melissa pushed the girl away and showed her where Steve should sign. Melissa praised Steve and handed him his copy of the contract. The girl shook the guy's hand and suggested that he work hard until the portal opened. Steve said he would keep his promise, and Melissa asked him to trust the government. As Melissa left, she asked Jean to behave herself, and she replied that she would run away if people were not sent here tomorrow to fix the house. The girls exchanged displeased glances, and Jean stuck her tongue out at her departing friend. The SUV drove back through the newly grown forest. Melissa sighed heavily, calling Jean a brat, and the driver asked if it was possible to manage such a large territory with such a small number of people. Melissa replied that if they couldn't do it, they would help. The girl gave the order to collect a raid list of level 5 or higher and put it into standby mode. And somewhere in the ocean, motorboats sailed up to a large ship. They swam closer and opened fire on the ship. The guy shouted the call sign Coral Emerald into the radio, reporting that they were being attacked by pirates and needed help. Another ship reported that it had received the coordinates of the Coral Emerald and added that help would arrive in 2 hours and asked to turn off the engine when the pirates were on board. The pirates swam close to the ship and began to rise. The soldier reported that they were already on board, and there were more of them. The captain said to shut down the engine, turn off all power, and gather in the staff compartment. Suddenly, the ship tilted, and the soldiers could barely stay on their feet. The ship's crew watched in horror as something overboard scattered the pirates' boats in different directions, and the next thing they saw was a huge tentacle heading straight towards the ship. The monster entangled the entire ship with red tentacles, breaking the deck like a toy. The ship's crew flew in different directions, and glass rained down on them. In a matter of seconds, the monster had its tentacles gripping the ship, breaking it into pieces, and some of the survivors fell into the water. But in the water, an open mouth with huge teeth was waiting for them. The size of the mouth made the man look like a tiny grain of sand, and it was impossible to escape. And while the huge monster with tentacles dragged the remains of the ship to the bottom, the monster, similar to a shark with many tails, swam forward. The shark returned to the school, where there were dozens, if not hundreds, of the same monsters. Soon a relief ship arrived at the scene, along with a helicopter. It was reported that the ship had arrived at the scene, however. As a result of patrolling within a radius of 10 miles, no signs of the vessel were found. But this ship also suffered the same fate as the Coral Emerald, and tentacles began to entwine it. And in Steve's guild house, fireflies flew around the trees, helping them grow even taller. And the ringtone of the telephone echoed throughout the house. The sound came from the room where Jean was fast asleep. The girl sleepily answered the call without opening her eyes. Melissa, who called the girl, said that she felt like she had a taste of life. The girl sleepily scratched her stomach and asked what she needed. She was already at work. Melissa asked her point blank if she was with Steve now or not, but Jean only sleepily mumbled that she didn't know, without opening her eyes. Melissa lost her temper and screamed that the sun had already risen and she was not going to get up. The girl looked angrily at the phone, as if she could convey her mood to Jean, who hung up. After making coffee, Jean went out onto the balcony, looking at the giant trees. The girl sipped coffee from a mug, thinking that Steve had planted a lot of things here. Overnight, the tree near the house grew several times taller than their house, surrounded by fireflies. At this time, Steve was watching a pack of wolves, opening the system settings. He gave names to the wolves, calling them any food. Each had an energy level, as well as information about where they were tamed. Steve read a status from one of the wolves that if the energy level increases, then loss of sanity may occur. The guy thoughtfully read the warning and thought that in this case, it would be problematic to increase the level. At that moment, Jean came up to him and asked what he was doing. Steve explained that he was naming new members, and Jean asked in surprise if he was talking about wolves. Yawning, the girl said that he should have woken her up and asked why he went out alone. Peku, who had grown bigger, ran up to them. Jean said that he was growing quickly and asked about the younger ones. Steve replied that they had left for breakfast and were probably at the dungeon now. Jean praised his diligence, especially in this heat. Our hero pointed to the forest and asked the girl if she wanted to take a walk. Jean tilted her head to the side in surprise, asking the guy again. In an instant, Steve turned into a huge white beast and extended his hand to her. Jean easily jumped onto his back, and the guy said that he was going to show her something now. The girl smiled and asked if he really wanted to brag about his achievements to her. But Steve didn't answer her question and asked her to hold on tighter. Our hero, in the form of a beast, rushed forward as usual with incredible speed. Jean could barely stay on Steve's back and asked him to go slower. The wolves rushed after them, trying to catch up with the boys, and Jean screamed that she had lost her shoes. In the forest where Steve's guild had settled, several journalists had pitched tents when they heard the howling of wolves. One of them said that there was nothing to catch here, adding that it was also very hot. Another guy said the company told him to get something and complained that he hadn't seen his salary for over a month. He turned to the other guys and asked if there were any who had already been in this forest. Another partner pointed to a number of cameras and said they belonged to the military police. But before they arrived, they would be eaten by wolves. Another guy said that it is impossible to predict when the portal will open. So not only journalists, but influential people were banned from entering. Suddenly, the SUV that Steve bought for Chad appeared on the road. The journalists found out that it was Steve's car and began to look for him excitedly. The car sped past the journalists without stopping. Chad said that even the heat doesn't stop the journalists, and Donnie wondered whose channel it was, his or Steve's. He read the comments under the video. Some were discussing Steve and were surprised that he was only level F, while others were discussing the fight between Hiro and Mikhail. Donnie suddenly let out a surprised cry, but when Chad asked what was wrong, he sheepishly replied that nothing. Donnie watched tensely as several major countries sent large donations, totaling 4 billion. The guy was thinking that most of the donations were coming from Europe, and couldn't decide whether to tell Steve about it or not. Suddenly, the car pulled up alongside a pack of wolves, led by Steve, and Donnie shouted to him in surprise. Jean noticed the boys' car and waved to them while sitting on Steve. Donnie waved back and called her his brother's wife, surprising Chad with this phrase. In response to these words, Jean threatened Donnie with her fist, narrowing her eyes angrily. The boy smiled cheerfully and said that they used the same toilet, eat and sleep in the same house. He looked with resentment at Jean sitting astride Steve and said that he had never ridden them like that. And at that time our hero picked up speed, overtaking the SUV, which surprised the guys. Donnie playfully asked Chad to push himself, and he replied that they wouldn't lose. Chad shifted the transmission into sport mode and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car pulled ahead, slightly overtaking the wolf. Donnie shouted that the last one buys dinner and added that the speed of light is against the rules. Suddenly Jean felt something and excitedly called out to Steve. Steve was calm and only asked the girl if she felt it. The girl's eyes glowed blue, and she said that a crack had been discovered within a radius of 200 meters. Jean remembered the conversation in the hospital when Steve snuck up on her. She was tired and her eyes were closing, but Jean still asked what planet she was from. Steve looked out the window and, without turning around, said that he was from the planet of the animal kingdom. Jean asked if there was really nothing on this planet except animals. Steve said that looking back, he realizes it was a beautiful and romantic place, surrounded by more than 700 times the energy. Jean was shocked to hear about the energy of 700. The guy continued by saying that it was a realm of eternal survival where the battle for dominance was eternal, and whoever was their leader had to be at least U-class. And even after he became their leader, he still thought that he had to accept their challenge. Jean mused that if this was a portal bridge, then it would be possible to enter and exit it without restrictions, and if the aliens were warlike, then this place would soon become a battlefield. The girl was frightened to imagine that a war could begin against beasts of class C and above. At this time, Melissa and her boss were sitting in a cafe, and he asked if Steve's planet was friendly. The girl said that the risk was high, but the man replied that he was talking about something else. Raising his glass, the man said that on that planet, Steve was a king. Jean asked Steve in horror how he couldn't do it. She said that he was the king there, so why couldn't he? To which Steve replied that if they saw that he was not so strong, wouldn't they want to kill him? Jean cursed and asked in frustration how this happened. The girl commanded Steve to run at full speed to the northeastern field, away from the city. Our hero rushed in the direction Jean pointed, raising columns of dust. Chad asked in surprise where the boys were running, and Donnie ordered to follow them. A huge blue lightning flashed in the sky. Jean shouted that it had started. Space was starting to warp. At the office, Melissa answered Jean's call and asked what happened. They were already near the lightning, and Jean told Melissa that a portal was forming in front of them. The girl was surprised and, not believing it, asked again. Jean shouted for her to send the portal location to the backup unit. Several military vehicles were already rushing to the designated location. The vehicles stopped and set up rocket launchers, and the commander reported that the brigade was ready to fire. Approaching the portal, Steve said that this was not the planet he was on. It was an ordinary portal. Jean asked in surprise why he was so sure of that. Steve walked closer to the portal and said that he felt that this was not the place he came from. Jean speculated that it was because of the space portal that repatriates sometimes pass through, so he could sense it. But then the girl remembered that when Steve returned from the planet, the energy level of this portal exceeded even the level of the portal bridge. But then she thought that the device was broken. Jean said out loud that the portal energy was not as oppressive as it had been that time, and Steve said that it was a portal to the dungeon. Journalists also saw lightning. One asked if it was a spatial wave, and the second confirmed the observation. Immediately, cars from the Bureau of the Awakened rushed past the journalists. And then the helicopters flew in, surprising the journalists even more. One of the journalists said in surprise, "Is it really true that a portal to a new planet is opening?" The lightning began to grow larger and larger, forming a ball. The guys ran to the portal and Steve took his human form. Jean looked at the portal, wondering if it really led to the dungeon. Suddenly, Jean thought that Steve could beat her, the better one in terms of perception, even though he was not a professional. An SUV pulled up to the portal and an admiring wow was heard from it. Donnie ran to the guys, asking if this was a portal to a new planet. But before they could say a word, 2 cars from the Bureau drove up to the portal. The soldiers got out of their cars with suitcases and said that they were the 11th team and would now install the equipment. The guys asked what it was for, and Jean replied that it calculated the dungeon level and time. Jean and Steve watched with interest as one of the soldiers set up the equipment. The number 4280 appeared on the screen, which greatly surprised Joan. The soldier said that this was a 4th level dungeon, and added that his level was not that high. Jean sighed in disappointment, and Steve smiled contentedly, saying that he was enough. But Melissa was the most disappointed when she heard about the dungeon level. Jean's hand began to be covered in material from the bracelet as she said what Steve had said. He said that this was not where he was and they would have to go and check. But the boss went into a rage when he heard that the dungeon was on the 4th level. Melissa said that it was not yet certain, and they needed to go and check first if this dungeon was the return location. The boss said with disappointment that they had spent a lot of money on this. The girl repeated that this was not yet certain, and the skills that Steve was demonstrating were definitely not level 4. The boss said that if the first portal that opened after the person returned was a dungeon, then it meant that he returned from the dungeon and asked if she knew what kind of people trusted them and invested. Melissa asked if they weren't investing in probability, and Steve is unusual and his price is high. The boss said that if he came out of the dungeon, the company's shares would rise and asked him to drag out the time for now. In response, Melissa only sighed heavily. He added that if they cannot satisfy those who invested, then both of them will have problems. Jean reported that there were 50 days left until the portal exploded and asked to suspend mobilization. Suddenly the soldier turned to Steve and he asked in surprise what was going on. He said that a level 4 dungeon needs to be cleared 5 or 6 times and asked if our hero was scared with his current abilities. But Steve calmly replied that he was not afraid at all. He added that it was not bad and asked how much it cost. And the military man asked in surprise if they were talking about equipment. The military man replied that each guild had one, and a new one cost about 30 million. A bit expensive, Steve said, and the military man agreed with him. The guy handed over the contract and said that he had recently received a contract for permanent equipment as a gift, and asked me to sign it. But Steve asked in surprise why he was giving away the gift so easily. The guy smiled shyly, choosing his words. He said that even if Steve didn't return from the new planet, the government would never leave him without attention, and they were also interested in him abroad. Our hero looked at the guy in surprise, and he said with enthusiasm that his country considers Steve family. The guy summed it up by calling Steve a gem, which made Jean feel nauseous too. Our hero replied that no one had written to him from abroad, surprising the military man. At this point, Donnie intervened in the conversation, his face showing excitement. Stepping aside, the boy said that there is a real war going on abroad right now. Steve doesn't know about it, since he doesn't often sit on the internet, but Donnie collects money sent by fans. Steve, without listening to the end, asked how much he had collected. Donnie sheepishly replied that he had collected somewhere around 500 million. Steve put his hand on Donnie's shoulder, turning into the boy. He suggested not to be slaves to money, adding that the day would come when he would choose a better neighbor than 500 million. Donnie lowered his head and said he understood. Why did he smile sheepishly and say that he should have shown Steve the proposal 3 months ago? Steve looked at the boy questioningly. Donnie asked if the hitman would kill him for not showing the offer. Steve offered to say that he showed the proposal, but he didn't respond, leaving Donnie delighted. As he left, our hero told him to get ready with Chad. Donnie added that he would eat up some of that money and put the rest into the guild account. Steve agreed with this proposal and walked forward into the portal. Donnie thought with a happy face how brutal he was, and that just being around him was already profitable. The boy skipped towards the car, thinking about the money he would keep for himself. Steve's suit almost covered his body when he said that if everyone was ready, then they could go. The soldier shouted that a team was coming from the bureau and suggested that they go together. Steve replied that this was not possible, surprising the military man. He explained that the contract stated that only 2 people from the mobilized personnel were allowed, and this also applied to hunting. Jean said that everything was clear and suggested that they go already. The soldier turned to Jean and asked if there was enough staff for the dungeon, and she replied that he could just record video. Packy ran up to Steve, and Steve asked him to pump up there too. Steve happily gave the order to move forward and went into the portal. After leaving the portal, the guys began to look around. Jean asked, "Well, how is it?" asking if this is the same world. Steve replied thoughtfully that he didn't understand yet. Jean looked at him questioningly and activated the clairvoyance skill. Looking at the bare trees around him, Steve said he had a familiar feeling. The soldier asked Donnie tensely if they could just walk, didn't they have to form up? But the boy responded calmly that since Steve was ahead, they could just follow him. Suddenly, Jean raised her fist up and shouted, "Stop!" The boys behind tensed up and began to peer into the trees ahead. The girl said that a monster appeared 70 meters away from them, or rather 3 of them. Donnie stepped forward and pulled out his dagger, preparing to fight. The soldier also pulled out his sword and asked if that was enough. And Donnie asked irritably what he was pestering about. A monster's howl came from the forest ahead. Chad also took out his sword and giggled as he walked forward, surprising the military man. The soldier asked in fear what had suddenly happened to him, but Donnie remained silent. Still giggling, Chad caught up with Steve and began to walk forward. But seeing his younger brother, our hero hit him on the neck with the edge of his palm. At that very moment, Chad fell face down on the ground. The soldier stared at what was happening in shock, and Donnie walked forward. Steve ordered Donnie to revive Chad and give him a sedative. The soldier in shock asked why this happened, and Jean replied that he had a mental illness. When he took a sword in his hands, he turned into a psychopath. Donnie tried to give Chad the medicine and bring him back to his senses. Meanwhile, Steve, who was walking ahead, was looking ahead with concentration. He told everyone to stand behind him and took out his dagger. At that moment, a monster appeared from the forest and roared loudly. 3 lizard-like monsters with spears in their hands emerged from the forest. Donnie shouted that they were lizard people, and Jean commanded them to defend themselves. Steve rushed forward, clutching a glowing dagger in his hands. The soldier's eyes lit up red, and he said he was starting to film. Our hero approached the monsters and the 3 of them attacked him. Steve easily cut off the first monster's head with 1 blow of his dagger. He also easily cut the second monster in half, as if he were cutting paper. Steve stabbed the 3rd monster in the stomach. Our hero stopped, having finished off the monsters, and received a message that he had been awarded 84 experience points. The rest of the squad formed a circle, protecting their backs, and they all looked in surprise at Steve, who had already finished dealing with the lizards. The soldier looked at Steve in shock, wondering if such speed was real. Steve gave orders to Donnie and Chad to collect the trophies. The boys rushed forward, Donnie taking the order readily and Chad continuing to chuckle. He butchered the corpse with such ferocity that he splattered blood all over everything, including Donnie. The soldier, shocked, said Chad seemed fine until he picked up the knife, but Jean told him to stomp faster. Steve told the boys that next time they would have to sort it out themselves and asked them to pull themselves together. Taking blood crystals out of the monsters, the guys agreed with Steve's words. The soldier was shocked and wondered if he really wanted to leave the fool and psychopath alone with the sea-level monsters. Steve called Packy over and he happily ran to the guy. He ordered the little boy to go into the forest and bring more of these monsters. The soldier couldn't believe his ears, but the puppy understood the order and barked happily. Packy rushed into the forest at the same second, barking loudly and attracting monsters. The soldier asked whether this could be considered cruelty to animals. He asked Jean what would happen if he brought a whole army of monsters. Would everything be okay? And the girl again answered that he should focus on filming. Donnie became serious and shouted that the monsters were coming. From the depths of the forest came groaning and unintelligible sounds. Hearing them, Chad began to giggle even louder, baring his teeth in a crazy grin. The soldier was horrified and thought he was having another seizure. Donnie ran to Cheda, offering him another sedative. But the guy didn't hear him anymore. He rushed forward towards the monsters, laughing loudly. Steve turned back and called out loudly to Donnie, warning him that the monsters were approaching. The guy understood this and eagerly rushed forward. Pecky raced back out of the forest, and the monster's grunts grew louder. Chad rushed forward and threw the dagger forward, surprising Steve, and the spear followed the puppy. The spear stuck into the ground next to Pecky, and he barked loudly. And Chella's dagger hit the head of one of the running monsters. The lizard with the daggers in his head fell, and the remaining monster shouted something in his own language, preparing to strike. And Chad was already rushing towards him with 2 shining daggers in his hands. He ran up close to the lizard and swung his daggers, and the monster raised his spear. Steve arrived just then and pushed away the monster's hand which held the spear. Chad easily landed a blow to the lizard's head while Steve held its paw, preventing it from attacking. And next to him, Pecky bit the monster with his teeth, which increased his level and the power of his jaws. Suddenly, a soldier shouted in fear that there was danger near the guys. A toothy jaw opened up next to Chad, who was intent on killing another monster. Steve and Chad just turned around as a bolt of lightning shot through the monster's head. It was Donnie, holding a sniper rifle and covering the guys. He fired a burst from his rifle, and the monster was pierced by multiple discharges. Chad swung his sword with a scream and made 2 cuts into the monster's body. The next second, the monster's body fell apart into 3 pieces, and Chad's level rose to E1. The boy continued to smile madly as blood gushed out of the monster's body. Donnie also leveled up to E9 and was incredibly happy about it. The soldier asked in surprise if this was definitely a 4th level dungeon. And Jean asked again if he really thought it was a 3rd. Donnie exclaimed happily that he wasn't worried at all, and Chad continued to chuckle. Jean told the soldier that it was enough talking and that they needed to record a video. Pecky suddenly bristled and growled. The puppy rushed forward somewhere, and Jean shouted to Steve that they were attacking from all sides. Steve turned around in surprise and saw a monster running towards him, with its toothy mouth wide open. Another monster was running towards him from the other side, and the 3rd monster jumped from above, raising a long spear over his head. But Steve was already ready to attack and had his dagger ready. The white car was driving ahead when the road was blocked by journalists camped near Steve's house. One of the journalists stepped forward and saluted, greeting Melissa. The girl angrily asked what was going on. Did the guy really want to die, and asked if he was going to run away? The journalist said he would move away if the girl said something, and she asked what he wanted. The guy said he just saw Cedric arrive at the head of the squad. Melissa asked irritably, so what? The journalist said that since he was here, it meant the dungeon was on the 4th level. Melissa didn't answer, and just looked sternly at the guy. But for him, this look was more eloquent than words. The journalist dispersed the rest of the crowd so that the car could move on. He waved to the departing car and thanked the girl. The other guys asked what she said. He replied that it was a 4th level dungeon and suggested that they get ready. The driver asked if it was a secret, and Melissa asked why he was asking. She looked at the driver and asked what was more important to them. Steve's life or the money? The driver answered uncertainly that Steve, and the girl answered, that's it. She said that if she just caught Steve as having returned from the dungeon, then those flies would not bother her anymore. The driver asked excitedly if everything would be okay with her, since the boss had said otherwise, to which Melissa replied that this was precisely why they had to find a breach now. Meanwhile, squad number 13 gathered at the portal and reported that they were ready to enter. A tall, muscular man with white hair looked carefully at the squad. He asked the soldiers if they were all equipped, and they answered in unison, yes. The man smiled cheerfully and said that if that was the case, then it was time for them to have a little fun. Suddenly, an employee came running to them and said that an order had been given to wait. Cedric was unhappy with this news and asked why. A car drove up to the portal and a girl walked towards the squad. Melissa greeted Cedric with a polite smile. But the guy was hostile, and without responding to the pleasantries, asked what it meant. The girl calmly replied that entry into the dungeon was currently prohibited, and she added that until they received a message from Steve, unauthorized entry was prohibited. Cedric became angry at these words and asked what unauthorized meant. He said menacingly that in fact, they had dropped what they were doing and rushed here. Melissa remained calm and replied that it just happened that way. The man said that the contract definitely had a clause about reconnaissance and asked if it made sense to allow the team to go without a raid. Melissa smiled slyly and said that now it made sense to add a couple more points. The girl smiled and said that she was here so that no one would get their hands dirty and that she was here on behalf of the boss. Cedric cursed angrily and asked why everything was so complicated. Melissa smiled peacefully and suggested continuing the conversation in the car. Looking at the article about Steve returning from the 3rd level dungeon, the boss asked the chairman not to worry. He spoke on the phone and told the minister that it was a misunderstanding and that more time was needed. After finishing this conversation, the phone immediately rang again. The chief clutched his head and said that he could die like that. He shouted loudly, asking if they had been able to contact Melissa. But despite the hype over the portal, the sun was shining brightly in the azure sky in the city. The doctor sat in his office and moved the mouse around the table. He opened an article that said that Steve had returned from the dungeon and was sorry for his unfulfilled dream of a new planet. The doctor was surprised by the 4th level and asked if this was sabotage. Reading the article, the doctor said that this guy's life is not like a TV series. He remembered the boy's story. He hid on the beach until he found fruit trees, and the sea was full of food. Steve was attacked by monsters from the sea, but it was definitely the sea. The doctor thought that it was impossible that there could be a sea in the 4th level dungeon. The earth was collapsing, and the doctor thought about the appearance of a dungeon. That it could appear due to a split in the planet itself. He remembered when Steve, having broken the door handle, burst into the office and asked the doctor to find his brother. He then agreed, but said that in return he would have one condition. And the condition was a story about how Steve became the king of the wolves, right up to the war with the gorillas. He promised that he would let me know if his brother was found. An ordinary F-level repatriate claimed to have been the king of the planet for 500 years. Who would believe him? The doctor thought that he seemed to have missed something interesting due to his hasty judgment. Meanwhile, our hero was chopping down monsters left and right, soaring high above the ground. He dealt with monsters in flight, chopping off heads, cutting necks, and ripping open stomachs. And when he landed, all the monsters were already lying on the ground. The soldier was shocked by this speed, and that all the attackers were on the same team. Steve turned to the boys and asked why they had stood up and ordered them to gather their loot. When the prey was finished, the detachment moved on and stopped, looking around the area. Jean said it was suspiciously beautiful here, and Donnie said the rocks sparkled like diamonds, but the atmosphere was dull. I looked around. Steve said that this was definitely a new place, but for some reason it looked familiar. The boys approached the stone and were surprised to notice that there was an inscription on it in their native language. It was carved into the stone, "No way back, leopard territory." Steve looked around in surprise, as if trying to remember something. Jean asked if Donnie was joking, and he responded with a startled expression that he was not, asking why she thought that. The girl narrowed her eyes in disbelief, but did not say anything else. She turned to the soldier and asked if he was recording, and the guy replied, "It's over." Jean asked tensely where their writing came from. Turning around, she noticed that Steve had gone somewhere up the rocks. She commanded the rest of the boys to move on. The squad moved on, following Steve climbing up the rocks. Our hero had already risen and stood frozen near the entrance to the cave. There was confusion on his face as he looked ahead. The guys were shocked that there was a cave in such a place, and the soldier was worried that someone would jump out of it. Steve called upon the spirit of the tree, and thousands of fireflies flew forward from his body. The guys froze in shock, and Donnie exclaimed, "What is this?" Fireflies settled on the walls of the cave, which were completely covered with writing. The guys were shocked that all the inscriptions were in their language and decided that their relative lived here. Donnie read the entry, "I want to eat chicken, I want to eat soup," and asked if there really was an underground Robinson Crusoe living here. The soldier read the inscription with great intensity, "I want to see a person." Suddenly both guys froze, seeing another entry. "How I want a woman, I really want affection." The soldier said that this pervert wrote a whole novel here. The guys looked at the inscriptions and decided that he was full of desire, and the soldier said that he could not read it anymore. They laughed, and Donnie asked what those burning mushrooms were he was drawing. The next inscription read, "I want to see the faces of even those I hate. I want to see my hated father and mother and my little brother Chad." Donnie said in surprise that Chad's name was on there. And at that time, the younger brother read another inscription. Steve was here. The soldier and Donnie immediately realized who wrote it, and their joy immediately disappeared. Jean, who had been watching what was happening, turned around confidently. She looked at Steve, who had remained silent the entire time, studying the inscriptions. Donnie said that they looked like drawings by ancient people, and the military man added that the creator had good drawing skills. Jean walked up to Steve and asked him if this was the place he had been, but our hero did not answer. He looked ahead in shock at the drawings. The inscription read, 500 years have passed since I became the ruler. For the last 100 years, Kuro could not defeat Steve. And there was also a map on the drawing. Steve vividly remembered Kuro, the huge black tiger he had fought. Our hero saw, as if he were now, the yellow eyes of the enemy with whom he had fought for many years. Jean asked the guy how he was, but Steve only looked at the other drawing in shock. There was a recording of the Third Lunar War. The clan of Gorilla Jack rose up, and when the third moon rises, the battle will begin. He remembered the last battle with the huge gorilla and the thought that this time only one would survive. Steve just couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the drawings. Donnie continued to explore the cave and said that there were knives here. The boys looked at the shining blades, forged from stone, and therefore they were not artifacts. Suddenly, Steve rushed towards the exit of the cave, surprising the boys. Donnie called out excitedly to Steve, asking where he was running, and Jean had already rushed after him, trying to stop him or at least catch up. Donnie yelled that Steve was offended because the soldier laughed at the drawings, but the guy replied that they laughed together. And Steve was racing up, running straight up the steep cliff. Our hero climbed to the top of the mountain and looked around the area. He simply couldn't believe his eyes, and wondered in surprise what had happened here. Jean climbed the mountain where our hero stood and called him by name. Getting up, she asked what was there, whether this was the place where he once lived. Steve replied that it seemed so, but something was wrong, and Jean asked what exactly. The guy pointed in one direction and said that there used to be a snow mountain there. He pointed in the other direction and said there were fruit trees there. Then he pointed to the place where there is now fog and said that there was a sea there. Jean was genuinely surprised when she heard about the sea in the dungeon. Steve said that this sea was called the Sea of Roar, and it was really dangerous. The girl could not believe that there could be a sea in the 4th level dungeon. She asked about the writing on the wall. Didn't he leave them? And Steve said that they were his notes. These were Steve's attempts not to forget about civilization. He wrote them while hiding from animals. He remembered taking notes, and even when he changed his habitat, he returned to this cave and wrote. Jean asked if there were lizard men back then, and Steve replied that there weren't any back then. The girl asked what happened to his animal friends. Steve looked thoughtfully into the distance and repeated the girl's words. My friends. The guy said that this was the leopard's territory and they wouldn't leave because of some lizard men. In response, Jean pointed into the distance and asked if he saw fog there. She said that there, beyond the mountains, was the end of the dungeon. A very ordinary dead end. Steve was genuinely shocked by these words, not believing that where there used to be a sea, there was now a dead end. Suddenly, they both heard a noise below, and Jean shouted that a lizard man was approaching. Jean activated her clairvoyance skill and said that they were approaching. The girl counted the number of approaching monsters. There were more than 80 of them. The guys were climbing to the top where Jean and Steve were standing. Donnie said that if they weren't with them, they would die. Jean screamed that 102 lizards were coming towards them. The girl was indignant that they were all rising at once and took out her sword. And at the very bottom stood the largest red lizard, and she shouted that he was the king of the lizards. The lizard bared its teeth angrily, and on its head was some kind of animal, like a mask. Looking closely at the skull, Steve thought that it looked very much like a leopard's skull. Suddenly our hero told Jean to stay with the others, and without waiting for an answer, he jumped down from the top of the mountain, surprising Jean. The girl shouted from above, asking what he was up to, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, in the city, an old lady was feeding a pigeon, and asked him with a smile if it was okay to peck at food like that. Suddenly the dove began to glow blue and lightning appeared around it, which greatly surprised the granny, and Jean stared at Steve in surprise, not believing her eyes. Instead of arms, Steve grew huge wings and he flew down towards the rising monsters. Seeing Steve, the king of the monsters swung his huge spear, aiming at the guy. The spear flew past Steve and he descended towards the king of the monsters, stopping next to him. Here Pecky began to shine, and lightning appeared around him, just like before with the dove. And now, instead of Steve, a white beast appeared, baring its teeth angrily. He grabbed the Lizard King by the throat, and together they flew down the mountain. Our hero, together with the Lizard King, fell somewhere in the forest, and from the impact at the place of the fall, it was as if a bomb exploded. Jean watched the fall in shock and called Steve a psycho. At that moment, the boys reached the top, and Donnie said that no matter how embarrassing it was, he shouldn't have jumped. And Chad asked in surprise if it was really his brother who jumped. Donnie said that he seemed to have fallen hard there, which made Jean angry and shout that he was okay. And while the guys were talking, 100 lizard men were rising closer and closer to them. Jean shouted that the lizard was 30 meters away from them and ordered them to prepare for an attack. The soldier picked up a large boulder and shouted that he was ready to attack. Donnie took out his rifle and aimed it, shouting at the monsters to come here. Chad picked up a rock too, but his attention was focused on his brother and his jump. Donnie opened fire, shooting down the approaching lizards, and they began to fall off the cliff. And Steve was fighting the Lizard King below and hit him hard in the jaw with his elbow. The next blow was a fist to the jaw, causing the monster's eyes to widen. Steve then unleashed a hail of punches on the monster, turning it into a bloody mess. Steve opened his fanged mouth and growled furiously. Our hero took the half-dead monster by the neck and shook him slightly, trying to bring him to his senses. After that, Civ took the mask, tore it off the monster's face, and threw it away. Steve dug his claws into the monster's body and asked where the leopards had gone. But the monster did not answer and could only clench his fist behind our hero's back. With the last of his strength, the Lizard King lightly hit Steve on the head with his fist. But this action enraged our hero and he bared his teeth furiously. The ground around the two animals suddenly began to shake and the wind rose, and Steve stood up on his hind legs. Without letting go of the monster, our hero soared into the sky, leaving behind a blue strip of light. The guys on the mountain continued to throw stones at the lizards that were crawling ever closer, and there was no end to them. Another boulder knocked down the lizard, but two others were already rushing to take its place. Donnie continued to fire back with his rifle, screaming for them all to die. Under fire from rocks and rifles, some monsters fell, but the guys were unable to take out all of them. The soldier suddenly asked if melee weapons weren't more effective than ranged ones. Donnie said there is a limit to the amount of fire. Depending on the level, the efficiency drops a lot, but it's a hopeless situation. Jean held two swords in her hands and shouted at the boys to get up, ordering them to concentrate. Chad pulled out two daggers, and a crazy smile appeared on his face again, and laughter rang out. Donnie yelled that Chad had gone crazy again and said that they couldn't let him jump. Someone screamed to look, and the boys saw Steve appear in the air next to them, holding the Lizard King. There was a blue glow around Steve's legs as he grabbed the monster by the throat and swung it, preparing to throw it. The guys stared at Steve in shock, while the crowd of lizards was getting closer and closer. At that moment, Steve swung and threw the Lizard King's body with all his might. The soldier, realizing what our hero wanted to do, screamed in horror that they had to run. The body flew into the crowd of lizards, destroying the mountain along with them, and Steve received a level increase and turned off the wind control skill. The lizards flew in different directions from such a blow, and the mountain began to break. The ground beneath the boys' feet as they stood on the mountain began to crack, and Donnie screamed that they were going to fall. Jean also began to fall and only managed to shout to the boys to take care of themselves. The soldier also fell down and tears of fear welled up in his eyes. The mountain finally collapsed and all four of them fell down. The top of the mountain split into two parts with a roar, and a hail of stones and boulders fell down. Jean landed safely on the edge of the remaining mountain, with clouds of dust rising around her. The girl stood up and looked around in search of other survivors. Seeing someone's hand, she rushed forward, asking as she went if everything was okay. The soldier was buried in rocks, but was able to raise his hand and say that he was Henry and that he was okay. Donnie said in fear that they almost died. Chad was lying on the ground and Packy ran up to him. Suddenly, Steve appeared next to them in human form and told them to go because the portal had already opened. When the boys saw Steve, they happily rushed towards him because they thought he had not survived the fall from the mountain. And Henry was surprised and tilted his head to the side and asked how this was even possible. At that moment, Melissa and her assistants and squad number 11, led by Cedric, stood near the portal. Steve and the guys emerged from the portal one by one, surrounded by a blue glow. Seeing the boys, Melissa smiled and said that they were leaving. Steve's clan emerged from the portal in deathly silence, and the military near the portal looked at them attentively. Steve was silent and looked away thoughtfully. There was confusion on the guy's usually serious face. Cedric, seeing our hero, asked if he was Steve, and added that he could barely drag his feet. But Melissa ignored the guy's words and called out to Steve, coming closer. Steve looked at Melissa with the same confused look. The girl came closer to him and greeted him. She wanted to say something else, but did not have time. In front of everyone's eyes, Steve turned into a dove and flew away, under the caught glances. The squad looked after Steve in amazement, and one guy asked if Steve had really turned into a dove. The other guy said he also thought he was imagining things, and Cedric added that it would probably be tasty to fry it. Melissa asked if he had ever turned into a dog, and Jean just sighed heavily. She asked Jean what had happened, and the girl replied that if Melissa had come to negotiate, then it was better to go. The brunette frowned and asked what happened to the video. Jean called Henry and told him to take Melissa and return to headquarters, but the girl said that the blonde should go too, and she was surprised by these words. Melissa said that at this point, surveillance on Steve has ended and an order for her removal has already been issued. Jean instantly became furious and screamed about where they were sending her this time. Melissa replied, "She's going on a field offensive near the middle line. Things are serious there." Hearing the place she was being sent to, Jean gritted her teeth in surprise, but did not object. Henry told the boys that 4 people would stay with them to operate the portal, and that this number of people should be enough. Chad shook the guy's hand and said he would treat them as guests, and Henry was advised to hire staff soon. The guy thanked the soldier for his advice and smiled kindly at him. Henry smiled back, a slightly nervous smile, and wondered what Chad's true face was. And nearby, Cedric cried out in surprise, "What return are you talking about?" He said that Melissa kept saying that she needed to talk to Steve, to which the girl replied that they had better return to headquarters today and start negotiating the squad's salary. Heading to the car, the girl said that the boss was waiting for them, offering to go. But Cedric shouted that that wasn't the problem and asked if Steve didn't want to talk to them. The man was indignant that the people from the guild had no sense. How could they go into the dungeon alone? And if it exploded, they would call him. Donnie glared at the offending man, indignant, and Chad told him to just leave. Melissa called her boss from the car, which was racing to headquarters at full speed. The man immediately started yelling at her, asking if she had told everything to the journalists. Melissa said that everyone except the management team was leaving, adding that everything could be fixed and suggested that they talk when they met. The chief's ardor died down, and he only asked in surprise what this meant. After some time, the group returned to the Awakened Bureau to submit a report. Henry showed the writing in the cave on the screen, saying that it was Steve's diary. In the next video, he showed Thiv flying into the air and throwing the Lizard King down onto the mountain. Henry said that it was impossible to film inside the cave, but they did manage to capture a shot of Steve growing wings. And the guy added that he could blend in with animals. Henry turned off the screen and said that his recording was over. Cedric angrily said that they were out of their minds. It was not so easy to defeat the Lizard King. The boss said that the combat power of a 4th level Lizard King is somewhere around level B. Henry corrected him, saying that it was Class A and added that Steve had just knocked down level A like that. The boss folded his hands in front of him and said that meant Steve was above level C. Jean reported that the current spatial energy of E level, combat power of C+, after transformation depends on the power of the animal, but is estimated as the weakest SSS level. It was also confirmed that his level increase depends on the removal of restrictions. For other Awakened, it is not like that. Cedric asked again about the lifting of restrictions, and added that everyone is unusual like that. Jean shrugged and said she didn't know anything about it. The boss asked what his performance had been before. Cedric mused that if all the missing people came back like Steve, then their country would definitely become a superpower. Henry said that if they went there without equipment, they would definitely die, and added that it was unlikely that another such person would be found. The boss asked that, anyway, it seemed that Steve was a returnee from dungeon number 4, but Jean firmly said that they could not confirm this yet. The boss said that he also found it unpleasant to realize this, but it was a fact that it was not a new planet that had been discovered. He added that it was more important to understand whether the secret to Steve's success was in that dungeon. Melissa, who had been sitting silently until then, agreed with her boss. The man said that Steve even signed the contract, so why is he trying to interfere with the intelligence service? Cedric said that Steve was just trying to prevent him from finding out the secret of his strength and called the guy selfish. But then Jean intervened and said that that was not the issue at all. Melissa interrupted the girl before she could finish and asked if they were considering further negotiations. The boss indignantly asked what other negotiations they were going to have. They had already held so many of them. Melissa just smiled and tried to convey her thoughts to her boss, but he seemed to refuse to listen and only asked again what the matter was. Jean flew out of the room where they were sitting like a bullet, calling everyone idiots talking about the secret of strength and power. And at this time Melissa told him her plans and asked if it wasn't tempting. Cedric said that if they staffed their riot squad with C-level and above people, he would take charge of the search and the chief's problems would be solved. The boss smiled contentedly and said that even if he took all the loot, it would be very profitable. Cedric said the bonus was 780% of the salary, and the man replied that if everything worked out, it would be a trifle. The boss asked Melissa what he should give Steve in exchange for unlimited access to the dungeon. The girl answered vaguely, saying that she needed to give back what was left. But the boss didn't understand what she meant, and asked again what they had left. Somewhere outside the city, surrounded by well-kept gardens, stood a small house. Munch walked ahead, and several boys followed him, asking if the boy was going to pick tomatoes. And the monk called them to pick potatoes and peppers as well. The boys began to argue about who planted more potatoes and tomatoes, and Munch listened to the boys' conversation with a smile. The monk opened the door to the warehouse where bags of fertilizer and gardening supplies were stored. The boys entered the warehouse, discussing how many tomatoes they would pick today and what they would cook for dinner. Monk said that everyone should take a hoe and go to the garden, and none of them saw that someone was standing outside the window, watching with wide-open red eyes. At this time, the military detachment was preparing to depart, and reported that there were 10 minutes left before departure. One of the military commanded the group commander to check the number of passengers and equipment and ask for a report on the situation. The two commanders reported that everything was normal and they were ready. The soldier addressed Team 11, but Jean didn't hear him, staring at her phone. One of the soldiers called her and she looked at him questioningly, not understanding what was going on. Then it dawned on her and the girl reported that the 11th team was fine. The military man was satisfied with this answer and said that they would then begin the operation. Military vehicles and tanks moved forward to the desired point. Already in the car, Jean continued to look at her phone and sighed heavily. One soldier said that the nearby dungeons exploded one after another and it was hell, and then asked why they didn't send a detection team to the front lines. To which Jean replied that they needed to write wills and send them to their families while the signal was still there. The guys were annoyed by this answer and asked why she did this to them. Steve's guild house no longer resembled a haunted house, and Granny, Bill, and Packy, who stole the laundry, were running around. Steve was sleeping on a pile of grass that looked more like a nest and did not hear Jean calling him. Donnie, in the next room, thought that Steve was sleeping too long. It was not like him. He looked at his laptop and thought that since everyone knew that Steve was not from a new planet, the sponsorship would stop. But when he opened the account, he shouted in surprise, "That's how much money." At that moment, Chad walked into the room, startling Donnie greatly. The kid asked him to knock next time, and Chad asked if he had been watching adult films. Donnie thought about it and asked how he could say that, especially in broad daylight. Chad asked if Munch had called him, and the kid said he hadn't. He looked at the phone with concern and said that he couldn't get through, assuming that something had happened to him. But Donnie was calm and said that Munch was probably having a good time with the kids right now. Then he saw the bag in Chad's hands and asked what it was. Chad replied that Grandma said she was weak, and he bought her some medicine. And Donnie laughed and asked, "Is that like Steve's fiancé?" The boy asked if he thought our hero was sleeping too long, and Chad replied that he was just about to wake him up. And Steve had already woken up and was sitting on the floor, thinking about what had happened in the dungeon. He thought he would be able to see his friends if the portal opened, but his world turned out to be just a grain of sand. He recalled that he didn't meet any friends there, but he did see some infected monsters. Our hero remembered with longing the family of red wolves and how joyfully they hunted together. He also remembered the huge black tiger Kuro, with whom he had fought many times for territory. And I also remembered Jack, the giant gorilla, and it was in the midst of their battle that Steve returned to Earth. With a smile, Steve wondered where they were, where they had gone, whether they had really moved to other places, having been frightened by the big snake. Our hero stopped at the thought that no matter what, if they were destined, they would definitely meet again. At that moment, Chad entered the room, and seeing that Steve was awake, he invited him to lunch. The guy agreed, and added that while he was sleeping, he didn't even suspect how hungry he was. His phone rang again and the screen showed Lundy, but Steve didn't hear the call and left the room. The boys were sitting at the set table when Steve asked where Blondie had gone, since she loved lobsters. The guys were surprised to hear this, and suddenly something occurred to Donnie, causing him to stare at Steve in surprise. Our hero looked at Donnie with confusion and asked what he said. The boy squinted and asked if Steve really didn't know the girl's name. Our hero was puzzled by this question and asked in response, "Isn't her name Blondie?" Donnie couldn't believe Steve was serious and said that her name was actually Jean. The guy was clearly hearing the name for the first time, and Donnie asked in surprise if they hadn't met before. Steve asked again what exactly the boy was talking about. They met to have children. Donnie looked at Steve in shock, deciding that all he had in his head was thoughts of hunting and procreation. Chad changed the subject and said that she had gone to the region on a mission. He said that Jean couldn't get through to Steve and called him and said that they needed to get someone into the guild. Our hero was not happy to hear this proposal and asked if it was necessary. Chad replied that it was a must. They needed someone to operate the measuring equipment, because they didn't know where or how the portal would explode. Steve turned to Donnie and asked if he had anyone in mind. The boy said that maybe one of his friends, with whom he did boxing or with whom he subscribed on YouTube, would respond. Donnie asked if there was anyone like Steve, but then remembered that he had just returned. While biting into the lobster's shell, our hero asked if there was any news from Monk. Chad was surprised that he wasn't answering him either, and added that the monks had taken the children from the orphanage and should now be in the city. Donnie also dialed Munch's number and said he still wasn't answering, adding that it wasn't like him. Military equipment rushed through the ruined city to its destination. The guys in the car heard an announcement that they were entering the red zone of Necroville, and were asked to turn off their communication devices. Jean held the phone in her hands as the guys around her started discussing the red zone that wasn't on the map. The girl pressed the power button without getting through to Steve, and the screen went black. Just then, Steve picked up his phone and saw missed calls from Blondie. He immediately called her back, but the voice replied that the subscriber was out of range. Cars raced through the forest, and zombie-like monsters roamed among the trees, and only one of the monsters watched the military closely, staring at them with red eyes. Our hero stood in the room and listened to the beeps on the telephone. but he had no idea that on the other end of the line, the phone was lying in a pool of blood. Steve said he wasn't answering and put his phone away, starting to worry. Melissa and Cedric pulled up to Steve's guild house, and she called Chad and asked if they could see Steve. The white-haired man smiled, looking away, and said that this is a dog man. Not far from them, under a tree, sat Steve, his head thrown back. They sat down at the table to talk, and our hero asked in surprise what kind of research it was about. He asked, "This is not the planet they have been looking for so long, so why are they so obsessed with exploration?" Melissa replied that they wanted to know the secret of Steve's strength. And the answer was there. The guy replied that if you train for 1,000 years, everything will work out, and asked why they didn't believe it. Cedric asked not to behave like that in the company of his fellow countrymen, and added that it was not just like that, but to stop the national crisis. The man said that the number of 6th-level dungeons is increasing, and the time it takes to complete them is decreasing. The number of infected people has increased sharply, and there is a shortage of food. He added that it was vital to train high-level people like Steve. Steve noticed the words about infected, and asked what kind of infection it was. It turns out that after the Cataclysm, an unknown virus began to spread, infecting people living underground. These infected do not die, but attack and infect people and animals. These infected are called necrovilles, and they look like zombies with red eyes. The girl showed the map, saying that the red dots were their zones. If they increased, it would be more difficult to block the breakthrough into the dungeon. Melissa added that it is believed that the virus came from portals, but the rate of infection is so high that it is difficult to react in time. Steve listened and said that it would be 2 gifts in exchange for permission to explore the dungeon and unlimited hunting. The girl said that first they would raise Steve's guild level to level 5. Our hero asked if this meant they would be able to go into the 5th-level dungeons, and the girl confirmed this. Melissa narrowed her eyes slyly and asked, "Isn't it attractive?" Steve didn't answer and asked what the second gift was. The girl said that the second gift is territory. Steve was surprised by such a gift. She showed a map, adding that this place was north of their territory, and asked if they could. Steve looked at the map and said that since it was a field, it was abandoned, and asked if they were talking about protecting the city from the west. Melissa showed a map and said that, apart from a few towns, the rest of the land was abandoned and turned into fields. Those who remained in the fields after the Cataclysm moved in search of a safe place, and the cities did not have enough space to accommodate them. Steve smiled cheerfully and asked if they really wanted to place them in the office. Melissa replied that if people came, they would be able to restore the city, clear the dungeons, and be able to cultivate the fields, and if the guild was recognized for attack management, they would make a serious profit. She said that for now they could use the modular versions to prepare, and if a portal with more time opened, the guild would hit the jackpot. Steve liked these prospects, and replied that the conditions were not bad. Afterwards, he asked a question about what is currently happening with the neighboring country. Cedric said that most of the victims of the Cataclysm are there. A coup d'etat took place. The system collapsed. The survivors live in groups. The situation is out of control. Isn't it just a matter of time before they run south? All 3 were solemnly silent with sly smiles on their faces, and Steve wondered if he was lying now, or if they were. After thinking for a bit, the guy replied that everything was fine and offered to sign a contract. Melissa was clearly pleased with this answer and said that it was the right choice. Steve asked if the requirement to stay in the country for 100 days had been lifted, and the girl replied that it was true. When signing the contract, Steve said that he also wanted to ask for 2 things. Our hero said that he wanted to meet the scientist who made the spatial energy meter, and the second favor is to find out Munch's location. Melissa was surprised by such a request, and Steve explained that the monk had disappeared and was not answering calls. The girl replied that she understood everything, and added that these tasks were easy. Cedric, who had been silent until then, stood up and said with a satisfied smile that he would then begin the quest. In the tall building of the Scylla Guild, there were several people sitting near the guild recruitment office. One of the people sitting waiting was Jim. He thought that this guild was one of the largest. Recruitment was only twice a year, and some mercenaries did not even make it to the selection. Scylla's guild is a mercenary place, difficult to get through, but if you are accepted, you will receive tremendous support. Jim jumped at the opportunity because his guild had disbanded. He received a message that he had passed the test and thought that wandering around small clans and all his efforts were not in vain. But Jin was very nervous as he sat waiting and thought that this was not the end. He reflected that out of 50 candidates who made it through the final selection, only 10 were chosen. He decided that he couldn't lose confidence. Perhaps this was his only chance. His thoughts were interrupted by an incoming message, and he stared at the phone screen in surprise. One of the people on the committee told the candidates that it was a great job and they could go. The elderly man said that this time the selection was extremely poor, and only criminals had come. Another added that any kid could do better than them. And Morris said that this swordsman was not bad, looking at the questionnaire. This was Jim's questionnaire, and all the men on the committee confirmed that he was indeed not bad. The old man was surprised that in 3 years, Jin had only reached level E. Morris said he could be promoted, and added that he would personally train him. The man ordered that the next ones be called, and the guy at the entrance went to invite them. He walked out into the corridor and invited candidates number 46 through 50. But there were not 5, but only 4 candidates sitting opposite the commission members. The man asked why there were 4 of them, and Morris asked where Jim was. One of the candidates replied that he had suddenly run out. In fact, Jim received a message that said, "If you want to join my guild, then come to the specified address in the city of Steveland." Jim immediately ran out of the building, because there was no need to even think, because this was a message from the savior and the hottest guy in the country. The military vehicles continued to drive in the red zone, past the Necroville infected. The driver looked at the screens and turned around, telling the boss to look at them. The guy laughed, because they said that PRO had experience, but they themselves ran in different directions from fear. The boy said that nothing was clear yet, and suggested that the sergeant put them down, just as he had once put down 2,000. The sergeant replied that they should stick to the standard course, because if they went another way, they would not be able to get to the right place on time. Suddenly the boy behind the wheel went quiet and called the sergeant. On the road ahead, someone or something blocked the path of the military vehicles. The sergeant immediately tensed up and, cursing, asked what it was. As they got closer, they saw several infected people devouring a huge bear. Seeing the light from the headlights, one of the infected turned around and looked angrily at the car with red eyes. The sergeant said they would turn them into dust with a protean missile, but the driver replied that they would raise everyone's ears. But the sergeant said that they had little time, and a little further on, there was already a combat zone. The driver did not argue and pressed a button on the dashboard, causing the rocket launcher on the roof of the car to move. The sergeant gave the order to shoot, and 4 missiles flew into the crowd of infected. The monsters turned their heads towards the cars, and at that moment the missiles flew in, tearing them to pieces. And the tanks rushed forward, crushing the monsters and tearing them to pieces. The surviving monsters saw this attack and began to growl, attracting other zombies. The tanks readied their firearms, preparing to fight off the remaining monsters. And the crowd of monsters was already rushing towards the tanks. They were growling and groaning, trying to catch up with the vehicles. The sergeant in the car shouted that they were advancing and gave the order to open fire. The guns burst into a volley of shots, following the sergeant's order. The bullets tore the infected to pieces, clearing the way. Meanwhile, the white van was racing along country roads, and behind the van, a crowd of people infected with Necroville rushed. Suddenly, the driver saw an icon on the dashboard that lit up, indicating that the fuel was running low. The driver said he was running low on gas, and Munch shouted at him to move towards the camp. The van sped forward, passing a sign indicating which way they should go. The monsters continued to chase them, and the monk shouted that if they went a little further, they would reach the mountain camp. The driver apologized, because it was he who insisted on coming here. But he didn't think that the monsters had already gotten here. Munch approached the senior monk, saying that he too wanted to prepare food for the children from fresh vegetables. The elder monk felt awkward listening to this, but he was grateful for Monk's support. The guy said that they still had a lot of field work to do, so they needed to get rid of the tail so they could eat with the children in peace. The senior monk agreed with the boy, adding that they were probably hungry there, and the infected continued to pursue them, making hoarse, unintelligible sounds. They drove up to the camp. Monk shouted that the door was open and told them to break quickly. He turned back and pulled back the curtain, peering into the depths of the van. He asked the boys if they could run fast, because when they stopped, they would have to run with all their might. The children were frightened, and the women sitting nearby only sighed heavily. But Munch was determined, thinking that this time he would save everyone. The monsters approached the van. Despite the awkwardness, they ran very quickly. And then the van stopped. The passengers ran out of it and rushed forward, and the monsters were already on their heels. Munch was carrying 2 children when he shouted something from behind him, and the boy turned around. One of the monsters almost caught up with them. He was stretching his hands forward and wheezing heavily. Monk let the boys go and shouted at them to run forward without looking back. The next second, he began to turn towards the monster, grabbing his bat. He swung the bat at the monster's head, and his jaw came off with a crunch. With incredible speed, Monk rushed towards the crowd of zombies, scattering them. Having scattered the first wave, the monk stopped, looking at the approaching crowd of infected. He thought there were too many of them here, and there were still 6 minutes before the dragon's dash. But suddenly, something caught his attention. Fireflies began to appear around Munch and the crowd of zombies surrounding them. The next moment, tornado columns appeared, lifting the monsters into the air. Everyone watched in shock as the crowd of monsters swirled through the air. Munch stood frozen, watching the scene, surrounded by fireflies, with a figure visible behind him. Steve stood on the roof of the building watching the attack and said it was very useful. Munch and the other fugitives turned towards the voice, looking at the boy from a distance. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and stood on the roof against the backdrop of the azure sky. Seeing him, Munch exclaimed that he was a benefactor, and Steve asked him to move away so that the monk would not be sucked in. Steve activated the tornado skill and all the monsters began to spin in the whirlwind even faster, and the fireflies began to shine brighter. It looked like a canvas embroidered with precious stones, and when Steve saw it, his eyes sparkling, he said he liked it. Meanwhile, the military vehicles continued to shoot back at the monsters. The sergeant, clearly nervous, shouted into the radio that he was sending a request to connect to the military network. He shouted into the radio that they were being pursued by Necrovilles, and they were requesting reinforcements at the location. At that moment, a hail of stones fell on them and dozens of monsters surrounded the tank. The infected tried to get into the cockpit, and the sergeant shouted at them to hold on tight. The stones continued to fly, and the monsters became more and more numerous. They climbed onto the tank, fell, but immediately tried to climb back up. Suddenly, the tank ran over a cobblestone, and the vehicle began to fall over onto its side. Those driving behind saw that the first car had overturned and gave the order to quickly turn around. An unsuspecting Jean was sitting in her car when she noticed her sword began to glow. They reported on the radio that the first car had overturned. The car stopped, and the soldiers asked in surprise what had happened. One of the soldiers nervously told the captain that they seemed to be in deep shit. The Necrovilli began to climb onto the next car, covering it like flies. Jean pressed a button on the screen that opened the window shutter. The girl's eyes widened in fear when she met the gaze of red eyes in the window. The infected people surrounded the military vehicle, piling on it in a crowd. Jean gave the order for them to quickly unlock the door, and the soldier complained that it was no accident that he had nightmares yesterday. The driver turned away from the zombie-covered front window and said he was unlocking the back door. The door began to open slowly, and everyone heard the wheezing of the infected, and Jean commanded to step back. The decomposed hands of the infected began to grab at the opening door. The soldiers looked at this in horror and wondered how they would break through it. Jean ordered them to go straight to Car 7 and kill anything that stood in their way. A yellow ball lit up in the girl's hands and she shouted for everyone to disperse. A column of yellow fire flew out of the car, sweeping away all the infected in its path. The soldiers were shocked by Jean's skills and said that the way behind was now clear. Jean ordered everyone to hurry to the exit because the zombies were approaching again. The girl told the driver that he was getting out too, and they were leaving the car here. One of the infected jumped from the roof of the car, trying to attack Jean, but the girl instantly pulled out her sword and with one swing cut down the approaching monster. The monsters began to surround Jin from all sides, and she cursed irritably. She slashed her sword in a circle, scattering the infected in different directions and shouted at them to move away. And the sergeant from the first car tried to shoot back at the attacking monsters. He gave the order to the shooting soldiers to surround the car. One of the soldiers said he would check for survivors from the second vehicle. The soldier looked into the car and said that the driver and the front seat passenger were dead. And there was no end to the infected, and they were getting closer and closer. The soldiers tried to open the door, but it did not open, and one of them ordered that a burner be brought to him. He shouted that they were from Group 7. They were opening the door and asked to move away. The rest of the soldiers covered him so that the zombies could not get close to the survivors. But there weren't enough soldiers, and the infected still managed to break through and attack them. The surviving soldiers shouted in fear to the captain that they were being crushed and that they could not stand it for much longer. But the captain told them not to panic, because they had to hold out a little longer. One of the soldiers with the clairvoyant skill saw the infected approaching, saying that there were 30 meters left. The zombies grew in number and surrounded the soldiers who were shooting back. The sergeant pulled out a dagger and told the soldiers to prepare to fight them off at close range. Suddenly, flashes of blue lightning began to appear behind the crowd of monsters. These lightning bolts tore the monsters apart, throwing the remains of their bodies in different directions. The lightning became more and more numerous, and soon the entire crowd of infected was engulfed in it. The soldiers, shocked, asked what it was. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted for them to look up at the sky. There were several people in the sky jumping from quadcopters, and on them was written, 707A. The captain smiled and said that these bastards came just in time. One of the Special Forces soldiers landed on the car, surprising the soldiers standing below. And Jean fought the infected, cutting them into pieces, unaware of the reinforcements. She turned to strike again, but her sword was intercepted by a soldier who came up from behind. Jean looked at the guy and thought it was Valentine. The soldier who had jumped onto the car earlier said that he would finish the rest himself and prepared the installation behind his back. Valentine placed his hand on the girl's head and pulled her towards him, saying out loud, "Shield." And the soldier standing on the car began to fire, releasing many huge red charges from his weapon. The balls flew forward, towards the crowd of approaching infected, but did not incinerate or explode, as if flying forward. Then the soldier shouted, fire and balls began to explode, ripping the infected to shreds. Monsters, rocks, and trees all flew apart, and in the center of the explosion sat Jean and Valentine. Soon, the place where the monsters were, everything began to burn and explode, and a drone and several helicopters were flying over the site, trying to contact the soldiers remaining below. They asked for a personal count after the wounded and dead were counted. Suddenly, one of the helicopter pilots said that an unknown object was approaching them at great speed. Meanwhile, the infected fell down, having been lifted up by the whirlwind. Steve smiled at Munch, who looked at him seriously, and the air around them seemed to glow with a firefly. The bodies of the infected fell around Munch like a hail of zombies, and the orphans watched what was happening with a mixed feeling of delight and fear. Seeing that there were no more monsters left, the children rushed towards Monk, shouting loudly that all the monsters were dead. Steve smiled and told Munch that it was fun, but now it was time for them to go home. The monk turned to Steve, calling him a benefactor, and asked how he found them. Then the other monks and children saw Steve and asked who he was. Munch, with a satisfied smile, began to say that he asked to welcome this, but did not finish. One of the surviving infected latched onto the leg, gnawing at the flesh. Munch looked down in horror as the zombie bit into his leg. Meanwhile, a new portal opened in a neighboring country, and the road collapsed along with the cars. A huge monster emerged from the portal, causing panic among the inhabitants. The fleeing woman fell, and the stroller with the sleeping child rolled away. The carriage was stopped by Hiro, who arrived at the opening of the portal in time. All the residents joyfully shouted the guy's name, glad that he came to their aid, and the monster began to be surrounded by men in black suits with swords in their hands. The monster raised its head up and released several fireballs. One of the men activated the stealth skill, and his swords were enveloped in black flames. At that moment, a fireball flew towards the guy and exploded right next to him, and the monster continued to release fireballs that exploded, destroying everything around. But in place of one man in black, several more appeared, and someone shouted that they were clones. And while they were distracting the monster, Hiro got closer and cut it in half. The boy swung his swords easily, as if he knew where to aim next. Hiro delivered a series of cutting blows, and the monster, cut into several pieces, began to fall to the ground. As a result, the monster collapsed to the ground and its body fell apart into several pieces. People who saw the victory rejoiced and loudly shouted the name of their hero, Hiro. People were shouting that it was Hiro's team and they had saved them again. Military vehicles were racing towards the portal, and the news reported that a huge monster had emerged from the portal, wreaking havoc, but that large casualties were avoided thanks to Hiro's team. Anna praised Hiro and said that it was a great job, and he asked what she was looking at. The girl said that this video was about Steve and asked if Hiro, the druid she was talking about, remembered him. The guy asked with a smile what was wrong with him this time, that he was stuck somewhere again. The girl replied that he had just returned from the dungeon. Hiro watched the story indulgently and thought that he had been there too, and saw no point in making a show out of it. Suddenly something caught the guy's attention and he asked to scroll down. The girl stopped at a general photo of the guys called Deep Analysis of Steve's Guild. Hiro looked at the photo in disbelief because he recognized the boy in it. The girl asked if Hiro recognized anyone in this photo, and Hiro sat in shock because this boy was the eighth evil. The guy thought it was definitely him. The boy must have recently lost his father and was in an orphanage. Hiro thought that was why he wanted to kill him last. The boy thought that this boy was a terrible villain. The eighth evil, why was he here? In the photo was a new guy, Jim, who was introduced as a new member of the guild, and Hiro remembered him as a hellish swordsman. He also knew Monk and called him the Immortal Destroyer Monk. Hiro couldn't understand how and why all these people gathered in one guild. The girl showed Hiro the video, adding that she had collected all the videos for him so that he could see what she was talking about. Anna added that in her opinion, no one is in control. In one video, Steve easily killed a crowd of monsters attacking him. The next video showed footage of our hero fighting with the Lizard King when he slammed the monster into a mountain. Hiro was shocked to see these videos, and the girl said that isn't he too strong for a guy from an F-level dungeon? The guy confirmed that this was definitely not the level of a person from such a dungeon. And Anna said that it was quite possible that he was as special as Hiro. The guy wondered what if he was awakened, but he was simply not entered into the database. Hiro couldn't believe it, but it all fit. Steve was the same regressor as he was. He thought that maybe Steve went back in time to gather all the villains into a guild, but why? Hiro suddenly thought that Steve, like him, wanted to change the future. The guy was horrified to think that then his perfect plan, which he had created to move into the past, could be destroyed. Here Anna noticed that Hiro was nervous and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy sighed heavily and thought that he wanted to go there after the apocalypse. He was clearly worried and turned to the girl, who asked in surprise what was going on. In response to the question, Hiro replied that he needed to go to his home country. The guy was very serious and said he needed to talk to Steve. But to this statement, Anna replied that it was impossible now, and Hiro asked in surprise why. The tree near Steve's guild grew larger and larger, and deer and even elephants began to appear in the forest. Near the guild, refugees set up camp, and with them were orphans who were sheltered by a monk. They were all surprised that there were even elephants here, and that a lot of different fruits and vegetables were growing. The children saw the growing apples and asked if they could really eat them. Munch gave orders that they also needed a pond, and the children shouted joyfully, enjoying the beauty around them. The children ran and shouted out what they saw along the way. Some saw grapes, while others shouted that they would eat all the bananas. And near the portal, the Bureau of the Reincarnated set up its camp of modules. One guy reported that 37 squads of 20 people had been in the dungeon for 28 hours, and Steve's guild had cleared everything out in 2.5 hours. The second guy said that Steve's guild's 8th run lasted only 11 minutes. Melissa was annoyed, figuring that if they spent 10 hours a day going through the dungeon, they would clear it in 4 days. She was furious because she knew that they had a reason for agreeing so quickly, and that there should have been a limit on the number of raids. Meanwhile, Jim was showing off his new weapon, the Hellblade, and the guys said it suited him perfectly. Steve said it was a welcome gift and asked if he liked it. Jim was delighted and said that he really liked it because his old sword was dull and Steve just gave him this one. Donnie added that it was a blade whose full power was only available at rank B. Until you reach that, the sword would not reveal its full power. The guy said with a smile that he would then try to achieve it sooner and sincerely thanked the guy. Munch turned to Steve and said that he would also like to ask for something. The monk said that his staff doesn't do enough damage and he would like a weapon that would critically hit more often. Jim quietly asked Donnie if he was really a monk, and Donnie replied that he really thought the guy was a nun, while Chad was taking his medication. Munch said that he would really like to buy himself a winged spear, but with his level he can't. Steve asked if he was talking about the spear that costs 120 million and is automatically upgraded to A rank. A spear appeared in our hero's hand, shining and shimmering. The boys enthusiastically confirmed that this was indeed a winged spear. Steve handed it to Munch and the boy immediately swung the spear, checking the balance. Munch said loudly that he was grateful for it, and would repay it with endless curses and the blood of his enemies. Jin quietly asked Donnie again what kind of curses he was talking about, and the guy replied that Munch specialized in special debuffs. Steve asked Donnie if he needed anything, but Donnie replied that he had already bought him the thing, showing the rifle in his hands, and added that he didn't need anything else. The guys started asking Steve why there was an elephant walking around his house, but our hero had no idea about it. And Jin thought that he needed to get used to the fact that the F-rank team was walking so freely in the 4th level dungeon. Steve turned to his brother and asked him about the medication. Jim asked again why, and Donnie replied that otherwise he would have to force him to take it. 2 blades appeared in Chad's hands, shrouded in a blue glow. The crazy smile on his face became more meaningful, and the guy said, "Let's begin." Meanwhile, Hiro was waiting for an answer to his question, why they couldn't get to his home country. Anna replied that all air travel is currently closed, but Irov was the first to hear about this and asked what it meant. The girl showed the news on the tablet, saying that she had appeared recently. The article contained information about a wyvern nest being broken and a passenger plane being shot down. Anna added that it's not just air travel that is affected. Waterways are also closed, showing an article about a ship going missing at sea. Hiro stared at the article in surprise, mentally wondering why the wyverns had broken out already. At that moment, the minister called him, saying that the matter was urgent. The minister said that his group needed to leave urgently because a 7th level dungeon had recently opened. Hiro didn't believe what he heard, not understanding how the 7th level dungeon could open. Anna was also surprised, saying that according to his predictions, the dungeon was not supposed to open for another 5 months. Looking thoughtfully at the phone screen, Hiro decided that events had moved on. Looking at the notes on the start time of the events, he thought that the wyverns should have broken out in 3 months, and it would take the military a month to deal with them. But if they don't manage to close the 7th level dungeon now, then a crisis will begin in the world. Hiro thought that everything was mixed up, and if everything went at this rate, he wouldn't have time to prepare. He decided that the reason could only be Steve. He must have returned from the future, and if so, then all the people around him could become exceptional individuals. Hiro thought that there was only one time stone and wondered if Steve also went back 20 years, or if he was from another time. Then he might know about him and his future. The guy decided that he could no longer ignore Steve and had to meet him as soon as possible. And if Steve's goals are different from Hiro's, then he will have to get rid of our hero for the sake of humanity. Hiro turned to Anna and said that they would first head to the 7th level dungeon. The girl responded by saying that she would continue to collect data about Steve. And our hero was in the dungeon at that time and asked Munch to collect the monsters. The monk began to beat the bowl and quietly mutter a prayer. But Donnie ran up to him and shouted at him to press harder into the bowl and pray louder. Jim was confused by this fighting tactic, but he still reached for his sword. Donnie, looking through the scope of his rifle, shouted to the boys that the enemy was approaching. The whole squad was looking intently into the depths of the forest when the guy shouted that it was 40 meters. Chad pulled out his blades, chuckling quietly, and Jim drew his sword when Donnie said the enemies were 30 meters away. Finally, a crowd of lizardmen appeared, running towards our guys, waving spears. Donnie shouted that there were 125 lizardmen ahead. Steve called upon the spirits and they flew forward towards the monsters from his hands. Steve released the spirits with one hand and activated the tornado skill with the other, causing the lizardmen to be lifted into the water and spun in the air. Donnie shouted that one had managed to get out, but then he shot him down with one precise shot. The boy fired back cheerfully, saying that he had already earned 13 points. But the monsters kept growing and Donnie shouted that there were already too many of them. At this point, Monk activated his Dragon Break skill, and a huge blue dragon lifted the crowd of monsters into the sky. But the monsters began to fall, and Chad entered the battle, rushing towards the fallen monsters. Donnie turned to Jim and asked why he was standing there like a pillar, and went hunting. And Jim really froze and only Donnie's words pulled him out of his stupor. The lizardmen grew in number and they looked at the guys angrily, preparing to attack. Donnie shot back at them, screaming for them to die. And Chad cut the monsters with daggers, cutting off their hands. Suddenly, one of the monsters came very close to Donnie, aiming a spear at his head. But Jim came to his aid, he cut the spear, and chopped off the monster's head. Donnie smiled and thanked the guy for saving him, but turned around to see that Jin was finishing off the monster in shock. But when the second monster ran up to them, Jim concentrated and easily cut off its head. Donnie thought in surprise that the Hellblade was really good at destroying monsters. The boy thought he was on a whole different level when he looked at Jim. Jin remembered the past when he decided to apply to a big guild and went to an interview at the Scylla Guild. He thought that no other guild would send an E-rank swordsman to a 4th-tier dungeon. And with a satisfied smile, he realized that in Steve's guild everything was different. Suddenly, a huge lizardman appeared next to Jim and roared right in his face. Looking at the mask on the monster's head, Jim immediately realized that he was the king of the lizardmen. At that moment, Chad arrived and struck the monster from behind, cutting off its arm. And Jim seemed to gather all his strength into the tip of the blade and swung it with a cry. He delivered a series of blows to the monster, and its body immediately flew into pieces, surprising the guy. Everyone was surprised by this attack, and silently watched as blood flowed out of the Lizard King's decapitated body. But Jim was the most surprised of all. He couldn't believe that he had decapitated the Lizard King with one blow. But Donnie suddenly asked plaintively why it was necessary to kill him just like that. The boy sadly said that now he would have to throw all the blood crystals here again. It took Gene a moment to understand why Donnie was complaining. But then it finally dawned on him. He smiled guiltily and asked for forgiveness, adding that he had gotten carried away. A portal opened next to the guys, and a voice announced that there were 5 minutes until the portal closed. Steve commanded to leave here, and the guys obediently went to the portal. Donnie continued to look back at the bodies, adding that there were about 400 million stones here. Chad told him to forget it, because they could come back here again later. Donnie said he wanted to eat some of those fish pies and suggested Chad go and have some. Because of these conversations, no one noticed that the monk suddenly slowed down and began to sweat because his bitten leg began to hurt. Meanwhile, another group was conducting a cleanup in the dungeon. The soldiers sitting at headquarters asked Group 2 to report the situation, and they answered that they had explored Sector 3 by 30%, and added that if Steve had found something important here, he would have marked it. The soldier also reported that they had checked all the cave drawings and were moving to the next sector. Suddenly, a soldier from headquarters reported that he saw the movement of 6 targets 70 meters away from them at 4 o'clock. Cedric heard this information and said it was accepted. He sent 2 soldiers, telling them to eliminate the targets quietly and take the blood crystals immediately. Cedric contacted the base and asked them for the location of the Lizard King. The soldier said that the reconnaissance team reported that he was moving in Sector 12. The soldier replied that he understood everything and sighed heavily, putting down his coffee mug. He wondered when they would find anything valuable if they were moving through the dungeon so slowly. Suddenly, the soldier heard strange sounds and turned around to see what was happening. Another soldier reported that 8 lizardmen were moving towards the base, 70 meters away. The guy was clearly prepared for the monsters to try to attack them, and asked if they saw him. He looked to the side where a red dot was burning in the bushes. The guy held the remote control in his hands and said that if the monsters came closer, he would turn them into mincemeat. Suddenly, something sticky dripped from above onto the guy's face and he looked up in surprise. And on the roof sat the king of the lizards, baring his teeth, looking down at the soldiers. Meanwhile, Cedric's squad was smashing the lizardmen and taking blood crystals out of them. Suddenly, Cedric heard something and turned sharply towards the headquarters, asking what happened. The squad heard a radio transmission that the headquarters was under attack and that they needed to immediately begin a defense. And at that very moment, an explosion occurred there. Cedric cursed and ran towards the explosion, the rest of the soldiers running after him. More lizardmen ran towards him, and the man swung his axe, preparing to strike. Cedric cut through the monsters with ease as he rushed to help the headquarters. He loudly commanded everyone to run quickly to the base. They had to make it in time. Helicopters and drones from Group 707A circled over the landing site. A new group of infected approached the soldiers. One soldier said that the necrovili were retreating. The second shouted that a helicopter needed to take the victims away from here. The soldiers tried to prevent the infected from escaping and shot everyone in sight. Valentine told Jean that they received an SOS signal while they were flying on a mission, and apparently arrived just in time. Jean revealed that they were planning to join forces with the SDS group. The guy said that the entire SDS is on the move, as they have to work in 5-second-level dungeons at the same time. Suddenly, everyone looked up when they saw a fireball flying towards the helicopter. The helicopter exploded and shattered into pieces, shocking all the soldiers. Suddenly, a monster of enormous size appeared from behind the trees, throwing fireballs in all directions. The soldier in front of the dark screen told Melissa that the report ended there. He said that this was the last recording made by one of the soldiers with a data transmission skill. Melissa clarified that it turns out they didn't learn anything new. He replied that a report on the situation would be received once they had cleared everything out. Melissa asked the soldier to answer why these groups changed their route and ended up there. The soldier started to say that if the instructors decide that it was a mistake, but the girl interrupted him and shouted why they went to the red zone of the necrovilles, who gave the order. She angrily shouted that if this freak returned from there alive, she would kill him herself. Melissa tried to call, but heard the answering machine saying that the subscriber's device was turned off. She sighed heavily and asked out loud what was wrong with Jean. Why did this happen to her all the time? And the phone she tried to call lay broken in a pool of blood. The base in the dungeon was destroyed. All the equipment was overturned and splattered with blood. A soldier with one arm missing flew out of the field headquarters building, barely holding back a scream, and the king of the lizards rushed towards the soldier, trying to grab him. The monster easily caught up with the wounded soldier and pinned his head to the ground with one paw. But the soldier seemed to have been expecting this, and, grinning evilly, pressed the red button on the remote control. The Lizard King sensed something and turned around, and the boy told him to die quickly. Suddenly, the monster's entire body became covered in fire and began to disintegrate. Cedric and his squad rushed to the headquarters and were surprised to see the head of the Lizard King. One of the soldiers said that a portal had appeared 120 meters away, with 10 minutes left until it closed. Cedric was angry about the situation and said it was a disgrace. At this time, at the headquarters of the capital's defense, Melissa was driving when she received a call and answered it on her headset. The soldier reported that the first group had returned, however. 2 of them were dead and 2 more were seriously injured. The girl was surprised by the number of victims and asked what could have happened to them in the 4th-level dungeon. The sergeant replied that this happened because they had to split into 2 groups for cleanup and reconnaissance, and added that they were going to go down there again in 2 hours. Melissa asked to tell them to wait so she could find reinforcements, and asked what the other groups were doing, but they were all on a raid. The girl asked if they had found any other valuables. The soldier replied that they were busy defending the base, and there were no more important reports. He added that they confirmed the time differences. Group 1 spent 48 hours there, but only 24 passed on the ground. Melissa thought that when she went into the dungeon, time went twice as fast. Steve disappeared for 10 years, which means he spent 20 years in the dungeon. Melissa remembered Steve's words about how it took 1,000 years of training to become strong. The girl thought that they had already confirmed the truth of Steve's words. Then his training should have taken 500 years in reality. Melissa wondered how Steve could have spent 1,000 years there. She said out loud that Steve's guild was too far ahead of them. Even if they increased the number of mercenaries, they would need to quickly catch up to the guy. The guys said that Steve's group finished clearing the dungeon 50 times in 7 hours. They reported that they were leaving the dungeon on this island. They head to the Awoken Bureau to update their warriors' files, and Melissa was shocked to see them leave. Meanwhile, Chad was driving, his level rising to E0. The guys were sleeping in the back seat. Their levels also increased. Donnie E had 1, Munch D had 0, and Jim D had 2. Steve turned to Jim and asked if he was tired. The guy, embarrassed, replied that it all just seemed like a dream. Steve was surprised by this answer and asked what exactly. Gene said sheepishly that he had been sitting around for 14 years. He had never entered the 4th and 3rd level dungeons before. But today he entered the 4th level dungeon 50 times. And even the lizardmen that he killed in droves were as strong as the bosses of the 1st and 2nd level dungeons. In 3 years of picking, Jim barely reached rank E, and in Steve's guild he rose to level D in a day. And if he had gone to Scylla's guild, he would not have had time to complete the training. "Isn't this a dream?" Jim asked, blushing. Steve seriously offered to pinch the guy, but Jim tactfully declined. The car arrived at the Awakened Bureau, and Chad yelled at the guys to wake up. Steve told the sleepy boys to finish up here quickly, and they would go eat lobsters. In the energy measurement room, as before, lightning was shining and someone's eyes were visible in them. Steve kept hearing voices in the machine and thought that the louder it got, the more clearly he heard them. The guy remembered Melissa's words that this device would be built by an English scientist, and she would tell Steve when it would be possible to arrange a meeting. Our hero was full of desire to fly to England to meet him. Donnie saw Steve's research result and said that his number was much higher than C rank, so why was he assigned only that? But anyway, he congratulated the guy. Our hero thought in surprise that they had only just now found out his level, which meant that he was the only one who could see other people's levels. Steve approached an employee and asked who created their internal interface. Donnie said in surprise that it seemed to appear immediately after waking up, and the employee said that it was more of an internal myth. They call it the Godstone. After the Great Disaster this object was found, it developed spatial engineering. Donnie said that he seemed to have heard of it, and Steve asked in surprise what the Godstone meant. The employee said that after the Great Disaster, a red stone with writings was formed somewhere in Europe. After its appearance, all European awakened ones already appeared with the interface. The people who survived the Great Disaster considered this stone to be a kind of divine message on which covenants were inscribed. After deciphering these covenants, pieces of the stone were placed in all parts of the world. Thanks to them, the awakened ones can function with the interface. A piece of this God stone is located in the Bureau's computer processor, and thanks to the power of this stone, they are able to control the interface of the awakened. The guys were surprised by what they heard and said that they didn't even know about this. Steve asked the scientist what had been deciphered. He replied that it revealed the basics of the dungeon world, leveling up, using spatial energy, and the like. Our hero thoughtfully asked if all this was God's plan. After leaving the office, the guys actively discussed what they had heard. Steve asked how one could meet God, and Donnie replied that probably after death. Our hero wondered if it was possible to create an awakened one by writing it with atomic energy during a raid. But Donnie said that this was fiction, and special conditions were needed for awakening. Steve changed the subject and congratulated everyone on leveling up. Jim was still saying that it didn't seem like a dream, and our hero asked how many times he would repeat it. Chad said he was now at level 0, and the guys were surprised that his level had gone up. Steve asked his brother if he remembered about that orc dungeon, and Chad asked if he really wanted to go there again. Our hero said that after leveling up, he has enough strength to tame even more wolves. It's time to expand the family again. Donnie asked what they should do, and Steve told them to go on raids with Jim so he could gain experience points faster and work on teamwork. Jim thanked the guy by calling him Captain, and the boy said that it was good to go on raids with Steve. Here, Donnie happily said that since they had increased the level, their government payments had also become larger, and Chad asked why he needed them if they had developed much more in the dungeon. The boy thought about it and said that it was true. They were rich now. Monk said he estimated they made about 5 billion. Donnie added that they had also taken a bunch of blood crystals. Chad turned to Jim and said that he forgot to tell him. The guild takes half of the income, and the remaining amount is divided among the participants of the raid. Jin was shocked that he was transferred 500 million and added that he didn't do anything. Donnie said that Steve was just a very kind person, but Jim couldn't accept those conditions. Suddenly our hero said loudly that he was hungry and called everyone to eat lobsters. And at that very moment, Donnie grabbed his head and screamed that he had forgotten something. The guys turned to him in surprise and asked what happened. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes and he said that it looked like he would soon be killed. The boys were again surprised by Donnie's behavior and asked why he would be killed. After some time, the guys arrived in Steveland. There were more and more people there, and a portal was shining in the distance. The guys gathered around Donnie's laptop and Jim was shocked by how much money was there. And Chad was shocked when he read who the transfers were from. Donnie sobbed and said that the money was most likely sent to him by the Yakuza. Chad said what business did the Yakuza have with a returning hunter, and he replied that judging by the messages they were interested in Steve's skill in growing plants. Now, a huge area of cultivated land has been destroyed. Most of the food comes from the planet Aruka, and Steve's skill can solve any country's crisis. Donnie said with a smile that if they were close to Steve, then no crisis would be scary for them. Our hero asked why he thought he would be killed. Donnie said they were giving him money because they wanted to talk to him, and if he didn't show up in 2 days, they would kill the boy. Steve said seriously that he had already said that he would not go to them. The boy said that they never lag behind, and that Donnie once wrote them something. He wrote a drunk message saying that Steve didn't have enough money to meet him. Jim clicked his tongue in shock, and Steve calmly asked what was needed from him. Donnie asked to record a video message for the sponsors, otherwise they would do something bad to the boy. Our hero immediately agreed to this request. The boy jumped up and bowed to Steve, thanking him, and promising that he would send all the money for the benefit of the guild. With tears in his eyes, he added that it would also be worth changing the name of the channel to Steve's Guild. Our hero asked to finish this quickly and go eat lobsters. The boys also supported Steve's request, saying that they were very hungry. Donnie set up the camera and started recording. He said hello and introduced himself. He pulled Steve close and introduced him as the man they had been waiting for so long, and said that he personally wanted to tell the sponsors something. Donnie offered to listen to this and walked out of the frame, leaving Steve alone. Steve looked straight into the camera and said without further ado, "I'm not going anywhere." Afterwards, our hero turned away and said that that was all. Now it was time to eat lobsters. Donnie stood in shock, asking Steve if that was it. The guys also didn't understand what was wrong. Jim added that he said everything to the point, and Munch added that he was hungry and hurried the guys. At that moment, Donnie received a message and read that if Steve did not want to go, then they could come themselves, and asked if Steve was okay with it. The boys turned around in surprise upon hearing such a proposal. Donnie said that they were ready to meet them here and that they wanted to have a serious talk with Steve. Our hero asked to tell them that he doesn't mind. As he left, Steve said that who would stop them if they decided to come here. Arriving at the cafe, Chad asked what country they were writing from, and Donnie replied that it seemed to be from the country where Hero went. And the guys didn't even notice that the man at the next table was watching them closely. Night was slowly falling on the city and cars were rushing along the busy road. In one of the cars, the guy was talking to the boss and said that he was already on his way. After ending the call, the guy grimaced angrily and said that this old man was getting on his nerves. He turned to the driver and said that he was very tired today, so they were going to the club. The man received another call and answered it with displeasure. A man from the cafe called. He told the director that he found Steve, and the man asked in surprise where he was. He replied that after dinner with the guild, our hero was going to the dungeon. The director asked which one, and he replied that it looked like the dungeon where there had recently been an incident. The man suddenly smiled and told his subordinate to hold him there. After this conversation, a bell rang in the building of the DGB Guild. The man in the chair answered the director's call and asked how he could help. The director said that it seems that there is a member named Grace in the Vida group. In the last interview, she said that she likes Steve. The man in the chair said that everything was correct. He was right. The director said that they would soon be releasing a new song, and said that this time he was thinking of making a splash out of the scandal. The man frowned and asked if this was really about black PR. The director turned to the driver and said that he needed to turn around to pick up the client. The driver turned the car sharply and rushed in the right direction. The man in the car received another call and greeted the caller as the chairman. The chairman yelled at him, calling him a little freak, and asked why he wasn't here yet. The man replied that he was currently devoting all his energy to the State Security Department group, and asked why he was swearing. The chairman shouted again and asked if he was plotting something against him again. He shouted for the man to drive quickly to him and added that if he stopped anywhere else, he would not live. The man told him not to worry, because he was his son and the deputy of the State Security Department Corporation. He promised that this time he would definitely be able to do something for the benefit of the corporation. But the man didn't understand anything and shouted what he was talking about. With a satisfied grin, the man replied that he wanted to recruit Steve. The chairman shouted again, asking if he really thought it was that simple, adding that he had already sent a manager there. The man couldn't stand his father's shouting and, saying that he actually had his own things to do, hung up. Looking at the phone screen, the man was surprised how he could not trust his own son so much. The next man was called by Gase, who called him brother. The man smiled at the call and asked the girl how she was doing. She asked if it was true that he wanted to introduce her to Steve, The man replied that he was just on his way to pick her up and asked the girl to get out. After finishing the conversation, he remembered the conversation with his father and was angry at the manager. How dare this old fox interfere and hinder him? He thought that young people should talk to young people. Even Steve wouldn't be able to resist the idol of the Vita group. The man thought that if he succeeded, he would no longer have to grovel before his father. His power would be limitless. Meanwhile, in one of the dungeons it was dark. The tall buildings were overgrown with grass and noise was heard throughout the area. The noise came from a helicopter circling the area, with monsters watching it through the windows. Glowing balls flew out from the helicopter and flew forward. Each ball was a device that emitted infrared light. A picture appeared on the helicopter screen, and the pilot said that there were goblins everywhere. They were looking for a needle in a haystack. The pilot wondered why they, highly trained soldiers with the best equipment, were sent to look for some guy. Suddenly an image of a man appeared on the screen in the ultraviolet spectrum. The pilot shouted left and the glowing ball turned, illuminating everything around with a red light. The red light illuminated a man sitting in the corner, with a large scar on his face. The man was angry that he was found, and cursing, said that first they took advantage of him, and now this. The soldiers shouted from the helicopter for him to stay put. They would take him away. The pilot cursed and said that it looked like their guy was surrounded by goblins on all sides. At that very moment, a goblin's face appeared in front of the scarred guy. One pilot shouted to the other that they needed to speed up to save him, and the guy with the scar fired back with a pistol, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. After killing the goblins closest to him, he dashed to the side, trying to escape. But the goblins did not want to let go of their prey and ran after the guy, catching up with him. And outside the window, the helicopter flew closer to the place where the fugitive was located. The boy ran forward with all his might, but the goblin caught up with him, swinging his axe. The guy turned around and fired a few more shots, throwing off the pursuit. He ran up the stairs and continued shooting, preventing the goblins from getting up. But bad luck befell the guy. He tripped and fell to the floor, and with the fall, the gun fell out of his hand and flew to the side. The guy didn't even have time to get up when the goblin caught up with him and opened his toothy mouth to kill him. And at that very moment, the goblin's head exploded from the shot. Amid the sound of breaking glass, a squad of soldiers burst into the windows of the building where the chase took place. The captain said that it was a group of the state security department and ordered to surround him. The guy with the scar understood that he had nowhere to run and cursed angrily. And in a black car driving along the city streets, the phone rang and the screen showed Group X. The man answered the call and heard that it was the X team. They reported that the target had been captured. The man said it was a great job and asked to send it to storage. Meanwhile, the director was scolding the manager, asking what he had done. The man angrily said that he asked the manager to detain him until he arrived. The manager remembered Steve walking towards the portal to the sound of surprised voices that he was going there alone. The man called his name and the boy turned around. He handed over his business card and said that he was from the State Security Service. But Steve was no longer listening to him, because he entered the portal and his silhouette became blurry. The manager said guiltily that Steve had disappeared in the blink of an eye and gone into the portal without even listening to him. The director turned away and said he didn't want to listen to anything, and the manager apologized again. He asked how long it took him to clean up last time, and the manager replied that the two of them had done it in 4 days. The man grimaced and said that it would take him about 8 days alone. The director wondered if he really went there alone, calling Steve a madman, since it was a 5th-level dungeon. At this time, the car window opened and the girl asked when she could see Steve. The director closed his eyes, standing with his back to the girl, and asked what kind of splinter it was. And Steve was already clearing the dungeon and standing on a mountain of goblin corpses. Our hero studied the characteristics. He received all the druid points, but he needed more experience points when he felt movement in the mountain of corpses. He smiled widely, asking if there was anyone left there, and activated the search skill. In the Goblin Mountain, one monster was illuminated, which somehow miraculously turned out to be alive. Steve immediately rushed there, swinging his axe, and the goblin stared at him in surprise. The axe fell on the monster's head, tearing apart not only it, but also the neighboring bodies. Our hero took out the bloodstone and saw a message that he had received 23 experience points, just what he needed. The stone disappeared from his hand, and immediately appeared on the guild's large account. Now there were enough points, and Interfest offered to open a hunting spot for 5,000 points. Steve heard a message that he had opened a hunting ground. The interface opened a map and asked to select a location for the hunt. Our hero zoomed in on the map and discovered a place called Steve's Land. He chose his land and the system said that the hunting place was successfully chosen. Then he opened information about the tamed ones. The capacity was 100, and he had tamed 24 individuals so far. one of them a hybrid. Steve was surprised to read about the hybrid and decided that it was about Pekka. A new squad of orcs was approaching, and the interface offered to assign a summoning command. The orcs rushed forward, swinging their weapons, wanting to kill Steve, and our hero thoughtfully chose which summoning command to come up with, as if not noticing the huge orcs. Suddenly he extended his hand towards the orc squad. It glowed blue, and the guy said, "Summon beasts." Rays and lightning began to appear from the guy's hand, illuminating everything around. But the orcs fearlessly rushed forward towards Steve, grinning and growling. From the blue glow, a distinct wolf's mouth emerged, revealing a row of teeth. One by one, the wolves began to appear on the battlefield, which made Steve smile contentedly. Now the entire wolf pack was rushing towards the orcs, and the dove was flying over the field, as if watching the progress of the battle. Following the wolves, Steve himself rushed into battle, preparing his dagger for battle. He smiled contentedly and said that he would be able to fill all 100 seats today. Loud music was playing in the club, and young people were dancing merrily. But the director said that people were kind of sad today and asked to invite pretty girls here. The manager called him again, and he answered discontentedly. But Ulyashev did not believe what he heard, saying that Steve had already returned from the dungeon. The director asked if the manager was drunk. Otherwise, how could he have returned from the dungeon in 2 hours? But when he heard that Steve had gone into the dungeon again, he was even more surprised. The manager said that, judging by the saleswoman's words, this was the second time he had done this. So it took him about 2 hours to clear the dungeon. The director found it hard to believe and decided that the manager was completely crazy. Grace was looking at something on her tablet when the director called her and she asked in surprise, "Right now." Meanwhile, Steve was having fun in the dungeon, cutting orcs into pieces. Turning around, he saw a hail of arrows flying towards the fighting wolves. Steve gave the command to return and the wolves began to jump into the opened blue portals. And a hail of arrows fell on the orcs, who were trying to hide and screaming in pain. Our hero pushed himself back and soared into the sky, and 2 white wings appeared behind him. The orcs were shouting something in their own language as Steve flew up to the squad of archers. He flew around the orcs and, descending down, activated the tornado skill. The sparkling funnels of wind lifted the monsters up and began to swirl them. Suddenly the guy noticed something and looked to the side, and there, from above, a huge monster was flying to the ground. Steve rushed to the place where the monster was supposed to land, and the tornado continued to swirl the monsters. Our hero arrived just as the Orc King landed. Steve said that it was time for the Grey Wolves, and called one of the wolves. In an instant, our hero turned into a huge white wolf and prepared to attack the Orc King. The orc said something in his own language, but Steve shouted that he didn't know their language and punched the monster in the face. The Orc King flew back, and Steve activated the tornado skill and a stream of wind picked up the monster. Our hero, in the form of a wolf, prepared to jump and soared into the air, catching up with the orc flying upward. He hit the monster with all his might and it flew down with incredible speed, raising a column of dust after its fall. Steve jumped on the Orc King and finished him off with that final blow. The guy heard the information that his level had increased, and he had received 238 experience points. The portal opened 500 meters away and will close in 15 minutes. Steve jerked to the side and the orcs began to recover from falling from the tornado. He rushed past the pack of wolves and activated the taming skill. The orcs finally came to their senses and rushed after Steve, but he, along with the new wolves, was already rushing towards the portal. The wolves began to jump into the small portals opened by Steve's skill. And Steve ran into the portal, and when he came out he was already in human form, and he thought that the side effects were very different than when he was in the form of Pekka. He looked at the menu and saw that he had tamed 88 wolves, and decided that if he went there one more time, he would be able to take all the places and increase his hunting level. Suddenly, a girl in a cap appeared in front of our hero, and Steve asked in surprise what she wanted. It was Grace. She asked our hero if he was Steve. The onlookers immediately recognized the girl and began to discuss what these two were doing together, and whether they were really dating. The crowd was buzzing with speculation about their possible romance, and the manager called the director to say that they had finally met. The director happily asked if they had managed to catch Steve. The manager responded that Grace was making progress, and he was responding to her words. The director happily said that it was obvious because Steve was a guy too. The girl took our hero by the arm, and the manager exclaimed that they were going to a cafe. The director replied that nothing else was expected from her, and asked her to keep an eye on them. The man shouted at the driver to step on the gas, and he obediently increased speed. Meanwhile, Steveland was busier than usual. The director finally arrived to them and asked in surprise where he had gone. Grace sat at the table and cried, occasionally sobbing. She said she came here with him. Steve said he just wanted to wet his throat and left immediately. The director screamed, "How could this be?" And the girl sobbed again. Suddenly, Grace shouted that Steve had turned her down because she was weak, and he didn't like weak people. But the director misunderstood her and asked if she had used illegal substances. The girl jumped up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table, shouting that no. She turned around and walked towards the exit, throwing everything to hell and promising that she would become a hunter too. The director asked the manager what happened. The manager relayed Steve's words that his girlfriend should be strong. The director started to get nervous and said that everything was bad. The manager said that there were suitable awakened women in their clan, and the director asked who he was talking about. He replied that, for example, the red-haired one, she is rank A and very strong. The director got angry and said where he got such interest from, and why did he ask where Steve was now? The manager replied that he went into the portal again, and the director grabbed his head because everything did not go according to plan. Suddenly, the manager pointed behind the director and said that Steve had already left, and our hero stood next to the portal and studied something in the interface, which was visible only to him. Steve smiled, looking ahead, and the director said he couldn't believe it. It had only been a couple of minutes. The director rushed towards our hero, saying that this time they couldn't let him go. The man ran as fast as he could towards Steve, calling his name. Our hero asked what they needed, and the director replied that they needed to talk. The director reached into his inside jacket pocket, trying to introduce himself. But Steve didn't listen to him and entered the portal without saying a word. The director asked in bewilderment if he had simply ignored him, and the manager replied that apparently he had. The man lost his temper and, cursing at Steve, was about to go to the portal, but the manager stopped him. The director asked if he saw Steve ignoring him and the manager trying to calm him down. Suddenly someone came up to them and said, "Enough," and the director angrily asked who said it. A man stood in front of him, surrounded by guys in black suits, and the director greeted Chandler's secretary. The man said that there were too many eyes here now and suggested that they end it there, and the crowd of onlookers began to discuss the situation. Someone asked if it was the chairman's son. Another added that he got so angry that he refused Steve. Someone asked angrily, "I wonder what he will do this time," and giggled nastily. The director thought that if things continued like this, he would be in trouble. The man said that he was unlucky today, and the secretary suggested that he take a rest today and that he would finish everything. The director was angry, but still calmly said that after all, he was in charge of this case. Chandler said he did a great job and added that he would still have the opportunity to get closer to Steve. The director asked hesitantly if this was true, and the secretary said that of course it was. The man said that he would not bother him anymore today and took his leave. As he was leaving, the director angrily said that he was already fed up with this freak. Meanwhile, Chandler called the chairman and said that he was waiting at the entrance to the dungeon. The chairman asked if his son Howard had done anything wrong. The secretary replied that more important than Steve's dungeon clearing abilities, which exceeded all expectations. The chairman was pleased and said that this is why they invest so much money in him. At that moment, Steve emerged from the dungeon again, surprising the secretary who was talking on the phone. Steve came out and immediately began to study the interface. He finally tamed 100 animals, and at the second level of hunting, you can take 200. Having studied everything, he thought out a plan of action, and decided that it was time to rest a little and eat. Steve didn't even notice that there were several people standing in front of him behind the interface. The secretary said hello, and Steve said that he was in great demand today. The man introduced himself and added that he was the secretary of the State Security Department. Steve said that it seemed like this guild was running the dungeon, and the man said that was exactly it. The secretary said that he came to apologize for an incident that happened recently. Our hero did not understand what case was being discussed and asked again. But then it finally dawned on him, and the man said that he was talking about the exact incident when he found himself in the 5th level dungeon. Steve asked why they were only apologizing now, and the man said that it took them time to prepare more than just a verbal apology. The secretary said they would also like to thank Steve. The man added that thanks to him, their dungeons had risen sharply in price, and the crowd asked with interest who this man was and why Steve was talking to him. Chandler said they had something prepared for Steve, but first he suggested continuing the conversation at the restaurant. Our hero liked this idea, and he said that he was very hungry and wanted to eat. The secretary said that the cars were ready, and Steve added that they were good cars, and the secretary asked if he liked them. And the night in Steve's guild looked magical. The tree grew even taller, and fireflies flew everywhere. The boys came home happy about what a wonderful day it had been. Good drinks and delicious lobsters. Jean said that Munch was still understandable, but it was a shame for Chad. He never got a drink. Donnie said it would be cool to hire a driver, and the guys agreed in unison. Suddenly Donnie's face changed. He cursed, and Chad asked what happened. The boy said that he was supposed to arrange a meeting with those who wanted to join the guild, but forgot because of the drink and food. Munch said that he had to go to the construction office today, and said anxiously that maybe they would do the same thing again tomorrow. Donnie replied that they would repeat this every day, drink and eat lobster, and he opened the chat and said that it was full of curses. The kid turned to Chad and asked if he wasn't the one recruiting the new guys. The guy said that everything was true, because he still didn't have a license, and in the guild he was listed as a doorman. Jim was shocked, and Munch said that he needed to apply for a license first. Chad said that tomorrow we can apply for a license. Jim said that difficult times will begin because we still need to go on raids. The guy apologized to the guys, but Donnie said that Steve would think of something, and Munch added that the boss deals with such issues. Bill ran out to meet the boys and rushed to his dad, and Grandma looked down at the boys. Chad happily hugged his son, and Donnie was happy to see his grandma, holding a box of lobsters in his hands. Granny asked where the guys had been for so long, and they replied that they had been working first and then stopped in for a drink and brought lobsters as a gift. Steve put his hands on his stomach and said it was great, and the secretary was glad that he liked everything. Our hero asked if it wasn't too much to show gratitude, the most expensive dishes, and also modified SUVs. Chandler replied that Steve had risked his life, and in such a case there is no such thing as too much, and added that they had some more gifts. Somewhere outside the city, a muffled scream was heard in red containers with the inscription, DGB. Someone screamed frantically to just be killed, spitting blood from a broken mouth. Steve asked in surprise if the apology was just an excuse to have fun, and the secretary said that he had a great sense of humor. At this point, Steve became serious and asked what they wanted from him. Chandler also became serious and said that they wanted an official partnership with Steve's guild. He said that the city is divided into 12 sectors, but the DGB does not have its own sector, and all because they do not have a 6th level combat team. Even with the use of all resources, they simply cannot do it. Steve said it was a nasty blow to his pride, and the secretary replied that it was especially true for CEOs. Our hero apologized and said that he did not want to become a representative of one of the sectors, but the secretary said that he was not offering this. The man said with a conspiratorial smile that they, together with Steve's guild, wanted to open the 13th sector. The secretary said that all sectors are formed around the 6th level guilds, but now they are having a very hard time dealing with all the 6th level dungeons. That's why the residents are a little afraid. But what will happen if a 13th sector appears where they won't be in any danger? Then people will flock there and housing prices will rise sharply. And the secretary added that they were confident that Steve's guild would be the one to give people hope. Chandler asked if perhaps the guild had problems they were having trouble dealing with. The man said that Steve's guild had no capital, workers, or experience, and all they would have to do was go into dungeons, and their guild would take care of the management, government, and everything else. Steve asked that they had capital and experience, but they lacked their strength. The secretary said they saw potential in their guild and asked if his comrades could handle it. Steve remembered the guys from the guild and wondered how they would manage this. Chandler asked him why the best guilds receive support not from the government, but from large companies, and added that they could not find a better partner. Steve thought that meant they would monopolize and put all the underground space to use. That sounded good. The secretary thought that Steve's guild couldn't handle it on its own yet. So wasn't this the best offer? Our hero replied that he would think about it, since the 13th district would not be built quickly anyway. Chandler was surprised, but thanked the guy, and thought to himself that they said about Steve that he was a simple-minded glutton who loved gifts. Maybe the gifts were not good enough. Our hero stood up and said that it was time for him to go, and the secretary asked if he had forgotten about another gift. The man said that it was quite difficult to find him, and Steve asked in surprise who he was talking about. Chandler said that as soon as he was put on the wanted list, he ran away and hid, but his company's intelligence agents were able to find the former director of the debt company. Steve was surprised by the mention of the guy, and the secretary said that they declared him dead during the arrest, and now he is in his power. Our hero said that he had done a lot of harm to other people, and asked the secretary to deal with him as he saw fit. Chandler was surprised by this reaction, and Steve said that he was going to die soon anyway, so why bother bothering him? The secretary asked if Steve would like to meet him after all the suffering he had caused. Our hero said that this was too much even for him and suggested throwing him back into the dungeon. Suddenly Steve had an idea and asked to wait. Chad was being attacked by his son, showing him all the tricks he learned in school when the boy's phone rang. The boy reached for the phone and answered his brother's call. After listening to Steve, Chad asked in surprise, "Right now?" Our hero replied that he was right now, and the guy asked what was going on there. And he was surprised to hear the answer that someone there wanted to meet him. Steve said he would send him the address and asked him to take a pill before leaving. Steve mentioned a company called DGB, but Chad didn't know about it and asked what it was. The guy got into the car, buckling up, and the secretary wished him to be careful on the road. Through the window, our hero said that his friend would sort everything out. The secretary said he understood and added that Steve could contact them at any time. Despite the late hour, the lights were on in all the windows of the DGB company building. The chairman called Melissa's boss and asked if he was in the office. The man replied that he was there and not leaving, and asked what was needed. The chairman said that they had managed to meet Steve and that everything had worked out well for them and thanked the man. He asked what thanks for, because he just needed to get his investment back, because soon everyone would start migrating to Steve's land. The man said they would have to urgently rebuild the infrastructure and residential complexes. The boss replied that it was precisely at times like these that they should help each other. Meanwhile, Chad had already arrived at the right address and was met by two guys. Just in case, they checked to see if he was really Chad and received a positive answer. One of the guys went to the container and asked the guy to follow him. The man in the container screamed and swore, asked to be fed and promised to kill everyone when he got out. Suddenly the door opened a little and the man started shouting that he didn't mean it that way. Now he began to ask for forgiveness and said that he was simply very hungry. Chad entered the container and the man froze in surprise and asked who was there. The man recognized Chad and smiled evilly, and the boy quietly said, "Hi." He asked what the guy was doing there, and he replied that he was told that someone here wanted to meet him. The man said he was the same as always and asked if his friend had come with him. Chad replied that no, and the man smiled contentedly when he heard the answer. The guy asked what he wanted, and the man seriously said that he wanted to apologize to him. He said that when he was beating him that day, his friend beat up the guys, and he just lost his temper. Chad said he understood everything and it was in the past. The man thanked him and added that anyway. That was the case with the guy. It wasn't him who sent him to the 5th level dungeon. Seeing the distrust, he asked to think about whether a stupid thug collecting debts could have arranged such a thing. Chad thought about it, and the man said that this was all the work of the Bureau and the DGB, who wanted to use Steve for their own benefit, and he simply turned out to be a scapegoat. The guy listened to him silently and said that he must feel unpleasant. He said it was very unpleasant. The business was destroyed. He was running around abandoned areas with goblins and thought he would die here. Chad said it was all sad and said if that was all he would go. The man asked fearfully if he could help him get out, because he had given him money and also helped Bill's mother find a job, and stopped short at these words. He lowered his head and said that he forgot, because she asked him not to tell him about it. Chad's calm expression changed to one of surprise, and he asked what job he was talking about. The man said that he had been managing an employment center for a long time, and she came to him and begged him to help her find a job. He remembered the past, when they had crashed into Chad's apartment, where only Bill's mother was there, clutching the baby to her chest, and the man asked where Chad had disappeared to again. He said that the percentages are dripping, and a lot has already dripped, adding that it is sad because the family is suffering because of one person. The woman cried and trembled all over, begging only not to kill. The man grabbed the girl by the face and said that they could not kill such a beauty. He asked if this man was worthy of her suffering, and if they even had food. The man said that he could help her find a job. A hard-working woman like her would pay off her debts in 3 months. The woman turned away and again asked not to kill, continuing to cry. Taking out the money, he asked if she wasn't tired of living like this, and added that in our time a woman's life changes in the blink of an eye. He put down the money and the paper with the number and asked her to call him when she decided. As he was leaving, the man said that if her husband was not there next time, she would have to pay. The girl looked at the departing men in fear, quietly sobbing. After listening to the story, Chad exclaimed whether she came to his office after this conversation. The man said she came when he went missing and begged him with all her might to help him find a job, holding Bill in her arms. Chad was at a loss for words, but the pain in his eyes was far more eloquent. He remembered when he came home, where his son was crying and found a note. It said that she was tired of this life with him, and asked him not to look for her anymore. Chad asked through gritted teeth if the man knew where she was now. The man said that if Chad let him go, he would show her where she lived. The guy's heart was pounding wildly in his chest, but he had already made a decision, looking at the beaten man. Steve was driving in the car when he received a message from Melissa that Dr. Toddler was ready to meet in England. Our hero was delighted with this news and said that he finally had an answer. He remembered Melissa's story about how the force measuring device and the blood crystal generator had started the era of discovery. Steve hoped that maybe he knew what kind of rift it was, and what planet the boy ended up on, and maybe then he could meet his brothers. Our hero wanted to share the news and dialed the phone number, but the answering machine replied that the subscriber's device was switched off. Steve turned to the driver and said that they needed to change the route. When the driver asked where they should go, the guy replied that they needed to go back to the DGB container. Meanwhile, the blue SUV drove away, and the man with the scar on his face shouted for everyone to go to hell. The man continued to swear, then turned and thanked Chad, who replied, "You're welcome." The blue SUV continued driving along the indicated route, through the night streets of the city. Stopping at the place the man indicated, Chad said they had arrived. The man stretched and said he had a great nap, adding that he had a cool car. With a sly squint, the man said that Chad was doing well. But the guy completely ignored the man's question and asked where Bill's mother was. The man said that soon his guys would take the guy to her. "Here they come," said the man, pointing to the crowd of men approaching the car. The man shouted at the crowd of bandits surrounding the car, calling them brothers. He leaned out of the window and, waving his hand cheerfully, asked if they had settled in yet. The bandits recognized the man and shouted that he was the boss, and someone was surprised that he was still alive. One of the bandits said they had already decided he had kicked the bucket, and the man said he almost had. Another bandit looked through Chad's window and asked who the kid was. Someone from the crowd recognized the guy and asked if he was Chad. The bandits knew this name and began to loudly discuss him, calling him an idiot and marveling at his nice car. The man with the scar said that he wanted to find his wife and asked for help. The bandit looked into the car and asked if he was really looking for his wife. I think her name was Utah. Chad was told to get out because she was in this building. The guy walked forward, and behind him followed a crowd of bandits with axes and bats in their hands. One of the bandits pushed the guy in the back, asking what he was so afraid of. Chad almost fell over as he walked into the building, and someone laughed behind him because he was so eager to see his wife. Someone said to turn on the lights, and the room filled with bright light, temporarily blinding Chad. When his eyes adjusted, the boy realized that he was standing in front of a crusher, splattered with something red. The guy frowned, and the man with the scar said that there used to be a grinding factory here. One bandit said that Utah was in the second one, and another replied that there were more than 200 corpses here. He doesn't remember anymore. Chad turned around to ask where Bill's mother was, but one of the thugs hit him over the head with a bat. The guy flew to the floor from the blow, and blood started flowing from his head. The man with the scar said that Chad was stupid for not realizing that they had killed her and chopped her into pieces. He said that they helped Utah, and she didn't give anything back, and called her an ungrateful creature. The bandits said that if she hadn't been so stupid, she would have survived. But they were doing Chad a favor. Chad tried to get up from the floor, and the man said that his wife didn't matter anymore. The scarred man started beating the boy, shouting that it was all his fault. He and his brother had destroyed his business. The bandits shouted at the man to calm down, otherwise they would kill him, and then there would be no fun. And the man continued to shout that it was all because of them, and asked how he could kill them. With a crazy smile, the scarred man asked if Chad knew how long he had been dreaming about this. The boy didn't answer, but he started coughing and was called a tenacious bastard. Someone said to pour water on him when he passed out, and Chad thought he was going to kill them all, remembering his childhood when he would say the same thing while playing games. He used to think that the problems would go away after school, but as an adult he was playing games again and wishing the manager would die. Chad played a game where a maniac kills a victim and imagined himself killing his enemies, thinking that the only way to escape his terrible life was in the virtual world. And only Yuta treated the guy with kindness. She was the first to invite him on a date. But even after the birth of the child, the habit remained, and Chad continued to vent his anger in video games while his son and wife slept nearby. The guy thought that he was tormenting Yuta with endless hysterics and was a good-for-nothing loser. One of the bandits turned on the grinder and shouted to the boss that everything was ready. The man with the scar told Chad to get up because he was tired of being beaten, and added that he would soon meet his wife. And the guy thought that if he could meet her, he would beg her to give him another chance. The man said they would do the same thing as the girl, break her knees and slowly lower her into the grinder. He turned to the bandit with a sledgehammer and said that they could begin. He swung the sledgehammer and told me to grit my teeth because it was going to hurt. Chad quietly said thank you, now that he remembered the past. The guy said he was a bastard who deserved to suffer, but their blows didn't hurt at all. The bandit screamed that Chad had completely lost his mind and dropped the sledgehammer, but the guy instantly got to his feet and quietly cut off the bandit's hands. Blood gushed out, and the bandit screamed, and the daggers in Chad's hands became more clearly visible. The bandits watched the scene in horror, and Chad said that when Bill's mother left, he promised not to do it again. The bandits began to understand, and the guy with a sinister smile said that now he would not let them out alive. The bandits started shouting that he was awakened, and that they had to run, looking at the bloody blades. But there was no escaping Chad. He easily caught up with the bandits, cutting them down. The man with the scar on his face looked in disbelief at Chad, who was killing the bandits with a smile. The guy killed another bandit in a few blows, and the smile on his face grew wider. The bandits began to run out of the building screaming, and a severed head flew out after them. Chad ran out right after her, holding the blades tightly in his hands, and the bandits shouted, "Run!" But the guy caught up with them instantly and found himself behind the back of one of the bandits. One of the bandits shouted where their snipers were, but where the snipers were supposed to be, Steve was already standing, looking down with a smile. The man in black standing next to our hero asked if his brother was okay. Steve replied that everything was fine, and asked to make sure that Chad did not get into trouble with the law later. One of the men replied that most of these guys are people with negative social value, so the government won't care. Chad didn't see that his brother was nearby and continued to make a bloody mess out of the bandits. Civ smiled and said that now he was truly awakened and could handle everything himself. And on Chad's face there was a smile, but not that crazy one, but a meaningful and angry one. The news reported that despite numerous underground breaches, the entire area was becoming safer thanks to the intervention of special military forces. However, many people feel that guilds are not coping with the increasing number of dungeons that appear. But for now, residents can hear the soldiers' joy at victory. A special group of 707 appeared on the screen. Among them was Jean. The news said that thanks to their intervention, the cleanup group was able to return. In the live footage, Jean, safe and sound, was walking with a red-haired girl. Melissa watched the episode and called Jean an idiot because she could have called. Speaking of scandals, one has been brewing around Grace, who recently released a new song. There was a photo on the screen of Grace and Steve talking, and the host asked if they saw the guy. Jean was passing by when this report was shown and stopped to watch. At that very moment, the girl became furious and called our hero a bitch. Meanwhile, Cedric was emerging from the portal, quietly cursing. One of the soldiers said that they sent 12 teams there, who began to bring more things, but they did not find the treasure that was spoken of. Melissa listened to the report in silence and thought about the past. She remembered Steve's words that they just needed to train for 1,000 years. And then I remembered Cedric's words at the meeting that Steve simply didn't want to tell anyone his secret. Jean then got angry and shouted that our hero was not like that. Having gathered all this information, Melissa decided that she needed to focus not on the dungeon, but on Steve, and asked what he was doing all this with. The girl's phone rang and she answered, asking Steve if they were able to find his brother. Steve said everything was fine, and asked something else about what happens to awakened people when they get bitten by a necroville. Melissa immediately asked with concern if someone had been bitten. At this time, Munch was lying in his room, holding his bitten leg and screaming through his teeth. The bite on my leg was bleeding and a bloody web began to grow from it along my leg. Steve replied that no one was bitten, he was just curious. The monk writhed in pain, hugging his bitten leg, but it did not help. Melissa replied that according to the data, there were only 38 cases of awakening recorded. Steve clarified what eventually happened to them. The girl replied that on the 48th day, 2 died from leukemia. She continued the story by saying that 26 of them simply went bald. And in 7 cases, other than pain at the site of the bite, no side effects were observed, and only 3 F ranks turned into necrowells. Symptoms typically include fever, phantom pain, and redness of the veins. The girl said she assumed that the lower the rank, the higher the probability of conversion. Steve asked what happens after a bite. You have to go to the karate. Melissa replied that special institutions constantly monitor those bitten and conduct research to create a vaccine. Steve hung up and thought that they were just being experimented on. Our hero was walking down the street, and a man was sitting on the side of the road and selling something right on the ground. The man was writing some hieroglyphs on pieces of paper, and his face was not visible under the hood. Then he noticed Steve sitting down opposite him. Our hero said hello, and the guy replied that he hadn't been seen for a long time and asked if he wanted more medicine for his brother. But Steve replied that no, he needed something else, and told him that his friend had recently been bitten by a necroville. Our hero asked hopefully if he had a cure for him, because the past had helped his brother so much. The man began to rummage through the jars, looking for an ointment that would help with any bites. He finally found the right jar and took one. The man handed it to Steve and said that 1 jar should be enough. Our hero took the jar and read the name, Anti-Frame. The man said that the ointment should be applied twice a day, morning and evening, and that it would start working in about a week. Steve asked the seller how much he would charge for the ointment. The man said that since this is the second purchase, he will give a discount. Usually it costs 4 million, but he will sell it for 2. Steve said that it was better to take some extra and asked if he would sell him 10 of these jars, and the man happily agreed. Our hero thanked the man with a smile, saying that he owed him a favor. And he said that if the bitten person is suffering from convulsions, then he needs to be hit harder, and the infection will stop. Steve took the ointment and walked forward, leaving the salesman behind. Suddenly, 2 policemen appeared, shouting that nothing could be sold here. But the man collected the goods in a second and jumped down to the shouts of the police to stop. The police approached the edge where the man had jumped and one said that he did not see anyone. Suddenly, a large black bird flew out from below, leaving the police perplexed, and Munch was lying on the bed, writhing in pain and holding his bitten leg. Donnie, Jim, and Bill stood outside the door, worried that Steve was late. Bill looked at the writhing Munch in fear and asked if he was turning into a zombie, and Donnie replied that it looked like he was. Donnie picked up the phone and asked if he would have to kill him, hesitating whether to press the button or not. Jim asked what it was. The boy replied that it was the ultimate superweapon, and the boy clarified that if he pressed the button, the monk would die. Without waiting for an answer, Ball pressed a button and a super bright flashlight turned on the phone. Donnie put the phone away and the guys froze, looking at Munch, but he hadn't changed at all. Bill asked in disappointment why nothing happened. Jim was scared out of his wits, and Donnie said he was just kidding. The boy calmly said that he thought 100 spears would hit the monk and was upset that nothing happened. Suddenly, the boy put his hands forward and shouted words like a spell. "Come back and don't become a zombie, Tada." At that moment, Granny shouted from the first floor, calling everyone to dinner, otherwise the soup would soon get cold. Suddenly Munch, who had been lying down, sat up in bed and grabbed his head. Bill pointed and shouted that Mr. Monk had stood up, surprising the boys. Jim asked if he was really turning into a monster, and Donnie replied that he was probably just hungry. Suddenly a voice behind them asked what they were doing there, and the guys turned around in unison. Steve stood in the doorway with a green jar, and the guys started to hurry, afraid of Munch. Red veins reached the boy's eyes as Steve hit him hard on the head. The reporter was reporting live from the city where the 7th level dungeon had been cleared. The whole world is watching this place. It has been 10 days and 11 hours since Hiro and his team of 10 entered. Many residents take to the streets to rally together for the speedy return of the heroic group. Suddenly a silhouette appeared in the portal and the crowd began to buzz excitedly. People joyfully shouted that they were already leaving and called Hiro. The reporter said that Hiro's battle group came out of the dungeon. It was important for all of humanity to know that the main group of our warriors was able to successfully complete the task. As the crowd applauded, the reporter shouted that Hiro's battle group had saved their city. Suddenly the guys behind Hiro started to fall one after another, and the medics immediately ran to help them. Suddenly, Hiro also fell to his knees, surprising everyone present, and the reporter asked if the battle had really been that grueling. The boy fell to the ground unconscious, and the reporter reported in horror that 7 people from the combat team did not return. After the dungeon, Hiro was taken to the best hospital in the country, and Anna was sitting next to him. The guy opened his eyes, saw the girl, called her, and she looked at him in surprise. Then the girl realized that Hiro had woken up, and the guy grabbed his head and asked for water. After drinking the water, he sighed heavily, and the girl asked her not to blame herself. It was not his fault, and he thought sadly that everything was right. It was not his fault. The girl said that they found out about Steve and Doug's meeting, and added that something was fishy about it. The guy was surprised, because Doug is the deputy of the Bureau of Supernatural. They're responsible for all national defense, and Doug's attention is worth more than the entire Awoken Federation, which means they're interested in Steve. The guy thought angrily that Steve was a bastard, because it was he, Hiro, who had to lead the world to a bright future, and decided that he could no longer be ignored. He thought that he had lost 7 people because of the 7th level dungeon, but he was not upset. During this time he had already lost many comrades. He had lost the whole world, dying over and over again. He remembered Anna's death, thinking that even she had died dozens of times. The guy realized that he was furious, and it was all because of him, Steve. He can't risk the plan because of one freak, because judging by his actions, he has something terrible planned. Hiro decided that for the future of humanity, he had to kill Steve. The guy called Anna and asked her to find any ship that could sail, even to build it with her own hands, but it was needed. It was a crisp morning in Steve's guild, the sun shining through the leaves of the giant tree. Chad woke up in his room with a headache, and his grandma told him that was exactly why he shouldn't get drunk and sent him downstairs for breakfast. The guy took the identification card from the table and thought with a smile that now he was a real mercenary. And Donnie was already sitting in his room at his laptop doing some work. He thought that when everyone found out that Steve was just woke, the number of views would drop. But even so, the channel already has 1 million subscribers, and he has collected more than 10 million. He said he never thought he would see such a figure. It is true what they say. Success depends on connections. He thought that gaining the trust of a strong person in time was also a skill. Suddenly Chad opened the door abruptly, scaring Donnie to death. The guy was clearly having fun, and asked Donnie if he was the only one having fun here. The boy angrily asked if he hadn't been taught to knock, and Chad apologized. Chad smiled and said that his grandmother was calling him to breakfast and asked where Jim was. Donnie replied that he was training as hard as he could, and added that he would come down when he was done. Jim stood on the training field around some stumps. He stood with his eyes closed, as if listening to the sound of the wind, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Jim began chopping down trees, skillfully applying one skill after another. With the final blow, he broke the last tree and said with displeasure that it was too slow. Trees appeared on the field again, and Jim said that he could not hesitate in the fight any longer. He used the skills over and over again, thinking that he would not let this happen again. Meanwhile, Steve and the boys decided to go hunting with a pack of wolves for deer. One boy shouted that the one who catches the deer will win, and the second added that the loser collects apples. Steve stood near the temple, and opposite him stood the senior monk and two guys in gray robes. Our hero said that the temple was already ready, and asked if it would fall apart. The monk laughed and said that everything was built to glory, and Steve replied that if something was wrong, he could say so. The monk replied that they were very grateful that Steve had helped them find shelter, and they did not know how to thank him for his kindness. The deer and the pack of wolves rushed past the men, Bill racing ahead of everyone and asking them to run even faster. The boys from the temple rushed after them, urging the wolves to run faster. Steve said that it was the first time he saw him so happy, because before he was lonely. Once upon a time, mothers forbade their children to play with Bill, and he heard it all. The woman from the temple said that it was already lunchtime, and asked Steve to join her, but he said not today. Steve asked if Munch was feeling better. The monk said that he had been delirious for a long time, but now he can even train. The man added that Munch even developed an appetite. And Munch looked at himself in the mirror, looking at the scar around his red eye, and remembered the past when he was teased as a bald macaque. He was an orphan from childhood, but other children laughed at and bullied little Munch. When he realized that he was different from others, he closed himself off from the others with a wall. But the master picked him up and invited him to go to his temple. And so many years later, the master was killed by goblins who attacked the temple. Munch told Steve that when the master was killed and the temple was burned, he felt real hatred. The monk confessed that it was then that he began to kill. He cut down the goblins one after another in a frenzy, showing no mercy. Munch cleared the entire area of goblins, finding them even in the most hidden places. He said that he had committed this sin voluntarily, and he didn't care where he would go after death. He just wanted to calm the heat inside. Then, in a fit of rage, Monk imagined many things. It seemed that someone was talking to him. But it was he who told his adult self that if he didn't care, he would have died in the dungeon long ago. Munch turned to Steve and said that he had saved him again, and helped to calm the hatred by restoring the temple. Suddenly Munch said seriously that he now had a different goal. Steve and the boys listened to him attentively, not understanding what he was talking about. At that moment, the monk summoned a winged spear right in the room, destroying everything around. The guys jumped back in surprise, not understanding what had come over him. With a sinister smile, Munch said that for the sake of all the disadvantaged, he would go through hell for them. Jim didn't understand what they were talking about, and Donnie said that now they had two crazy people. And from below, an old lady with a knife was running, shouting, who of them dared to draw a weapon in the house? And Munch had already jumped out of the window, smashing it to pieces. And even before the guys arrived, Munch studied his reflection in the mirror and listened to his name being called to eat. Suddenly he hit his head on the mirror and a crazy smile appeared on his face. The full moon shone in the sky, leaving a lunar trace on the surface of the sea, and the waves crashed against the rocks of the shore. A small ship was racing along the waves, and Hiro and Anna were standing at the stern. Cobral swam to the shore and Anna said that they had arrived. They were already waiting on the shore and the girl said that they would continue by car. Hiro stood silently, looking firmly ahead and thought that he was following the druid. The guys in Steve's guild were discussing whether the monk had come yet. Someone said that he had gotten it good from the old lady, and someone else added that it was not surprising, because he had broken the window. Chad said the secretary called. They finished the city plan based on his work, and tomorrow they'll get a map and start designing a detailed city. Steve asked Chad to keep an eye on them so they wouldn't start any shady dealings here. While chewing his breakfast, Jim asked with interest where Steve was going. Our hero replied that he was going to England to meet with Dr. Toddler. Donnie said that there was no way to get there yet. Steve asked why, and the boy replied that all air traffic and sea routes were closed. Our hero asked in surprise what had happened, and Jim said that there had been a chain of dungeon breakthroughs. The sky had been taken over by wyverns, and the seas by some other monster. Steve tensed up and asked for more details, and Donnie showed him a video report about the wyverns. Another report talked about a giant octopus, and Donnie said they couldn't even find it. Chad asked thoughtfully if Steve couldn't fly himself. Our hero replied that he could become a pigeon, but he could fly like that for no more than 10 minutes. And Chad added that it wouldn't be enough to get to England. Steve sighed heavily and said that he never thought that powerful wings would be needed. Steve asked how much longer they would have to wait, and Jim replied that the country's army was already engaged in extermination, but they would have to wait at least a month. Our hero was shocked by this, and Donnie suddenly said that there was another way to get to England. The boy said that he needed to get a golden eagle, or rather an awakened golden eagle. Steve was surprised by this proposal and asked where he could look for such an eagle. The guy replied that it was possible in one closed area, and Steve asked why there. Donnie replied that there was one channel where a man was surviving in the wild, and the north of this territory was a paradise for wild animals. In one video they showed huge awakened animals, and among them was a golden eagle. After a while, the blue SUV was already racing forward, and someone in the car exclaimed, "Seriously, damn." Steve said he had nothing better to do anyway, and Donnie tearfully replied that his eyes were already hurting from managing the channel. Our hero said that he should be happy then, and Donnie replied that if they filmed good material here too, there would be even more work. Anna was driving the car and suggested that Hiro get some sleep since they still had 10 hours to drive, but the guy refused. The girl said that if anyone found out about their actions, there would be a scandal. Hiro understood that an interethnic conflict would begin, and the girl asked why not catch him by official means. The guy replied that there was no time for that, it was easier to kill him himself. The navigator said that in 1,200 meters the Necrovili zone begins, and the girl said that we would have to drive through it. The car drove onto the highway, which had already begun to become overgrown with grass. Steve and Donnie's SUV was still there, and the boys were no longer in it. Some beast of unprecedented size was blowing steam from its nose and baring its toothy mouth. In front of Donnie stood a boar of unprecedented size and looked angrily at the boy. Steve's voice in his head asked how he felt, and a frightened Donnie replied that he looked very strong. Steve kept asking what else, and the boy said that he didn't seem to like people. Our hero liked this answer and decided that he wanted and had to tame it. Suddenly the boar lunged at Donnie and he ran forward in fear, running away. The boy immediately ran up a tree, and the boar crashed into him head-on. The impact caused the tree to fall, and Donnie shouted for Steve to save him. At that moment the boar hit the tree harder with its tusks and it began to fall. The tree fell along with Donnie, and the boar rushed towards the boy. He fell on his back and screamed for help with his eyes closed when he felt something drip onto his cheek. Donnie opened his eyes to see a giant rabbit with red eyes behind him. The boy started to crawl forward, and the boar and Steve were already standing there. Realizing that the animals were not attacking, Donnie asked if they were going to eat him, and Steve replied that it didn't seem like it. The boy lowered his head in relief and exhaled heavily. He pointed at the hare and asked if Steve could take it out because it was scary and its stats were huge. Level C, rank 2. At that very second, a blue portal appeared and the hare jumped into it. Looking at the boar, Donnie asked why he didn't leave too. Steve climbed on top of him and said he would give them a ride, and decided to name the boar Yuka. Our hero was riding on Yuka, and Donnie was riding on the wolf, and asked if the transformations were worth it. To which Steve replied that it only changed their character a little. Donnie said incredulously that it didn't look like it, and Steve added that he didn't transform animals stronger than himself. Steve asked if the hare was that scary, and the boy replied that he wasn't really. And our hero added that he had a higher rank than the boy, and he started whining that even the hare was stronger than him. Donnie said that they had already found 2 strong animals, but there was still no eagle, and asked how much longer they would hang around here. The guys came to a hillside that overlooked the entire forest, and Steve said that finding the eagle was the hardest part. Our hero called Melissa, and she asked how she could help. Steve asked where the blonde was now. He couldn't get through to her. The girl replied that she was currently in another area, and Steve asked to connect them. Leaden clouds were gathering over the half-ruined city. The soldier shouted to the captain that there were 10 minutes left before the dungeon was breached. Jean said that they had to retreat immediately. They had requested an airstrike a long time ago, and asked why they hadn't received an answer yet. The soldier received a transmission that an airstrike was impossible, and the artillery was not working. In response, the soldier cursed and asked why they were only reporting this now. They were informed that the 3rd battle group would arrive in 10 minutes, and another group would arrive in 15 minutes. Jean angrily asked if they were making fun of her, since they would have to hold back the spiders themselves. The soldiers said that it didn't matter now and they had to retreat. Jean irritably replied that they should take the equipment and leave. The soldiers shouted that they had to get out before the witch changed her mind, and the girl mimicked the words that this was precisely why no one loved her. The girl received a call and answered, introducing herself as the captain of the 11th Reconnaissance Group. Steve greeted the blondie happily and said that they hadn't heard from each other for a long time. The girl was surprised to hear Steve and was silent for a while. Steve said he needed to find the golden eagle and asked if her group could help, and the girl listened with clenched teeth. Suddenly she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Fuck you, sex maniac," and hung up. Steve looked at the phone in surprise, not understanding who they had called him. He turned to Donnie and asked him what he thought the request to catch an eagle had to do with sex. The boy looked ahead tensely and asked Steve what was that up ahead. And beyond the city, a column of some strange black smoke rose. Donnie picked up the phone and said with surprise that they were starfish. And Steve asked again what he was talking about. The guy showed a news report that said that a dungeon of starfish had been breached. They were shooting fire and exploding after death. Our hero was surprised that they would interfere even after death. And Donnie looked away in fear. He shouted for Steve to look at the birds. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew over the boys' heads, flying away from the dungeon. It seemed that Steve was only enjoying this commotion, and he watched what was happening with a smile. Donnie saw the fire ahead and said it was spreading very quickly, and added that they had to get going. But Steve was calm and looked at the fire ahead, not intending to run, and the fire rose up and came closer and closer to the place where the boys were standing. The animals ran with all their might from the fire into the depths of the forest, and the fire caught up with the animals and almost touched those running behind. Suddenly, the wolf that Donnie was riding howled. Looking ahead intently, Steve said that here came the arsonists. The flame had already caught up with the crowd of animals and was making its way to the fastest ones. The boys looked up at the sky and Donnie exclaimed that there was a golden eagle soaring up there. And in the sky, among a flock of birds, an eagle was flying, clearly larger than the others. Steve said he looked cool and read the information that he was a C-rank 6. Looking at the eagle, our hero named him Ringo and said that now he would fly with him. The news reported a sudden fire, but it ended unexpectedly due to a natural disaster. Experts report that all the starfish were destroyed by the hurricane along with the fire. Watching the report, Donnie said it was bullshit and added that this is why no one watches the news. Happy that the video had uploaded, Donnie said that now let people know the truth. The drone recorded video of Steve in the form of a boar rushing to the edge of the fire. He ran around the fire at great speed, as if outlining it with his power of the earth spirit. And then he used the tornado skill, and the starfish were burned in their own fire. The video is called "Steve Has the Tornado Skill," and people immediately started commenting on what they saw. Some didn't believe it, and some asked if Steve was God. Donnie was shocked that in just a few seconds the video had over 400,000 views. Another video showed the fire already out and drones flying around the area. In the video, Donnie was seen rushing towards Steve, who had collapsed unconscious. The boy thought that he shouldn't fill in the part where Steve fell so as not to throw away weaknesses. But then he came up with the idea that he could post it as a separate video. Suddenly someone called the guy and he turned around in surprise. With a glass of coffee, he went out onto the balcony and looked down. Chad and Jim were standing below. Donnie asked if they were going into the dungeon, and the guys said that a second-level dungeon had opened nearby. Chad said they still have 3 spots open. Donnie laughed and asked if they wouldn't close the second-level dungeon themselves. Chad said he had the most skills, and Jim said Munch was already waiting in the car. Donnie mused that the boys had acquired a lot of different skills. This was due to the small squad in order to cover as many needs as possible. The boy asked to give him time to post another video, and he would join. Fingers quickly flew over the keys, and the screen read, "Steve, I invite you to London, Dr. Toddler." The video footage showed that the Earth was being terrorized by monsters and that the sky had been lost. Even the ocean is now inaccessible, so nothing can stop him, the video said, with Steve standing with his back turned. Our hero turned around and said that he would be back soon, asking him to keep an eye on the house. And in the next frame, Steve grew huge wings behind his back and he flew upward. The caption on the video said his adventure continued. The final shots show Steve flying forward, and Don was delighted with the video and decided that it could be made into a film. The video spread across the internet and was also watched in a large motel. Anna watched the video that Donnie had just uploaded carefully. She was surprised by the information about London. Hero came out of the shower and, drying his hair, asked what happened. The girl said tensely that it looked like Steve was no longer in the country. The girl showed the video and Hero irritably asked why he ran away to London. He mused that if Steve was from a more distant future, then he knew all of his plans in advance. Hero decided that our hero was deliberately avoiding him and being wary of him. If so, then he is not ready to meet Hero, and he must catch him before he finishes his preparations. Anna said they couldn't wait for Steve to return. Hero smiled ominously and said that he would bring this freak out into the light. The girl asked in surprise how he would do it. The guy resolutely replied that he would do this through provocation. Steve was unaware of these plans and flew towards London in the form of an eagle. He thought that he couldn't fly faster and that at this rate he wouldn't get to London. And when he opened the interface, he was surprised to see the limit of Ringo's use. Also, a bunch of new fire skills opened up and Steve asked why they were so expensive. Suddenly, the system showed that there was 60 seconds left until transformation. In the forest, between the huge trees, the sounds of fighting could be heard. The bull ran forward, and two men on motorcycles were catching up with him. The man shouted not to waste bullets and to aim better. The guy said he'd already hit the bull 3 times, but it was still alive. They might run out of gas. He asked Uncle John to come closer, and he shouted for him to shoot him. The guy took aim and said that this was the end. As the motorcycle drew closer, he fired at the running bull. The bullet hit the bull in the leg and he screamed in pain. But the bull didn't fall and ran on, and the guy asked if he really needed to stick a machine gun into this bull. Suddenly the boy called his uncle and, pointing at something falling, asked what it was. Right in front of the bull, something fell to the ground, enveloped in a flash of lightning. The bull flew back in shock from the force of the blow, and the stones flew with him. The men on the motorcycles rode forward tensely, looking around. They stopped near a hole that had formed when something fell from above. The boy asked his uncle what had fallen from above, and the man replied that it didn't matter. They just needed to take the bull. Suddenly they heard a loud scream from the pit and tensed. The boy asked his uncle what that sound was, and suddenly a bright light appeared in the pit. The uncle asked in horror what it was, looking at the flashes of lightning. The bright light began to grow larger and larger, and the scream became louder and louder. The guy asked if it was a human screaming like that, and the man replied that it could be some alien imitating a human voice. Suddenly, a human hand appeared from the hole with lightning running through it. Uncle John pulled out a knife, ready to defend himself, and they both watched in suspense to see what would happen next. Steve climbed out of the hole holding his head and said that he thought he was going to die like that. Our hero groaned, and his uncle asked if he was really a human, despite the guy's words that he was clearly a human. Steve introduced himself by giving his name and asked who they were. The guy introduced himself as Alvin and asked how our hero survived after falling from such a height. Steve said that the fall hurt like hell and asked where they were now. The guy named the area, adding that there was a river nearby, and all of this was in Steve's country. Alvin said he sounded like a southerner and asked why he fell out of the sky. Steve laughed and said that first he was flying and then he fell. The guy said that judging by his words and the fact that he remained unharmed, he is a very strong awakened one. Steve hesitated, not knowing what to answer, and said that he really was strong. The man still held the knife at the ready and asked if he was alone or with friends. Steve replied that he had friends, but he was traveling alone. Uncle said that he wouldn't detain him then. They were chasing the bull and he was somewhere here. The man asked Alvin to look for the bull and the boy looked back, saying that it was somewhere around here. Steve thought about the place where he fell and asked himself if he was flying in the right place. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and, not finding the phone, absent-mindedly asked where it could have fallen. Without thinking, he activated the clairvoyance skill to search. The phone was nearby in the bushes, but when the guy picked it up, he said with annoyance that the device was broken. Meanwhile, the men found a bull that had flown quite far away and doubted whether it was alive. Uncle was surprised that the bull didn't die from so many bullets, but from one blow from Steve, and right away. The boy asked if he would have to be cut up to carry it away, and his uncle replied that he would have to be skinned all day, and also fight off wild animals. The uncle took out a knife and said that if they did not bring it, the villagers would die of hunger. Suddenly, Steve appeared behind on the rock and called out to the men. He asked if they had a blood crystal phone because his was broken. Alvin said there was one in the village, but the man cut him off mid-sentence. Uncle said that there are women and children in the village. How can they bring such an awakened one there? The guy realized that he had said too much and apologized. While they were talking, Steve walked up to the bull and lifted it over his head with ease. The man was shocked by his strength, and Steve offered to carry the bull in exchange for the phone. They went away to whisper. The guy said that he was quite strong, and the man added that bullets wouldn't get to him. Alvin said that maybe he should take the bull to the village first. Otherwise the villagers would have nothing to eat. But Uncle reminded him of what the awakened had done to the village last year. They introduced themselves as nomads and were accepted into the village, and then they brought friends and killed all the inhabitants. Steve asked what they were talking about and if they needed to go. The men said they were already on their way and asked Steve to follow them. They got on the motorcycle and the man started the engine and our hero walked behind. The uncle asked the boy to hold on tight and added that Steve would not be able to keep up with them, carrying the bull in his arms, and Alvin was sorry to leave the bull. Uncle stepped on the gas and the motorcycle rushed forward at high speed, surprising Steve. The man said to forget about him. If they go to the river, they will find more prey. But their plan was ruined as Steve easily caught up with them with the bull in his hands. The men stared at the guy and Steve told them to be careful. There was a cliff ahead and the men flew over it with a scream. There was a bustle in the village, the gates were broken and people gathered around. They recognized Uncle John and asked in surprise if there was a bull running after him. Someone looked and said that it was someone running next to the bulls in their arms. People joyfully rushed towards Uncle John when he stopped the motorcycle. The man asked in surprise what had happened and why the gate was broken. The villagers, wrapped in bandages, ran forward to tell their uncle everything. The men were shocked and asked what had happened here. It was as if a herd of bulls had run through. One of the townspeople approached the uncle and said that they had all gone to save Chloe. Uncle asked what happened to her and asked her to tell everything right away. The man said that suddenly a winged beast attacked the village. He said that the beast killed people, caused chaos, and could even spit fire. But despite this, one townsman was able to lead everyone to shelter. He turned around and saw Chloe fall to the ground. Then this monster attacked the girl. Noticing that she was lying alone on the ground, the monster grabbed her hands and flew away, holding her tightly. The townsman finished his story by saying that the monster had taken Chloe away from here. Uncle John angrily asked where the creature had taken the girl. The townsman asked him to wait and said that the elder had already taken several men and set out to search. But the uncle was adamant and screamed, trying to find out where the monster had taken Chloe. The townsman gave in and, pointing to the mountain, said that the monster had flown away behind it. The uncle immediately jumped on the motorcycle and rushed in the indicated direction, ignoring the screams. Alvin turned to Steve and, with tears in his eyes, began to beg him for help. The guy asked our hero to save their Chloe and added that he would never forget him. Steve didn't need much persuasion and, to the guy's surprise, he immediately agreed. Our hero said that then they would give him the phone when he returned. Blue lightning enveloped the boy's back, and at the same moment he grew wings, lifting him into the air. The residents, shocked, asked who this man was, and Edwin replied that he was a southerner and a young nomad. Watching Steve soar into the sky, the guy added that he was also a beastmaster. And at that time, a huge bear was raging in the forest, growling and spitting saliva. The men were trying to lure the bear into a trap and escape when suddenly one of them tripped. The man lost his balance and flew across the ground, and the bear was already very close to him, and his partner could only shout his name. The man stumbled and flew forward, and the bear was already very close. He swung his huge paw and hit the man, sending him flying. The men grabbed their knives and rushed towards the bear, shouting, wanting to avenge their comrade. But the beast was stronger and more agile than the men, and with a blow of one paw scattered them. Looking at this, someone shouted, "Retreat!" The man said they were no match for the bear, but the other disagreed and asked if they would have to run away. Suddenly someone shouted, "Be careful," and the next moment the bear struck again. Coughing up blood, one of the men said that at this rate they would all be killed. He thought that there was no point in saving Chloe. Too much time had passed. That flying creature had probably eaten her. Of all the awakened villagers, there are only 4 left. They can't lose more people. They really will have to run, the man thought as the bear swung its paw again. A clawed paw almost landed on the head of one of the men, and he looked at it in fear. Suddenly, something crashed into the bear at incredible speed, throwing him aside. It was Steve, in eagle form, who kicked the bear in the face, causing it to fly off. The men stared at our hero in surprise, not understanding what was happening. They looked at Steve, with wings and a cloud of twinkling crickets, and asked in unison who he was. Someone said he was a man, but at first it seemed like an eagle. Steve replied that Alvin had asked him for a favor, and asked where Chloe was. The man said that the flying creature took her somewhere to its nest, apparently somewhere on the mountain. He added that the bear caught them by surprise, and the other men were rubbing their bruises. A bottle appeared in Steve's hand, and he said that since they had seriously injured people, they had better use the potion. One of the men picked up the bottle and said that this potion was very valuable. Steve was asking where exactly the girl had been taken when a bear appeared behind him. Without taking his hands out of his pockets, Steve kicked the bear so hard that it flew back. After being kicked in the stomach, Steve turned around and punched the bear in the jaw from below, somersaulting in the air. Steve landed lightly on his feet, and the bear fell prostrate on his back after such blows, and the men only watched in amazement. The bear was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, but judging by his stats, his integrity was almost complete, and Steve asked if he was pretending to be dead and ordered him to open his eyes. The bear obediently opened his eyes and looked at Steve, who ordered him to stand up and obey. The huge carcass immediately sat down in front of our hero, showing with its whole appearance its readiness to submit. The men couldn't believe that Steve had just tamed a huge bear. The system asked for a name, and Steve named him Cole. It turned out that he was the king of the forest until a flying creature arrived, and having defeated him, took all the lands. Our hero said with a smile that then the bear knew where the creature had flown and suggested going to take revenge on her. The bear roared, showing his readiness with his whole appearance. At that moment, John rode up to the company on a motorcycle and ran up to them. One of the men asked him why he had come, and he replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was where Chloe was now. The man didn't know what to answer, because they didn't even know where she was. Steve told John that he would return the girl to them, and in return he must fulfill his promise. John just now noticed Steve and was surprised at what he was doing there. Our hero rushed forward and told Ugol to lead him to the right place. The men remained behind, watching in surprise as Steve and the bear raced forward. Suddenly, Steve's entire body began to glow blue and lightning began to envelop him. The next second, wings appeared behind his back and he soared into the sky. The men looked at Steve in surprise, amazed that he could not only tame animals, but also turn into them. John fell to his knees, watching the boy fly away. He folded his hands in prayer, hoping that Steve would be able to save Chloe, and from a nearby cave came the sounds of chomping. The winged monster sat on a mountain of bones and held a half-eaten deer in its paws. In the corner, next to a mountain of bones, sat a girl. She was crying and calling for her dad in fear, but the sound of Chloe's voice attracted the monster's attention, and he suddenly turned in her direction. The monster growled, spraying saliva and blood, and the girl cowered in fear, covering her face. Suddenly, a bear appeared behind the monster and he turned around in surprise. The monster turned and rushed towards the bear, who was already ready to accept the fight. The bear rushed forward and behind him soared a huge eagle. The monster was about to sink its fangs into the metal, when it suddenly glowed blue and became smaller. Steve partially merged with the bear and one of his eyes turned red. He saw that the monster was a wyvern, a young, wounded specimen. The wyvern sank its teeth into Steve's clawed paw, but he immediately struck the monster with his other paw. He grabbed the monster by the neck and threw it forward with all his might, sending a fireball after it. The wyvern broke through the cave wall and fell down like a stone. Steve turned to the girl and said that he would save her, but for now, she needed to sit here quietly. At that moment, a wyvern crawled into the cave, and Steve wondered if he could tame it, since his spatial energy was greater. Here, our hero saw information that in order to tame a wyvern, its integrity must be less than 10%, and he realized that he could. Suddenly, the thought appeared in his head that he wanted to destroy this lizard, and his hand itself hit the monster with all its force. The wyvern broke through the cave wall again, and flew out, its integrity reduced to 16%. Steve realized that Sooty's hostility was getting out of control, and it was becoming very difficult to control his emotions. The thought to kill flashed through my head again, and my body prepared itself for the blow. Steve's furry legs slammed into the wyvern, and he screamed in his head that he couldn't kill it. Realizing that the bear would not stop, Steve canceled the transformation, and Sooty returned, jumping into the blue portal. The wyvern fell down, and the integrity of its body became lower with each impact with the rock. Steve knew it was time when he saw that the integrity was less than 10%, and activated the taming skill. The wyvern seemed to freeze, and an exclamation mark appeared above its head, indicating that the skill had worked. Immediately after taming, he activated instant recovery, and the wyvern's integrity began to increase. When 99% of the wounds were healed, Steve gave the order to fly. The winged monster was still falling down with a roar, but it was able to slow down and stop. Our hero saddled the monster and they flew up together. The wyvern, shrouded in a blue glow from the healing spell, flew up towards the top of the mountain. The men below froze in surprise, clutching their machine guns tightly in their hands. John could not stand the weight. Tears flowed from his eyes and he began to ask his daughter for forgiveness. Seeing how upset their uncle was, the other men also began to sigh, remembering the missing Chloe. Suddenly all the men froze in surprise and looked up questioningly. Someone pointed ahead and asked if that was the flying creature. Someone shouted that a state of emergency had been declared, and that the shooters needed to get ready immediately. The men readied their machine guns, ready to shoot and kill the monster. Suddenly the head of the village shouted to stop and not shoot, seeing something ahead. All the men froze in surprise, asking what had happened. The chief replied that there was someone on the creature's back, and the other man said that there was someone sitting on its back. And then they saw Chloe. John couldn't believe his eyes when a wyvern landed in front of him, with Chloe sitting on its back. The girl saw her dad and joyfully threw herself into his arms, and the man could not hold back his tears. Soon the whole village gathered around the fire. They gave away meat, ate their fill, and discussed Steve and his new title of Dragon Knight. A new batch was being roasted on the fire, and someone said that the baby needed more meat, and another said that he was afraid to approach this creature. Steve watched the children play with the wyvern, and thought that after being tamed, it had become more friendly. It turned out that after taming, he can find out the past of any animal. The wyvern horde was almost completely destroyed by the Air Alliance. Being very young, she flew behind everyone, which is why she was able to get out of the carnage alive. After crossing the borders, she suffered from injuries and hunger, and after an attack on the village, she found Ugolko's den and settled there. The chief said that thanks to Steve, they can celebrate today, With the help of magic, he brought them food, healed the wounded, and even fixed houses. He said that even before the government was destroyed after the disaster, they lived in poverty, but still lived happily. And when it turned out that even together they couldn't cope, they had to run, because they couldn't do anything to these creatures. It became impossible to survive in the city, so they went deeper into the continent. There used to be many such nomads, but now there are fewer of them. It is impossible to hunt, nothing grows on the ground, and animals attack along with marauders. The chief said that when they left, there were 400 of them, and 2 years later, only 60 remained. He added that today they wanted to start moving again because it was impossible to stay here. Steve asked with interest if the continent was safe. They told him that it was not safe anywhere now, because there was a huge territory there, and monsters and bandits were gathering there. But the village chief heard that there were protective barriers there that protected civilians. He added that it would be difficult to get along without connections, where they even speak a foreign language. They are simple refugees, and it would be a miracle if they got there alive. Steve remembered Melissa's words that soon Asia would become one big field, and then refugees would come to Steve's lands. The nomads heard from the guards that if they could not protect themselves, then they should join those who could, but they would have to pay for it. The chief stood up, saying that everyone was already drunk, and suggested that they spend the night here. He added that they had prepared a room for Steve on the second floor, and Alvin said that it was a bit sloppy, but he could rest there. But our hero replied that it wasn't worth it, and that he needed to go somewhere. The boss said worriedly that it was too late, but Steve replied that it was no big deal. The man agreed and added that they had already detained their savior, and Steve sheepishly said that it was not so. The chief asked Alvin to bring the blood crystal phone from his room, and the guy rushed to fulfill the request. All the villagers gathered to see Steve off, and behind him the wyvern was already ready to fly. Our hero picked up the phone and said that the navigation and satellite communications were working fine, adding that he would be going to a good cause. The chief said that Steve shouldn't thank them since it was he who saved their village. Suddenly Steve's hand began to glow and a ball of lightning began to appear in it. The villagers looked at this with fascination, surprised that he was using magic again. At that moment, dozens of blood crystals poured out of Steve's hand. The men looked at the pile of crystals in surprise, wondering at their value. As he left, Steve said that he hoped that these crystals would help them too, and said goodbye. The residents said goodbye to our hero with gratitude, wishing him a successful journey. Steve waved at them in response, saying that they would meet again. The wyvern took off into the sky, and Steve shouted that they were now heading to England. John held Chloe's hand, and they both watched our hero for a long time. The presenter greeted the viewers, saying that they had a news bulletin. They received word that a horde of wyverns had been destroyed by the Air Force Alliance, and that morning the Air Force encountered another wyvern. However, the last wyvern was reportedly piloted by an awakened one, and now viewers are celebrating the appearance of an unknown dragon knight. The picture changed and the program Quick Report came online. They showed a view over one of the destroyed bridges. There was literally just a breakthrough there. 2 huge fire ants came out of the portal and created real hell. Suddenly something rushed onto the bridge and the presenter asked the camera to switch. The video clearly showed a man with long hair and holding 2 swords in his hands. The presenters immediately recognized that it was Hero, and were surprised at what he was doing in a neighboring country. They began to doubt whether it was really Hero, whether it was really him in the video. The news reported that the awakened #1 hero suddenly appeared on a bridge in a neighboring country. Together with the Scylla Guild that arrived there, they destroyed the monsters for 10 minutes. The commentators were divided between those who supported Hero and those who called him a traitor. And the news reported that the Dragon Knight supported the troops during the Scorpion Purge, and that awakened summoners of the highest ranks began to gather there. And everyone was interested in only one question: who is this Dragon Knight? Another news item reported that the Dragon Knight had once again supported the troops and helped them deal with the ogres. Based on the news we've received, we've finally found out that the Dragon Knight is Steve. The commentators all praised Steve, called him a god, shared information about his abilities, and suggested that Hero give him the title of #1. Breaking news has it that the #1 hero, Hero, has personally accused Steve. The host said that Hero's unexpected statement, as well as his appearance in the country he once abandoned, caused a stir, and he suggested watching the interview together. Reporters asked why he was blaming Steve and why he had come to the country in the first place. Hero said that he came here personally to report that Steve, who is called the God of Wind and the Tamer, is a deceiver. Journalists began asking for details about why Hero was calling him a liar. Hero replied that Steve fled the country when he found out he was coming there because he was afraid he might expose him. The reporter asked if he was trying to say that Steve's real abilities were exaggerated and that all his videos were lies. Hero stated that Steve is just a tamer, and his abilities have never been professionally evaluated. It's just the government making money off of him. The reporter said it looked like there was a conflict brewing between them, and asked if he wanted to tell Steve anything. Hiro asked the camera if our hero could see him, and said that if he wanted to prove him wrong, Hiro was waiting for him at the SPFC station. Sipping coffee from a glass, Donnie said in surprise, "Wow." The news was already full of Hiro's statement that he could deal with Steve with one hand, and that he challenged him to a fight. Another article said that world-famous Steve showed his friendly attitude towards the Russian president. Watching the news, Chad asked in surprise how Steve ended up in Russia on his way to England. The guy got a call and answered, saying it was Steve's guild and Chad was on the line. When asked by the caller, he replied that he too could not reach Steve. Donnie asked if it was the bureau director calling again, and Chad grimly agreed. The boy was surprised that he called every day, and Chad said that he could call every hour. Donnie said that just a couple of months ago he couldn't even look at the director, but now he calls them every day. They found nothing in the dungeons, and were also surprised by Steve's antics, a sullen Cedric complained, and his colleague advised to give up trying to find the cash and just collect the loot. Donnie said that Steve was really needed right now, and Chad asked what it was this time. The article said that the appearance of dungeons of the 7th level had become more frequent. The residents were worried, and they hoped that Steve's guild would take on the 13th district. Chad said that lately a lot of people want to move to this new area of the city. Donnie said that the world needs stick, and added that it should be used. Chad grumbled that the principal had told him the same thing, which surprised the boy. The director said that they would have to stand up for the land when the area was recognized, and the bureau would take on the payment of taxes and the closure of simple dungeons. Donnie was surprised by this conversation and asked him what he told him. Chad replied that they were still thinking about it, and Donnie said that they should have agreed. The bureau wants them to team up with a special unit when dungeons appear. Chad said that while his brother is away, he can't decide everything on his own. He's not sure that they can handle creating a district and clearing out the 7th level dungeons. Donnie thought that if they became a special squad, then the attitude towards them would be completely different. However, they would have to risk their lives more often, and now this was not necessary. Donnie looked at the photo of Steve standing next to the president, with a painted wyvern sitting behind them. He thought that the country was in total disarray right now because of Hiro's statement and the creation of the 13th district, and Steve was now in an unknown location. Donnie asked Chad if they couldn't get in touch with him either, and the guy agreed. And at this time, somewhere in the destroyed city, a lonely car was driving. The man who was driving in the red car called our hero by name a little nervously. He asked if Steve could see him and added that he was already on his way to the meeting place. In response, our hero asked if it was he driving the red car. The gray-haired man behind the wheel said it was him and added, "Welcome to London." The man asked if Steve could see the 3 stone golems chasing the car. Our hero replied that he would sort it out now, and the man thanked him warmly. Steve rode down on the wyvern, watching as the 3 golems chased the car. One of the golems, who was closest to the car, swung its huge hand. She landed next to the car, breaking the earth into small pieces. Suddenly, a huge fireball flew at one of the golems, knocking him off his feet. The huge monster flew to the side, smashing the building with its body. The remaining 2 golems roared, turning towards the incoming ball. At that moment, Steve flew past them, riding a wyvern, attracting their attention. Steve waved his hand and small flames poured out of it. This was the fire fairy's skill. And then he used the fire tornado skill, blowing the fire from the fairies with the wind. Both golems fell to the ground, unable to withstand such an onslaught. Steve walked up to one of the monsters and a pillar of flame burst from his hand. He walked up to the second monster and kicked it in the head, causing it to split. From the impact, the monster's jaw flew far forward, smashing the wall of the building in front. Steve said they were weaker than they looked and decided it was because they were low level. At that moment, the wyvern landed next to Steve, raising currents of air around itself. There was a clap and a shout of delight behind him, and Steve turned towards the sound. The gray-haired man took a photo of Steve and said he was exactly as the rumors said. Our hero asked if he was Professor Toddler, and he replied that it was he in person. Suddenly, the wyvern flapped its wings, raising a wind, and the professor looked at it in surprise. He asked if this was the famous wyvern. Steve said the Russians suggested painting it to distinguish it from other wyverns. The professor said that he felt the presence of the Dragon Knight, even if only for a short time, and thanked him for saving him. Steve responded by saying that the translation of his phrases worked perfectly. He must be using a good translator. The man showed the device and said that when he found out about the meeting, he immediately bought the most expensive translation device. Looking around, Steve asked if this was really London. Everything looked destroyed. The professor replied that things were not going very well in England at the moment, and that things were downright terrible in London. He added that when the sun disappears, everything becomes even more terrible. Steve said that everything was clear, and the professor suggested going. Our hero opened a portal and ordered Byron, as he called the wyvern, to return. The wyvern slowly entered the portal, and the professor watched it, fascinated. He said that this was a portal for summoning beasts, looking forward in surprise. And at this time, Byron began to slowly appear on the other side of the portal, among a pack of wolves. The workers looked forward in fear as a huge wyvern emerged from the portal, and Byron had already completely passed through the portal and it closed, and the animals gathered around him. Suddenly the wyvern growled and the pack of wolves took up its roar with their own howls. Looking at the howling animals, someone said that it was probably the same wyvern from the news, and another added that there was a farm of domesticated animals and they were all cute there. The red car was already rushing forward, and the doctor said that he would never have thought that he would see this in person. He said that if such a large wyvern was able to return through the portal, then the level there is at least 3, and Steve said that he was well aware. The professor said that of course he was aware, since he was currently the main topic of the news. The man smiled and said that he had been waiting for their meeting and was very glad. But Steve didn't share the enthusiasm and thought it sounded like he wanted to experiment on the guy. The car drove past destroyed houses, towards the coast, where huge monsters were swimming in the river. Steve asked if his lab was in London, and the man replied that the city no longer existed. New Dover is the new capital of England, and his laboratory is also located there. Steve asked why they hadn't arranged to meet there then, and the professor replied that he needed to get here for some materials. He said that there had recently been a massive bombing here, and that there were now many samples of blood crystals here. The professor said that he is currently researching the creation of instant teleportation stations, which will work like a portal for animals. He added that the monster portals work in the same way during a breakthrough. The man asked if it wasn't wonderful that if they could use this, then no monsters would be able to stop the movement of humanity. Steve wasn't particularly happy with the idea and said it sounded good. The professor said that even now water and air routes are blocked. At this rate they will be isolated, and it will be difficult for humanity to survive. The red car had already left the city and was racing across the bridge over the river. Suddenly the professor said that he probably talked too much, but Steve did not take his eyes off the road. The man asked why our hero wanted to meet him so much, but Steve suddenly said quietly, "Be careful," looking ahead at the road. At that moment, the bridge in front of them split as if something had hit it from below. It turned out that a huge whale had pierced the bridge with its snout, causing the car to fly backwards. The professor grabbed the steering wheel and shouted in fear that it was a whale. And Steve saw not only the whale, but also its C2 level, and the fact that its integrity was 18%. Suddenly, a giant shark appeared from the water, and tentacles were visible nearby. The professor did not let go of the steering wheel, although the car was flying through the air due to the impact, and exclaimed in surprise that it was a megalodon monster. Right under the destroyed bridge, an epic battle took place between a huge whale and a megalodon. The car jumped up, quickly flew down, and the professor shouted that they were going to crash. The next moment the car fell into the water, and the whale followed it into the water. And the military was already rushing to the battle site. Some in helicopters, others on waterboards. The helicopter said that a small vehicle had been hit, and asked them to try to evacuate civilians. The soldier on the board asked who was behind them, and was told that the Muscle Queen David and Silva were there. The two in the back took the order, and the muscular man with ponytails, who was called the Muscle Queen, said he understood. He turned around and asked if that red car was Professor Toddler's, and the man replied that it looked like his. David said he would go get the professor, and asked the man to take care of the tentacle shark. He lowered himself into the water and began to look around in search of the car. The man's eyes glowed like 2 spotlights, illuminating everything around him, and he was able to find the car. However, there was no one in the car, and he reported that the car was empty. The man looked around and saw a giant shark chasing a whale that was much smaller than it. The shark almost caught up with the whale and its jaws closed, but the whale was able to turn around and escape the attack. And immediately after the attack, the whale rushed upward into the air, and the shark quickly rushed after it. The whale emerged from the water, sending up a fountain of spray. The military saw a megalodon appearing behind the whale and shouted that it was time to open fire. Suddenly, one of the soldiers noticed that there were people on the whale's fin and ordered not to shoot. It was Steve and Professor Toddler, who breathed a sigh of relief that they had almost been eaten. Our hero looked at the shark and read its stats, level D3, young specimen. He extended his hand forward and activated the tornado skill. At that very moment, a blue glow appeared around the shark, drawing it in. The military, watching from the side, saw what was happening when the shark became completely covered in a blue glow. One of the soldiers said that it looked like a tornado. He saw something similar on YouTube. The emerging muscle queen said with surprise that this was a dragon knight. Steve summoned the fire fairies and the tornado turned into a huge fire whirlwind. When the military saw that the whale had escaped from the shark, they opened fire to finish off the monster. The helicopters flew closer to the burning shark and opened fire. Steve and the professor were still holding onto the whale's flipper, and he thought that Steve had managed to catch the megalodon in the fire tornado, and was glad that he had been able to see it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Steve asked the whale if he was glad that he was finally able to avenge his mother. The whale didn't answer, but only looked gratefully at our hero and dived back into the water. Meanwhile, the soldier was shouting that the megalodon was falling, watching as the huge monster, engulfed in flames, flew down. The moment the shark crashed into the ground, Steve saw that his level had been raised, and his water attribute skill had been cancelled. The small house was located near the cliff, and the sun was shining brightly above it. There were mugs of coffee and cookies on the table. The man asked if he had slept well, and the guy replied that he had slept great. Looking at the sea below the cliff, Steve said that this was a great place, and the professor agreed. And not far from the men, raising waves and splashes, a whale jumped out of the water. The professor said that blue whales are having a hard time right now due to monster attacks, but this guy was lucky to meet them. Steve said with a smile that, to be honest, the town really is at the end of the world. The man said that the English troops have been pushed back by monsters for a long time. There are no places left to escape, so the country is in the process of creating impenetrable walls. The professor said that he was still haunted by what happened that night. He said that he was surprised that he could control and manipulate various animals, but he was even more amazed by the fire tornado and that he was able to see it. Steve drank his coffee calmly, and the professor said that there had never been an awakened one who could tame animals and use all 4 attributes: water, fire, earth, and air. The man asked with a smile what his life was like before waking up. Steve replied that his life was very ordinary, but it became extraordinary when he ended up in the animal kingdom. Our hero asked, after all, it was he who created the device for measuring spatial energy. The man replied that yes, it was his job, and asked if Steve liked him. Our hero asked what laws were behind this device, and the professor asked in surprise why he needed it. Steve said that every time his strength is measured, he feels like someone is watching him. Professor Toddler looked nervous and said nothing. Steve said that it also has to do with the planet from which he returned to Earth. He said that as far as he understood, that planet was broken into pieces and appeared in the form of dungeons, and that 4th-level dungeon was only a small part. He added that instead of friendly animals, there now live lizard men, which he had never seen before. He asked what had happened to his comrades, why he had not aged at all in 1,000 years, and who were the people watching him when they measured his energy. The doctor listened to our hero and said that it was all true. He said that all of Steve's questions and sudden interest in his language and writing were not accidental, and were connected. They entered the hatch in the floor and went down the steps. The professor said that his laboratory was there. Steve said it was pretty deep, and the professor replied that it was designed to withstand even a nuclear blast. He added that although this was his personal laboratory, it was government property, and Steve was the first outsider to enter it. The men came down the stairs and the doctor said that they had arrived. The professor entered the password and the door slowly opened. They stood in the doorway and the doctor said it was her, shining a flashlight. Steve said nothing and silently looked at the space behind the door. Behind the door, there was a large room with things lying around everywhere, and the doctor said with a smile that everything here was cluttered. The professor said that despite its appearance, the equipment was fully equipped. He showed Steve the equipment racks and said that it was analysis equipment, test samples. The man showed the robot and said that it can reproduce a photocopy of any object after entering a code, and it also recognizes voices. On another table there were stones and flasks, and the doctor said that this was ore from the dungeons. They use it for research. On the screen were Steve's notes from the cave, and the professor said that all of this was found in the dungeons over the past 2 months. The man happily said that it was amazing to find a human language in the dungeon. He said that in all the dungeons they had visited in the last 3 weeks, these inscriptions had been found. Steve stared at the professor in shock, surprised by these words. He asked if there were multiple versions of the same dungeon. The professor said that in different cities of the world, such dungeons of different levels appeared. He added that in total, 8 locations with this dungeon were opened in the world, from the 2nd to the 5th level. Steve asked if they were all at different levels, and the man replied yes, adding that they appeared at different times. Our hero remembered Melissa's words that they opened near the awakened. Perhaps the point is that these are dungeons, not a planet. Steve asked if the planet had broken apart and been copied, and the doctor replied that this was the most logical theory. Our hero asked what happened to the animals living there then, and the doctor replied that he himself was interested in this question. The professor replied that this was exactly why he wanted to talk to Steve. Our hero looked at the professor in surprise, and he took the guy by the hands. He said he had hoped to get answers about how the dungeons appeared and disappeared by meeting Steve, but was recently contacted by the author of the inscriptions. The professor happily said that after receiving the letter from Steve, he could not sit still for so long as he waited for the meeting. He smiled and suggested that they find the answer to the question together with Steve, calling him a dragon knight. Steve was disappointed, thinking with irritation that the man knew nothing at all. The professor remembered that Steve was interested in a device for measuring spatial energy and offered to show it. The man began to rummage through one of the boxes, saying that it was somewhere here. Suddenly, he joyfully shouted that he had found it, taking out a piece of some kind of stone. The man showed the stone to Steve with satisfaction, and he asked what it was. The professor handed it to Steve, saying that it was called the memory stone. He said that you need to take this stone in your hands and close your eyes. Steve didn't ask any unnecessary questions and placed his hand on the stone, which immediately began to shine. Our hero closed his eyes and again saw the inscriptions that someone was watching him. And when he saw the inscription that his data was recorded, the guy suddenly opened his eyes. The professor asked with interest how everything went, what it felt like. Steve said tensely, feeling someone's gaze on him as he held the stone in his hands. The professor said that everyone reacts differently, but that those who are particularly sensitive may feel uncomfortable. And Steve asked if it was possible to make a measuring device out of the stone. The doctor replied that everything was exactly like that, but he did not make this stone. Steve asked in surprise how it was not the doctor who made the stone, and the man confirmed his words with a smile. The professor said that this stone fell near the portal on the day of the Great Catastrophe. It turns out it took a long time before they learned of its benefits, and Steve asked if it fell from the sky. The man said that although Europe had suffered from a great catastrophe, it had received a blessing, a divine stone. It fell on the day of the Great Catastrophe, and that is how they were able to begin exploring the spaces. The professor said that thanks to the information contained in the stone, they were able to create many devices. The man turned to our hero and showed him a box with different flasks. He said that this was one of his inventions, a case for stones. He managed to attach a memory stone to it. Steve wasn't particularly interested, but the man added that he had managed to transfer all the information sealed in the stone. The professor said quite a bit that the stone takes over information from any contact. It has a limit, but now it copes well. He handed the box to Steve and invited him to try touching it. Our hero didn't ask any questions and put his hand on the box. After seeing the measurement results, the doctor enthusiastically said that Steve had managed to overcome Brang's energy in just 3 months. The professor said that maybe it was because Steve was special, but even so, the speed was astounding. Our hero asked if this was really a portable measuring device. The professor replied that it was, and added that he wanted to work on its size some more. The excited man said he had recently developed another device and invited Steve to look at it. He pulled out another box and handed it to Steve, and the guy asked if it was made with the same stone. The professor replied that everything was as it was, and added that the case had other functions. He said that this stone can carry an impressive amount of information and can reveal data about physical indicators. Steve asked again what stats he was talking about, seeing the information on the sign about agility. The professor said that with the help of this device, one can determine the level of strength and agility. This will help to form squads not only by energy, but also by strength. Steve listened thoughtfully as the professor explained how this would help create more effective teams. With a happy smile, the professor asked Steve what he thought about it, and our hero thought that it turns out that there were no other awakened ones before who could see the indicators of others. The professor said that he had finished making a sample and that there would be a demonstration tomorrow and invited Steve to participate. Our hero returned the box to the man and agreed to participate. Suddenly, the box with information about Steve's strength and dexterity began to sparkle. An error window appeared on the screen, and the doctor said in surprise that this had not happened yesterday. He turned away embarrassedly and asked our hero to wait a little. The professor called the director and said that tomorrow's demonstration would have to be cancelled. He said that there was some kind of problem with the device and an error had just occurred. While he was talking on the phone, Steve was reading an article about him and Grace, and there was also a spicy inscription from the cave, and our hero was sad that they didn't choose a different quote. The professor said he would like to continue the conversation, but something urgent had come up. Steve asked the professor if he knew where these stones came from. The doctor immediately replied that such memory stones are mined on the planet Aruka. Meanwhile, the sun was setting over Steve's guild, turning the trees and fireflies orange. Bill and the boys from the monastery were playing in the sand when a shadow of a man appeared above them. Hero stood above them, holding 2 swords in his hands, fresh blood dripping from them. Bill froze, looking at Hiro, and one of the monks said that it was blood. The boy turned to the child and the young monks and they stood up, looking at Hiro. Bill was the first to come out of his stupor and ask who he was. Hiro's clothes and face were stained with blood, and he asked the boy if he was Bill. Steve had no idea what was going on in the guild and asked the professor about the planet Aruka. He replied that the memory stones here are nothing special and reflect the same wavelength unless they are split into pieces. If blood crystals act as batteries, then memory stones are data transfer devices, and the High Elves use them to maintain communication. Steve asked who he meant by High Elves, and the professor replied that he was talking about high-ranking elves. He added that the spatial energy alteration device was just a nice bonus. Initially, they wanted to develop a network for communication between elves, and then they want to make a network for the Earth. Moreover, they want to develop a network of portals for communication between the entire planet. With a smile, the professor added that they learned this secret information from the elves who arrived on the planet. They said that on Aruka, elves use stones to determine energy, class, and other characteristics. The professor added that it turns out that it is not possible to hide personal information from the elves. Steve wondered in surprise if the High Elves could see the same information window. He opened it and saw all the information about the professor: his rank, class, profession, and basic characteristics. Suddenly, the information window became rippled and the message appeared no signal. Looking at this, Steve thought with annoyance that the system was being capricious again. But the professor didn't understand why Steve didn't seem to be listening to him, and decided that he had gone too far with his talking again. He said that the box needed to be fixed, even if he had to stay late, and added that he wouldn't leave the lab until everything was fixed. Steve said with a polite smile that then she would not distract the professor. The man asked our hero to wait a little. A guide would come soon and show him the city. As he was leaving, he said that there were a lot of shops on the shopping street, advised not to go too far, and added that they would continue the conversation tomorrow. Steve was left alone in the lab and began to look around, waiting for a guide. The screen showed information that time moves twice as fast in the dungeon, and that the rock carvings were more than 200 years old. Steve read the report and realized that this was all they knew at the moment. Another screen said that emotions changed over time and signs of emotional instability were noted. Looking at the inscriptions, Steve said irritably that it was all ridiculous. In front of him stood a table covered with memory stones of various shapes. Our hero took one stone and again saw the inscription that he was being watched and the data was recorded. Steve thought that perhaps the High Elves knew who was watching him, and maybe they knew about the Great Catastrophe. These thoughts gave him the idea that he needed to visit the planet Aruka. Suddenly, a man behind him called out to him, coming down the steps. Steve was distracted from his thoughts and asked the man if he was the guide. He introduced himself as William from the Lawrence Corporation and that he was a pioneer in the field of measurements. Steve immediately told the man that he needed to get somewhere. He pointed to the screen and asked if he could get in there. The man said this was the southern portal in London. This was the 11th area of operation of the infantry brigade. William asked if Steve wanted to take part in clearing out this dungeon, and our hero agreed. The man was taken aback by this request, but agreed to accompany him. And Professor Toddler sat in his office and tried to figure out the error that had occurred. He measured his own numbers and there were no errors, and he wondered why Steve was having an error. The man could not understand why the errors suddenly began to appear. Suddenly the door to the office opened and the man asked if the professor was there. The man greeted David as he entered and asked what he was doing there. He replied that there was a dragon knight here. How could he miss such an event, and asked where he was. The professor replied that he had some problems and asked the conductor to take care of him. David was disappointed and asked again, just in case if he was sure he wasn't there. The professor confirmed that everything was correct and asked the man to put his hand on the scanner since he had come anyway. David realized that this was some kind of new invention and put his hand on the screen. Information about strength and agility appeared on the screen, and the professor joyfully exclaimed that everything was working. David realized that these numbers were his physical indicators and looked at the screen with interest. The professor said that he expected nothing less from an awakened C rank who had reached the limit in terms of strength. David was flattered, but sheepishly said that he would be happy with the 4-digit results, but he still needed to train. At these words, the doctor's eyes widened because a new thought came into his head. David said that he would go look for the Dragon Knight and said goodbye to the professor. And the man was still thinking about the words spoken about the 4-digit indicator. He started typing something quickly on the keyboard, saying that 999 was the maximum number. The professor thought that if he opened Steve's data and increased the limit to 9,999, he stared at the screen in surprise, looking at the result and cursed. And already outside the laboratory, the huge monster was tied up with strong chains. The chains were attached to 4 war machines surrounding the monster. A black car drove by and the man said that the monster was immobilized for research because it would die anyway, so the company was buying them. William was driving and Steve was sitting next to him watching the proceedings when the man said they had arrived. They arrived at a portal glowing with blue light, around which there was a military camp. William told Steve that it was a level 5 dungeon full of giant grasshoppers, and there were 18 hours left before the dungeon exploded. The screen showed a video of a man yelling at a guy in a grasshopper costume that he would kill him. Next, the slogan was written, "Forward Warriors, the crazy grasshopper is waiting for you." William said that the man was a famous comedian, and the squads were trying to make money with his help. Ahead, Steve saw a squadron of aircraft fighting a huge wyvern. Steve asked if the attack had really begun, and the man said that more than half of all territories were currently in combat. But the raids into the dungeon were not stopping. Suddenly, the men's attention was drawn to a loud cry. "Be careful." A downed helicopter was flying towards them and crashed into the ground with a roar. The blades of the helicopter broke off and flew towards William. But Steve grabbed the blades with one hand and stopped them, surprising the man. Someone shouted what happened, and they answered that the helicopter had crashed and the rest had flown underground. The soldiers looked at Steve. One asked who it was, and the second recognized him and said that it was a dragon knight. William thanked Steve, who asked him why, and the man replied in surprise that it was for saving his life. William said that now it could be said that the issue with the entrance to the dungeon had been resolved. Suddenly the man turned around and said, "Here they are." He pointed to the men in uniform and said that this was the Lawrence Corporation combat team. These A-rank guys were specially selected for Steve. William introduced the man, saying that he was the leader of the Phoenix Squad, Robert. The man greeted Steve and said that he was the captain of the 2nd Phoenix Squad. But Steve went further, saying that it wasn't worth it, and that he would go into the dungeon himself. William called out to our hero in shock, asking how he could go into the dungeon on his own. But Steve was adamant and told them not to follow him. William tried to stop him, saying that this was a 5th-level dungeon. Our hero did not listen to the man and boldly stepped into the portal, which enveloped him in a blue glow. Steve opened the information window and said with annoyance that it still didn't work. Having closed the information window, our hero said that B-rank monsters have energy no more than 1,400. William tried to stop Steve again by calling his name, but our hero no longer listened to him, and already in the portal took the form of a golden eagle. Looking at the guy's back, William couldn't believe his eyes and sighed heavily. He turned to the man from the squad and asked him what to do, to follow him. Robert replied that he saw no reason to do this since Steve himself did not want to. The soldiers also discussed what had happened, some asking why they were being devalued, while others said that despite the fact that he was a dragon knight, they should follow and help. William apologized to Robert because he was so busy, and the man replied that it was okay. They were still waiting for the quest to start. The soldiers continued to discuss Steve's actions, and William grabbed his head and asked what he should do. Suddenly, a red SUV drove up and stopped next to them. Everyone turned to look at him with interest, wondering who had arrived. David Dane, wearing a tracksuit, got out of the car and waved to William. Coming closer, he said that everyone was gathered and asked Robert why he was here and not catching grasshoppers. Robert responded by asking what a hero who was supposed to save the whole world was doing in the village. David asked him why he was judging him, and Robert replied that he could only judge the 9th in rank and the 1st in England. Robert said with a grin that they needed to prepare for the quest, and added that they would meet at the party. David responded by asking if he would really be able to see that drunk ass at the farewell party. The soldiers quietly discussed how sometimes such conversations made them feel sick. After waiting for the end of the conversation, William called David with tears in his eyes. The Muscle Queen sat down a little and asked why his dear William was crying and where the Dragon Knight was. The guy replied with annoyance that he had just gone into the 5th-level dungeon alone. David was surprised by this news, and William added that he left so quickly that he did not have time to stop him. The boy sadly asked what he should do, because if something happened to Steve, he could be fired. Suddenly David laughed loudly, surprising the guy with such a reaction. He explained that this action was entirely expected from a Dragon Knight. David said that he didn't seem to know much about the Dragon Knight, but William repeated again that it was a level 5 dungeon. The man said he would wait for him at the Pink Ice Cream Cafe and asked him to let him know when he came out. Suddenly David turned back, sensing something. He pointed at the portal and said that Steve had come out, and William couldn't believe his eyes. And Steve actually came out of the portal and was shaking the dust off his suit. William screamed in shock that this simply couldn't be happening. Nearby, soldiers were checking their equipment in preparation to enter the portal. They discussed that something had happened to the incoming combat teams and did not believe that they could prevent the rift. One of the soldiers asked if the place would now be filled with grasshoppers. Another soldier replied that the National Bureau had already requested assistance. The soldier asked what would happen if the rift happened while they were inside. And the other soldier replied that he tried not to think about it. Suddenly, one of the soldiers raised his head and froze, looking up. He asked if he was seeing things, and the second soldier asked what they were talking about. The soldiers reported to Robert that Steve had already returned, and the man did not believe what he heard. William happily rushed towards Steve, and David shouted loudly, calling him a dragon knight. Suddenly, Steve recognized David and said that this was the same strong man. But the guys didn't have time to talk because someone shouted that the fire boar had escaped. David turned to see a huge boar surrounded by fire running towards them. William said in fear that it was a fire boar, and David was furious because this pig destroyed his favorite ice cream parlor. The man swung and shouted that he would not forgive this, and used the Mega 10 strike skill. David's fist, glowing with blue light, hit the boar right in the head, and the next second, the boar flew back from the force of the blow. His huge body flew into the crowd of standing soldiers and they scattered to the sides. The soldiers were delighted to discuss that everything was as expected from David's thunderstorm, dealt with in one blow. Steve also liked the hit and said with a smile that it was strong. David approached Steve and asked. They already knew each other, but he introduced himself anyway and extended his hand. Steve shook hands and introduced himself, and David said he had been waiting for their meeting since that day. But our hero did not understand why David was waiting for this meeting. The man said he saw Steve turning the megalodon into fish food. That day, David realized that he and Steve were very similar. The man asked if our hero knew how he got such muscles, and Steve asked if he needed to know. The man said he saw a cave painting of Steve where he was training with giant bananas. He said that everyone around him laughed, but he saw a kindred spirit and also began to train with bananas. Steve asked in surprise if this was true, and the man replied that it was true. David showed the photo and said that this is what he looked like at his worst. Steve looked at the photo, pretending to understand what the man was talking about. David said that he managed to get a job on a banana farm. Bananas always gave him strength. Steve thought it was a flashback because bananas had saved his life too. He thought it was amazing that someone saw themselves in his drawings, since they had become a laughingstock. And he decided that he liked David. The man suggested ignoring the numbers and asked if he couldn't destroy the monsters with the muscles he had built up. Steve liked this question and said with a smile that he could easily do it. David said he wanted to see how Steve would handle monsters in close combat without using skills. Steve immediately accepted the challenge and said that there was no problem with it. William intervened in their conversation and asked them to wait a little, but the guys no longer listened to him and entered the portal. William and all the soldiers watched with interest as David and Steve entered the portal. All the news was full of headlines that David and Steve had saved England by clearing the dungeon 15 times in 40 minutes, right before the rift. All associations, including the Lawrence Corporation, thanked Steve. The Queen of England presented Steve with a gift, knighting him. Melissa and her boss read the news, wondering what was happening. The girl said that he saved the country, but the boss just grabbed his head. He asked Melissa. There was still no news from him. The girl replied that nothing happened and that she couldn't contact him either. The chief asked if his dungeon had been cleared, and if they had found anything interesting there. The girl replied that nothing happened, and the man sighed heavily, expecting such an answer. Melissa asked if it would be okay if they returned the money. The boss said that a 7th level dungeon was about to appear, and that money was not his concern at all right now. He sighed heavily and said that if only they had the opportunity to clone Steve 100 times. Melissa asked him with a smile why he was worried, since he was going to leave when the 7th level dungeon appeared. The boss said that's not what he meant at all. The girl asked where he got such patriotism from, suggesting that he didn't know something. The boss changed the subject and suggested that the girl think about how to quickly get Steve back to the country. Melissa said not to worry, he'll come running back after he checks the internet. The boss asked what she was talking about, and the girl said that a new video had been released on their channel an hour ago. With a conspiratorial smile, the girl said that hero had indeed caused a stir. The boss started watching the video and asked in surprise what all this was about. The military fired at the huge monster from several helicopters, and nearby, a celebration was in full swing, where they were thanking everyone for participating in the party on the occasion of clearing the dungeon. The two clinked glasses of champagne against the backdrop of continuous fireworks. David told Steve that this day was the best ever, even better than the day he caught the tentacled shark. Our hero thanks us for such words and said that his fists also showed themselves to be excellent. David asked if he had met Sylvia when he was in Russia, and Steve asked who she was. The man clicked his tongue and said that she was quite a famous tamer. She dropped everything and flew to Russia when she heard about Steve. At that time, many tamers wanted to see him. Steve asked in surprise why him and David replied that it was because he was a dragon knight. The man added that there was not a single tamer in the world who could tame a wyvern. But Steve didn't understand why there was such a fuss about it and said it was easy. Suddenly David said seriously that in any case Steve should not give in to provocations. Steve asked what it was about, and the man suggested that he hadn't watched the news yet. There was an article on the news about Hiro saying that he wouldn't need a single punch to beat Steve. Our hero was surprised and asked who this guy was, and David was surprised that Steve didn't know him. David said that he and Steve were from the same country, but Hiro ran away to another. Steve looked at the article and said he had never heard of him. The man said that in any case, this guy is a psychopath and a murderer and asked Steve to avoid him. Our hero tensed up and asked again what he meant by psycho and murderer. David said that Hiro is #1 in the world and has done a lot of good things, so he really wanted to be friends with him. The news was full of news about the fight between Hiro and David, and he said that one day he had the opportunity to talk. But David lost and honestly admitted it to Hiro. He said that although he lost, it was the best fight of his life. Hiro angrily said that evaluation is a privilege of the strong, and not for those ignorant who do not know how the world works. The boy stared at the defeated man with burning eyes, and said that he would show him the price of arrogance. David asked the guy, frightened, what he meant. And the next moment, Hiro unleashed a series of powerful blows on the man. David said he saw the devil in his eyes that day. He showed his scarred arm and said that as a result he had to undergo 8 complex operations on his arm. Steve could hardly believe such cruelty as he listened to David. And then many of those who challenged him died in fights. Judging by the video, he kills his opponents, even when he wins by a large margin. He kills even those who surrendered. That's why he is a murderer. Steve asked him why he was doing this. David replied that he didn't know and warned him again not to mess with him. Steve asked what offense he had to provoke him like that. The news said that Hiro went too far and attacked Steve's lands, and the guy himself commented that he was just defending himself. Steve wondered out loud in shock if this bastard had really attacked his territory. David was also not aware of this news and looked questioningly at Steve. A voice came from Steve's guild building, asking why it had taken them so long to contact our hero. But the guy asked to tell what happened in the guild. Chad said that Hipro burst in and said that if Steve didn't come he would kill them all. 2 wolves on patrol died. Steve listened to the news in shock and asked again who exactly died. He said that it was impossible because if they were attacked, he would receive an alarm signal. The guy opened the information window, but it said no signal, and he cursed. It dawned on Steve that the alarm wasn't due to an error in the status window. He wondered what the others were doing while the pack members were dying. Was it really made so that they couldn't leave a certain area? Steve shouted what the guys were doing when all this was happening, and Che responded by shouting what he was waiting for, because it was Hiro. He was #1 in the world. Our hero started to lose his temper, and Chad asked him to quickly return home. Steve looked angrily at the screen, and decided that when he returned home, he would give the boys such a training session that they would beg for death. David, who overheard the conversation, asked Steve if he was going to go back. Our hero said that he should go immediately, but David asked him not to do this, because Hiro's plan was obvious. The man said he didn't know why Hiro was fixated on him, but he definitely had a purpose. He said that it was a rare sight for a champion to mock a weakling who had not yet been given a rank, adding that it was likely that a misfortune would occur during the fight. But Steve replied that everything was fine and asked to say goodbye to Toddler and William for him. David didn't say anything else, and just looked sadly after Steve. Our hero extended his hand forward and activated the Wyvern Summon skill. After a couple of seconds, he chuckled in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Steve started shaking his hand, asking why the summoning wasn't working. Meanwhile, Toddler was watching him, watching the boy's attempts to activate the skill. The man said he wanted to keep the guy longer and asked himself why David brought up the news. He asked Steve on the monitor if he was surprised and added that he would understand everything later. And our hero looked impatiently at the skills window, watching the countdown on it. Finally, the window started working and immediately information appeared about the invasion and 2 dead wolves. Steve read the names of the dead wolves with sadness. Suddenly, the Wyvern summoning skill was activated, and a portal appeared near Steve. In the hall where there were many people, a wyvern appeared and everyone started discussing it. David watched the wyvern's appearance with undisguised delight. The professor also watched this appearance through the monitor screen. He saw an information message that the skill rollback would occur in 23 hours. The professor took the stone in his hand, and it began to glow with a blue light. It turns out that it was an artificial ore created by combining memory stone and atakamite, arukamite. He thought back to all of Steve's skills, and thought that his abilities were the same as those of the High Elves. Steve's status window apparently didn't work after touching the arukamite. After coming into contact with the arukamite, an error occurred, and all abilities that use spatial energy were disabled for about a day. The professor pondered what if the development of humanity goes in the same direction as that of the elves, and mysteriously fell silent. At the same time, in one of the high-rise buildings, a telephone rang. David called the director and he asked if he was with Steve now. The man said he had recently passed away, and added that he had saved all possible information on the stone. The director said that he had left earlier than expected, and asked David to return to headquarters. The professor continued to stare at the monitor screen when his phone began to ring. Toddler picked up the phone and answered the principal. The man with the mustache asked him what he thought, whether the test was successful. The professor said that everything went as expected. The man asked if he understood correctly that if it worked on Steve, it would also work on the inhabitants of the planet Aruka. The professor replied that everything said was correct. The director smiled evilly and said that it was probably time to teach these arrogant elves a lesson. The professor said that since they were close allies with the elves, they should be careful. The director replied that no alliance lasts forever, and added that the elves could also attack them at any moment. The professor said there were many other problems that needed to be solved before the venture could become profitable. The director said that crime among the awakened is growing, and mutual relations with the elves can end at any moment. Toddler tried to argue, but the director said that the time when levels would become equivalent to power was coming soon, and they needed a way to control it. The professor put the phone away and thought that the problem was that Steve's strength was 8,000. Would that be enough to put an end to monsters like him? And Steve didn't even suspect what was happening and flew on a wyvern to take revenge. He wondered how Hero dared to invade his territory and decided that he would destroy him. Meanwhile, in Steve's guild, Donnie was asking what he said, and Chad just sighed heavily. Chad showed the phone screen and said they could be in big trouble. The boys were surprised by this answer, and Munch asked what he said. Chad held the phone closer and the boys stared at the screen in horror. There was one message on the screen from Steve, a special training session for those who were guilty. The guys grabbed their heads in shock and screamed, "Why and what did they do wrong?" Donnie tearfully asked what they could do with a first rank who could easily handle even a C rank. Suddenly, a photo appeared on the TV screen, where the three of them were standing in front of Hero. Commentators under the video wrote that this was a disgrace for the guild, called the monk an imposter, and suggested leaving the country. Donnie said it was a still from his video, and Chad sadly said that they called them weaklings. He added that these were comments left on the Heroes Guild forum, and Jim said that people really are terrible. Chad said with tears in his eyes that no one is on their side, even though they are the victims here. Jim asked Donnie why he uploaded the video, and the guy replied that he wanted to condemn Hero. Monk said they could not in any way refute comments that what happened was a disgrace. Donnie sarcastically said that he shouldn't drink all night like some people, then get into a fight with civilians and get caught by the Bureau, to which Munch turned away, blushing. The monk said he was helping a small business when he met monsters in human form. Chad said that they wouldn't be safe either way because Steve was really angry. Munch responded by saying that everyone had left the guild to wait out the storm of condemnation. Jim asked what the Awakened Bureau had said. Donnie replied that there was one article that said they were sorry. The boys turned to look at Donnie in shock, not believing that was all the Bureau had said. Jim screamed that a foreigner had entered the country illegally, encroached on the guild's territory, attacked and caused damage, but they did nothing, but should have held him accountable. Suddenly Donnie shouted that there was an article here that said that Hero had returned back to his country. The boys were shocked to hear the news, not believing that they had just let him go. Munch folded his hands and began to pray to the Buddhist god of mercy. Jim said he couldn't stand it and was going to talk to the Bureau about it. Chad suggested that they calm down. The Bureau would most likely say that if they interfered, it would be a problem and they would suggest that they deal with it themselves. Jim asked if Hero was a member of the security agency and hoped it wouldn't lead to personal vendettas. Monk said that those who are truly humiliated are the officials who dump burdens and responsibilities on the citizens. Jim said the most shocking thing is that everyone is against them, even though they are the victims here. Donnie read an article from the US that said Steve's guild should move to a superpower so they could protect them. Chad said they were right. It wasn't because they were weak. It was because their country was weak. They had to emigrate. Donnie said that Steve had to handle all of this and asked if that bastard's eyes had seen everything. Hero, covered in blood, told them to bring Steve to him in 10 days or they would all die. The boys stood shaking in front of Hero, and Chad stuttered that they would like to, but could not contact Steve. Jim tearfully said that he was so scared that his body turned to stone and he could not take a step. Donnie said that if they had fought, they would have died. Chad said that if they had fought and died, Steve would have been even worse off, and they agreed that they had done the right thing. Donnie asked how Bill was because the monks were clearly shocked, and Chad replied that the boy was fine. He said that Bill doesn't talk much and spends his days in his room watching TV. Although he used to wander around the area, and even the wolves were afraid of him. Bill was delighted with Hiro and was glad that someone so cool appeared in front of him. Donnie suggested waiting for Steve to return, as he would undoubtedly grind Hiro into dust. Chad turned to Donnie and said that they had something they needed to do before Steve returned. But the boy didn't understand what they were talking about and asked again what the matter was. Soon, he and Chad were walking through the area, and Donnie asked why him and Chad replied that he had nothing better to do than the others. The guys were walking around with metal detectors. Chad said they definitely buried it here before they left, and Donnie complained that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly Chad got a call and he answered saying hello. Melissa thanked them for their continued cooperation and said that they were only able to explore the dungeon thanks to them. Chad replied that they had signed a contract and there was no need for gratitude. The girl asked not to blame the government for what happened earlier. Chad responded tactfully and said goodbye to the girl. He approached Donnie and offered to move to the animal farm, but he immediately refused. Chad said that these people planted listening devices in important places. Donnie asked not to be too strict with Melissa, since she was looking after them all the time. Chad said that was true, but added that there is a saying that the enemy is usually closest. Donnie said he was right, adding that there was nothing wrong with being careful. There were many different animals on the animal farm. A pack of wolves, an elephant, a bear, a rabbit, and birds. Looking at all this, Chad said that there were a lot of them here, and Donnie agreed with him. Below, a huge bear and an equally huge black rabbit were fighting. Looking at this, Donnie asked if they were playing, but Chad didn't answer him. The guy said that the family was growing and the owner was not there, and asked where he was. Donnie is a rock that the article says he was seen riding a humpback whale somewhere near China. Chad said that if he was in the Sea of Japan, then he was very close to home. He asked if there was a pond on the farm, and Donnie replied that he had been taming animals even before there was a farm. Apparently, Steve leveled up his taming skill during his journey. He froze the sea to kill the monsters. Suddenly, Chad froze and said he hadn't seen them before, looking somewhere in front of him. Donnie's eyes widened when he saw what Chad was talking about. There were two little monkeys sitting on the tree, and they were also looking at the guys with interest. Donnie asked if those weren't Japanese monkeys. Suddenly, the guys realized at one point what was happening and said with horror that it was impossible. The news report said that Steve had attacked the town where Hiro lived. The guys read this news in shock, reading the headline in one voice. A wyvern flew over the city and people looked at it in surprise. Steve on the wyvern dropped to the ground and people recognized him, shouting that he was a dragon knight. Suddenly the wyvern flapped its wings and people ran in different directions, shouting that it was a monster. The live broadcast said that Steve had attacked the city, and the commentators under the video were all aggressively opposed to our hero. Steve yelled loudly for Hiro to come out quickly, getting his attention. Chad and Donnie watched the live broadcast in shock, and the kids said it was just like him. People discussed what was happening, wondering why Steve had come to take revenge. And Steve again yelled at Hiro to come out and called him a bastard. The news said that the Dragon Knight was in the center of the city and was looking for Hiro. They received a report that he had entered the country illegally. Although Steve's appearance had blocked traffic, it had not caused much damage. The Awakened Federation Crime Task Force has arrived on scene. The reporter was surprised, saw the car and said that it seemed to be Lieutenant Cyrus's Team 1. The man walked ahead and behind him walked several more men in uniform, and the people around began to discuss that it was Cyrus. The reporter said that Team 1 was on its way to the scene, and the comments began to say that Steve was now finished. The reporter said they had just received news that a Type 10 tank battalion was heading to the scene. An unmanned aerial battalion is also heading towards them. Looking at all this technology, Donnie said in shock that it seemed Steve had real problems. Meanwhile, everyone was urgently gathered in the building of the local Ministry of Defense. It was quiet in the operational headquarters, but everyone worked very quickly. One of the workers said that the tank battalion team was ready. Another said the combat drone battalion was ready. A wyvern appeared on the screen, and a huge red circle was drawn on its back. Another worker reported that the combat satellite had detected a target. Two men in the operations room watched what was happening on the screens. The Awakened Federation's deputy commander told the Minister of Defense that his people were trying to recruit Steve to their side. The minister replied that Cyrus had already arrived, and suggested that they observe for now and see if he was up to their level. Meanwhile, Cyrus arrived at the place where Steve had landed and walked towards him to the sound of enthusiastic cries. Steve continued to yell for Hiro to come out when Cyrus called out to him. Our hero turned towards the voice and looked with interest at the man who approached. Cyrus said he was under arrest for trespassing, causing fear and other public nuisances, but Steve seemed to ignore his entire speech and asked if he was Hiro. The man said his name was Cyrus from the police department, and he asked Steve to get off the wyvern and surrender. Our hero looked at the man and said that if he was not Iroh, then he had better get out of here. The crowd was shocked by this answer, because he refused to cooperate with Cyrus. Suddenly, the wyvern and Steve found themselves entangled in some black threads that came from the red circles on Cyrus's hands. The crowd cheered and shouted that this was it, the famous Cyrus tie-up. Steve looked at his body, tied with black threads, and chuckled in surprise. Cyrus shouted at him not to move, or the vine would tighten even more. And our hero was still looking at the black threads in surprise, spreading his arms out to the sides. Cyrus jumped up, preparing to strike Steve, and shouted that now he would be taken by force. Commentators wrote that it took Cyrus 1 minute to deal with Steve and said goodbye to him. However, the one who got hit in the face was not Steve, but Cyrus. Steve hit him with such force that the man flew into the sky, and the vine that had enveloped Steve broke into pieces. The crowd gasped in shock as they watched their hero Cyrus fly into the air. He landed not far from Steve, landing on his back. But it was a tricky move. He immediately stood up and activated the trap skill. But he still couldn't understand what had just happened, and his nose started bleeding. Steve smiled and said that that was right. Since your territory was attacked, you had to defend it with your life. After these words, the wyvern flapped its wings and broke the bonds, letting out a loud roar. Hearing the growl and seeing how easily they dealt with his bonds, Cyrus said he was scared. He said that everything was as expected from a dragon knight. He was as strong as the rumors said. If he hadn't created the debuff the moment he got hit, his face would have been crushed. Steve said that everything was like that, and since he knew it, he better leave. But Cyrus went on the attack again and said he would face another charge of assaulting a police officer. Our hero looked at the policeman with disdain and said that he was an annoying guy. The policeman jumped up and shouted "Die," and was about to hit Steve. And at that very moment, our hero activated the air whirlwind skill, raising his hand up. Streams of air emerged from his hand, picking up a surprised Cyrus. The crowd gasped again, but this time not in surprise, but rather in fear. The Minister of Defense and the Deputy Commander of the Awakened Federation watched in shock as what was happening. And at this time, the air currents lifted Cyrus, spinning him in a whirlwind even more. He flew out of the whirlwind and crashed hard into the corner of the building, smashing it into tiny pieces. And then he was thrown to the other side and crashed into the windows of the building opposite. The men watching from headquarters looked at what was happening in horror. Chad was shocked that Steve sent him flying, and Donnie said that it was expected from their brother. Steve shouted for Hero to come out himself and not send his minions. And at that moment, the wyvern released a column of fire from its mouth. The soldiers who had surrounded the building started shouting at Steve not to do this, because they were just protecting civilians. Commentators were shocked that Cyrus was being treated like a doll, and were surprised by Steve's numbers. The defense minister said he was even more amazing than he thought, and added that Steve seemed like a better asset than Hero. The Awakened Federation's deputy commander said that Steve had sent them an invitation, and they would accept it when air travel was open. And Steve shouted that if they didn't bring Hero, he would burn everything within a kilometer radius. The crowd, hearing this threat, became frightened, and people began to run away screaming. One of the soldiers sitting in the headquarters said that the townspeople were in danger, and they needed to get rid of the Dragon Knight with the help of a satellite. The minister said with a smile that this was getting interesting, and asked why everyone was so nervous. He asked the deputy commander of the Federation what was next, and he replied that Lieutenant Messi was getting ready. Suddenly, someone behind Steve shouted at him to stop, and he turned around. A large man in uniform stood in front of our hero and looked at him boldly. Steve saw his information window, which said that he was an ordinary person. Steve asked the man in surprise who he was, and the wyvern threateningly released a stream of fire. The man did not appear frightened and said he was Lieutenant Massey of the police department, adding that it would be good if he stopped. Steve responded by telling them to bring Hero here, and that he was giving them 30 minutes. Messi replied that Hero couldn't come here now, and our hero asked why. The lieutenant said menacingly that he was now in the 7th level dungeon. Steve said out loud that he had gone hunting, and asked the man where exactly he had gone. Messi said he couldn't see him now because it would take Jiro 10 days to return. Steve was shocked that he was provoked by someone who needed 10 days to clear the dungeon. The lieutenant was confused by these words, and said that this was still a 7th level dungeon. Steve said he would be back in 10 days when Hero returned. Messi asked to do it this way, and added that Steve should pay for everything he did today. Our hero replied that it was their mistake, and added that stealing young animals or eggs while the leader was hunting was the lot of petty thieves. The lieutenant smiled ominously and promised to pass on these words. The wyvern flapped its wings and they flew up into the air, while the frightened townspeople watched them go. At headquarters, they said they couldn't let Steve escape like that. It would lead to worldwide humiliation. But the minister replied that it would be even more damaging to use the army's forces against one awakened person. The man recalled that Steve had promised to return and had asked the Air Force to see him off. Our hero flew home, ignoring several helicopters nearby. Suddenly, Steve turned around in surprise, seeing a huge black portal on the ground. As he flew past, he thought that this was probably the gate to the planet Kuchon. And while Steve was returning home, the news was already full of headlines that he had declared war on Hiro. Seeing this news, the guys from Steve's guild shouted joyfully, raising the bottle. They said that was what was expected of Steve. He made them pay everything back in full. It was also reported that Cyrus was taken to the emergency room with a concussion after being hit once. The government has treated this incident as an attack and demands that Steve be handed over, or they declare war. The ministers gathered at the emergency meeting have not yet made any statements. The commentators were divided again. Some asked to hand over Steve, some asked what bad Steve had done, since Hiro even killed wolves, and others were afraid of war. Donnie said that it seemed like there really was going to be a war over Steve, and Chad asked excitedly what they should do. The boys suggested moving to the USA. They can't start a war with them. Jim suggested that they talk about it seriously when Steve returned to the guild. Suddenly, they saw a dove flying past the window, making a loud squeak. Then everything outside the window began to shine with a blue light, filling the room with it. They heard Bill's voice shouting that his uncle was back, and the boys tensed up at this news. Steve angrily asked where the answer and the bastard uncle had gone, to which the kid replied that they were drinking in the office. A couple of seconds later, Steve opened the door and his look did not bode well. The boys got nervous, and Chad was the first to speak, saying that his brother had finally returned. Steve's eyes began to glow blue as he angrily asked what they were doing. Someone shouted "Run," and all the boys rushed to the window, trying to hide from Steve's anger. "Stop right there," Steve shouted in rage as he watched the boys scatter in all directions. But the guys couldn't be stopped and they jumped out of the window, breaking the glass. Meanwhile, in a large residence somewhere in the mountains, many people had gathered. The men in yellow t-shirts were arguing. Some were saying that they should send him away. Others were asking why they should give in, and someone else was shouting that then let them send Hiro to them. The foreign secretary believed that this happened because Steve had gotten away with everything, so he thought he was somebody. The Minister of National Security believed that Hiro started everything, and asked why he blamed only Steve for everything. The foreign minister became angry when he heard these words, and asked him again what he had said. The men started arguing and someone sitting there asked why they didn't go outside to argue there. Suddenly a guy in a black suit said that the president was here. Another man in a yellow t-shirt sat at the head, and all the men stopped arguing and fell silent. The president asked if Steve and Hiro knew each other. The assistant secretary replied that there was no common ground between them. The president asked why he tried to do something like that, but they never found any reason. He said he heard that Hiro started it all and asked why someone who betrayed his country would want to get into a fight with Steve. The head of the bureau said they have two theories on this matter. First, he envied Steve's recent rapid rise in popularity outside the country. To this suggestion, the man said that he then did not know what Hiro was doing at the top of the rankings, acting so childishly. The president asked the Secretary of Defense if it came to war, could they win? He replied that if they went back 10 years, they would have a chance if they got a big budget and could prepare for 10 years. After these words, the president, without hesitation, told them to give Steve to them. The Minister of Defense became nervous and asked if they could do such a thing. Everyone started saying that this was the best solution, that if the war started now, everyone would die, and that they should think about the well-being of the citizens. The man approached the head of the bureau and told him to prepare Steve for deportation from the country. But the head of the bureau approached the president and said that their second assumption was more realistic. The president asked in surprise what the second assumption was. The head of the bureau said that it might be a plan by their government to get them to give up on Steve. The president said that if this is so, then the threat of war is just a trap. The bureau chief said that in the current situation, both countries have exhausted their resources, and war cannot be avoided. But they definitely need Steve. The president asked if Steve was really that strong, since he wasn't even brought back like Hiro. The head of the bureau said that Steve was a little different from the others. The reason why many countries are trying to get Steve is because of the skills he has. The president asked what skills Steve had that everyone was so reckless. The leader said that he was on his way to mastering the power of all elements that the High Elves possessed. The number of those who came to Aruki after learning Steve's powers had grown, and there was no one among them who possessed area magic. All the ministers were shocked when they heard about the possibility of using regional magic. The Minister of Agriculture asked, speaking about the magic of the High Elves, he hints at an instant harvest. The head of the bureau said that everything was so and Steve was a lottery ticket that could bring them a huge amount of money. After these words, the president and the ministers agreed that they must protect Steve, even if a war began. The president ordered the Minister of Justice to put Steve on the VIP list and ban him from leaving the country. And the head thought that where there is money, there will be war. Soon, a news article appeared stating that ministers had refused to extradite Steve. Another article stated that the DGB was planning to build a large grain storage facility on Steve's guild property. The black car sped along the highway, and the person sitting in it came to the conclusion that it was all about money. The chief asked why Melissa was saying that and said that he was the one who saved Steve from being sent away. The girl asked if he was talking to Steve, and the boss said that there was no point in him refusing help, because he was saving him from prison and giving him the opportunity to earn money. He asked me to tell Steve that they would soon raise the guild to level 6, so they needed to focus on increasing their farmland. Then their country would become a breadbasket instead of a ruka. Melissa said that they had already agreed with Max and would meet with Steve tomorrow. The head of the bureau was surprised that they agreed on a meeting so quickly. He said that the guy smells money, and added that he relies on Melissa. And the girl responded by saying that she always cleans everything up herself, to which the boss was indignant and said that he would take care of everything later. And at this time, near area number 2, the Locust Dungeons are level 3. A half-dead Donnie and Chad tumbled out of the portal, and Chad immediately fell to the ground. Donnie couldn't take it anymore either and collapsed, and Jim followed and fell on top of the guys. Soon the monk fell out of the portal, and Steve looked down at them. He yelled at the guys to get up because they still had 10 rounds to go. But Chad didn't even show any signs of life and seemed to be quietly snoring. Steve was starting to get even angrier when he got the call. It was Grandma, and our hero immediately asked what happened. Granny asked if he was making them exercise during lunch, to which Steve replied that the brats had already eaten enough while he was gone. Grandma said she was handing the phone to Melissa and asked to talk to her. Melissa said she heard they were doing high-intensity training in the dungeon for the 3rd day in a row. Steve said it was true and asked what she wanted. The girl asked him if he knew that the country's reaction was very serious and added that they had a good solution. Steve listened to her silently, watching the boys lie on the floor, not moving. He thought that people had their own laws, and he forgot that ignoring them could cause pain. After thinking, he said that he suggested meeting at his home and discussing everything. Above Steve's guild house, the tree grew higher and higher, plunging the house into pleasant shade. There were 3 people standing under the tree: Melissa, Steve, and another man. The girl introduced him as the head of the SPFC branch, Max. The man greeted Steve and said that he was very glad to meet them. Having sat down at the table, our hero immediately asked what the SPFC needed from him. Max said that not long ago the champion challenged him to a duel and quoted Hero's words that he wouldn't even have to fight to win. Steve was surprised by what he heard and asked if Hero really said the truth. Melissa was surprised by Steve's reaction and asked if he didn't know about it. Our hero said that he seemed to have heard something like that and asked why he did that. Max immediately replied that it was all to make money. He added that if the fight took place, he would receive an unreal amount of money and suggested not to waste energy on thinking and just agree. Max said that if he agreed, he would be able to both earn money and prevent a war. 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Steve remembered David's words about Hero being a psychopath and a killer, and that it was best to avoid him. Our hero asked if he could legally kill Hero if he agreed. Melissa and Max were confused by this question and couldn't even answer it right away. The man said that according to the rules they would not blame Steve if something happened, but they did not encourage murder either. Melissa told Max that she would contact him after she spoke with Steve herself. The man agreed and added that he hoped that they would make the right decision. The car drove away, and Melissa waved her hand after it, seeing Max off. She told Steve that if he didn't like it, he didn't have to agree, because the war wouldn't start anyway. To which our hero replied that he really wanted to agree. The girl said that the goals of Hero's country are crystal clear, either to lure him away or destroy him. But Steve replied that he didn't care about their motives. Hero was just asking for a spanking. And he added with a smile that as long as it doesn't contradict the law, everything is fine. Melissa asked him what he thought about donating all the proceeds to Hero's country to gain their favor. Steve took Melissa's hint and immediately agreed. The girl smiled and said that she would tell Max everything herself. She said there was one more thing, an official order received from the government. Melissa handed over the document and said that once a year, all guilds of level 6 and above would gather together. Steve was looking at the documents, and the girl said that she planned to invite him there. Our hero was surprised and said that his guild was not yet level 6. In response, Melissa handed him a figurine with the number 6 on it, and said that their guild had officially been promoted. The girl also added that this certificate was issued by the Bureau, and the entire job region will be handed over to them, along with autonomous rights to the territory. Steve was surprised by this news, and asked again how this could be. The girl said that after the infrastructure was created and people began settling in, this area would be handed over to Steve's guild as the 13th district. Steve asked playfully if Melissa meant it was time for him to act. Returning to the office, our hero told the guys about this news, but all 4 of them were against this idea, believing that the government did not protect them and abandoned the land, and now they are forcing them to protect it. Steve said that everything had already been decided, and the government was interested in building the city. Chad asked in surprise if Steve had taken the bait, adding that they could use them. Steve replied that they could be in a demilitarized zone and expand their farm in peace. Donnie responded that it was disappointing and suggested that they simply take the money and emigrate to the United States. Steve said that he would leave this area as their headquarters, and in the future plans to divide the new area into sectors. Donnie asked in surprise if Steve planned on them leading them. Jim said that it turns out that whoever runs the sector will be the mayor, and if Steve appoints sector leaders instead of mayors, then he will be something like a lord. Donnie really liked the phrase about the castle manager and enthusiastically repeated the title of the position. And Monk read the news that thanks to Steve's lands, their country would become the world's grain center. The boys wondered if they could match the agricultural industry of Aruka, which has trade gates all over the world, but the produce is very expensive. Donnie said that if that happened, Steve would become a lord with territory earning astronomical sums. The boy asked if our hero had signed the contract. He needed to keep 2 copies so that they couldn't say anything against it. Steve responded by saying that they couldn't even protect their own home. Which of them were the castle's managers, and if they were done eating, it was time for training. Suddenly, Donnie doubled over and started screaming that his stomach hurt, and he needed to get some medicine urgently. Steve slowly began to lose his temper at this scene. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by Jim, who read the news that Hero had come out of the dungeon. The guys immediately started making sarcasm, saying, "Welcome to hell, Hero," and that he's finished. The news said that Hero's team had reduced the time to clear the 7th level dungeon to 8 days. Another article published Hero's response to Steve's taunt, "I'll teach you some manners." The news also showed news about the upcoming fight between Steve and Hero. In one of his interviews, the former world champion said that going one-on-one is not like emptying dungeons. The SPFC commentator said that Steve had absolutely no experience fighting against an awakened one-on-one. Another article said that 240 million was the top bet on Steve. The guys read the news in shock, surprised by the amount, and Munch said that they would not have received such a sum even if they had gone through the dungeon 100 times. Suddenly, Chad asked Donnie to move the article down a bit, noticing something. Another article said that Steve donated the entire amount to Hero's country. Donnie screamed in shock. What was wrong with him? Why give his hard-earned money to another country? Chad suggested that it was to prevent a war, to which the kid said that it didn't make the mean comments go away. And Munch added that there was still a winner's payout. Donnie remembered that the amount paid to the winner was double, and Jim asked if that was even possible. Suddenly, Steve appeared from behind and coldly asked what they were doing here. The guys pounced on Steve with questions about why he was giving away all the money if his life was at stake. Stevie said that if they had finished eating, then they should follow him. He was going to see Job's lands. The head of the bureau told the president that of course the amount had been adjusted. If they distributed 5 billion each, that would be enough. Just in case, they made an agreement that Steve would donate his winnings to the national funds, which would stop rumors of war. The head of the bureau, with a sly grin, told the president that this was just the beginning, and that as soon as Steve achieved success in agriculture, he mysteriously fell silent. Steve was already flying to his new lands on his Wyvern to see how things were going. He remembered Melissa's words that there used to be a headquarters building here, and if they renovated it, it would accommodate about 100 people. Our hero saw some buildings on the ground and realized that the girl was talking about him. Melissa and the workers were already waiting for Steve and noticed the Wyvern descending. He almost landed on the ground, and a strong wind arose from the flapping of his wings. One of the workers asked if the Wyvern had really gotten bigger, and another said he was simply shocked when he saw them in person. Steve climbed down from the Wyvern, and it immediately went into the open portal. Melissa greeted Steve and asked him how the view was from the top, to which the guy replied that it looked good. Our hero said that it would be nice if he planted trees all over the area within a radius of 4 kilometers, to which the girl replied that as soon as the territory was marked, she would send the papers for approval. Steve spread his arms, activating the skill, and fireflies began to gather around him. The next moment, the guy began to glow, and the number of fireflies increased hundreds of times. One of the workers asked if it was famous, and Melissa continued that it was a territorial marker. The guy with the mohawk greeted all the martial arts fans, saying that Sidekick was on the air with them. He said that there are only 15 days left until the battle of the century, Champion Hero versus Rookie Steve. adding that their channel has prepared interviews with both of them. This morning, after putting in all their efforts, they managed to meet Hiro's team in front of the 7th level dungeon. The boy asked how Hiro was preparing for the fight, and he replied that he didn't have time to train. Hiro added that the number of 7th level dungeons will soon increase dramatically, and humanity has no time to rest. But the news headline turned it around, and now said that Hiro saw no need to prepare for a fight with someone like Steve. Our hero's team was eating and Chad started complaining that he couldn't remember the last time he ate warm food. Munch replied that it was last Monday, and Jim asked him to stop complaining. At that moment, Sidekick approached them and asked if they were from Steve's team, who were called the Laughingstock. The guy asked if they knew about his channel and if he could interview Steve. Donnie suggested that he go to Job. He was probably there planting trees. An article soon appeared saying that Steve was missing and planting trees, and angry commenters began writing that he was planting them so that he could be buried under them after his fight with Hiro. Meanwhile, Anna was sitting in the office at her laptop, staring tensely at the monitor and the access denied sign. The girl tried another combination and waited tensely for the result. Suddenly, the window with the personal information of the Bureau of Awakened about Steve showed the inscription, "Accepted." The girl happily thought that she had succeeded, looking at the folders marked confidential. Anna opened one of the folders and began to carefully study the information received. Suddenly, undisguised surprise appeared on her face, and she thought incredulously, 1,000 years. In an article about world betting, 85% of experts expect Hiro to win. Another article says that Hiro, aka the hope of humanity, has reduced the time it takes to complete the dungeon to 8 minutes. Another article wrote that the DGB is transporting materials for construction in Job. And at the entrance to Steve's land, there is a sign warning about wolves. Another article said that there were 6 days left until the match and tickets to the stadium were already sold out. The new article said that there were 2 days left until the match, and Steve was still on home soil. Hiro and Anna were sitting on the sofa in the best hotel in town and drinking wine. The girl asked Hiro what he was thinking about as she took a sip of wine. The guy replied that he was thinking about how he would kill Steve if he didn't show up for the match. Putting the glass on the table, the girl said that she didn't think it would be easy. Hiro asked what she was talking about, and the girl explained that she was talking about killing Steve. She said that she checked the secret information of the Bureau of Awakened, and it says that Steve returned after spending 1,000 years on another planet. Hiro was surprised by this information, and asked if he had regressed several times during this time. Anna replied that she didn't think he was using a regression stone like Hiro, but that he replied that it would be impossible to live for 1,000 years then. She said that according to the records, Steve spent 10 years on a planet where time flows twice as fast, and since Hiro spent 500 years on Earth regressing, it didn't sound so crazy. She added that this also explains why he hadn't met Steve in 500 years, and Hiro asked if he had found the Fountain of Youth. Anna said that there is one rare item called the Red Divine Peach. Hiro repeated the name of the red peach in a dejected voice, waiting for him to continue. She said that this rare item is found only once every 1,000 years on one planet, and disappears after 10 days. The fruit of God grants immortality and eternal youth. Hiro said that he was becoming more and more interested in the guy, since he had lived for 1,000 years without a regression stone. The girl said she was worried that Steve had lived longer than him. Hiro stood up and said that no matter who his opponent was, he would not let anyone stand in his way. News headlines were full of information about Steve not arriving in the country on the day of the match. Meanwhile, Steve was busy with trees on his new property. Apples began to appear on the trees. Steve looked at the result, and Donnie stood nearby. Our hero said that this should be enough for the apple trees. Donnie said that there really was no time left. But Steve didn't listen, and said that pears were next in line. And the boy shouted that there were only 3 hours left and he really had to go. Our hero said that since his level is low, he can't plant many seedlings. And while he's gone, the guys need to buy everything Steve said. Donnie said that he shouldn't worry about it and asked him to hurry. The next moment, a portal opened behind Steve and his uniform appeared on the guy. A huge wyvern emerged from the portal, scaring Donnie so much that he fell over. Steve said he would be back soon, and the boys needed to go into a few dungeons and added that there would be no mercy if they got lazy. Donnie rubbed his head and asked Steve what he meant by get lazy, but our hero did not answer and the weaver lifted him up. The wyvern carried the boy further and further, standing out brightly against the sunset sky. Looking at him, Donnie was surprised that Steve was not at all nervous before the battle with the champion, not believing that he planted trees. When Steve was out of sight, Donnie pressed a button on the remote and several drones flew towards him. He smiled contentedly and said that it didn't matter because he knew what he would use for the screensaver. And the stadium was already noisy and the voices of the commentators could be heard far away. The man said that there were 3 hours left before the fight, and the crowd was already filled with excitement. He said he heard that Steve had not arrived yet, and asked why he had decided to abandon the match. The second man said that this fight would not be easy for a newcomer who would be fighting a champion, and that the government of his country was responsible for Steve's actions. Hiro and Anna also arrived at the stadium, and sat in the waiting room with a huge window across the entire wall. The guy asked if there was any news, and the girl replied that not long ago he had expanded his holdings in Job. Suddenly Hiro smiled when he heard the name of our hero's new lands. He thought that, as expected, Steve knew what would happen in the future. After all, the first place where the 7th level dungeon was opened in Steve's country is Job. When the dungeon opened, the combat squad threw all their forces into it and were destroyed. The country lost more than half of the awakened C rank and was unable to stop the monsters. And due to the explosions, Job was burned to the ground. After this, the continent was flooded with escaped monsters, and then, unable to stop the monsters, Steve's country fell. Hiro thought that the government wanted to stop the tragedy with Steve's help and wished them luck, calling the guy arrogant. The commentator said that there were 7 minutes left, and according to the rules, a participant would be disqualified if he did not show up an hour before the fight. Suddenly, the spectators felt a rising wind and looked up. They started whispering to each other, asking what that sound was, if it was a monster. Suddenly, a wing appeared over the stadium and everyone started shouting that it was a wyvern. Anna stood up from her seat, looking at the crowd, which began to shout that he was here. The commentator said that, contrary to expectations, Steve arrived at the stadium on his wyvern. David jumped up, shouting that he was saying that Steve was definitely coming, and the two men said that he was causing quite a drama. The head of the bureau shouted loudly that the world would belong to Steve if he won. Melissa was also watching the broadcast, listening to the commentator say that he couldn't imagine Steve showing up 5 minutes before the fight. The soldiers at field headquarters were also rooting for Steve and shouting for him to beat them all. The commentator said that the Dragon Knight landed after circling above the stadium. Jean stood behind the soldiers, and when she heard his name, she quietly said, "Bastard." Steve jumped off the wyvern, which had become significantly larger. Our hero didn't even say anything as the wyvern roared and went into the portal, disappearing from the stadium. The audience watched this with delight and admired the magic of the summoning. Steve looked around and asked why there were so many people here and where Hiro was. Our hero shouted throughout the stadium for Hiro to come out. The commentator said that Steve was apparently looking for Hiro in the arena, watching him call out for his opponent. The crowd also picked up Steve's cry and everyone started calling Hiro in unison. Hearing the screams, Hiro stood up and told Anna that he was leaving. The girl instantly rose from the sofa and stopped him, taking him by the hand. Hiro smiled and told her not to worry, he would win and come back. Suddenly, white flakes began to fall on Steve from above, and a bird flew over his head. Steve looked up and the commentators started shouting that Hiro had arrived. The long-haired guy dropped down from above, and half the stadium couldn't withstand the impact of the jump. The crowd immediately roared with joy, rejoicing at the appearance of the champion. But Steve wasn't surprised or scared, and calmly asked if he was Hiro. But he did not answer, but said that he wanted to ask our hero a few questions before he killed him. Hiro asked the guy if he was a survivor of the apocalypse. But Steve didn't know what it was about and asked what apocalypse he was talking about. But Hiro didn't believe him and said that his acting was bad. Our hero gradually began to get irritated, and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Hiro asked if there was another regression stone, and how many years it could regress. But Steve again didn't understand what they were talking about, and asked what kind of stone it was. The commentator said that they were apparently talking and asked the second one what they were talking about. The second commentator said that perhaps Hiro is giving him advice as a more experienced fighter. The first commentator said that they should listen then and sent a broadcast drone to the guys. 3 drones began to rapidly descend down into the arena where the guys were standing. Hiro began to activate the skill and asked Steve if he felt like the world was at his feet after he returned from the past. Our hero asked in surprise how he could have arrived in the past. Hiro had 2 blades in his hands and said that Steve was asking for it. The guy swung his blades in a jump and said that he had a way to get our hero to talk. The commentator excitedly shouted that Hiro had started to attack. Suddenly, all those watching froze in surprise, not believing what they were seeing in front of them. They saw Steve's fist connect with Hiro's cheek, who was surprised by what happened. From the force of our hero's blow, the guy flew back into the deathly silence of the huge stadium. Hiro landed on the ground and his fall left a hole in the floor, and Steve started to approach him. The commentator started shouting that Hiro was down. It seemed he had received serious injuries and was not moving. Steve was slowly approaching him and the commentator was shouting that Hiro was in danger. Our hero flexed his fist and said that he was probably just a crazy bastard. He shouted at the boy to get up and asked if he was really dead. And at these words, Hiro moved his hand. Steve asked how the champion could be so weak. He ordered Hiro to get up because he hadn't gotten what he deserved yet. At these words, the guy opened his eyes and began to slowly stand up. The commentator started shouting that Hiro had stood up, watching the guy barely get up. The spectators were rooting for Hiro and encouraging him, asking him to get up and fight. The boy looked at the blood from his nose and couldn't tell if he had been struck by magic. Steve said that everything had to take its course and that the first thing he needed to do was learn humility. Hiro got angry at these words and rushing into battle told Steve to shut up. But this attack was stopped by another punch to the face. Hiro looked at Steve in shock and thought he couldn't see his fist. Steve's next blow landed in the guy's stomach and he flew back again. Our hero decided not to delay and activated the tornado skill. At that very moment, Hiro began to be caught by the flow of wind, along with the fireflies. And when the skill was fully activated, Hiro was thrown into the air in a huge air-water flow. Steve jumped up above the fallen hero and a ball of flame appeared in his hand. Our hero activated another skill, Fire Fairy, Flow. Steve brought his hand down with a fireball on Hiro, and flames engulfed the area around him. The spectators in the arena grabbed their heads in shock and covered their mouths, not believing what was happening. Everything around was on fire, and the explosion that Steve had unleashed on Hiro was reflected in a column of smoke. The commentator screamed that Hiro was getting a one-sided beating, but then quickly corrected himself and said that he was getting punched. He turned to the second commentator and asked what he thought about the situation. But the man said nothing, looking in horror at the arena ahead. The spectators screamed at what was happening in the arena, and some even burst into tears. Everyone was shocked when Steve lifted Hiro's unconscious body by the throat above him. The commentator shouted in shock that it seemed like Hiro had died, but Steve told him not to pretend, because he knew the guy wasn't dead. Our hero didn't say this for no reason. He saw Hiro's health bar. Steve said he wanted to ask something and asked the question. Why was he looking for our hero? Hiro replied that it was because he wanted to kill Steve, and his health was slowly increasing. Our hero did not understand this answer and asked why. Hiro's eyes turned red and his health increased as he said that Steve deserved to die. Our hero, in shock, asked why he deserved to die. Hiro's face began to change, and he said that because of him, the plan that had been in development for 500 years was destroyed. Steve asked in surprise what kind of plan this was that he had been working on for so long. Hiro turned into a monster, and his health was almost restored, and he said to himself, "Monster breakthrough." Steve was surprised to think that it was a transformation, and Hiro screamed that he had to save the Earth. Everything around began to glow red, and Steve said again that the guy was crazy. Hiro's transformation was complete, and he activated the skill God's Fury. The space around the boys seemed to explode, and Steve flew back. From the force of energy emanating from Hiro, the glass in the stadium shattered into small pieces and began to fall on the spectators. Red lightning began to strike in different directions, breaking the walls and ceiling. The minister and the deputy chief watched what was happening at headquarters. The minister said that the potion that restored him was being carried out, and the deputy began to worry about an explosion. And at this time, it was no longer Hiro who was walking through the stadium, but a huge horned monster. Looking at him, the minister said that judging by the transformation, Hiro learned several interesting things on the planet Kuchan. After the explosion, smoke billowed over the stadium and the groans of survivors could be heard. Someone was screaming, someone was crying, a little boy was calling for his mother, who was lying nearby, covered with stones. Many people sitting in the stadium died after the explosion. Even Anna, who was sitting in the waiting room, was damaged, and the entire window there was smashed to pieces. Hiro stood in the arena, transformed into a huge monster with a long tail. He growled that it was the finishing blow, the fury of God. The skill was so powerful that the human body couldn't handle it, so he had to summon a monster. And he was surprised that this skill had to be used on a normal person, because Hiro was saving it for the 8th level boss. Suddenly, the monster heard some noise ahead, and his eyes widened in surprise. Steve emerged from under the collapse, holding his head and complaining that it hurt. Hiro looked in shock at our hero, who was calmly walking towards him, enveloped in green light. Looking at the monster, Steve said that this bastard was amazing, and Hiro couldn't believe that he was able to survive the finishing blow, God's Fury. Coming closer, Steve called the monster a bastard because he can also transform. Hiro responded by asking what item he uses to be so strong, and what he used to regress. Steve replied that he didn't know what he meant by regress, and that it wasn't an item, but the skill blessing of the forest. Hiro screamed in disbelief that there could be a skill that was stronger than the elixir. Steve replied with a smile that it was an elixir-level skill. It completely restored the consumed life force and mana in 5 seconds. Hiro finally lost his temper and shouted, "Is our hero really smiling?" But Steve didn't understand the question and chuckled questioningly. As he prepared to kick, Hiro asked if the guy thought this was all fun. At this time, Steve looked at the information window, which said that in front of him was the monster Hiro, a U-level hybrid. At that moment, the monster struck, which surprised our hero. "When it turns out the world died because of you," Hiro said, hitting Steve with his tail. "Can you laugh?" asked the monster, swinging his fist. He repeated his question again, throwing a punch at Steve, who was able to block it. Hiro screamed for our hero to die, landing one blow after another. But the blows seemed to pass by, and Steve said that U rank was not that strong. And at that very second, he delivered a powerful kick to the monster's jaw. Steve asked if his 500-year plan had been destroyed because of him, and now the planet would be destroyed. Therefore, Steve continued, the destruction of the planet was also his fault, and therefore he must die at the hands of Hiro. "Right," Steve asked, holding his hand out, sending out a green glow, covering himself with his hands from the flow of wind. Hiro said that since he understood everything, he should just die. Suddenly, a mysterious purple stone appeared in the monster's hand, which he squeezed tightly in his hand. A purple glow appeared around the monster, and he screamed that Steve had ruined everything. He asked if he knew how Hiro had reached this level. How dare someone like him say such a thing? The monster suddenly remembered how he had once watched a movie about superheroes. A room full of children rejoiced when the main character delivered the decisive blow and won. Hiro, then still a baby, was happy that his hero did it and saved the whole world. Suddenly the kids gasped as the hero fell to his knees and blood began to flow from under his maxi. The hero said that everything was burned to the ground and it was time to fix it. The children started screaming, and the hero said that he would be forgotten. But everything was okay as long as his friends and loved ones could continue to live. The children cried, and the voiceover explained that the hero's soul stone turns back time. And only Hiro didn't cry. He smiled, looking at the final scene, unlike the other crying children. He thought he was okay even if he was forgotten forever. Because this world only needed to remember one hero. Suddenly Steve's foot hit Hiro in the face so hard that his eyes widened in surprise. The blow sent the monster flying to the side, and Steve repeated once again that he was just a crazy bastard. Hiro fell on his stomach and dug his claws into the ground, trying not to fly even further. He began coughing up blood and slowly sat up, looking at Steve. Hiro thought that he was really strong. He didn't believe that there was a person he couldn't defeat in this form, and wondered who he was. He realized that there was no sign of Steve regressing and decided that it didn't matter anymore. He could start over. At this point, Steve struck again, asking what he was mumbling about. Our hero said that he was not the reason for the destruction of his plan, and from that moment on he would teach him wisdom. Hiro didn't put up much of a fight and mentally asked Steve to keep talking and tell him everything. The purple stone that Hiro was holding in his hand was called a copy stone and had already copied 79%. The monster thought that in the next regression, Steve's power would be completely in his control. This stone not only copied power, but also absorbed the soul. Hiro nodded that he alone should be the hero who will save this world. Steve activated the reality skill. His hand glowed blue, and black veins appeared on his face. The next moment, it wasn't the hand of a little man that pierced Hiro's face, but the paw of a beast. The huge bear that Steve had transformed into struck with such force that Hiro flew backwards. Hiro's nose was immediately broken, and several teeth fell out of his mouth from the blow. But the force of the blow was so great that the monster flew into the wall and broke through it with its body. Already in human form, Hiro fell to the ground into a crowd of people, and they grimaced in disdain, calling him a cruel bastard. The boy's hair turned white. He lay on the ground and cursed when he realized that the copy stone was broken. Blood was flowing from one eye, and he squinted slightly, watching as the eagle circled above him. It was Steve in the form of an eagle. He was slowly descending towards Hiro, and he thought that he was not a man. Our hero dropped to one knee next to the guy lying on the ground. He asked Hiro with a smile if he could see the real state of affairs now. But the guy didn't understand what Steve was talking about and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Our hero said that the reason he couldn't save the world was because he was too weak. Hiro's eyes turned red with anger and he hissed at Steve to shut his mouth. Our hero seriously told him not to appear on his territory again, otherwise next time he would die. Hiro smiled and said that 95% of the population would soon die due to the apocalypse anyway, and he was a corpse too. Steve called the guy a delusional idiot and asked why his past should become his future. Iroh's eyes widened when he heard Steve's words. There is no future for a guy who lives in the past like you. The commentator said that even though Hiro lost consciousness, Steve turned into an eagle and flew towards him. Jean watched the entire fight, clenching her fists, and one thought was spinning in her head. Why? That day, when she was in the hospital after the dungeon, she asked Steve why they couldn't. Our hero turned around and looked sadly at the girl, saying that she was still too weak. "Our forces are not balanced. One of us will suffer losses," said the guy. And Jen was even more angry that after these words he walked with another. As she left the room, Jean angrily said that this bastard was talking nonsense, and the news was full of headlines about Steve's absolute victory. The article stated that more than 48 people died at the stadium where the match was held. The unofficial #1 in the world, Steve, donated the entire amount of his winnings to Hero's country. Another article said that the victims' families were preparing a class-action lawsuit against Hero. And Hero had a dream where he saw Steve in the form of a clawed beast who forbade him to appear on his territory. "For a guy who lives in the past like you, there is no future." He heard the words and immediately woke up. The guy woke up in the ward and, looking around, wondered how much time he had spent there. Hero noticed a phone near the bed and opened the news, the headlines of which were about Steve's victory and the lawsuit against the former champion. After the news, Hero started reading people's comments and an evil grin appeared on his face, reading the accusations and death wishes. The girl said that they were all hypocritical bastards. At that moment, Anna entered the room. She was safe and sound. Seeing that the guy was in the making and holding a phone in his hands, the girl was confused. But she quickly came to her senses, snatched the phone from the guy's hands, and asked him not to read it. She said that people are just shocked by his defeat, and they are acting this way because their pride is hurt. Hero understood that Anna was protecting him and did not answer, sighing heavily. The girl asked if he was okay, and the guy replied that he wanted to be alone. She said she would go out, but she would take the phone with her, because Hero needed rest more than anything right now. The guy was left in the large room all alone and looked at the entrance door for some time, after which he stood up and, going to the window, pulled back the curtain and frowned. And outside the window, many people with signs were shouting for him to apologize and leave. He thought that these people always followed him, no matter how much he devoted himself to them. They did not change. Hero opened the information window and looked sadly at the copy stone. It said that the copying was interrupted, and the guy thought it was a shame. If he had held on longer, he could have copied Steve. Hero extended his hand, and a red stone appeared in it, which was the very same regression stone. And behind the stone, several nearby mini versions of the planet began to appear, filling the entire room. With this stone, Hero can return to the land of 20 years ago, and he sees no other way out but to go back and get rid of Steve. He thought he could activate the stone in 2 years, but if he could improve it to the 3rd level. His thoughts were interrupted by 3 men entering the room without knocking. Hero was familiar with them and greeted the one in the middle. The hooded man was glad that Hero woke up and asked if he was okay. The guy replied that in a sense yes, and asked what it was. The man said it was an order from the bureau, to which Hero replied that he had not received any notification. He replied that he didn't know, and that he was simply told to bring the guy. Hero turned to the other 2 guys and asked why they were here too. But the men's answers were different. One said that they were also invited. The second said that they met on the way. Hero looked at the guys silently, understanding why they came, and they looked away. They were clearly afraid to look at the guy. All the awakened C ranks were gathered together, and it was clearly not to give them a reward, Hero thought. The guy told them to wait outside. He needed to get ready. The man in the hood said, "Of course," and they began to leave the room. The tall man said they would just be quiet because there were 2 more waiting outside the door. The hooded man pulled him back, but it was too late. The 3rd man said that Hero had already figured everything out, and it was too late to keep quiet. With an evil smile, the guy asked if the 5 of them really hoped to defeat him. The hooded man tried to calm Hero down and said that it was just an investigation and he needed to go there. The guy's smile became even more evil, and he asked who they were going to investigate. All 3 of them tensed up at that moment, and no one could utter a word. Hero thought that on the day of the fight, the agency must have recorded their entire conversation with Steve. Perhaps they were interested in the items in his inventory. He asked if the guys also needed the regression stone and wanted to lock it up somewhere and torture it. The hooded man said that everything was wrong. It was because of the points missing from the report. The tall man suddenly called Hero names and said that since there was something like that, shouldn't he use it for the benefit of the townspeople? At these words, Hero's eyes turned red and a ball of energy appeared in his hand. He said that with these words he crossed the line and their country would soon understand what it had lost because of this mistake. The man in response also began to activate his skills to catch Hero. The boy's eyes became redder, and barely noticeable horns began to grow on his head. The 2 guys behind the door suddenly saw a light shining from the window in the door and blood flowing down. As they were about to enter the room, something exploded inside and they flew back, along with the door. The men looked in surprise at the hole where the door was, and when the smoke cleared they saw what was going on inside. Hiro, in the form of a monster, pierced the tall guy with his tail and held the second one by the head, lifting him off the ground. He asked if he looked weak since he had lost once, and added that the guy's neck would be broken if anyone moved. The hooded guy held his hand out and called Hiro Captain, trying to stop him. The monster said that he shouldn't call him that and asked who gave the order. The hooded man immediately replied that it was the commissioner's order. Tucker is the commissioner of the Bureau of the Supernatural, a patriot who looks only at pedigree. He waited for Hiro to fail and bared his teeth as soon as the opportunity arose. The hooded man said the commissioner was unsure of his loyalty to the country. Tucker said that when Hiro's team passed the dungeon of the 7th level, 9 people died. Whether Hiro transformed at that moment to heal them, and the items and skills were not marked anywhere. That means all the reports the group gave were lies, Tucker said, adding that he wanted to know if he had hidden any more items. The hooded man relayed the commissioner's words that before they opened the investigative committee, they had to ask Hiro a few questions. The guy said that everything was not so. The commissar just wanted to take all the items for himself. The monster assumed that the commissar had offered him the position of captain of the first combat team if things went well. The hooded man didn't know what to say to Hiro's suggestion. He remembered the commissioner's words that his loyalty was beyond doubt, and that they needed such people. The monster, realizing that he was right, said with a smile that they were stupid people. He has already seen this country destroyed 25 times. He wants to restore civilization in this country. But the plan has failed because there is no way to overcome greed. Hiro said he wanted to ask one question. Does Anna know about everything? The guy in the hood closed his eyes. He clearly doesn't want to answer this question. But the monster shouted at him to speak immediately. The man gave in and stuttered that she knew what was going on. Hiro lost his temper with annoyance and screamed, squeezing the hand that held the man's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and Hiro thanked the hooded man for all his hard work. He realized where this was going and tried to stop Hiro by shouting his title. But it was already too late, and a powerful explosion thundered in the ward. The breaking news reported that Hiro had escaped after killing 3 awakened C-ranks and wounding 2. Meanwhile, the Bureau of the Supernatural was discussing the guy's actions. Looking out the window, the commissioner said angrily that Hiro was an ungrateful bastard. He said that this is precisely why you shouldn't help strangers. They will stab you in the back because they accepted the guy, helped him, and he still dares to bare his teeth. Tucker came to the conclusion that Hiro was originally a spy for his country, planted by him on purpose. The commissioner decided that this was more than enough to persuade the prime minister. He thought that with this incident they could get rid of many problems and create perfect heroes to replace Hiro. The man turned to the door and called loudly for his assistant. A guy immediately walked through the door and asked what he needed to do. Tucker ordered all broadcast stations to be contacted. They will have a press conference about Hiro in 2 hours. The news was closely following Hiro. One of the headlines said that the strongest man is now in Job. In another article, Jim was training the boys, and the headline said that there were a lot of new recruits in the guild. Another newspaper reported that the countdown to Job becoming the 13th district had already begun, and on one of the YouTube channels a video was released with the title, Analysis of Steve's Guild, Jobs version. In another news story, a real estate expert said this was an expected expansion. Another video analyzed Steve's fight, calling it, The Dragon Knight Aims for Divine Powers. Donnie studied all this news and never ceased to be amazed by the abundance of information. All the top 10 videos on YouTube were about Steve, and the kid said with a smile that this is world class. Suddenly he came across an article about Hiro escaping from the hospital. The news anchor said Tucker called a press conference and offered to listen to what was being said. The commissioner said there was reason to suspect Hiro was a spy, and they were demanding an explanation for Steve's terrorist attack. In response to these accusations, the press secretary replied that the accusation was unfounded, and the country was outraged by such a provocation. Donnie listened intently to the minister's speech, sighing heavily, and when he saw the news that Hiro had disappeared, he immediately became nervous. He thought it was impossible for a guy who was beaten half to death to come here. Donnie wondered what if he came here again when Steve wasn't in the guild. Immediately from this thought, a shiver ran through the guy's body and cold sweat appeared. Donnie shot out of his office and rushed off to find Steve. He rushed into the woods, complaining that Steve kept disappearing during serious incidents and asking why he couldn't stay home. Suddenly, blue lightning began to appear in the sky and the guy stopped in surprise. He looked up at the sky in fear and thought it looked familiar. Suddenly, a giant lightning bolt struck the ground and people's screams were heard from there. A crowd of workers ran out of the forest towards Donnie, shouting. Running closer to the guy, the workers began shouting at him to run too. The boy thought it was impossible, that this crazy bastard was already here. Repeating the words about the madman in fear, Donnie rushed along with the workers and quickly overtook them. Suddenly Jim came running to meet him, and they stared at each other in surprise. The guys stopped and Jim asked Donnie where he was running. The boy immediately gave his guess that Crazy Hero was already here, but Jim asked what he was talking about, because he had received a report that a portal had opened nearby and he was running there. Donnie stupidly repeated the word portal, as did the workers running past, and Jim confirmed it. They both turned back, watching as lightning continued to strike the ground. Suddenly, a red ball began to appear from the lightning. The guys looked at what was happening in shock, and Donnie said that this portal looks scary. A soldier with equipment arrived to them, and they found out that this was a level 7 portal that would explode in 42 days. Jean screamed that there was too little time, and Chad remembered that the same portal had 23 gates and 120 days. The guys grabbed their heads, thinking that this was too much. Chad thought that they were so focused on building District 13 that they were taking people without regard for their abilities, and if there was a breakthrough, they wouldn't be able to guarantee survival. Only Monk was calm and said that they had to take it and clean it out before a breakthrough occurred. The boys hung their heads, not knowing what to answer to such a proposal. Munch asked if Steve would allow this. Jim said that first they needed to get back alive, and Donnie asked if they were really going there. The kid said he was still a pathetic E rank, and Jim said he was too. Jim asked where Steve was at the right time. Donnie said he would look for him. Chad said he would check out the animal farm and went ahead. Munch said he would check to the east, and Jim decided to head to the entrance. The boys walked in opposite directions, and no one noticed that there was a ferret standing in the middle that looked like Steve. And as if sensing the ferret's gaze, the guys slowly turned around. And Steve's ferret voice asked why they decided to accept this territory. Chad said it was because they were blinded by the 13th district designation. Donnie also added that he was blinded by his appointment to the position of manager, and the guys supported these words. But Steve said no, it was because it was a big hunting ground. The boys gasped in unison when they heard these words and realized them. Ferret said it was obvious why they chose this place, and he really liked the way they were thinking. Steve invited the boys to experience the wildness of this nature. The guys listened to the sounds of nature. Munch even closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Steve said that right now, such a big jackpot was right in their path. The ferret asked if they should not hunt here with grateful hearts. Donnie said they were grateful, but that's where their levels are right now. Steve said that the prey stretches out its neck and asks to be caught, and they want to run away. He added that if they want to live like this, they will run until they return to their previous life. The words about his previous life cut painfully into Munch's soul, and his eyes opened wide. And Steve asked again if they wanted to go back to their past life. The guys all started saying in one voice that they didn't want to go back, and that they had worked hard to get here. Donnie rolled up his sleeves, ready to go underground right now, and Munch was ready to be a scout. Suddenly the ferret glowed blue, and the boys froze looking at it. Soon, the outlines of a human body began to appear in place of the ferret. Steve smiled and said that since this was their first level 7 dungeon, it might take them a while. The guys immediately switched over and started saying that they needed time to prepare and stock up on hot food. Our hero said that someone had to train the newbies and lead the construction, so Jim and Munch would go on the first raid. The guys enthusiastically said that they understood everything and went to get ready. Donnie said that he was upset because his name would not be included in the very first raid of their country's 7th tier dungeon. Hearing the complaints, Steve said that he was coming too, which the boy was clearly not happy about. Our hero stepped towards the dungeon and said that they were entering now, and Donnie tried to stop him. He asked Steve to wait, but the boy was deaf to his pleas and entered the portal. Steve boldly walked inside the portal and called the rest of the guys to follow him. The guys cheered on the boys who went into the portal, and Donnie ran last. Chad excitedly asked if it was okay to just enter the 7th level dungeon like that, while Munch stood behind. Steve and Jim had already entered the portal, their bodies enveloped in a pinkish glow, with Donnie running behind and asking him to wait. On the other side of the portal, the outlines of the guys began to appear. Steve came out first, assessing the situation, followed by Jim and Donnie, narrowing their eyes. Immediately, a skeleton monster jumped out at the guys and extended a bony hand towards them. Donnie was so scared by this attack that he forgot all his words and shouted something incomprehensible. An information window appeared that the boys had entered the lands of the undead. The same data was received by the guys on the other side of the portal, and everyone froze in fear. The news anchor reported that the first level 7 dungeon had appeared in Steve's country, and there were already 8 of them in the world. Major global media outlets say this was to be expected, and the world's largest airport is overloaded as people leave the country. The presenter suggested seeing what it looked like on the spot, and the live broadcast was turned on. And there a man attacked the presenter, shouting that there were no tickets, and a woman in a panic asked for the sea route to be opened. The embarrassed host said that unrest was beginning in the country, The Bureau was conferring on what to do next, and Steve's guild team had already entered the dungeon. In the Bureau, the awakened people discussed how the broadcasting stations had done a brilliant job, as if they had installed wiretaps in the Bureau's offices. The head of the Bureau asked again whether Steve's team was right to enter the dungeon immediately after his appearance. The guy replied that Steve, Donnie, and Jim were currently in the dungeon. One man sadly listed the boys' ranks, and the second asked why Steve had taken the boys with him. The man sitting next to him reminded him that Donnie had a video memory skill. The leader said that they would at least leave a video for other teams. However, there are already tons of videos on the internet with clearing level 7 dungeons. The man folded his arms across his chest and asked how the combat team's preparation was going. The man replied that 13 teams were already waiting for the order, but there were only a few awakened A ranks, mostly B ranks. Another man said it was like sending them to certain death. They would be lucky if they didn't run away right away. Besides, there's too little time since they have to clear the dungeon 88 times in 44 days. The man in glasses said that Heroes team's record was 8 days, and since time there moves twice as fast, the cleanup takes about 20 days. The head of the Bureau believed that they would therefore need to clear the dungeon twice a day. One of the men said it didn't matter how great Steve's skills were, and the other added that maybe they needed to flee the country. One of those gathered asked if it might be worth asking other guilds for help, but he was told that everyone was currently busy clearing out the 6th level dungeons, of which there were a lot. The head of the Bureau closed his eyes and said that, as they say, out of the frying pan and into the fire. The man in glasses asked what the chief thought about evacuating the people from Job and placing them at the defensive wall during the threat of a breakout. The chief replied that everyone would die if a second dungeon appeared in the city. He asked if Steve's barrier trees weren't good protection. Even if they could catch all the monsters in the barrier trees, if another dungeon appeared, the guilds would be powerless. The leader thought that if they dealt with the dungeon on Steve's lands, it would become the safest place in the world. He asked if Melissa was currently in Steve's lands and asked to call her and find out how things were going there. A drone flew over Steve's lands, approaching the construction site of a large building. The Bureau saw the picture, and someone said it was quieter than expected. They were surprised the construction was still ongoing. Someone asked if the DGB was not doing this. The drone flew on, and those gathered were surprised that a child was riding a wolf, and the workers were peacefully having lunch. An elephant, ridden by monkeys, ran after the pack of wolves, led by Bill, and the men were amazed that they were starting a war. The man asked in shock if the others had seen the monkey throwing stones from the elephant's back. Looking at the calm and peaceful landscape, they asked if this was really their country. The men agreed that it looked like another world, and even decided to check the drone's location. The chief chuckled and asked where the department head Melissa was. The drone flew further and ended up above a long residential building. The screen showed a girl sunbathing on a sun lounger, and someone said that this was a soldier's dormitory building. Suddenly, someone asked if it was Melissa sunbathing, and when the drone flew closer, they were finally convinced of it. It was indeed her. The girl was lying in an open black swimsuit, and her eyes were protected by dark glasses. The men's eyes in the office widened as they realized that it was indeed Melissa on the screen. The man in glasses said that her appearance was a good illustration of the situation on the spot. At this time, Melissa seemed to feel someone's gaze and pulled down her glasses, looking forward. An energy ball immediately appeared in her hand and the girl angrily shouted, "What kind of bastard wanted to die?" Suddenly she noticed that the drone had the acronym for their Bureau of the Awakened on it. The girl realized the full extent of the situation and immediately covered herself with her hand, quietly gasping in embarrassment. The head of the Bureau covered his face with his hand and quietly asked if she had really picked up this impudence from Jean's friend. Quickly putting on her shirt, the girl justified herself by saying that it was lunchtime, but realizing that words were unnecessary, she simply apologized. The chief asked how things were going on the spot and asked the girl to conduct a short briefing. Covering herself with her shirt, the girl said that she was apologizing, but she was still on the screen. Immediately, someone shouted to the one controlling the drone that it needed to be turned, but not downwards, but to the side. Melissa said that when the 7th level dungeon appeared, there was a bit of a stir due to the evacuation guide. But after Steve went to clear it, everything calmed down. 3 hours after the appearance, construction has continued as planned, with Deputy Chief Chad keeping an eye on things and Munch training the newbies. After getting dressed, the girl appeared on the screen again and asked if there were any more questions. Someone said that Job was not like their country, and the girl replied that everyone trusted Steve. The man reported that the Ministry of Defense had sent the 707th Detachment, led by Valentine, to Job. The chief said that they still had to do everything possible to prevent a breakthrough, and asked if they had no hope for Steve. Suddenly, the man asked the manager to bring his combat gear, surprising everyone present. The leader responded mysteriously by saying that he would now be the commander of the expedition to the 7th level dungeon. Silence reigned in the hall, and all those present just silently looked at the head of the Bureau of the Awakened. And somewhere in another country, handcuffed to a chair, sat Anna. The door to the room she was in slowly opened, and with it came light. The girl slowly opened her eyes, trying to understand where she was and what had happened. Commissioner Tucker stood in front of her and asked if she was awake. The girl looked at him angrily and said that he was making a mistake. He said the girl was still quite energetic and asked if he needed to shock her again. These words did indeed dampen the girl's ardor a little. Satisfied that she was no longer sarcastic, Tucker placed the iron bracelet in front of her. He saw it, and the girl excitedly asked him where he got it from. The commissioner asked why she was so surprised, since it was not an item she often wore, and she had hidden it quite well. Anna's eyes widened in shock when she heard these words. The man said that she didn't need to think too much because they had already looked at what was inside. The girl asked what he wanted, and the man said that there were some rather interesting notes in it. She said it was just a diary, to which the man asked that perhaps even Hiro was not aware of its existence. Anna looked angrily at the commissioner, but couldn't find what to answer him. The man called her cunning, adding that she specialized in gathering information, and Hiro probably trusted her because he didn't know she was capable of acting. The girl didn't want to listen to this and asked the man to get to the point. Tucker said that this diary contained information about the future, information about who will become a hero, when and where incidents happen, and even the date of the end of the world. Anna remained silent and glared angrily at the man. He continued that knowing the future, Hiro gathered people with great potential and made it seem like he trained them. He took into the team those who could become great without his help. Then he became a champion, an idol of the country, and citizens who knew nothing recognized him as their hero. All this is possible because of the regression stone. The girl smiled and asked if that was really what he wanted to know. In response, Tucker asked Anna to tell him where Hiro was now, and in return she would get whatever she wanted. The commissioner repeated his question, telling Anna that he would grant her everything if she told him where Hiro was hiding. Without a second thought, she replied that she didn't know where he was hiding. Tucker began to lose his temper, asking how she didn't know where he was. A man standing behind a transparent wall observed this conversation. He looked at the monitors, listening to the girl's answer, and said that she was telling the truth. Hearing these words, the commissioner looked straight into the girl's eyes, and she did not look away. His anger softened, and he said that it would be wonderful if she knew. In response, Anna said that it would be great if he didn't make Hiro his enemy. In response, Tucker sighed heavily and called the girl vindictive. He said that the girl would be put in a special prison for the awakened, and that a sad end awaited her there. Anna responded by saying that Tucker didn't have time to worry about others since Hiro probably wanted to meet him. The man glared angrily at the girl, calling her an insolent bitch. A video was playing on the monitor screen, showing the tip of a red tail sticking out of a hole in the ground. The guy behind the monitor said that that was all there was on the recording, because after that it was like he disappeared into thin air. The man standing next to the commissioner said that they are now trying to track down Hiro using drones. Tucker said that Hiro was a villain who was trying to drug the people of both countries and overthrow the government, and he ordered that everything possible be used to find the guy and make him pay for what he did. The man saluted and said they would do everything they could to find him. The commissioner thought that Hiro would probably have the regression stone with him, and he wanted to get his hands on it. A boy with blonde hair sat on the coast, watching children playing football. Hiro cut his hair to disguise himself and watched the news on his phone. The reporter told the main news and moved on to other events that caught the boy's attention. The news said that they received a list of Steve's guild members who joined him in the raid. Hiro was very surprised to learn that the raid consisted of only 3 people. Looking at the performance of Donnie and Jim, the boy wondered in surprise who they were. Maybe squires. Reading the news that he was currently going through the 7th level dungeon, he called Steve an arrogant bastard. He said out loud that Steve should try it and added that he was interested to see how he could change the world with his power. Hiro extended his hand, and a barely noticeable purple light flashed between his fingers. Immediately, instead of light, a black notebook appeared in the guy's hand. As he wrote something down, he thought that in order to prepare for the next regression, he needed to get as much information about Steve as possible. The next news item said they had new information. The country's best fighting force, 707A, was on its way to Job. Hiro said with a smile that the destruction of the country began after the best fighting group was destroyed. Suddenly a soccer ball landed next to the guy. The boys below called out to Hiro, calling him uncle, and asked him to throw them their ball. The boy took the ball with one hand and threw it straight into the hands of one of the boys. The boy thanked Hiro and they rushed off to play football again. Looking at them, the guy said that the 7th level dungeon had opened, and the city was still standing. He looked around, watching girls playing ball on the beach and a young family with a child walking along the road. He thought that everything was right. They should live while they could, because when the end of the world came, these happy faces would be stained with blood and tears. Hiro thought that if they managed to survive, he would teach them to smile again on another Earth. Meanwhile, military vehicles and drones began arriving on Steve's lands. Dozens of cars sped past to surprise Chad and Melissa. The guy asked what the hell, and the girl suggested that it was Special Forces Unit 707A. Suddenly, one of the cars stopped near them, and they looked at it expectantly. Soon, a bureau official in overalls came out of the car and greeted the guys. Both were shocked that the boss was in front of them, and Melissa asked what he was doing there. The man asked her with a smile what she thought and added that how could she sit in the office if the country was one step away from disaster. He approached Chad and asked if he was Chandler, and explained that in order to reduce the level of anxiety, the Bureau and the Department of Defense had decided to support Steve's guild. Melissa calmly said that his name was Chad, and with these words all the ardor of the head died down and he quietly apologized. The kid said that Steve didn't like it when so many strangers entered his territory. The leader said that he knew this, but the appearance of a 7th level dungeon was not only their guild's problem. The man added that this was a national crisis, and it was their common duty to clear the dungeon. Chad hesitated under such pressure and began to stutter that he understood. But his brother, Melissa said she would try to explain the circumstances to Steve when he got out. They would pay the appropriate amount for using the dungeon. Chad was still nervous and asked if he should dig his own grave now, and the military were already busy with the arrangements. Some were building barracks, and those who had already finished could go and eat. Looking at the construction of the temporary camp, the chief said to Melissa that it already looked more like a unit. The girl turned to the chief and asked why he was there, but the man asked a counter-question. What did she mean? He started to say that if the head of the bureau does nothing during a crisis, but Melissa interrupted him and asked, "The whole point is that this is the safest place." The chief was offended by such words and asked what she thought of him. The man told her to stop talking nonsense and give him a place in the command post, reminding her that the chaise longue she was lying on looked very comfortable. The leader added that they want to invite all the pros to join them, and they also want to invite Jin here. Melissa asked in surprise if Jean would join, and the leader replied that she should already be here in the barracks. The chief was already leaving, but turned around and said that there were most of the protective trees at the entrance. They say that even a missile cannot penetrate them, and asked if this was true. Melissa replied that she was not sure and suggested that the director check, since she was also interested. The recruits from Steve's guild watched the special forces with admiration, and especially looked at Valentine, and someone said that he believed that he saw these monsters with his own eyes. Another guy asked what he meant by calling them monsters. They were his heroes, and they decided to come closer. The recruits approached Monka and asked if he would mind finishing training and going to dinner. And at that time the monk was lying on a stone with the inscription, "My temple," and chewing something. He said that a person will stain his karma if he cannot let go of his attachment and uses tricks to get what he desires. The guy replied that they still couldn't die of hunger, because they had to live in order to eventually reach nirvana. Munch suddenly rose from the stone and repeated the boy's words out loud once more. A chance to reach nirvana. Holding back his laughter, the guy said that it seemed his stomach had not reached nirvana, and his body was breaking with thirst, and promised that he would bring the monk a couple of cans of beer. Munch said he was very smart and asked if he had ever thought about becoming a monk. The guy replied that their family was Catholic and promised to also bring some dried meat to go with the beer. Watching the boys go, Monk said that it was a pity, because they had no desire for faith. The recruits were discussing how they wanted autographs. One guy said that Valentine was #1 in their country but had a low world ranking, to which another guy replied that it was because he didn't want to fight. And Monk opened an information window in which data about his new skill appeared, the King of Nirvana, and below it was stated that he could summon up to 20 wanderers. The monk calculated the energy data, and it turned out that he now needed to kill about 15 first-level bosses. He thought that he was looking forward to seeing 20 wanderers on the first level of the Nirvana King. Meanwhile, Chad was talking to Valentine, asking why, since there were a lot of empty seats in the headquarters. The military man replied that they should not cause them any inconvenience, so if they allowed it, the military would station their garrison here. Looking at Valentine, Chad thought that he was called the Man of Steel and the Iron Fist. Because of his patriotism, he refused to join the Scylla Guild. Chad thought that he simply didn't want to take sides, but the guy said out loud that he could do as he saw fit. Valentine was about to leave but suddenly turned around, gasping loudly. He asked Chad to make sure that military and civilian personnel did not cross paths, saying that soldiers might be sensitive because of the impending raid. Chad nodded understandingly and said he would try his best. At this time, in the dining room, the soldiers who had managed to assemble a temporary barracks were enjoying lunch. The tall guy said he expected to see only rabble here, except Steve. But the food here is excellent, and the second guy pointed to the granny, saying that she cooks amazingly. And the granny in the kitchen really did wield 2 huge knives with incredible dexterity. The tall guy asked in surprise if she was awake, and his companion replied that she was probably in a hurry because there was not enough food. Suddenly, the sound of a falling metal tray echoed throughout the dining room. One of the recruits bumped into a tall guy and immediately apologized, saying that he was inattentive. Suddenly, he lost his temper and called the new recruit a useless bastard, asking if he really dared to laugh. The frightened boy turned pale and asked in a trembling voice what he meant. The guy repeated, "Did he really just laugh?" And the frightened boy replied that it was not so. Suddenly, the thug grabbed the recruit by the neck with such force that he couldn't breathe. The tall guy asked if he really wanted to die, and the boy quietly croaked out why he was doing this. Suddenly, the granny in the kitchen hissed angrily, "This rotten bastard!" Someone shouted loudly, "Move!" And the thug turned around in surprise. At that very moment, the boy with 2 loaves of bread in his hands pushed off the thug as if he were a wall and rushed on. There was a mark left on the boy's face from the sole of the boy's boots, and he turned around in surprise. At that very second, dozens of knives began to stick into the floor, and the thug barely managed to jump away, taking the boy with him. And Grandma screamed that she told them not to touch the bread because it was in short supply and continued throwing knives. Bill jumped out of the window, smashing it to pieces, letting go of both loaves of bread. Each of the buns was caught by the monkey's paws, and the boy himself grabbed the liana. Bill flew away on a liana with a satisfied smile, and 2 monkeys with loaves of bread in their hind legs raced after him. The bully asked who it was and was told that it was Steve's nephew, after which he said that his movements were almost the same as those of an awakened monkey. Granny returned to the kitchen, cursing at Bill and complaining about her aching back. Suddenly, the thug started shouting that the granny was really crazy. How could she throw the knives? And his companion tried to stop him. The thug asked why he needed to stop, since the knives were flying straight at him and almost hit him. The guy shouted that it was he who had caused the scene, and asked if he really wanted to pay for touching Steve's family. The thug asked in shock if that grandmother was really from Steve's family. The guy said that everything was correct, and added that those guys were guild trainees, and the bully asked why there were so many crazy people here. Looking around, the guy asked where the brats had disappeared to, and his companion pointed out that they were running away, and the guys were already rushing to the exit, having managed to grab some beer for munch. The thug took off after them, and the guy who was with him tried to stop him, but he shouted that they should apologize. One of the recruits turned around in fear when he saw that the big guy was still chasing them. Spraying saliva, he shouted for the boys to stop immediately. One of the recruits said he was stalking them, and the second guy said he was just crazy. Night had fallen on the earth, but the lights were still on in the windows of the temporary bureau headquarters. The head of the bureau asked Valentine, who was sitting opposite him, what brought him here. The guys said that they were planning to start the raid today, and the leader asked in surprise why at such a late hour. He added that the military had arrived not long ago. Wouldn't it be better to give the soldiers at least a day to rest? But the guys said that they had rested enough. The leader said that they had sent official requests to all the guilds and were currently putting their plans in order, and asked if they could wait for one day. Valentine asked if he didn't trust them, and added that they didn't need more people even now. The leader said that it was not a matter of mistrust, because even Hero's squad suffered losses during the cleanup, and for their country, the loss of even one soldier is unacceptable. He asked how they would carry out further raids if they went in and lost people. The leader added that even Steve hadn't returned yet, although it usually took him 20 minutes to clear a 6th-level dungeon. Hearing these words, Valentine thought that the leader was probably waiting for Steve to return. The man said that right now, there were 4 C-rank mercenaries and 12 A-rank mercenaries on their way here, and added that the guys should include them in the combat unit. He asked them not to forget that Unit 707A was their best asset. Valentine said he understood. They would remain on standby for another day. The lights were still on in the temporary barracks, despite the late hour. In one of them, Jean was lying on a sleeping bag, curled up on her side. Suddenly, a ball of bright light flashed a centimeter from the girl's face. Jean jumped up and angrily asked what kind of bastard dared to do this. Melissa stood over her and said that the girl should have come and greeted them and asked why she was sleeping. Jean lay back and said irritably that it was very good not to see them. Melissa was a little upset by what was said and asked if she really thought that. But she immediately changed her tone and asked if her upset was due to the fact that she had finally returned, and Steve was not there. Jean asked what this guy had to do with her and asked the girl to leave to rest. Melissa asked with a triumphant smile if that was why she called Steve so often when she was on missions. At these words, Jean jumped up and asked what right she had to check other people's answering machines, and Melissa asked if she thought the bureau had turned everything upside down when Jean suddenly disappeared. She didn't have time to answer because another girl entered the room. She asked if they had guests, and Melissa immediately rushed to hug her. With a hopeful, shining look, Jean asked if she had received the chicken. The girl smiled slyly and said that everything worked out, showing the backpack. Sandy, that was the girl's name, began to lay out the food, showing what she had managed to get. The girl got chips, dumplings, chicken, pies, beer, and Jean enthusiastically said that this was expected from a master of food search. Melissa also joined the feast, saying that she could not resist, and Jean said to eat faster because if the captain saw, he would kill them. Sandy said to feast because they don't know when they'll be able to leave the dungeon once the raid starts. Jean asked Melissa why she was eating so much if she was also going to the dungeon, and the girl replied that she just didn't want to stand out from the group. Suddenly, Sandy turned to Melissa with shining eyes, talking about Steve. Both girls suddenly stopped eating and looked at the red-haired girl in surprise. Laughing, she asked if the girls had seen the video of Grace getting rejected by him within 5 minutes. Melissa asked in surprise if they weren't dating and how could he turn her down. She replied that everything was revealed in the program Questions Without Answers. Apparently she was rejected at the moment they met, and now the girl is undergoing training to pass the exam for the awakened one. Sandy asked mysteriously if they knew why the girl was rejected. Jean chewed her chicken silently, and Melissa asked why with interest. The red-haired girl with a strange smile said that she was rejected because she was weak. Hearing this, Jean coughed, and Melissa looked at her in surprise. The girl said hesitantly that it turned out that Steve was attracted to strong girls. Sandy said that's why she wanted to ask her department head, Melissa, because she supervises Steve. Melissa said it was true, not understanding what the girl was getting at. She pointed to herself and said that she was the strongest woman in the country. Melissa didn't argue with her and said that everything was correct. Blushing, the girl said she would like to ask Melissa to introduce her to Steve. Suddenly, the chicken leg bone that Jean had been chewing all this time cracked in half. The girl looked at the bone in confusion, lamenting, "Oh, my leg," and Melissa looked at her understandingly. The latest news was full of headlines. Steve had gone underground 24 hours ago. 36 mercenaries had joined the squad. Valentine's statement, they couldn't retreat. The reporter complained about the rain, saying that it was not leading to bad luck, and Bill, running past, waved his hand at Jean. The girl, walking with the squad towards the portal, waved back at the boy. Chad turned to the squad of recruits and asked them where Munch was. The guy replied that he had gone into the first-level dungeon with them, defeated the boss several times on his own, and then retired with an angry face. Munch was driving the car and told the guys to go on without him, as he needed to go somewhere. Chad wondered what kind of trouble the monk would cause this time, and if he had brought his pills. Suddenly, Valentine shouted loudly, "Attention!" attracting everyone gathered. He said that the only thing known about the dungeon was that it was a land of the undead, which meant that they would be the vanguard. First, they will find the best place to set up camp. Then, they will make a map and plan of action, adding that they are the best group in the country and must do the best they can. Walking to the portal, he said that the raid was starting. Group 1 was moving out. Following the commander, soldiers from Group 1 rushed towards the red portal. The controller said that 27 had entered successfully and advised Group 6 to hurry. Only 3 seconds left. 2 guys were running towards the portal, and one of them was shouting loudly that they had to run. But the guys didn't have time to enter. The portal closed and they were engulfed in fire and lightning. The head of the bureau, seeing this tragedy, screamed, but could no longer do anything. Dispert reported that 28 had successfully entered, 2 had not made it. Steve had been in the 7th gate for 23 hours, and the raid had only just entered the 12th. Suddenly, information appeared on the screen that there were 3 minutes left before the explosion of portal number 7. The dispatcher thought the equipment had broken down, saying it was simply impossible. The raid leader and Melissa looked at the glowing portal in disbelief, and suddenly 3 silhouettes appeared in the red glow of the portal. Soon, 3 people emerged from the portal, enveloped in red lightning: Steve, Donnie, and Jim. Everyone watching shouted in shock that it was Steve. It was incredible that he was already back. After taking a couple of steps forward, Donnie and Jim fell to the ground unconscious. The news immediately began reporting that Steve had cleared the dungeon in just 24 hours. Another article said that the townspeople were happy to return and were no longer panicking. The third article stated that it was only a matter of time before the 7th level dungeon was cleared. The head of the bureau shook Steve's hand, expressing his sincere gratitude. Turning to the guys, he asked if they survived, and Steve replied that the guys hadn't slept for 3 days and were just resting. The head of the bureau bowed and thanked our hero for his hard work. The man said he understood how tired Steve was, but still asked him to tell him the cleanup strategy. Our hero asked in surprise why he needed to tell him the cleanup strategy. Melissa said that even if it's just a map or information about monsters, it would be useful for groups preparing for a raid. Steve asked in surprise what groups the girl was talking about. He asked if they were going to place the hastily assembled group in his lands again. The chief said that they are currently in a state of emergency, and to prevent a breakthrough, it would be better if another group helps. But Steve replied that there was no need to join forces. He alone would be enough. Melissa thought with surprise that for Steve, the 7th level dungeon was not a disaster. For him, it's more like an island full of treasures that has fallen into his hands. The girl realized that it was difficult for Steve to imagine that they wanted to help him prevent a catastrophe. On the contrary, in his eyes, it looked like an attempt to take away the treasure. Looking around at the reporters, Steve asked why there were so many people there. The chief turned to the girl and said that it seemed they were in complete trouble, and she asked him to keep quiet. Melissa said with a smile that she understood everything and would not send anyone there. But one of the units was already conducting a raid. Steve was furious that his land was being raided and asked who gave them permission. Melissa and the headman obediently lowered their heads, and the girl pointed her finger to the side. A scared Chad said that it was true. He'd given permission. At that very second, Steve grabbed his ear and said that everything was clear, because if not him, then who else? He pulled his brother by the ear, counting, because as soon as trespassers appear, he immediately lets them into his hunting grounds. Letting go of his younger brother's ear, he asked where Munch was now. At this time, the monk was about to attack the girl who, standing among the onlookers, watched Steve's return. The guys saw him in the crowd, and Chad said that it seemed like Munch wasn't a vegetarian anymore. The monk opened his toothy mouth and was already preparing to bite the girl on the shoulder. Steve shouted loudly for Munch to be brought here immediately. The leader and Melissa watched in surprise, not understanding what those guys were doing now. Several recruits carried Munch into the portal, while Steve pulled Chad into it by the ear. The crowd buzzed in shock. Were they really going there again without any rest? And asked if Steve's guild would become the first guild to reach level 7 if they cleared the dungeon. In response, someone said that it was too early to talk about this, because the dungeon needed to be cleared twice a day to prevent a breakthrough. The crowd gasped in surprise as they saw the recruits throw Monk into the portal, along with his gear. One of the reporters said that the monk didn't look very good, and the other told him to just keep filming. The chief asked, "That curly one, is he the one with video memory?" And Melissa said that yes, it is Donnie. The man said that he would go and rest a little and asked the girl to get information from them when they woke up. Melissa wished her boss a good rest. Meanwhile, Donnie and Jim were lying on couches in an energy measuring machine. Suddenly, one of the doctors asked in surprise if the system was working correctly. She said that the guys were already rank B, weren't they just carrying things? The second doctor asked in shock how this could be, since they were ranks E and D when they entered. They were surprised that just one run through a level 7 dungeon could increase their rank so much. Suddenly, both boys jumped up as if on command, and Donnie let out a strangled cry. Under the shocked looks of the workers, the boys jumped up, grabbed their weapons, and pressed their backs to each other, ready to fight. Donnie turned to Jim with a serious expression and said that they seemed to be out. The boy turned to the workers and asked if they had seen their Steve. One of the doctors said that Steve returned to the dungeon about 20 minutes ago. Jim said they had about 30 minutes and asked what they should do in the meantime. Donnie replied that of course they needed to stock up on equipment if they didn't want to die. Suddenly the boys all cried out in unison, asking what was wrong with their level. The news was already full of talk about Steve returning to the dungeon without resting. Another article said that townspeople were expressing their support for Steve's raid. Another news item said that townspeople returned home after hearing about the raid. The woman with the child told the reporter that she felt a little relieved, and that she had already received a residence permit and hoped to move to Steve's area soon. Hiro read the news, which said that everything would depend on whether Steve could reduce the time it took to clear the dungeon. The guy angrily asked what kind of joke this was, how he could clean it up in a day. The workers near the portal noticed that lightning began to emanate from it and turned around. At that moment, Steve, Munch, and Chad appeared in a red glow. News immediately spread across the country, reporting that Steve had cut the cleanup time by 3 hours. Chad immediately fell to the floor from exhaustion. I sat down in a monk pose and began to pray. Men in white uniforms with crosses on their shoulders immediately headed towards them. They approached the fallen guys, diagnosing that there was no damage, but stamina was at 30%, and said that the treatment would take more than an hour. Steve turned around, looking at the workers, and asked what they were doing. Melissa said it was a healing service from the Bureau, adding that they do it because they want to help. Steve said he meant something else. Why waste time if they will recover when they fall asleep after returning? Melissa said that since it was safe and 3 times faster, it was better to do it that way. Suddenly, Donnie and Jim appeared behind the girl and thanked Steve for his excellent work. Our hero said that it was great that they were here. He pointed at the guys and said to take them and go to the portal. Jim said in surprise that if they all went in, the guild would be left alone. Melissa intervened and said she would keep an eye on the construction site. Steve looked at the girl with disbelief and asked why she needed this. She replied that it was her job to help them. It was important to involve the whole team in the raid, and added that they should go and not worry. Steve said that he would then leave everything to Melissa, and if she had any questions, she could ask Grandma. He shouted, "Let's go!" And all 5 of them entered the portal, with Donnie and Jim carrying Munch and Chad. An article immediately appeared in the news that Steve's group had begun a 3rd raid into the dungeon. The crowd reading the news on the huge billboard buzzed with joy, and the guys entered the dungeon and found themselves in a place surrounded by bushes. The resting guys lay in the middle, and Steve, Jim, and Donnie covered them, looking around. Steve placed his hand on the ground and closed his eyes, activating the reconnaissance skill. The guys already knew what Steve was doing and were watching not only the situation but him as well. Suddenly Steve opened his eyes, glowing with a blue light, and said that it was time to wake up the sleeping ones. The guys began to wake up their sleeping comrades with all their might. Monk woke up first and sighed heavily. Suddenly, Chad and Munch jumped up in unison, surprising Donnie, who was trying to wake them up. Chad let out a heavy breath and asked if they hadn't cleared the dungeon yet. Donnie, preparing for the fight, said they cleared it out and then came back in. Chad asked in surprise if defeating the boss had been a dream. Looking at Steve, he began to complain, saying that they needed a rest because they were not like our hero. But these words did not soften the guy, and he replied that they slept there for 30 minutes. Chad asked, upset, if that wasn't too little time for rest. Steve said the guys were B rank and Chad was C rank, so considering that, half an hour was plenty of time to recover. The guys started opening the information windows and looked in surprise at the suddenly increased ranks. Steve said that their bodies are getting stronger, but their minds can't keep up, so they feel tired even though a lot of time has passed. The boys were surprised by these changes. Although they saw that their ranks had increased, they found it hard to believe. Steve said that with that attitude, they wouldn't be able to protect their home even if they were C ranks, and added that they would have to undergo special training until their dead fish eyes regained some life. The guys were shocked by Steve's speech, and especially by the words about the eyes of the dead fish. The guy said that they don't understand. They have to become as strong as possible so that he can leave the house to them, and suddenly shouted that the enemies are behind. Everyone turned around sharply, surprised by this change in speech, and from behind, a crowd of skeleton knights ran towards them with a menacing roar. Jim took the blow first and crossed swords with one of the attacking skeletons. The boy swung his sword deftly and cut off the skeleton's head, leaving no chance for victory. And Chad furiously attacked the other monsters, cutting them down with knives. Monk at this time easily cut the monster in half with his spear. The boys easily pushed back the monsters, working together in a coordinated manner. Suddenly, all 4 of them froze and turned towards a sound that came nearby. Undead orcs were approaching them, a huge crowd of them rushing towards the guys. Looking at them, Steve said that this crowd was approaching them too quickly, suggesting that it was all because of Munch. The monk took the spear and began to recite the mantra for those who cannot find peace in death. The door to the 6 paths of reincarnation will not open. Striking the ground with his spear, he said, "The only world you can enter is Dopian, a place free from temptation." A huge dragon appeared on the battlefield, and Monk shouted out the name of the skill. Dragon Ascension. Donnie was not far behind and activated a new skill, the perfect ghost trap. He shouted at the boys to be careful and fired a volley of 108 rays of the abyss. The monsters could not withstand such an onslaught, and groans could be heard from everywhere. Jim angrily yelled at Donnie what it meant to be careful and called him a crazy bastard. And Chad looked at the new data and thought that he finally had a skill he could shout out with pride. The guy jumped high and swung his knives, shouting destruction of Pangea. He stuck the knife into the center of the crowd, and purple lightning began to crawl from it. Chad looked to the side, and at that very second the orc hit him, throwing him back. Jim said that his strength suddenly left him, and the blade became dull. Donnie shouted that his accuracy had dropped as well. Monk was pinned to the ground by the monster and asked if it was a curse. Jim turned back and asked what could be the debuff. Taking a closer look, the boys saw a monster flying over a crowd of orcs. The monster had female features, and the boys immediately realized that it was a banshee. Donnie turned around and called out to Steve, pointing at the monster. The guy stood surrounded by a green glow and said that everything was developing even faster than last time. Meanwhile, the recruits sat in the dining room, enjoying delicious food and hoping that they would stay in Steve's lands forever. Melissa smiled and told the boys to eat their fill and get back to work. The girl walked through the door and asked the granny sitting at the table if she had called her. Granny smiled at the girl and said that she wanted to talk about that bathhouse. Melissa replied that they wanted to place a finished sauna next to the bathhouse. Granny said that she might not know, but the bathhouse should have a heated room with a floor made of red clay stones. Melissa admitted guiltily that she didn't know what to do, since she had already placed an order. At that moment, the girl received a call, and the granny, stretching, complained of a sore back. Melissa got a call from the video analysis team saying she needed to come in and look at something. On the screen was Jim, enveloped in a green glow, fighting off attacking monsters. With one precise blow, he cut the banshee in half. The guy said that this was the end of the report, and the video ended there. The chief tried to remember the name of the monster, and Melissa suggested that it was a banshee. It is a type of undead comparable to a mid-tier sea boss. Its skill is debuffs that reduce physical stats and attack accuracy, and it can also deal long-range attacks. The boss said that since the banshee is not the boss, then where's the rest of the video? The guy said they tried to forcefully extract the recordings while Donnie was sleeping. But at that point, he woke up. He added that he would approach Donnie formally when they emerged from the dungeon. The leader asked if no one else had ever managed to clear the 7th level dungeon except Steve's group. Melissa said that now Steve had succeeded in doing it, and, except for these two, no one else had succeeded in doing it. The guy said that since Hero's country refused to share information, they received several requests for information from the dungeon. The chief said that their priority was the safety of Group 707A and asked how things were going there. The guy showed a fragment where Jim received healing from the fairies of the earth when he almost died after entering the dungeon, and he received not only healing, but also a buff. Without Steve's abilities, they believe no team on Earth can defeat the Banshees without taking casualties. The chief asked how much time had passed since the Special Forces unit entered. The guy replied that 9 Earth days had passed and added that if you compare them with the other group, they still have time. He assumed that the Special Forces squad was stronger than Hero's group, so it could be instantly destroyed when meeting the Banshee, and the leader said that they needed to be rescued immediately. The leader shouted that they must save them no matter what. Suddenly, the radio announced that Steve's group had returned from the dungeon. The chief and Melissa stared at the radio in disbelief, surprised by this news. There was fatigue on the guys' faces, and they added over the radio that it was incredible, because the time had been reduced to 13 hours. The leader and Melissa agreed that it was incredible to clear the dungeon in 13 hours. For some time, the chief pondered over what he had heard, plunging into a stupor. Suddenly, he shouted that there was a way to save the unit, and asked to hold Steve. In response, he was informed over the radio that Steve had just come back in. The chief did not expect such an answer and, in shock, asked again if he really had entered back into the dungeon. He was told that after everyone had left, Steve had come back in alone. The chief couldn't believe that Steve went into the dungeon alone. Melissa said that if you analyze the times of clearing dungeons up to level 6, it turns out that Steve cleared the dungeon in half the usual time when he went there with a group. If these stats are followed, the 4th raid of a level 7 dungeon should take 6 hours. The chief grabbed his head and said that if he had known how good Steve was, he would have done everything to stop the Special Forces. Melissa asked what the chief meant when he spoke about the way to save the Special Forces. The man replied that the more often you repeat something, the faster you will get it, and suggested that Steve needed to assemble a squad of veterans. Melissa gasped in surprise when she heard the leader's words. The news broke that Steve had reduced the time to clear the dungeon to 5 hours, and 2 days had already passed since the Special Forces were sent out. Another article said 2 men had returned alive after clearing a New Zealand dungeon, and experts were pessimistic about the Special Forces' return. Another article accused the chief of poor command, and a breaking news story reported that Steve had cut the cleanup time to 4 hours. At the exit from the dungeon, our hero was met by a crowd of journalists. The man fell at Steve's feet. The crowd began asking who it was, and someone said that he looked like the head of the bureau. The boss asked Steve to save him, and the guy asked if someone really said they would kill him. Melissa appeared behind the chief and said that she had something to talk about. The girl pointed to the side and asked him to go with her if Steve had a little time. All 3 moved away from the cameras and sat down on the rocks on the shore of a small pond. Upon hearing the request, Steve asked how he should help the Special Forces unit. The boss said that the dungeon needed to be cleared as soon as possible. Steve replied that that was what he was doing, but the man said that was not what he was talking about. Our hero asked why he should go and help these thieves at all. Melissa said that it had been 3 days since the group entered the dungeon, which meant that 9 days had already passed there. The chief said that after 15 days the chance of return was reduced by 50%, and added that they could not lose their special forces so stupidly. Steve immediately became angry and asked who had given such a reckless order. The man sadly replied that it was he who had miscalculated, and that he alone was to blame for everything. Steve asked how he could save those who had already entered the dungeon they had to save themselves. Melissa replied that there was one way to do this. Steve asked in surprise if there was really something like that. The girl said that 5 years ago there was an incident in the first-level dungeon. The dungeon appeared in the field, so the entrance fee was low and artifacts dropped frequently, so it was called a lottery dungeon, and the number of available 500 gates quickly decreased. The problem occurred with the last gate. 5 C ranks entered the dungeon with a capacity of up to 15 people. The guys calmly discussed that they wanted to finish quickly and get drunk. One of the guys said that when they climbed the hill, they would see a big rock. This was the best place for a camp. The other guy said that when they finished this raid, he would be able to pay off all his debts. The other guys were surprised why he was acting like that, and the one who was walking in front suddenly froze and asked what the hell was going on. The boys sped up, asking what he saw and what was wrong. There were dead monsters lying in front of them, and they wondered who could have killed them. One of the guys said that the bodies didn't have stones, which meant someone had already taken them. Suddenly they saw lightning flashing ahead beyond the forest. The guys couldn't believe their eyes and said in unison that it was simply impossible. One of them reacted earlier and shouted that the gates had opened, and they needed to run forward quickly. Steve was surprised by this story and asked what happened there then. The girl said that suddenly the countdown to the gate explosion began and only one mercenary was able to get out. The guy fell out of the closed portal, surprising the guys from the other raid. He was an athlete, and that was the only reason he managed to run to the portal. The head said that a commission was formed, and the following was concluded. 2 groups entered one after the other due to a computational error. Steve asked in surprise if that was possible. The leader replied that thanks to this incident, they learned that such a thing was possible in the last dungeon. But even if someone could enter, their number could not exceed the capacity. Melissa summed it up as long as there are living soldiers in the last dungeon, and if the capacity is not broken, then people can enter the same dungeon. Steve asked if they were asking him to close all the dungeons and then save the special forces in the last one. The leader fell to his knees and asked for help, saying that Steve was the only person on Earth who could do it. Steve asked if they hadn't filled the capacity when they walked in, to which Melissa replied that there were 2 empty seats. The chief looked up and said that maybe Steve needed another warrior. The guy replied that he didn't need it and asked that there were 82 raids left now. If he cleared 4 dungeons, he would be able to meet them before the dungeon exploded. The leader shouted that the more time passed, the lower the survival rate, and if a month passed in the dungeon, the survival rate would drop to 2%, and said that Steve should clear everything as soon as possible. Steve responded by loudly asking why he had started this mess, and the man bowed again, apologizing. The chief said he would make sure the government compensated him for all the lost experience and profits. Steve said that it was not necessary and asked me to tell the others to focus on training and make sure they did not slack off. Melissa was impressed by Steve's actions, and the head even shed tears of joy. The chief was touched that Steve refused the reward, taking losses for the sake of the country, and Melissa promised to keep an eye on everything. The next second, Steve took off, raising columns of dust, and small stones flew at the standing Melissa and the head. The chief asked if Steve had already left for the next raid, and the girl said that she thought so too. The man opened the budget for rescuing the special forces and asked if 5 million would be enough, to which the girl only sighed heavily. The news immediately broke that Steve was going to save Unit 707A. The reporter said he was now in Steve's lands. He had cut the cleanup time to 4 hours and would soon begin a rescue operation, and now he had entered the portal 10 minutes ago. Suddenly, the reporter fell silent, and the crowd of onlookers began to make noise, looking at the portal. Steve came out of the portal, looking a little tired but still determined. Reporters immediately began taking photos and videos, shouting that Steve had come out. The reporter said that a shocking event happened. Steve came out of the dungeon of the 7th level, after clearing it for the 6th time, 13 minutes later. Our hero turned around and immediately went back to the dungeon, surprising everyone. The news reported that Steve had made 15 raids with an average time of 20 minutes, and the photo was captioned as saying that even a Superman is not without his human side. Steve's incredible abilities are in the spotlight of the world. 4 days have passed since the Special Forces entered, and Steve has already closed 68 raids. Despite the incredible clearing capabilities, news that the unit's chance of survival had dropped to 50% resulted in many people gathering and lighting candles. A popular band performed and sang that they hoped for everyone's safe return. Will the Special Forces unit be able to return safely, as everyone hopes? Meanwhile, a Special Forces unit was walking through the forest in the pouring rain, One of the squad asked how long they had been walking, and they told him that they needed to walk another 30 minutes to reach the camp, and he replied that maybe it would be easier to die here. Suddenly, Jean attracted the attention of the squad by raising her clenched fist. One of the soldiers asked fearfully, "What now?" and the second hissed, calling for him to be quiet, and Jean said that there was a ghost ahead. Ahead of us, a monster in tattered rags actually flew by. Looking at him, the whole squad wondered in surprise if they had really met a ghost. The soldiers immediately lowered their voices and began whispering that they needed to hide immediately. Sandy asked herself with annoyance why everything happened exactly when the captain was not there. Because if they were discovered, then everyone would die. The big guy from the canteen asked if maybe the gravity here had increased threefold, because it had become harder to breathe. Suddenly, one of the soldiers stepped on a branch and the ghost immediately turned towards the sound. The monster's eyes glowed like a lantern, and it illuminated a squad of soldiers hiding in the bushes. Having discovered the squad, the monster growled, attracting its comrades. The next moment, someone shot the ghost in the head and he fell silent. And then his entire body was engulfed in flames and the monster began to burn, despite the pouring rain. One of the soldiers sitting on the platform reported that everything was clear. Sandy shouted that they had to move, but Jean said it was too late. One of the soldiers tried to contact the base and report that large groups of monsters were approaching them. The guy at headquarters reported that a group of 40 orcs was approaching at 6 o'clock, 20 ogres at 7 o'clock, 200 goblins at 3 o'clock, and that the squad was expected to accept battle at 200 meters. Sandy shouted to the soldiers behind them to prepare to fight. One of the soldiers said that he only had half of his mana left, and the second added that he had 3 arrows left, but he was ready to bite the monsters with his teeth. There was a noise and someone shouted that they were approaching. One of the guys asked to kill him if he became a zombie, and the second promised to cremate him and dispel his fear. And Jean shouted that they were 100 meters away. A crowd of monsters rushed towards the soldiers. Someone shouted that there were too many of them and they had to attack. The soldiers rushed into battle, shooting back and fighting off the monsters with all their might. A soldier at headquarters saw the monster approaching and reported that something was flying towards them at an astonishing speed. Jean turned to the side and angrily asked what the hell this was. The radio reported that an unknown creature was approaching at 12 o'clock. At headquarters, they analyzed Aruki's handbook and ordered the soldiers to get ready. Sandy asked why analyze, when she just needed to destroy the monster. Jean rushed towards her and shouted for the girl to wait for her. Suddenly, a huge ogre appeared next to the girl, which she did not notice at first. He hit the girl with a club, and she flew back from the force of the blow. One soldier shouted not to break ranks, and the second said that monsters don't die. They transmitted information to headquarters that their mana and stats were falling very quickly. They would not be able to kill undead like this. Suddenly, the guy at headquarters swore and realized that this monster was a banshee. A monster with light hair flew up to the Temptations and a red aura emanated from it. The soldiers shouted that their characteristics were falling. They would not be able to hold out for long, and ordered a retreat. The soldiers at the base decided they had to report this to intelligence, when suddenly the monster broke through the wall of their temporary headquarters. The banshee flew past the soldiers and cast a debuff spell in an unknown language. Suddenly, Sandy approached the monster from below, swinging her weapon. The banshee noticed the girl, and she asked how she was doing, smiling cheerfully. The huge screen showed Steve emerging from the dungeon once again. The host shouted that Steve, who had set a world record, had cleared the dungeon 87 times in 6 days. Donnie sat next to the sleeping guys and looked at his phone and said that Steve had gone out. He asked if they should go and greet the guy. Jim, without opening his eyes, asked him if he wanted to go back to that hellish place again. Donnie said, frightened, that of course he didn't want to. Jim, still with his eyes closed, told the boy to go back to bed then. The guy agreed and lay back down, clutching the phone to himself. He wondered what would have happened if the great catastrophe had not happened. And Steve, as if nothing had happened, emerged from the portal, enveloped in lightning. He walked up to the chief and Melissa and asked if he could come in now. With tears in his eyes, the chief said that this was the last dungeon and asked to go back with the guys. Steve went back into the portal and said he would return them if they were still alive. The host called our hero a patron saint and said that he was entering the long-awaited final dungeon. The news headlines were full of information about the clearing of the dungeons. Steve was called the god of the dungeons, and there were even plans to make a documentary about him. And in the dungeon, the battle with the howling banshee continued. Despite the imposed debuffs, Sandy stubbornly rushed towards the monster. She managed to swing with enough force that the blow cut the monster in half. The soldiers were being devoured by monsters. They were screaming that they could no longer deal damage because their stamina had reached 0. The rain continued to pour throughout the dungeon, and another detachment approached the ruins of the house. Valentine and a group of soldiers reached the boss location. The boy said they found him earlier than expected, and the soldier asked what they should do. Valentine gave the order to gather the entire unit here and erect an iron curtain. After isolating them, they will kill the boss. Suddenly, one of the soldiers said that it seemed the base was under attack. The main squad also started fighting, but things were not going well. Their location was 20 minutes away, and the soldiers decided they had to rescue them. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt ran across the ground, separating the squad from Valentine, and someone shouted to retreat. The squad looked at Valentine through a transparent bluish wall. The soldiers realized it was a trap, and they were completely blocked. Skeletons of death began to emerge from the ground one after another. The soldiers said that this is a C-rank boss of the 6th level dungeon, and there are 12 of them. The soldiers asked Valentine to come back, but the boy could not believe that it was a trap. The banshee burst into flames upon impact, and Sandy fell to the ground, her weapons falling from her hands. The girl looked at her stats, realizing that she couldn't move anymore, and asked if this was the end. Nearby, Jin's sword, stuck into the ground, was shrouded in a blue haze, and someone's heavy breathing could be heard. The girl lay on her back on the wet ground and could not move, and the monsters were already approaching and were very close to the girl. Jin opened her eyes and cursed when she saw the monsters. Suddenly, memories of the dungeon where she and Steve were stuck appeared before her eyes. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she wondered why she remembered this idiot now. Suddenly, a blue fairy appeared before her eyes, and the girl looked at her in surprise. The soldiers began to shout that they saw fairies and wondered if they were already going to heaven. Sandy, surrounded by monsters, suddenly saw her stats start to rise and wondered what those blue insects were. And Jean understood everything, and her eyes widened in surprise. Like a wave, Steve rushed through the monsters, throwing them in different directions. And Jin looked at the guy happily, not believing that he really came. The soldiers also felt their stats growing, and they were filled with strength. Sandy's eyes glowed white just a second before the monster's ups reached her. The girl's body began to glow with golden light, and the monsters recoiled from it. But they didn't have time to escape, and the light burned the monsters. Sandy said it was refreshing, and her strength was completely restored. The soldiers tore the undead apart with their bare hands, shouting that they were overwhelmed with strength. They would attack monsters in hand-to-hand combat, showing off the power of their blows to others. Suddenly, the soldiers noticed a crowd of monsters rising into the sky, and they asked what the hell it was. The next moment, the monsters burst into flames, and the soldiers watched in shock as the undead burned. The monsters tried to escape from Steve, who was standing in the epicenter of the monsters burning. But the next second, they were covered by a fiery tornado. Steve turned to the soldiers and asked if that was all there was. But instead of answering Steve, Jean hugged him tightly and hung on his neck. Our hero asked in surprise if this was really Blondie and what she was doing here. Tears ran down the girl's cheek, and she asked what he was doing here. The soldiers looked at Steve and talked among themselves in surprise that this guy had slept with them. And the field was strewn with the remains of burnt monsters. Sandy walked past the corpses of the monsters, wondering what had happened, and wondering where everyone was. Soon she saw a crowd of soldiers ahead, who were watching something with curiosity. One of the soldiers said that it seemed like it was really Steve, and Sandy exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the guy and girl hugging, someone asked if he was dating Grace, and another said it was just a rumor. Sandy crept into the room, and seeing Steve and Jean hugging, her mouth dropped open in surprise. Jean pressed herself closer and closer to Steve, and the crowd whispered that since Steve was here, it meant he was able to clear all the dungeons. Suddenly, someone asked if they weren't clinging to each other for too long. Then Sandy remembered how Jean had broken a chicken leg when they were talking about Steve and gasped. Someone said that their posture becomes weird and looks more like the guy is pushing the girl away. Steve tried to unhook Jean, saying that she was too weak, to which the girl replied that she understood everything, but asked him to stand like that a little longer. The guy pushed the girl so hard that she crashed into a rock, and he said that she was too weak to be his partner. The soldiers began to leave in shock and decided to pretend they had not seen anything. The girl's nose started bleeding from the blow, and she quietly hissed that it was very embarrassing. Steve ran up to her, asking if she was okay and adding that she would be hurt if she stayed with him. Suddenly, a fairy flew up to our hero and told him something. The soldiers counted their losses. Initially, the main detachment consisted of 21 people. 6 were lost. Now all 15 were assembled. But there was no communication with the camp and the reconnaissance group. Suddenly, the ground began to shake and monsters began to crawl out of it. The soldiers shouted that the undead were rising again, and they would continue to rise until the boss was killed. Sandy said that first they needed to go back to camp, and there they would find the reconnaissance location. Steve said they wouldn't find anything in the camp. There were still 5 people left alive in the boss's location, but their situation didn't look good. The girl said that since there were 5 of them, it meant they were reconnaissance and asked where they were now. Our hero said to follow him because there was no time to explain, because if they were late, everyone would die. He took off, leaving behind dust and small stones. The soldiers, shocked, asked how they would be able to keep up with Steve. And Jean had already rushed forward, shouting that if they didn't want to be left behind, they needed to run. Sandy shouted for the soldiers to follow them and ran forward as well. But one of the soldiers asked to wait, because there was a field of ghouls in that direction. And Steve rushed straight towards the crowd of monsters, ignoring the warnings. Sandy shouted to prepare for battle, and the weapon in her hands began to glow blue. The monsters moved forward in a continuous stream, ready to attack the squad. Running almost right up to it, Steve activated the summon skill. A huge wolf appeared from the first portal and grabbed the monster by the head. One by one, the animals emerged from the portals and tore the ghouls to pieces. The soldiers were discussing how this was the call and that they didn't need to fight. And Sandy thought Steve was super hot. Jean turned around and said that there was a flying object approaching at 11 o'clock. Sandy asked if it was another flying witch-like creature. Jean said no, because it feels different. There was indeed another flying creature approaching them. Seeing him, Steve said with a smile, "Hello, Lich." The soldiers screamed in shock. Could this really be the Lich? The monster looked impressive. He was wearing a golden crown and something like a royal robe. The soldiers shouted that a wave of undead was approaching and asked how they would deal with it. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance squad fought off the Death Knights, trying to cheer them up by saying that they were just C-rank enemies. Valentine watched the fight with alarm and regret that he could not help in any way. Suddenly it dawned on him that the black fog, the curtain of dirt, the magic of reviving corpses, all meant only one thing. He turned to the building behind him and realized it was a lich. A black fog was coming from the building with columns, and the guy guessed what was there. It is in this building that the lich's life vessel is located. Valentine knew that if the vessel was destroyed, the lich would die, along with all the revived. The soldier tried to stop him, saying that he couldn't do it alone. The guy replied that now he could only do it himself and asked to hold out until then. The soldiers tried to stop their captain, but he was adamant. The soldiers said that even if it was a lich, he would not be able to break past the Iron Fist, and added that they should worry about themselves. Just then, a huge monster swung its sword, and someone shouted to dodge. And another squad, led by Sandy, watched the battle in surprise. Steve soared through the sky on wings, and beneath him everything was ablaze with fire, burning monsters. He asked with a smile if the lich was giving up, as if he could understand Steve. He flew up to the monster, asking if he wanted to stop playing. Steve said that he didn't have time to play with him anymore, and that it was time for him to go home. Our hero activated the portal skill, and a blue circle appeared behind the lich. With a mischievous smile, the guy activated another skill, mirror reflection. The next second, one portal turned into 4 at once, surrounding the monster. Steve's next skill was to summon a wyvern, and a purple light appeared in his hands. A giant wyvern's head emerged from the portal behind the lich. Suddenly, wyvern heads also appeared from the other portals and they attacked the monster, and the next moment the wyverns tore the lich to pieces. The soldiers watched in surprise as the 4 wyverns left no trace of the lich, and some were worried that if he dealt with the boss, would they have time to get out. Steve, enveloped in blue lightning, flew even higher. He looked at the squad below and told them to follow him. Jean asked if this wasn't the end, and Sandy replied that the lich couldn't be killed that easily. Steve rushed forward, not looking back at the remains of the torn lich. Jean shouted to the squad that they needed to run, and everyone followed her. Meanwhile, Valentine entered the building and encountered a crowd of monsters. The guy said that it was even better this way and prepared for the attack. Screaming that he hated helping anyway, Valentine charged into the crowd of monsters. He killed the monsters with one blow, rushing forward. Every blow Valentine struck was on target and killed the undead. There were too many monsters and they started getting closer, and one of them crawled up from below and grabbed the guy by the leg. The undead swarmed around Valentine, who activated his steel fist skill. His fist began to glow green, ready to strike. The undead were already face to face with the guy, but he didn't even think of giving up. The monsters surrounded Valentine like a black river and pulled him down. But he continued to fight back, and out of breath, said that it was hard. And the remaining squad continued to fight off the Death Knights. The soldiers parried the sword blows and shot back. One of the soldiers swore angrily and said that he couldn't take it anymore. Another said that the crossbow had run out of mana and that he couldn't do it anymore either. The monster seemed to sense that the soldiers were weakening and increased its attack. Growling angrily, he swung his sword and struck, cutting through the weapon of one of the soldiers and sending it flying. The other guys called him, and the guy said that he had badly bruised his shoulder. And when he turned around, he saw another cluster of undead behind him. The soldiers also turned around, and someone exclaimed that there was still a crowd of undead behind the barrier. And from the other side, a death knight was approaching them, and the soldiers were asking their fallen comrade to get up and encouraging him with words that as soon as the captain killed the lich, everything would end. But the guy said that his body was not obeying him, and he would hardly be able to get up. Suddenly, another death knight jumped out from underground. The soldiers turned around at the noise and cursed when they saw another monster. Suddenly, something like a meteorite flew over the crowd of undead, and above the field where the reconnaissance detachment was fighting, a huge boar appeared from somewhere above. The soldiers, shocked, asked what kind of boar it was, continuing to fight back. At this time, a giant bear attacked the other monsters. One of the soldiers saw him and asked if a bear had really appeared there, and Steve flew over the battlefield surrounded by blue lightning. Here the soldiers noticed our hero, and one of them said in surprise that it was Steve. Steve landed between the knights and raised his hands, flames erupting from them, burning the monsters. And green lights began to light up above the soldiers, and they exclaimed in surprise that they had begun to recover. Then one of the soldiers shouted that the undead behind the barrier were also burning. Looking around, Steve said that one soldier was missing. One of the soldiers said that the captain went into this temple and asked how he ended up there. Our hero said that he would take him out and ask them to stay here when the main detachment arrived. The soldier gasped in surprise, but said nothing in response to the guy. The next second, Steve turned into an eagle and rushed towards the temple. He raised a purple tornado behind him, breaking the barrier. The soldiers looked at this in disbelief and opened their mouths in surprise. And Steve, in the form of an eagle, broke through the barrier and flew up. He flew forward again like a meteor, leaving a bright trail behind him. There was a flame burning in our hero's hands, and he himself was surrounded by red lights. He walked boldly forward, burning crowds of enemies in his path. With one kick, Steve knocked off the monster's head and called out one of the wolves' name. And the next second he turned into a white wolf and ran forward. With one blow, the wolf destroyed the wall, and behind him everything was ablaze with fire. He entered the hall where Valentine hung, covered in cobwebs. Beneath it was a golden sarcophagus, and inside was kept the lich's heart, his vessel of life. Steve looked at Valentine's readings and chuckled in surprise. He wondered if the boy was still alive, or if he had been left alive on purpose. Our hero guessed that the guy's life force was being pumped into the vessel. Steve thought that if the lich had more time, he would have time to recover. But his life would end here. Our hero mercilessly burned the sarcophagus and the web, ignoring the lich's cry. The next second, the sarcophagus exploded, filling the room with bright light. And this explosion was followed by another one, tearing the entire temple into small pieces. The soldiers turned around in surprise, looking at the exploded temple. Someone shouted that all the barriers were falling and the undead were starting to disappear. One of the soldiers looked at the temple with concern and asked what was wrong with the captain. Suddenly, a blue lightning struck the ground in front of the detachment of soldiers. Jean looked ahead in surprise, not believing what she saw, and on the other side the crowd was jubilant, because the countdown to the explosion of the gate had begun. And the next moment, a gate appeared, shrouded in red lightning. One of the soldiers pointed forward and said that Steve was back. Our hero walked forward, and in his arms was an unconscious Valentine. The soldiers rushed forward, asking one after the other if the captain was all right. Steve said nothing and lifted the guy, shrouded in green fairies. Jean thought that something had happened to him, and called the captain in fear. But Steve reassured her that he was still alive, and suggested that they get out of there. Everyone was happy to hear that the captain was alive, and someone said that it couldn't be that a man of iron will died. The news immediately reported that Steve had completed an unprecedented rescue mission from the dungeon, and the countdown began in just an hour and 40 minutes. The whole world silently watched and hoped for the safe return of the Special Forces team. Several minutes had passed without news, but suddenly silhouettes of guys appeared from the portal. The host announced that their proud battle group had cleared the 7th level dungeon that had been terrifying everyone. Someone started calling for a doctor, and the presenter excitedly asked who was injured. Suddenly the portal shrank to the size of lightning, and the leader shouted that the dungeon had disappeared. The host said that the dungeon had completely disappeared, and that Valentine was being transported by medics, but his life was out of danger. Steve was surrounded by journalists and began to be bombarded with questions about his health, strategies, and future plans. The next moment, the boy's body began to glow blue and feathers flew in all directions. Steve flapped his wings and flew away, and journalists began to photograph him amidst rapturous sighs. Looking at him, Sandy said that he was very cool and was surprised that she saw him in person, with her own eyes. The girl was overcome with emotion and said that it was fate, surprising Jean. She asked if Steve liked Jean, if she had feelings for him. Blondie asked sheepishly how a woman could possibly like such a disgusting bastard. Sandy asked in surprise why she hadn't left his side then, to which Jean sheepishly replied that she was just glad to see him. The redhead asked with a sly smile if she could then ask him out on a date. She blushed and said that she seemed to have met the man destined for her. Looking at Sandy's beaming face, all Jean could say was wow. Melissa also heard this conversation and only snorted dismissively, calling Steve an idiot. At this time, Hiro read the news that Steve had enrolled the dungeon in 6 days. He looked at the news in disbelief, asking what the hell this guy had done. He wondered if there might be skills that were unknown to him, and what abilities Steve had used to clear out the 2-minute sweep. Hiro put his phone down in frustration because he was out of coins, and thought that all his accounts were probably frozen, and if he sold the crystals, they would find him out. In the cafe, he saw a sign that they were looking for workers of any gender. Hiro read it, frowned, and said that it wouldn't work. The guy walked out of the cafe and ran into several guys walking past. One of them asked if he had problems with his eyes, and Hiro quickly apologized. Suddenly, the guy called him a bastard and asked what kind of rudeness he was being. Hiro didn't answer, but the desire to kill was evident on his face. Another guy started to calm his friend down, telling him to be quieter, since he was on probation anyway. They moved on and discussed the news about Steve, calling him a hottie, not like that bastard Hiro. Another guy said that he was simply a disgrace to the country, and these words hurt Hiro deeply. The guys decided that he wasn't worth talking about at all, because he seemed kind. But when the truth came out, he fell in their eyes. Looking at the bullies, Hiro thought that he should use these guys as sacrifices to improve the regression stone. The boy ran after a soccer ball, not paying attention to what was happening around him. He ran out onto the road, right in front of the speeding car. Suddenly, a man grabbed the boy with the ball, saving him from being crushed by the wheels. Everything was stained with blood, and a voice was heard saying that the man had died after saving the boy. Valentine jumped up in bed, and the doctor asked if he was okay. The guy grabbed his head and gestured for him to speak more quietly. Having collected his thoughts a little, he asked what had happened. The doctor said that Steve had saved him and the other soldiers, and asked if he remembered it. Valentine asked in shock if Steve really saved him. And in Steve's guild, Donnie and Chad were looking at something in front of them in shock. Sandy stood in front of them in a bunny costume and asked if her brother Steve was awake, and if they could meet today. The guys looked at the girl in disbelief, and Donnie asked with difficulty, "Brother?" The boy said that his brother hadn't woken up yet. He must be tired. The girl asked to give him the bags, which contained rolls soaked in raspberry wine. The guys took the food in shock, not believing that someone had thought to soak the roll in raspberry wine. When leaving, the girl asked to call her when her brother woke up, because she needed to see him before she went on a new mission. The guys smiled and told her not to worry. They would definitely let her know. The girl walked forward, leaving the guys confused. Donnie asked when Sandy started calling Steve bro, and Chad said he was popular with the ladies. The boy said that this was probably why Steve lacked vitality. The boys looked into the room and were surprised to see a boar lying on the rug. The guys were surprised that Steve transformed in his sleep, and Chad said that if he turned into a wyvern, everything would be destroyed, and asked if they should wake Steve up. Donnie said he gets very sensitive. He tried it when he was a wolf, and almost got a fatal bite. Chad said he couldn't believe he could transform even in his sleep. Suddenly, Sandy burst into the room shouting, "Brother, you're awake!" Donnie and Chad turned around in fear, knowing that Steve might attack. The girl in the bunny costume was running towards the sleeping guy, and Donnie was trying to stop her. Suddenly, a bright blue light illuminated the entire room, forcing the children to cover their eyes. And when the light went out, a small kitten was already lying on the rug instead of the boar. When Sandy saw it, she blushed and said it was very cute. And at that moment, Jean and Valentine met in the corridor, and the girl called him. The guy didn't expect to meet her here and greeted her in surprise. Jean asked how he felt, and the guy replied that everything was fine already. Valentine said he wanted to see Steve and asked the girl to go with him. She replied that she was also going to our hero, and suggested that he follow her. Meanwhile, in Steve's room, Donnie and Chad were watching the events with great intensity. Sandy grabbed Steve in his cat form and hugged him, telling him he was so cute. Our hero asked in surprise why she came here and meowed. Sandy replied that after the Special Forces unit was sent home, she had to return to the guild, and since she wouldn't be able to see Steve for a while, she went in to be with him. Our hero tried to move away from the girl and said that he would see her then. The girl asked if she would be accepted into their guild, and Steve replied that they had no reason to refuse. The guys were shocked that Sandy was joining their guild, and Donnie said that Steve was staying in her arms simply because she was a woman. Suddenly the boy hiccuped because he remembered something important. He burst into the room and said that the transformation time was almost over. The girl and the cat stared at him in confusion, At that moment, Jean and Valentine approached the room and greeted the boys. Here, Donnie got scared again, realizing how inopportunely the guys had arrived. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by the blue light of transformation again. When it went out, Donnie and Chad looked at what was happening in surprise. Jean asked with interest what was going on and also looked into the team. And in the room, Steve turned back into a human and lay on the ground, his face buried in Sandy's chest. Our hero turned his gaze to the front door and saw an angry blonde. Screaming that he was a crazy pervert, Jean swung the box of elixirs she had brought. The box hit the guy right in the head and jars started pouring out of it. Jean, hissing angrily and calling Steve names, walked out of the room menacingly without turning around. Melissa watched this picture in surprise. Sandy asked if Steve was okay, and Donnie said that nothing could happen to him from such a blow. The girl did not understand what exactly happened and silently watched the guys from the side. Meanwhile, Valentine leaned over Steve and greeted him. Sandy asked in surprise when the captain had arrived, and Chad said he had been there the whole time. Steve asked why he was there, and the guy replied that he wanted to thank him. Our hero said that it was not necessary, and asked him to leave because he had a headache. But Valentine said it made him realize that helping doesn't always come at the cost of others, and he vowed to save more lives. Listening to this pompous speech, Steve fell asleep and his snores echoed throughout the room. Chad said that his brother had fallen asleep again, and, adding that it was dangerous to be there, suggested that everyone leave. And at this time, something was happening in some building. The girl was walking up the steps, and behind her, slightly behind, was a guy in a cap. The girl turned around excitedly and cast a quick glance at the guy. She instantly dialed the code for the lock and flew into the apartment, slamming the door. The girl leaned her back against the door and exhaled heavily. Suddenly, a man came out of the shadows of the room and called the girl by name. She said angrily that it was annoying and asked who they were. The man replied that they were from the Bureau's criminal task force and asked what a living woman, who had died from a gunshot to the head, was doing at the scene of a murder. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up red, and she said that he was a very talkative guy. The man pulled out a gun and said he would shoot if she moved. The guy behind the door watched in surprise as his gun glowed golden and disassembled into pieces. He rushed out the door, calling his boss, when suddenly he froze in surprise. His boss's head was surrounded by tentacles that came out of the mouth of the girl who had once been Linda. The boy, in shock, asked what the hell was going on. At the same time, the head of the bureau was talking on the phone, saying, "Hello, dear." He asked if she had checked her winnings of almost 1.5 million, and added that he had told her that they would be able to return. The leader said that this time he would most likely receive an order of merit, and asked if she had received permission to live in Steve's lands, since it was the safest there. The man said goodbye to the woman he called sweetheart, saying they would see each other later. Having finished speaking, he, pleased with himself, said that he needed to drink a cup of coffee, and only now he saw Melissa standing behind him, and he became terribly scared, asking what she wanted. The girl said that an order had come from the Special Operations Command. Everyone needed to be disbanded and the Special Forces sent to the 6th level dungeon. The head agreed and added that the city is now extremely important. Melissa added that it's not just the city, but the whole world that is in disarray right now. The man said that it was extremely tiring, and that saving the country was only enjoyable the first couple of times. The girl said that the executives were waiting in the conference room and turned on the video. Everyone greeted the head in unison, and he said that he hadn't seen the manager for a long time. The chief asked why he looked like that, if they had all returned from the campaign. The manager replied that the situation was very serious right now, and that he had to come to the office immediately. News headlines were filled with reports of a 7th level dungeon breach in Australia. In Brazil, 14 6th level dungeons were breached at once. The country is on fire. The chief was sadly wondering why the refugees had gone into the ocean, since it was now unknown what lived there. Here he was informed that another country was preparing to use nuclear weapons, and the leader, in shock, asked if they had really run out of conventional weapons. He was informed that the wave of monsters had been deemed to be above the level that normal weapons could handle. The speaker also added that because of nuclear weapons, the monsters' path may change, and they are heading towards their country. The army is already preparing for the possible sending of reinforcements, because these monsters may join those already advancing. The chief asked fearfully if they would move in their direction, and clarified what was currently happening with the dungeons. The news said that crime had increased, and that the townspeople were not feeling safe due to the weakness of the guilds. One of the men said that 14 dungeons had opened today alone, 6 of them being level 6. It was also reported that other guilds were also facing a lack of combat groups. The chief rubbed his forehead in irritation and said that it was a complete disaster. One of the guys reminded the chief about a serial killer case that had been handed over from the police. He said that 2 members of the special department that was conducting the investigation were killed. The leader, in shock, asked what kind of killer it was who was able to kill 2 agents, and asked if they were awakened. The guy said they thought she was a vampire because she had already died and been resurrected 3 times. The man did not believe what he heard, and asked again how she could be a vampire. One of the guys said that since they don't have a protocol for dealing with vampires, they urgently need a new plan. The chief said that the dungeons already give him migraines, and now a vampire does too. He said that he would return to the department tomorrow, after the special forces were sent out, and asked to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, several armored vehicles and drones were racing through the forest. Sandy said goodbye to the guys on board the helicopter and asked them to say hi to Steve. The guys from the guild and Jean and Melissa said goodbye to the girl and asked her to take care of herself. Melissa asked the blonde if she should return to reconnaissance, and she asked to be sent into the thick of it. The brunette asked with a soft smile what had happened to her, but Jean didn't answer and looked ahead, thinking only about how she needed to become stronger. Melissa looked at her friend silently, and her gaze showed excitement. She remembered a recent evening when they had been drinking with the girls in the barracks. Sandy had already passed out and was mumbling something about monsters, and Melissa turned to Jean. She recalled that Jean had once told her that she wasn't interested in men. So why was she so obsessed with Steve? The blonde didn't fall for the provocation and calmly asked what she meant by insanity. Suddenly she said she thought Steve wouldn't die, and Melissa knew what she meant. Remembering these words, the girl smiled and wished her friend good luck. After some time, the breaking news spread that the neighboring country had dropped a nuclear bomb after all. The men discussed this news and wondered if perhaps they should strengthen the defenses around the city. Also, new dungeons are constantly appearing and guilds are running out of combat groups. They understood that the only one who could do something was Steve, so it was time to do something. The chief asked what was wrong with Steve. The man replied that there were rumors that if he wanted, he could handle all the dungeons. The man gritted his teeth and said that these scumbags could actually do something. While this meeting was going on, Steve's guild was quiet and calm. Moans were heard from one of the buildings, and someone languidly said that it was very pleasant. It was Melissa. She and her granny were lying on the floor of the sauna, and the girl said that her fatigue really did go away. Granny said that when your whole body aches, lying down on hot flat stones is a dream. The girl's phone rang and she answered because it was the head of the bureau calling. And our hero, together with Donnie, was sitting on the edge of the cliff at that time, looking at the endless slope. Steve asked if that was enough, and the boy wondered what he meant. Steve said that their house should be safe while he was traveling. He asked if all the guys were A rank, and Donnie said that they were, and that it was hard to believe because of the speed. Steve asked what the others were doing, and the greenhouse manager said that Jim was training the newbies, and Chad was overseeing construction. Donnie added that the monk often went away, and Steve asked where exactly. The boy said that he was not speaking, but said something about saving the wanderers. Steve realized that he couldn't find out more and asked what Donnie did. The boy grimaced and asked if he was really asking that. But Steve didn't understand the question. Donnie angrily said that he was editing the video when Steve called him to go with him to the neutral zone to tame more beasts. Steve remembered that everything was like this and fell silent, and Donnie just snorted. Our heroes said that animals are unhappy because people have reduced the level of pollution in gasoline and have started using it more often. He added that maybe it's because they don't have partners, but they fight all the time when they meet. Suddenly, Steve changed the subject and said that perhaps we should dig a ditch outside the wall. Donnie said that then the wall would be strengthened and they would be able to use the river flow. And Steve suggested releasing some alligators there. Donnie said it sounded great, and Steve, with a beaming smile, asked if there were any alligators there. But the boy just laughed nervously and said that of course they weren't here. Steve said it was sad and suggested going into the neutral zone and catching some more animals. The boy said that it seemed like now was not the time for that, looking at the phone screen. He said people are holding candlelight vigils because Steve isn't doing anything. Steve asked in surprise why he had to go hunting in foreign lands. Suddenly a car stopped below and the boys turned around, looking at it in surprise. Steve asked who it was, and Donnie replied that it was the bureau manager, adding that they couldn't go anywhere today. Melissa approached the guys and said that the bureau had received a request for cooperation, but Steve didn't even listen to her and immediately replied that he was a pass. The girl asked to listen to her first and said that there were several dungeons that they could not hold right now. But she didn't have time to finish, because somewhere behind her there was a powerful explosion. Everyone turned around in surprise, and Melissa asked if there wasn't a blood crystal power plant over there. Donnie's first thought was that it might be Hero. Cries for help were heard at the station, and the survivors were shouting that the wounded needed to be carried out. Chad arrived at the scene of the explosion, but knew that because of the fire they couldn't go in and help. Jim and his recruits also came running to help and asked what had happened. Chad replied that the generator must have exploded, but Jean said that they needed to put out the fire to prevent a second explosion. Suddenly, blue lights began to appear around and everyone turned around in surprise. Behind the boys stood Steve, who was summoning tiny fairies, and everyone was happy to see him. Finally, our hero finished his preparations and activated the water vortex skill. Suddenly, a huge water vortex appeared in the sky and began to envelop the entire building. Streams of water fell on the flames, extinguishing them without leaving even a burning spark. Suddenly, everyone noticed that people began to fall along with the streams of water. Seeing this, Steve, without thinking twice, shouted out to Wyvern, calling for his loyal ally. At that very moment, a huge wyvern appeared and roared, opening its toothy mouth. The people who witnessed the incident looked in horror not at the falling people, but at the monster. Emerging from the portal, the wyvern quickly assessed the situation and understood what was required of it. Blue lights began to appear around the people, and the water gradually subsided. Soon the people were floating rather than falling, and everyone landed softly on the ground. The observers rushed towards the survivors, surprised that the wyvern had saved them. After a while, ambulances appeared and people happily indicated where to go. Melissa and Donnie also arrived at the scene and asked Chad what happened. Chad said it looks like it's the generator, but he doesn't know for sure because the investigation hasn't started yet. Melissa said that the DGB generators sometimes caused explosions, but not of this strength, and added that the group leaders needed to be gathered. Suddenly, someone called the bureau manager, and everyone turned around at the sound of the voice. It was our hero. He said he wanted to dig a big ditch around Steve's land. Chad had never heard of the idea before and was surprised by the suggestion to dig a ditch. Donnie said that Steve just wants to beef up the house's security when he's away. Chad asked again if he wanted to put a moat around all the walls, and added that they were in debt right now. Steve was surprised to hear about the debt, and Chad said that such a plan would cost astronomical amounts of money. Donnie added that they donated money from the duel and the 7th level dungeon. Our hero said that he would go to earn money, but the guy said that it would not help unless he found a dungeon with treasures. Here, Melissa intervened in the conversation and told that there was a dungeon with treasures. The guys looked at the girl with distrust, waiting for details from her. She said that there is a 4th level dungeon where a lot of treasures and several blood crystals drop. Donnie was surprised that such a dungeon actually existed, and Steve added that it sounded great. The guys started discussing that they would hardly let them into such a dungeon just like that, and they might have to pay. Melissa said that the dungeon was run by the Core Guild, and a request for cooperation had been received from them. Donnie decided that they didn't have enough combat teams, and Steve asked about construction. Melissa said that Core has a construction company, and if they cooperate, they can agree on half the price. Jim enthusiastically offered to go because he wanted to try new things. Suddenly, Moonki appeared and said that it would be good to form a squad with the newcomers of the guild. Chad also liked this idea and suggested doing it that way. Melissa said that while they were gone, she would be in charge of construction. Steve was pleased with the decision made and said that it was time to move on. Soon, news broke that 5 of Steve's guild had gone on a raid. Soon, our heroes found themselves in a dungeon and the battle began, and Chad activated a new skill, Pangea Destruction. He swung his sword and a red lightning bolt burst out of it, straight into the enemy camp. From the force of the blow, the monsters flew in different directions, torn apart by lightning. Jim also kept up the good work, burning the monsters one after another and keeping count of everyone he killed. Donnie kept up the firing, holding his rifles in both hands, keeping the monsters from getting any closer. When one of the monsters got a little closer, the boy activated the formation skill. The shot was so powerful that it pierced the monster right through. Monk also did not lag behind, cutting down the monsters one after another with his spear. Suddenly he turned around and froze, seeing the silhouettes of approaching monsters ahead. The monk activated the Dragon Ascension skill and the monsters were enveloped in blue waves. However, the monsters remained alive, and Munch realized that the skill was not yet at a sufficient level. The monk folded his hands in front of him and activated another skill, Summon Wanderers, King of Nirvana, First Path. His left eye glowed red, and the guy looked forward with concentration. Suddenly, zombie bodies began to appear around, and Munch ordered them to eat the monsters. Meanwhile, Steve was cutting crystals out of the monster, and was surprised that he got 5 crystals out of 5 monsters. Looking at the glitter of the loot, he thought with a smile that this really was a dungeon with treasures. Meanwhile, on Steve's land, construction work was in full swing to clear the moat. Melissa, as promised, supervised the construction and gave orders to the workers. Somewhere beyond the peaceful lands of Steve, soldiers sat in trenches and ate lunch. Suddenly, through the pouring rain, they heard a growl and turned towards the sound. The soldiers immediately asked for rations and took up arms, complaining that they were not given anything to eat. Listening closely, the soldiers realized that hundreds of monsters were approaching them. Several flares flew into the darkness ahead to improve visibility. The rockets illuminated a huge crowd of monsters. There were tens of thousands of them. The soldiers immediately transmitted that they still needed support and opened fire. The headquarters of the 3rd Command reported that the 2nd Division had entered the battle. The soldier reported to the commander that the unit under Corps 1 had been destroyed. Everyone was surprised how they could be destroyed, because the battle had just begun. They discussed that they should retreat and fight from the walls of the capital. The captain sighed heavily and asked to be connected with the head of the Bureau of the Awakened. Several people were approaching the operational headquarters of the Scorpion Dungeon. Men in black entered the headquarters and greeted the soldiers, surprising them. The soldier asked who they were, and they told him they were from the Bureau of the Awakened, and asked when Steve would be out. The soldier said that there were still 4 days until the breakthrough, and he would hold out until the last minute, obtaining resources. Immediately, a cry was heard from the Bureau of the Awakened, asking why Steve was playing in the 4th level dungeon for so long. The chief ordered to tell Steve when he came out that his lands were turned to ashes. The man screamed into the phone for Steve to be told that his entire family was going to die. Suddenly, something crashed into the ground on the battlefield, leaving behind a trail of fire. The men in the room looked at the video taken from the spy drone in surprise. 3 meteorites fell near the battle area, destroying everything within 6 kilometers. One man said that the reason for the loss of the squad was a meteorite, and the second added that they were summoned by monsters. Another man wondered how such an ability could even exist. Since there was a release of spatial energy at the moment of the fall, scientists found a mention of such an ability in the books of the planet Aruka. But the man still found it hard to believe that there was a monster capable of summoning a meteorite. Monsters were shown on the screen, and the speaker said that a human figure could be seen among them. When the image was zoomed in a little, a man could be seen sitting on the back of a 2-headed monster. At first they thought it was an awakened one, but soon analysis showed that this creature was a monster. After showing a scene where the creature kills a soldier with its tentacles, the speaker said that this was the clincher. The image showed the creature as close as possible, and someone said it was a vampire. Recently, a breakthrough occurred in the dungeon on the 7th level, causing many vampires to escape and are now in hiding. The men began to discuss how to kill a vampire. Whether, like in the movies, they could drive a stake into the heart. It was reported that vampires can be killed by awakened super high-ranking beings, and in England they developed a special weapon. The weapon was made from araconite, a synthetic material developed by Dr. Toddler. The speaker also said that those bitten either become vampire minions or die. The president said with alarm that their country's forces could not kill these creatures, and one of the men suggested sealing the gates to the capital. The president responded by asking whether blocking the gates would be enough. The news reported on the destruction of the 1st detachment and the retreat to the capital wall. The presenter also reported that a state of emergency has been declared in the country. The sound of a siren echoed throughout the city, and residents immediately realized that martial law had been declared. The people were outraged that the military did not evacuate the residents immediately, and now they were left to sit at home and wait for death. And in Steve's lands, as usual, the sun was shining brightly, and it was quiet and peaceful. Melissa received a call, and when asked where she was, the girl said that she was at a construction site. In response, she heard that she could not stay there, as it was mortally dangerous. The chief said that a state of emergency had been declared. Everyone was retreating to the capital, and Steve's lands were already being surrounded from all sides. The man shouted for her to immediately join forces with the 3rd squad and retreat, otherwise the monsters would completely surround them. He also said that when the monsters come, there might be an explosion, and added that even Steve wouldn't be able to stop it. Immediately, a siren sounded from all the speakers in the area. After this, an announcement came over the loudspeakers that all personnel should immediately gather on the parade ground. The only one who didn't pay attention to the message was the granny, who was humming a song while wiping the barrels. One of the soldiers passing by called out to Melissa, pointing somewhere around the corner. Seeing the granny, the girl rushed towards her, alarmed by the events taking place. Melissa ran up and asked what she was doing there, and Grandma asked, confused, if maybe she was hungry. The girl said that they needed to run immediately, but the granny still didn't understand what was happening. In the area of the 34th gate, due to a state of emergency, they began checking everyone leaving the dungeons. One of the people leaving said that this meant that the rumors about vampires killing people in the city were true. People from the bureau also arrived at the gate, and one of the soldiers asked if the crazy girl was here. And when they looked up, they saw Jean standing next to her red motorcycle. The guys immediately put on friendly smiles and waved hello to the girl. In response, Jean put her finger to her lips, and the guys were surprised by such a reaction. The soldier checked one after another as they came out, and not finding anything strange, called the next one. Suddenly, the soldier saw the girl's bare feet and ordered her to come forward. The girl stood in a short dress, covered in abrasions and bruises, with her eyes cast down. Jean stood nearby and carefully watched what was happening. The soldier ran the scanner, and suddenly it beeped next to the girl. The soldier was surprised, but immediately pulled himself together and reached for the pistol in his holster. But he didn't have time to shoot, because the monster pounced on him and grabbed him by the neck. The awakened ones emerging from the dungeon stared in horror at what was happening, and someone shouted that it was a vampire. One of the soldiers opened fire and hit the vampire in the head, causing the monster to release its victim. But suddenly the vampire seemed to dissolve into thin air, turning into a black haze. The soldier who fired the shot watched in surprise as the monster disappeared, not understanding what had happened. They immediately rushed to the bitten soldier and called medics to the scene. Suddenly, Jean appeared nearby and cut through the black fog with her sword. And the next second a monster appeared in the air, and its head was separated from its body. Jean solemnly said that she had hit the target, and the monster's body had already begun to turn to ashes. The military immediately surrounded the monster and burned the remains of the body so that it would definitely not be able to come back to life. Everyone around began to discuss the girl, surprised that she was able to kill a vampire, and asked who she was. Someone said it was Jin in the Bureau of Awakened, and she was lost in her memories. Tim explained that the sword is called the Ballad of the Soul, and sings when it senses spirits from another world. Swinging his sword, the boy said that the sword would destroy them with one blow. Jean asked if this sword destroyed ghosts, and Tim added that it could destroy the soul. It looks like a normal katana, but it was forged from a meteorite by a former blacksmith from the 9th planet. Her subordinates brought her back from her memories and called the girl. Putting away her sword, Jean said that the equipment at the gate was set up and ready for use. The girl approached the soldiers and asked if anyone had arrived from Steve's lands. The soldier asked for names, and Jean named Melissa and Granny. The guy checked the information and said that they were not on the list, and the girl took out her phone. Having gotten through, she immediately shouted that the evacuation had been announced a long time ago. So why weren't they there yet? Meanwhile, in one of the buildings, someone excitedly said that it was high time for them to leave. Grandma stubbornly said that Dad and Bill weren't here yet, so how could she leave? But Melissa insisted on evacuating. The conversation was interrupted by soldiers entering the room and calling out to the girl in alarm. One of them said that all the workers had been evacuated, but Bill was nowhere to be found. Granny suggested that if it is not among people, then it might be among animals. Melissa sighed in concern and clenched her teeth, worried about the boy. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed out the window and said that the sky looked strange. Those in the room approached the window and looked up in fear. A black cloud, not resembling either a cloud or a flock of crows, was spreading across the sky. As the cloud approached, someone was able to see that it was a flock of bats. Melissa quickly got her bearings and ordered all windows to be closed immediately. The soldiers quickly began to carry out the order, and having closed all the windows, examined the situation on the street. The girl ordered the soldiers to immediately move away from the windows. As soon as the guys moved away from the windows, bats began crashing into the glass. Everyone looked at what was happening in shock, not understanding where the bats came from during the day. Suddenly a car crashed into the window, smashing the glass into small pieces. The girl, hiding from the shrapnel, loudly warned those around her about the need to be careful. When the dust had settled a little, Melissa looked around, breathing heavily. One of the soldiers held the granny in his arms, and she quietly whispered that her back hurt a lot. Suddenly, all the soldiers turned in surprise towards the broken window. Human silhouettes emerged from the flock of bats, walking straight towards them. Seeing them, Melissa shouted for everyone to step back, and a fireball appeared in her hand. The vampires immediately rushed towards her, and vile tentacles stuck out of the mouth of one. Melissa activated the fireball skill, and several firebolts flew at the enemies. The girl's shells hit their target, knocking the vampires off their feet. Soon 2 vampires fell to the ground, and the third was half burned by the fireball. Melissa turned to the soldiers and told them to leave for the farm immediately. One of the soldiers put the granny on his back and they ran, following the girl's order. Suddenly, one of the vampires began to stand up and said that the most appetizing one turned out to be the most athletic. Melissa looked at them angrily and asked what kind of creatures they were. But the next moment, one of the vampires hit the girl with such speed that she did not have time to dodge. The soldiers and the granny saw this blow and screamed excitedly. Melissa fell to the ground unconscious from the force of the enemy's blow. One vampire hissed that he had laid her down, and the second said that she was his prey. Crawling towards the girl, the vampires argued over whose prey she would be. One of the vampires said that he would be first because he hit her. Suddenly, he received a strong blow to the head with a frying pan from a lively grandmother. She said that these vile creatures attacked the wrong people, and the soldiers grabbed their heads in horror. The vampire waved his hand in response, and the granny flew back like a rag doll. The monster looked back at her and hissed that grandmothers tasted disgusting. And the other two monsters had already approached Melissa, and were lamenting that they hadn't drunk fresh blood for a long time. The red-haired vampire pushed them away and said that he was the one who caught her. Watching the vampires fight, the soldiers began to discuss what to do and decided to run away, taking the granny with them. And the vampires argued over who would get Melissa. One vampire was older, and the other complained that the spoils had to be shared. The elder vampire told them to shut up and gnaw on that stinking garbage, and the soldiers turned around in surprise, realizing that this was what they had been called. The blonde vampire leaned towards Melissa's neck and said that the strongest one should go first. The vampire did not stop, and the other two rushed towards him, ready to kill. Suddenly, all three stopped arguing and turned around sharply. A motorcycle drove into the window where a car had just crashed, raising clouds of dust. The soldiers immediately recognized Jean, and with one blow she cut down two vampires at once, who were not expecting the attack. With the next blow, the girl cut the remaining vampire, and in his place, there was only dust. Jean circled her motorcycle, and in place of all the vampires, there was only black fog. Turning to the soldiers, the girl gave the order to take these two and run to the farm. The soldiers grabbed Melissa and Granny and rushed forward, running away from the bats. But suddenly their escape route was blocked by a flock of bats, and they stopped. Suddenly, a blonde vampire's head appeared out of thin air, and one of the soldiers shouted that the mice were turning into monsters. Jean got off her motorcycle and, surprised by the appearance of the monsters, prepared to attack. There were even more vampires, and they all screamed that this was their prey. The girl shouted at them to shut up and swung her sword, releasing a beam of light that dispersed the vampires. The vampire continued to scream that Melissa was his prey and ran after the soldiers, but suddenly a huge white dog pounced on him from behind and sank its teeth into his head. From the bite, the vampire began to dissolve into the air, and the soldiers joyfully shouted that it was Pecky. Following the dog, a pack of wolves appeared, and from their bites the vampires dissolved into blue flame. Jean also did not lag behind and dealt with the vampires that appeared in her path. The wolves continued to bite into the vampires, and they, screaming in pain, burned. Another vampire emerged from the bats and asked how such a worthless thing could kill them. The soldiers saw the vampire appear and shouted at Jean to turn around. Seeing a crowd of vampires behind her, the girl asked how many of them there were. She activated the defense ball skill, and a yellow glow erupted from her hand. The glow caused the crowd of vampires to explode, enveloping everything around in smoke. But the next moment, Jean was surrounded by several vampires, and she cursed angrily. One of the vampires screamed about the blood of a young girl, but suddenly his face was cut into pieces. The girl turned around in surprise and saw Steve, who was dealing with the vampires. The soldiers were delighted to see Steve come to the rescue. Our hero waved his hand, and red lights appeared around, causing the vampires to dissolve. Soon all the vampires around Steve burned and turned into piles of ash. Our hero asked what it was, but his question was not directed at anyone in particular. Suddenly, Jin saw that a black mist began to gather around her sword. The soldiers asked what it was, and Steve looked at the girl in surprise. Sensing something was wrong, our hero waved his hand, and everything in front of him caught fire. But through the smoke he saw some creature, surrounded by fog, holding Jean in its arms. Steve read that the monster was a vampire queen and asked what she was doing on foreign territory. The queen responded by saying that she was now hers, not letting go of Jean. Looking at the girl, the monster said that her children died from the sword of low creatures and would pay for it. Steve said she was just an idiot and released hundreds of fire fairies towards the monster. The fairies exploded in the vampire queen's face, but she seemed not to feel the explosion. Steve rushed towards the monster, drawing his sword, and asked where she got so much strength from. Suddenly, everything in front of the vampire was covered in black fog, blocking her from Steve. But our hero easily dispelled this fog, causing the vampires to hiss with anger. Suddenly the guy felt something and stopped, surrounded by lights. Watching the monster fly away from the window, Steve summoned the fire fairies. Hundreds of red lights rushed towards the call of the master, falling upon the vampire queen. The monster flew down, surrounded by fire, tightly clutching Jean's unconscious body. Suddenly the vampire surrounded herself with a flock of bats, and they burst into a bright flame. Thanks to this, the fire burned only the mice, and the monster with Jean in her hands fell to the ground. Stan listened to the little fairy and rushed at breakneck speed to the crash site. Our hero stopped next to the vampire, who sat down on a stone and held Jean in her arms. He checked Jean's status, and seeing that she was okay, he said that everything was not bad. Red smoke began to emanate from the vampire queen, and the injured arm and face began to heal. She looked at Jean and said that she was very young, so the wounds healed quickly. Steve was surprised that the vampire was able to survive and asked where she got such strength. Holding her finger to Jean's face, she said that she could wipe the smirk off his face very quickly. Our hero said that if she took Jean to ensure her safety, then she definitely lacks courage. The vampire said that her name was Cheetos, and that she was the last ruler of the vampire race. But Steve just said mockingly that he didn't ask her name. The vampire said that in the last 10,000 years no one had managed to hurt her. Steve was surprised, because she lived longer than him, and asked if she knew about the animal kingdom. The vampire queen replied that she had not heard of such a place, and asked him not to interrupt. She continued and told that several hundred years ago, spies infiltrated the earth and reported that undeveloped beings ruled here. With a smile, the vampire said that such a primitive creature could not hurt her, and even Jean was not harmed by his blow. Steve replied that he had deliberately allowed her to survive his fairy's blow. The vampire was very surprised to hear that these red lights were fairies. The guy said that if it weren't for the territory, they could become friends, and offered to fight without involving Jean. But the vampiress didn't seem to hear him, and asked who he was anyway. Steve introduced himself with a smile and said that they call him the King of the Beasts. The vampire queen bared her teeth and said that she didn't care who he was. Our hero asked why she asked to introduce herself then, and added that she had problems with her head. The vampire replied that whoever he was, death awaited him now, because this was now her territory. Steve tensed up when he heard this statement, and asked why she decided so. But the vampire turned her attention to Jean and asked her to open her eyes, calling her her child. The girl obediently opened her eyes, in which there was emptiness. Steve was surprised why she called her her child. Why would the golden-haired girl be her relative? The vampire told him not to ask any more questions and called him a loser. Steve opened the information window and looked at Jean's stats, at the time that she was being controlled. The vampire queen ordered Jean to kill Steve with her sword. The girl obediently stood in a stance, preparing to strike, and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, Jean's eyes cleared and she looked at Steve in surprise. Our hero smiled, and looking at the stats, said that Blondie was back. The vampire queen screamed at the girl to kill everyone and bring her their blood. Jean turned around abruptly and asked what this crazy woman was talking about. The girl swung her sword with all her might, leaving a blue glow from its impact. The vampire's eyes widened in surprise, and her head separated from her body. The head flew further and further away from the body, which was still sitting on the stone. Steve asked if the girl was okay, and she replied that it couldn't be otherwise. The vampire's head was slowly burning, and she said that this sword contained divine light. Jean turned to the vampire's head and said that it was time for her to stop babbling nonsense. But the queen did not want to give up so easily and said that if the girl did not go to her, then no one would. Jean got angry and kicked his head to the side, asking what he was muttering. And Steve noticed that the monster's body raised its index finger. The guy looked where the finger was pointing and saw a huge meteorite flying towards them. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and asked if a meteorite was really flying towards them. The head was almost burned, but the vampire said that this was only the beginning, and her warriors would destroy everyone on the planet. Steve and Jean looked up, watching the hot piece of rock fly closer and closer to the ground. Suddenly, Steve's body was enveloped in a blue glow, and he shouted the name of the tamed bear. The meteorite was getting closer and closer, and Steve dropped to one knee as his body transformed. As the meteorite was about to fall, the giant bear struck it with his fist, breaking it into small pieces. Jean and the vampire queen looked at what was happening in disbelief. The bear's appearance dissolved and Steve appeared in its place, and the stones flew in all directions. Steve immediately activated the tornado skill, and blue fairies began to fill the area around him. The air currents captured the stones scattered by the meteorite and swirled them into a vortex. The whirlwind rose into space and meteorite fragments flew there. But someone's satellite stood in the path of the whirlwind and was broken into several pieces. Right there, the Ministry of Defense of the country where Hiro used to live reported that a military satellite had been shot down. Steve looked up at the sky with concern, hoping that the pieces had flown far away. Jean looked at Steve in disbelief, not fully comprehending what had just happened. The vampire's head was almost burned off, and she, looking at Steve, thought that this was definitely divine power. The next moment, the sword pierced the vampire queen's head, and she was unable to say anything else. Jean said she was working too hard, looking at the burning trail of the bridge. Steve was surprised by this behavior and asked if the girl was definitely okay. Jean responded by asking if there was any doubt that she looked sick. Steve responded with a smile and said that she was so aggressive that no pills would help. The girl grinned angrily and asked what he said, but the guy pretended not to hear. Turning to Jean, our hero thanked her for saving his family. The girl was embarrassed by the praise and said that there was nothing special about it. Then the guys from Steve's guild appeared on the hill and called out to him, waving their arms. The guys rushed towards our hero, not believing that he really was able to repel the meteorite. Chad told Jean that they heard about her kidnapping and was glad that everything was okay. But Jean replied that no one would dare to grab her, as if she did not remember the kidnapping. The guys were surprised by this answer, and Chad said that he was glad that she wasn't hurt. Steve asked the guys if all the other guild members were safe. Chad said that Grandma and Melissa were taken to the infirmary, and Bill is now in the dorm. Donnie excitedly said that thousands of monsters were heading their way, and an evacuation order had been issued. Chad added that there would be a bombing here and that we had to leave immediately. But Steve was calm and only wondered why they were bombing. Jean heard something and turned around sharply in the direction of the noise. She used her clairvoyance skill and Steve placed his hand on the ground, listening. They both felt that many monsters were heading towards them. Jean said that 6 kilometers from the wall of Steve's lands, millions of monsters are moving towards them. The guys were shocked to hear such a figure, and Chad said that even the military was probably evacuating, and they needed to hurry. Steve told his brother to call them immediately and tell them to keep their hands off his loot. Jean, not surprised by these words, asked if it was too late to say such things. Suddenly, the sounds of explosions were heard throughout the forest, and everyone realized what had started. Chad said that an artillery attack had begun, which meant that there would soon be a bombing raid. Steve didn't listen to further explanations, and, turning into an eagle, rushed forward. Jean rushed after our hero, and the guys followed her example. The guys were shocked that they were seriously going to fight a million creatures. Donnie thought that since everything turned out this way, he definitely needed to organize a stream. He immediately went on air and began telling viewers about the fighters flying in the sky and their plans. Meanwhile, everything was burning at the sight of the shelling, and the monsters that came under attack were scattering. The headquarters reported that an attack by an Apache squadron had begun. The military listened to the report that the team was being defeated one after another, and were surprised that the monsters were not affected by bullets. The next squadron began bombing, dropping missiles on the monsters. But the fighters were shot down by huge monsters that threw pieces of hot earth at them. The presidential administration discussed how they could sustain losses, since all their firepower had been deployed. One of the ministers said that there was no way out, the capital had to be evacuated immediately. But the president was against it, and asked if they knew how much money had been invested in the city. Suddenly a guy ran into the room and said that America approved the nuclear bombing. This news brought joy to all the ministers and the president. They reported that all the preparations would take an hour and 40 minutes, the explosion would be 500 meters from the station, and the wave would spread over 5 kilometers. Ministers immediately became concerned that the wave would reach the capital. They were told that the capital would be outside the shockwave, but they could not guarantee that the radiation would not reach it. The minister also said that Steve's lands would be destroyed, but another man said that it was about the safety of the entire country, not just one guild. The president said that the guild was created for this purpose. He ordered to install shields on the walls of the capital and destroy everything. Meanwhile, the battle was going on. Helicopters were falling into the crowd of monsters, and everything around was burning. One of the pilots heard an order for them to retreat because it was dangerous to be here. Suddenly a blue beam pierced the sky, and all the pilots looked at it in surprise. One of the pilots asked in surprise what just happened. Suddenly, one of the pilots noticed that the cause of this flash was the figure of an eagle, and the next moment everyone saw that it was Steve, with wings behind his back. Our hero landed, and the force of the fall cracked the ground beneath his feet. He found himself right in front of the monsters, who were running forward, destroying everything in their path. Steve put his hand on the ground, and the monsters, seeing that he was not running away, began to growl. The pilot, watching what was happening, asked in surprise what he was doing, but Steve didn't move. Energy was gathering around him like flashes of fire. When the forces were gathered, our hero activated the name Power of the Earth. The next second, the ground under his hand began to crack, and it seemed as if lava was boiling underneath it. The cracks crawled forward, straight towards the running monsters, and they began to fall through. The monsters stumbled, fell into cracks, burning in the fire. A few moments later, all the monsters visible ahead were buried underground, and spikes appeared from it. The guys from the guild and Jin didn't believe that all the monsters failed at once. Suddenly, huge monsters burst out from under the ground, and the boys gasped in surprise. They were giants, and one after another they broke free from the earthen shackles. But Steve didn't lose his head and activated another skill of the thorn branch, accelerated growth. At the same moment, the huge monsters were entangled in green branches. Seeing the monsters dissolving, someone shouted that these branches not only hold, but also kill monsters. But the monsters did not want to die so easily, and finally released several meteorites from their mouths. The guys were shocked and cursed the creatures that bother them even before death. Steve sat motionless, holding his hand on the ground, and the guys from the guild warned about the danger. Our hero's eyes were glowing with a blue light. He was focused on the fight and seemed not to hear anyone else. He gathered his strength and activated another skill, Fire Fairies. Small red lights surrounded the monsters, and the monsters burned when touched by them. Steve activated the fire skill, and everything around caught fire in hellish flames. Soon, all that was left of the monsters was ashes which flew around. Steve sat in the center of this fire, not moving from his place, and still kept his hand on the ground. Everyone in the cabinet was shocked to see what was happening. The president did not believe that Steve was able to start a fire immediately after the earthquake. The ministers discussed how this was spatial energy and were glad that Steve was on their side. The head of the bureau was also shocked and said that he had no idea about its capabilities. One of the ministers reported that the entire horde of monsters had been destroyed. The president, in shock, ordered the immediate cancellation of the nuclear bomb launch. Suddenly, monsters that had survived the blows began to emerge from the ground, but Steve did not move. Jim said that our hero probably overheated and might pass out, and the monster surrounded the guy, getting closer and closer to him. The boys were momentarily confused, realizing that Steve was in danger. Chad, with tears in his eyes, immediately rushed to his brother's aid, drawing his daggers. Jean pulled out her sword and shouted for everyone to leave, and Donnie summoned his rifle. The guys arrived just in time for the monsters to be near Steve and decisively entered the battle. Monk activated the skill Dragon Ascension, and the monsters flew in all directions. Meanwhile, in the neighboring country, the sun was shining brightly over a peaceful city. The boys entered the store and were greeted by the blonde salesman. The guys were discussing that in a neighboring town someone had killed 3 young men, possibly a vampire. Hiro, who was the blonde salesman, smirked when he heard about vampires. He said that such a life is beneficial to the regression stone, looking at how many points are still needed to reach the next level. He took out his phone, thinking that there should have been news by now. He looked forward with joy to hearing news of the fall of the neighboring capital, but the joy turned to shock when they began to read the latest news. Hiro couldn't believe that Steve had destroyed over 1 million monsters. He read that our hero called not only an earthquake, but also a fire. Hiro was shocked to think that Steve had access to fire, water, plants, and earth. Not believing it, the boy thought that all of these could be sacred powers. He suddenly remembered the distant past. In a snowy village, somewhere in Finland, an unfamiliar gray-haired old woman sat by the fireplace in the room and prayed. She asked Hiro if he had heard that a god had appeared in the north who could pull them out of this hell. The boy looked at his feet indifferently and wondered in surprise what god she was talking about. The old woman said that he calls the wind, shakes the earth, and drives out ghosts. The great savior with a big scar on his face who will free everyone. Hiro replied that this world of the dead does not need a savior, and added that people go crazy on the threshold of death. A man entered the house, letting gusts of wind and snow into the room. He saw Hiro sitting on the floor with a wine smile and was happy. The man said it was time to act, because the vampires were approaching. Suddenly, the man's chest was pierced by the clawed hand of the monster standing behind him. Hiro thought that the old woman might be right, but Steve doesn't have a scar on his face, which means there could be several possessors of the power. The guy thought that if this was true, then there was some way to awaken these powers. Suddenly he remembered Anna's words about the magic peach that grants eternal youth and immortality. Hiro decided that this divine peach would grant divine power to those who tasted it. He suddenly clearly remembered Steve's words about how it was all because of his weakness. Hiro was angry because Steve was just lucky to get the fruit first. Here the guy was faced with a new question. How did Civ manage to find him at all? He thought that if he followed our hero until the disaster, he would be able to find out, and then that very divine peach will be in his hands. Hiro grinned smugly and decided that it was all just a matter of regression now. At the same time, on one of the islands in the country of Hiro, the man who was the Secretary of Defense told the bureau director that the US fleet had been destroyed by a sea monster. He added that if you look closely, it becomes clear that the monsters have evolved. He added that it would even be better for them if the US was locked on its own mainland. The director said that it was becoming increasingly difficult to contact Steve, and they couldn't lose someone who could deal with meteorites with his bare hands. The minister asked if they should swallow the entire country if Steve didn't come to them himself. He added that the country is currently in turmoil, and if contracts are offered, half of the country will happily agree. And one of the country's regions is already dealing with this issue and preparing for separation. The minister said that if they succeeded in entering this area, the capture of the country would be almost complete. The man also said that sooner or later the gates to Kuchan would open in that country. The director asked if he really wanted to form an alliance with the people of Kuchon. Wouldn't it be difficult? The minister said that they were interested in making swords, and that their country had the best craftsmen. They remembered that the founder of the family of the best craftsmen was from the same country as Steve. The minister said that if they helped take over the country, Steve would have no choice but to sign the treaty. Suddenly, a large shining blue ball appeared next to the men, and they shouted in fear that it was a portal. And Dr. Toddler came out of the portal with some boy and greeted him cheerfully. The minister greeted Toddle and Chief Gilbert cheerfully and added that he had been awaiting their arrival by drone. The doctor apologized for frightening them and said with a smile that they obviously enjoyed their arrival. The director congratulated them on their success in creating the portals, to which Toddler said that it was not easy. He also added that the portal can only accommodate 2 people, otherwise errors in the coordinates appear. The minister said it was impressive, and Toddler asked if they really wanted to cooperate with England and not the US. The man smiled ominously and said that it was time to create a new world order. Toddler smiled and said he had a lot of stories to tell, like Steve's return. Hundreds of bodies of slain monsters lay across Steve's lands, awaiting their turn. Jim took the stone out of the monster and sadly said that there was only one, unlike the scorpion cave. Munch complained that his lower back was already hurting from how long they had been doing this. Chad said they needed to find an additional source of funding, and even the government was having problems right now. Donnie said the grain warehouses were full and asked if they weren't supposed to be profitable. Jim replied that the world was now on the verge of exhaustion. No one could buy grain, and it should be distributed for free. Chad asked Donnie to work on the editing so that he wouldn't be embarrassed in front of his son. And when asked why Butcher was crying, the guy said that he had been through a lot of pain. The boy asked Munch what he was doing and added that now it was clear where all the necrovillies had gone. Suddenly the boys heard a howl ahead and decided that they could finish work for today. In my memories, one moment kept replaying. How the red-haired vampire asks where this old woman is. These memories made Grandma burst into tears and call him a vampire. Melissa asked why she was crying and she complained that her back and eyes hurt. The girl handed the granny the pills and asked her not to forget to take them, adding that they had hired an assistant. Grandma asked to bring wine in a red bottle from the kitchen. It was time to try it. Melissa walked out of her grandmother's room and walked towards Jean and Billy, who were sitting at the table. Seeing the girl coming out, Jean asked worriedly how Grandma was feeling. Melissa said Steve helped with the treatment, but the body is not the same, and neither is the psyche. The girl asked if Steve was back, to which Jean replied that he was probably with the guys from the guild. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard nearby, asking if they were looking for him. Jean muttered that he was dead, and Melissa said that an official letter had arrived from the government. Steve was not happy with this news and asked what they wanted this time. Suddenly Bill jumped up and the monkeys with him and said that everything was very tasty. He and the monkeys ran out of the room, saying that a brawl was about to start. Steve said in surprise that the monkeys had become very attached to the baby. Melissa handed Steve a folder of documents titled Zero's Guild. The girls said that after signing the guild, Steve would be assigned the 0 level, and his lands would be considered a separate city. Steve listened in surprise as the girl told him about Steve's city. Jean asked what this would mean, and Melissa explained that the city would have the power of a major center. The girl also said that they would sign a state security agreement, and Jin explained that they would be prohibited from traveling abroad. Steve was surprised by this news, because he would be banned from leaving the country. Jean called the guy a fool because you can't be outraged in such a situation. Melissa said the government is concerned when Steve is out of the country. The blonde looked at the guy with displeasure and asked what he thought, to which Steve replied that he just needed to protect his home. Melissa also added that they will be provided with government funding. Upon hearing about the funding, Steve immediately rushed to sign, and Jean prompted him where to sign. The blonde tried to take the document away to read it, but Steve said that everything had already been explained to them. When the boys stopped arguing, Melissa said she had one more suggestion. Steve asked what, and the girl asked to be taken in. Our hero and the blonde opened their mouths in surprise, not believing what they heard. Jean thought it was some kind of joke and asked her if she was serious, to which Melissa replied with a wide smile that she was quite ambitious. She also promised to attract even more highly qualified specialists. Steve listened seriously to Melissa's proposal and agreed without hesitation. The girl warmly thanked our hero and said that she would send a request for the position in a week. Steve agreed with a smile, but Jean still couldn't believe it was true. Melissa approached Blondie, telling her that she had been ordered to join the anti-vampire group. Jean asked in surprise, "Weren't they finished? Why did they need to be caught?" Melissa replied that there were still murders happening in the city that were attributed to vampires, so they were gathering groups. Jean complained that she was being sent away again, but Melissa reminded her that she wanted the trouble. The girl agreed and said that she would spend the night here and join the group tomorrow. Steve worriedly suggested that they rest for another day, since it was not an urgent task. But Jean refused. Our hero watched the girl go and said sadly that it seemed she was not feeling well. Jean went up to her room and immediately took a hot shower. She thought about how unwell she felt. The girl thought that even an awakened person could get sick. On the blonde's neck, 2 small wounds were visible, which resembled traces of a vampire bite. Sometime later, the news reported that a vampire had kidnapped the Minister of Defense. The military fired, but the silver bullets were of no use, and supplies from Arukamita were delayed. Suddenly, a blonde jumped from the roof, breaking the glass, aiming at the vampire. Hearing the sound of breaking glass, the vampire looked up from his victim for a moment. The next moment, the monster's head, along with the minister's head, flew to the side. The news reported that England was starting to export bullets from Aruka, and the son of the head of the DGB Guild was arrested for fraud. In the bureau, a drama was unfolding. The head grabbed Melissa by the leg and asked her not to leave him, because he couldn't cope alone. The girl sternly said that he could cope without her and asked him not to dramatize. The chief asked her to think again, promising the girl his place after he left, and asked where she was going. The girl smiled and said she was going to Steve. The leader refused to believe what he heard and only looked at the girl in surprise. After talking with the boss, Melissa went on business and called the head of the DGB. The man said that despite the problems, construction was going on, but the girl said that rumor had it that the explosion in Steve's guild was planned. The chief said they had already dealt with this problem, but new ones might arise. He added that this was all they could do and advised them to contact Tesla. After finishing the conversation, Melissa asked the girl who developed the generator, and she replied that control was transferred to the Americans. The girl thought, because they pay patents to technology researchers. She decided that this was not a good offer and pointed out that Tesla's company was run by Dr. Richard. Melissa began to think that Steve's city needed not only engineers, but also innovators in spatial energy. This means they desperately need researchers at the level of Toddler or Richard. Melissa also asked the girl if she had received the list of awakened ones, and she replied that she had just forwarded it. The girl studied the lists until one name caught her attention, Samuel. The driver reported that they had arrived at the 34th gate. The car pulled up to Chad and he waved hello. Melissa asked the girl if she would join, but she replied that she was planning to leave town. The driver turned around and asked me to take care of myself, saying that he would miss me. The girl smiled broadly and thanked her former colleagues for their work. At this time, Donnie was scrolling through the newsfeed and read that the guild leader Scylla Morris was injured by crocodiles in the dungeon. The guy jumped up happily after reading the news about crocodiles again. And nearby, workers were indignant that 2 hours was too much. Suddenly, Steve appeared behind the guys and asked why the work was going so slowly. One of the workers said they were trying, but constant power failures were causing the equipment to stop. He also added that unstable energy supply also causes many problems in everyday life. The hero thoughtfully approached the edge of the cliff, looking down, and the guys stood behind. Suddenly, he told the workers to quickly move back. Our hero jumped down into the dug ditch under the surprised looks of the workers. Not understanding what exactly Steve was planning, the boys stepped back, and our hero put his hand on the ground and activated the skill Earth's Wrath. Immediately, from under his hand and far ahead, the earth began to rise from an earthquake. The workers watched what was happening in surprise and discussed whether this was really the same equipment. When he finished, Steve said to measure this distance and subtract it from the cost of the work. One of the workers said that our hero should not worry, he would do everything. Then Chad came up to the guys, and Steve told him that the sooner everything was finished, the sooner he could leave. The younger brother asked if he really wanted to visit the Aruka Platina sooner. Steve replied that he needed to get there to get answers. A blue SUV drove up to the guys, and everyone turned to look at it in surprise. Chad told Steve that this was Melissa's manager's car. The girl got out of the car and greeted everyone with a satisfied smile. Chad immediately asked what happened, why she came here. The girl said that a request to clear the dungeon had been received from the Scylla Guild. Steve immediately replied that although he was sorry, there was nothing he could do to help. Suddenly, Donnie landed in front of them, jumping from a great height and raising clouds of dust. Chad was startled by this appearance, and Melissa worriedly asked if he was okay. The boy's legs were shaking from the impact, and he tearfully said that it was probably too early for such a height. Steve said he was supposed to be keeping an eye on things, so why is he here? To which Donnie, with a charming smile, said that he knew where the crocodiles were. Steve's eyes lit up at this news and he asked impatiently where they were. Donnie showed the news about the Scylla Guild and said that one creature bit the guild leader on the leg. Steve asked if he was normal at all, but the boy said that the leader was quite strong. He had a C rank. Melissa intervened in the conversation, and said that this was exactly the dungeon that had received the request. Our hero immediately agreed to accept the request and said that we had to hurry. However, Melissa asked for another minute, and Steve asked what was wrong. She said that as a reward for the cleanup, she requested equipment and support in generating bloodstones from the Scylla group. The boys listened to this news in surprise, not quite understanding what it meant. The brunette finished her story by saying that after signing the contract, their hands would be untied. Steve asked when time was up, and if they would have time to clear the dungeon. Melissa said that according to Scylla, there are 8 days and 45 purges left. Donnie replied that for Steve, clearing out such a dungeon would be a piece of cake. The girls said that given the difficult situation in their guild, they would get in touch quickly. The guys were happy with this news, and Chad said that finally there was a smart person in their guild. The guy said he was glad to see Melissa on their side, although he hadn't thought so before. The girl laughed and asked why he thought so before. But Chad didn't have time to answer because a helicopter started flying towards them. When he turned sideways, the guys asked in surprise why the helicopter had their guild's name on it. Holding her skirt, the girl said that the DGB guild sent it as an apology. The helicopter landed, and a young man in glasses looked out of it and greeted the guys. Donnie looked closely at the boy and said that he had seen him somewhere before. Melissa said they met in the 4th level dungeon. His name was Henry. He was involved with portals. Donnie remembered and said that this was that same wonderful cameraman. He introduced himself again and said that he was the head of the portal management team in Steve's guild. The guys greeted the boy and started asking him about the helicopter, because it was a new expensive model. A few minutes later, Melissa said that she had received a letter from Chairman Scylla. The decision had been approved. The guys were delighted, and Steve asked if he could now go into the dungeon. Henry suggested that Steve come on board. They would quickly take him to the dungeon. As Steve entered the helicopter, he gave the order to fill the moat to the brim because crocodiles would live there. Chad promised to do everything, and the guys wished them a good journey in clearing the dungeon. The boy asked not to worry, because he was a C-class pilot, and smiled broadly. The helicopter took off, and the guys on the ground watched it go. Donnie said he was a D rank, and Chad added that he felt a little uneasy from the boy's smile. Chad reached out to Melissa and told her that he heard that Jim had contacted her. The guy said he always wanted to meet Samuel, the creator of the Ballad of the Soul Sword. Melissa sighed and replied that she had tried to call him that morning. Meanwhile, Jim was eating in a cafe and listening to others criticize him for coming to the neighboring town alone. The boy said that this dish was a must-try when he arrived here and asked for more vodka. Chad said that the negotiations with Scylla were successful. Maybe there is no need to look for him, because sword forging is not related to blood crystals. The girl replied that the manufacture of weapons on Kuchon was different from that on Earth, and that Samuel's technique was the same invention as Toddler's. She also added that he got the skill on the planet Kuchon, where it is more difficult to do than on Aruka. He may be more brilliant than Toddler, Donnie asked in surprise. This is the same one who is called the creator of the Ballad of the Soul. Melissa said he was perfect for the job of director of the Steve Research Institute. And Jim, in search of Samuel, walked around the city and muttered that this was a paradise for gourmets. Suddenly, something caught the guy's clouded gaze and he began to look closely. The helicopter carried our hero further and further away from the guild, towards the desired dungeon. Steve was looking out the window, and Henry, who noticed this, said that the view outside the window was very beautiful. Our hero replied that he agreed and smiled, looking at the nature outside the window. The boy added that the earth used to be like this, but now it is turning into a solid dungeon. Steve was surprised to hear such a comparison and asked again what the boy meant. Henry said that monsters all over the planet are displacing people, turning cities into their lairs. Steve thought about what he heard and thought that it seemed true. He decided that he had to find out the reason for the disasters of the once peaceful planet, and the elves had to know the answer. The answer to why the disaster happened. The dungeons where his friends disappeared and the secrets associated with our hero appeared. Steve asked the guy where the planetary portal to Aruku was. The boy replied that the portal was on an island in the city of Sogwip, and Steve said that he had never heard of such a city. Henry replied that this was secret information, because if everyone found out about it, chaos would break out. Steve decided that as soon as the river was teeming with crocodiles, he would go to the planet Aruka. At this time, in the neighboring country, in the store where Hero works, 2 women were shopping. One of them said that more than 40 people had died in the city, and the second said that there was nothing to fear, since the special forces had doubled in number. Suddenly the girl turned around and looked intently at Hero, which made the guy nervous. As she was leaving, the girl said that the salesman looked like the handsome Hero, and began telling the second woman who he was. Hearing that some customer recognized him so easily, the guy grimaced and cursed. Hiro's replacement entered the store and apologized for being late because the bus had left. Hiro smiled and said that it was okay. He would close the shift right away. Having finished work, the guy went outside and walked along the embankment. Noticing 2 police officers ahead, he abruptly turned onto the steps and descended toward the ocean. A light breeze ruffled the boy's hair, and he thought it was time to move. He decided to go to the USA. There are more people there who rely only on themselves, and this is convenient for updating the regression stone. Some cities in the States can hold out for 10 years after the dungeons are breached. And by luring the intelligence services with a future diary, he can learn more about Steve. Having weighed all the advantages, he finally decided that he was going to America right now. Meanwhile, Steve and Henry had already entered the dungeon, and the boy immediately fell to his knees. The boy said in fear that he had only promised to take him as far as the dungeon, but Steve didn't seem to hear him, and looking around, wondered why everything here looked so familiar. Suddenly, Henry felt something drip onto his face from above and looked up in fear. At that moment, Steve turned around, asking again what the boy had said. And Henry, in horror at what he saw, screamed loudly and pressed his hands to his face. Several lizard-like monsters armed with spears and swords jumped down on him from above. The next moment, all the monsters were already entwined with green vines, and their weapons were stuck into the ground. Steve looked at the frightened Henry and, asking what he was doing, ordered to kill them all. The guy pulled a dagger out of the ground and, saying that he understood everything, slowly stood up on his feet. He swung and, with a cry, plunged his sword into the throat of the growling monster. But soon he got a taste for it, and was more confident in ripping open the monsters' bellies and cutting off their heads. He soon recovered, and stared in surprise at the bodies of the monsters, asking if he had really killed them all. Turning around, he saw Steve kill many times more monsters. He ordered to destroy any of them and bring him the blood crystal. Henry took the order, looking at Steve in surprise, thinking that this was probably that very power. Feeling someone staring at him, Steve turned around and asked what was wrong. When the monsters around were dealt with, our hero looked around and noticed claw marks on the tree. These marks were familiar to him, and the boy immediately guessed that these were Kuro's traces. Steve wondered if this was his domain, then where would Kuro's tracks come from? He asked Henry, who had come up to him, if it wasn't strange, and the guy, not understanding the question, asked what exactly. Steve explained that this was once his domain, and Kuro had no habit of invading other people's territory. Henry was not familiar with Steve's background and asked who he was. Our hero did not understand the question and said Kuro again, and Henry asked again who he was. Remembering the huge black monster, Steve said that it was his friend and rival. Sitting closer, Steve was finally convinced that it was Kuro's mark. The guy thought that maybe he came looking for him, but more than a year had passed since he returned to Earth. What was happening in this forest? Steve put his hand on the ground and froze, and Henry called his name, not understanding what was happening. Our hero used the forest memory skill, hoping to see what was happening here. Memories of how he and his pack killed a huge snake flashed before his eyes. How they tracked and defeated a giant boar in a fight for territory. The next memory was without Steve. In it, a pack of wolves was flying down, as if after an earthquake. In another vision, he saw Kuro, a huge tiger burning in flames. Everything around was on fire, and a huge lightning bolt struck the ground, destroying everything around. The last memory was of a black portal, but everything was already blurry, as if the picture had been cut off. Steve opened his eyes and stood up abruptly, collecting his thoughts after what he had seen. He tried to understand what just happened, because he definitely managed to see something. He understood that he had witnessed something that he couldn't see completely, most likely due to his low forest memory skill. Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by Henry's piercing cry, warning of an enemy. Steve turned around to see a huge lizard-like monster approaching him. Steve grabbed the approaching lizard by the neck, and the sword fell from his hand. He was surprised to notice the modern armor on the monster, and said that it had no place here. The lizard was surrounded by red fairies, and it flared up like a torch, and Steve continued to hold it. Henry gasped in surprise as he watched the monster burn, unable to resist. When the lizard burned away, all that was left in Steve's hand was a smoking blood crystal. He threw the crystal to the boy and asked if he wanted to see what our hero had lived before. Henry caught the hot crystal and said it was a great honor for him. Soon, Steve led the boy to a huge tree, somewhere deep in the forest. Our hero indulged in nostalgia, wondering how much time had passed. Henry asked what this huge thing was, and Steve said that it was the main tree of the forest. After standing below for a while, Steve began to climb up the huge tree. The boy asked our hero in surprise why he climbed up. He replied that there was a place here and told Henry to follow him. The guy understood that it was useless to object and followed Steve. Soon they found themselves on a wide branch, and Henry was surprised that it was so spacious. And when he caught his breath and looked ahead, He could only gasp in surprise. Steve said that he came here when he got tired of life in the cave. Henry looked around and said in surprise that he had found an amazing artifact. There were stone tools lying on the ground. Henry said they looked like Stone Age weapons, and Steve smiled at the memories that came flooding back. He looked at information about the primitive axe and bow of the prehistoric era. Our hero was surprised that it was so ancient and could not believe that he had made them. Suddenly it dawned on him that since these things were prehistoric, then he too had been in that era. Steve remembered the lizards and thought that their armor looked quite modern. He began to suspect that the portal had transported him to the past of some other planet. Our hero came to the sad conclusion that if this was the case, he would never see his friends again. Looking at Steve, Henry began to worry because last time he behaved rather strangely. He decided that he had to stop and looked around, trying to think of something. Suddenly he shouted that he saw crocodiles that needed to be caught and pointed somewhere ahead. Steve was immediately distracted from his difficult memories by hearing about crocodiles. Far ahead, among the trees, a wide river stretched out, shining in the rays of the sun. The boys came to the river, but there were no crocodiles in sight, and Henry suggested using bait. Steve appreciated the boy's offer and replied that he was a damn genius. Henry was embarrassed by such praise and sheepishly thanked our hero. A few minutes later, Steve was sitting on a tree branch and, having tied the boy with a rope, lowered him to the surface of the river. Henry squirmed, fearing the crocodiles, and shouted that this was too much. But Steve didn't hear him. He said that he saw something under the water and decided to dip the boy. Suddenly Henry froze and, meeting the crocodile's gaze, hiccuped in fear. The monster opened its toothy mouth, intending to gobble up the boy who was crying with fear. But instead of Henry as bait, an arrow was stuck into the monster's mouth. The crocodile dived back into the river and the boy jumped away from him, continuing to scream. Steve, holding a bow in his hands, said with a smile that it would still come in handy. The crocodile floated up belly up, and Henry shouted at Steve at the top of his lungs that now was the time. Our hero jumped on the crocodile, and Henry continued to shout at him to tame the monster faster. Steve checked the animal's stats and said he wasn't even sure he could tame the brang monster. Henry shouted that now was not the time for admiration. But Steve didn't understand the boy's haste at all and asked why he was in a hurry. He replied that more monsters were approaching from behind, looking behind the hero. From behind, several crocodiles were indeed rapidly approaching, hurrying to help their comrade. Steve was delighted and asked the boy if he had provoked them, but he replied that he had no idea. Our hero activated the taming skill and his hand glowed with blue light. Suddenly the crocodile under Steve's feet moved and began to turn around, frightening Henry. Our hero was delighted with the monster, surprised by its wide, comfortable back. The crocodiles were approaching and were already almost next to the guys. Henry shouted that he had done his part of the job and asked to be released. But Steve replied that he was safer there, ignoring the boy's indignation. To convince the guy, our hero pointed to the land where there were also crocodiles. Henry calmed down, and Steve called on the water fairies, and blue lights began to gather around him. The next moment, the monsters began to be drawn into the resulting vortex. The crocodiles were pulled higher and higher into a huge water tornado. Henry asked Steve to stop because it was too dangerous, but Steve continued to activate the tornado skill. Suddenly our hero said that the boy was very smart and began to strengthen the tornado. Henry shouted that they could now be tamed on the fly, and Steve dispelled the skill. But then he activated taming, and the injured crocodiles were unable to resist. The monsters were flying down, and the boy shouted that they would break when falling from such a height. But Steve had foreseen this and activated the portals into which the crocodiles flew. At the same time, in Steve's lands, workers stared in surprise at the portals that had opened, and when they saw the crocodiles flying into the ditch, they scattered in all directions with screams. At this time, Henry called Steve, noticing 2 disobedient crocodiles. Our hero said that there were several high-ranking monsters here and captured one of them. He threw one crocodile at the other with all his might, and they both flew somewhere onto the shore. Pushing off the monster's back, Steve flew in the same direction the crocodiles flew. The monsters fell to the ground and Steve landed next to them. Our hero asked with a smile if they would now live with him, and the monsters whined sadly. Soon both crocodiles fell through the portal right onto the workers' equipment. And while Steve was taming the crocodiles, the head of the guild was angry that he still hadn't returned from the dungeon. He thought Steve should have returned from the dungeon in a minute, and the soldier reported that Steve's guild had encountered crocodiles. The soldier also said that Steve came out of the dungeon, but immediately went back in. Soon the crocodiles began pouring into the ditch again, scaring the workers. Chad contacted Steve and asked him to stop calling the crocodiles, as there were already over 800 of them. A few days later, the news reported that Steve had cleared the 6th level dungeon in 4 days. The presenter also added that his companion was able to raise his rank from D to C. After seeing Henry in the footage, Morris decided that the government was secretly helping Steve's guild. He thought angrily that the rumors were true and that there were fucking officials everywhere. A few days later, another guild received a call from a voice announcing their resignation. Sandy said confidently that she would never set foot here again. The head asked if she had read the contract and knew about the fine, and the girl took out her phone and asked how much to transfer. The man calmed down and asked why she was leaving, since she had support in the guild. The girl immediately replied that she wanted to join Steve's guild. Hearing this, the chief asked with annoyance whether she had also been lured in on purpose. The man said that rumor had it that most of the guild's profits went to the government. The girl was interested in this news, and the leader shouted that Steve's guild was a special government squad created to destroy the other guilds. Sandy replied that she was leaving only because she liked Steve. The girl asked to just let her go, and the head grabbed his head from such an answer. He said that he would let the girl go for the sake of love. But there is one thing. The leader promised to release Sandy when the guild had 5 top-ranking mercenaries. The girl asked where she would find so many people. It would take years and training in the 5th-level dungeon. The man said that a 6th-level dungeon had appeared 2,000 kilometers away, and he had laid claim to it. The girl figured that it wouldn't take that long if she took several A-rank mercenaries and trained them intensively. The head added that her love was interfering with their plans and suggested that they wait a little with the dismissal. Sandy said she understood everything and offered to discuss the details. Meanwhile, Donnie was broadcasting live, answering questions from viewers. Some asked about the monk's nirvana. Others were interested in Donnie's long-range weapon. Billy was playing with the monkeys at the time and emerged from the water that filled the moat. Steve helped the workers again. He widened the banks of the river, and the water rushed into the dug ditch. Our hero managed to jump out before the water reached him. The workers were pleased with the completed work, and Chad praised his brother for a job well done. Steve suggested throwing a party, and his brother replied that they were already preparing it. A red motorcycle approached the boys, and the workers immediately recognized Jean. The girl rode up to the guys and, taking off her helmet, greeted them. Chad greeted her, and Steve asked in surprise if she had caught all the vampires. The girl calmly replied that she had left the bureau and asked Steve to take her in. Ignoring the boys' surprise, she put on her helmet, saying that she was tired and was going to rest. Looking after the girl, Chad offered to tell the head. Steve said that he already knew. The guy asked our hero if he would now go to Aruka, and Steve asked if he could keep an eye on everything. The guy replied that he could protect his land, but he was worried about his granny's health. Chad said that she still hasn't recovered from the incident with the vampires. At this time, Melissa was sitting in the office and thinking about the next task of finding people. A girl entered the office and said with a smile that she had brought coffee to the manager. After taking a sip, Melissa asked how Grandma was doing, and the girl replied that she didn't leave the room. When asked about the kitchen, Melissa received the answer that real professionals work there. Recently, Grandma came into the kitchen complaining that the mice were very noisy and asked for medicine. Granny immediately left, and the girls were surprised at what mice she was talking about. Melissa changed the subject and said that the last part of the generator would arrive from Scylla's guild today. The girl asked if she had heard that Jean had joined the team, and Melissa said that she had been fired. On a mission, Jean killed a minister along with a vampire, and she doesn't stand on ceremony with her subordinates either. And the head of the bureau is still dealing with complaints about such behavior. The girls' conversation was interrupted by Henry, who brought the item Melissa had requested. He placed the memory stone on the table, and the girls were surprised how he managed to get it out. Henry said he borrowed it for 2 months, and Melissa praised the guy for doing a great job. Meanwhile, Jim stood near the house and dialed the girl's number. He told a surprised Melissa that he had found Samuel's house. That same evening, a party began in the city to celebrate the completion of construction. Steve was sitting with Chad when he got a call asking him to come to one of the settlements. At the house, Jim was sitting with Samuel, and the man couldn't believe that the boy had just spoken to Steve. He said that the man must fulfill his promise when our hero comes. But Samuel refused to believe Jim and only laughed at his words. The boy was taken aback by such distrust and said that it was true. But he continued to laugh and said that if he knew Steve, then the man was Hero's son. Soon, Steve and Chad were sitting at the appointed place with Melissa, asking if they had found him. Chad praised Jim, since he had a hard time believing that he would succeed, and asked where they found him. The girl said that according to rumors, Samuel likes to drink, so he immediately went to check out such places. After walking around for a bit, Jim noticed some commotion near one of the bars. The security guard and the man were arguing loudly about something right on the street. Jim recognized the man sitting on the floor and couldn't believe that the Great Awakened One had been kicked out of the bar for debt. The boy extended his hand and offered him a drink, and the man immediately agreed. But suddenly, After the handshake, the man seemed to be pushed away by something and he flew back with a scream. Samuel asked in fear who he was, and asked the confused Jim to step aside. After listening to the story, Steve asked if it was really worth wasting his time on it. Melissa said that his name was the celestial swordsman Aruki. Maybe he has the answers to their questions. Steve didn't argue any further, and asked if she had brought the memory stone. Melissa handed the box to Steve, and said the office had given it to him for 2 weeks. Our hero squeezed the shining stone in his hand, and closed his eyes. He immediately saw dozens of eyes, and a sign that someone was watching him. Chad asked worriedly if Steve was okay, watching his face change. Our hero responded by asking Chad if he had looked after everything, and Melissa asked if he had decided to meet. The boy said that there was nothing to worry about, because Jin was with them now. And the aforementioned blonde just woke up and, rubbing her eyes, was surprised at how long she had slept. She walked into Melissa's office and her assistant greeted the girl, calling her commander. In response, Jean reminded that she had relinquished all authority. The girl said that she had simply gotten used to it and asked what she was doing there. The assistant replied that she had gone on a mission to a neighboring town. Jean smiled and asked where they sold the best coffee. Soon she was sitting at a table in a cafe and listening to the noise coming from around her. The girl reasoned out loud that they had literally finished construction yesterday, and today the city was already full of people. The waitress said that all the locals had gathered there, and after martial law was lifted, there were more tourists. People walked along the streets of the city, looking around, amazed by the flying fairies. Jean asked jokingly, but she didn't like that so many people had gathered here. While the girl was calmly drinking coffee, somewhere in the forest, a huge orc was looking for prey. Suddenly, as if from underground, zombies began to attack him, clinging to his legs. The monsters bit the orc, climbing higher and higher up his back and arms. Suddenly, the orc's eyes turned red, like those of the infected, and somewhere nearby, a monk activated the summon skill. At that very second, a black circle appeared under the monster's feet, and they began to fall into it. Munch was pleased to notice that the cleansing of the Necroville was now proceeding faster. He decided to continue on to the orc village, looking at the helicopter flying by. In the helicopter, Steve asked Melissa where Munch had disappeared to, and she replied that he was looking for the lost. The girl asked what was wrong with their housekeeper. Was she also awakened? Steve began the story from the moment they met in the new guild house. Steve heard his granny wailing and looked into the kitchen to ask if she was okay. She complained that she cut her finger with a knife and looked at the wound. Steve came closer and asked if the cut was very deep. Granny complained that she had been having trouble seeing lately. Her hands were shaking, and her back was hurting a lot. Our hero healed his cut finger and asked Grandma to look after Bill. They'll figure out the rest. Noticing the pie, Steve reached for it, thinking it was their lunch, but Granny shouted that it was poison. She said that the house was full of rats and cockroaches, and she was going to kill them all. Melissa doubted that they were really there, but Steve confirmed that they were. After some time, our hero noticed that Grandma had become much more cheerful. He asked if something good had happened since she had so much strength. Grandma said that the vitamins that Chad bought her help her a lot. Suddenly, she noticed some animal behind her, and at the same second, energy knives appeared around. They crashed into a tree right above the heads of the frightened hare and bear. Granny freaked out, and Steve noticed an information window that said Granny was an F-level awakened. Steve said that among those cockroaches and mice that she poisoned, there were awakened ones, and she became one. After all, if she had not been awakened, she would have died from the vampire's blow. Melissa was surprised by this news and asked why she had such a loss of strength, since Steve had personally treated her. Indeed, Steve recently tried to cure his grandmother when she had a bad back pain. But, despite our hero's treatment, Grandma didn't get better. That's why he said mysteriously that time heals everything, if fate allows it. Their conversation was interrupted by the pilot, who said that they would arrive at the destination in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, on the guild's territory, a vampire attacked the girl and tried to bite her, but Jean was there and knocked the vampire off his feet with one blow, and his teeth flew out of his mouth. The guy fell to the ground and, clutching his head, began to scream about how much pain it was. Jean held the sword to his head and asked what he was. The guy pleaded and said with tears in his eyes that he was not a vampire. Jean said she had already guessed, and asked again what he was. Suddenly, a girl with a camera called out to her and said that they were from the MyTV channel, where she was completing subscriber challenges. Upon learning that they were YouTubers, the crowd and Jin became angry. Soon the news broke that Steve had arrived in the neighboring republic. There was also an article that 2 YouTubers were deported from Steve's lands. Melissa showed Steve the tablet screen, telling him that Jean had appeared on the news. The girl said that tourists also needed to be monitored, and suggested making Jean the head of security. Soon the car stopped, and putting on her cap, Melissa said that they would need to climb a little. The girl said that they could be kidnapped for a large ransom. so they had to be careful. They climbed the mountain for a while, when suddenly Melissa shouted that Jim was there. He greeted everyone and said that Samuel was already waiting for them. The man looked at Steve tensely, not believing that he was really in front of him. Jim introduced Steve and Melissa with a smile, proving to the man that he really knew them. Samuel said he had been waiting for them and invited them into the house, and Jim volunteered to go get food. Soon all three found themselves in the room, sitting in front of each other. Steve expected to see a drunk, but the man had a twinkle in his eye and asked why he was waiting for them. Samuel replied that he would join their guild if Steve would kill one person for him. The man was lost in memories. He was drinking at the bar when everyone around him was talking about Steve running away. Suddenly, the crowd roared as the announcer announced that he had come to the stadium to fight Hero. Samuel thought that all these fighters, having found themselves in the Middle Lands, would tremble with fear. And when the war on the planet Kuchon ends, the Earth will be enslaved. Suddenly, the host shouted that Steve was beating the champion, and everyone started shouting for him to finish off the traitor. The man didn't believe that Hero, who survived in the demonic world and became a high-ranking one there, was losing. The host said he couldn't believe Steve was beating the champion. Samuel stared at the screen in disbelief as our hero, in the form of a bear, beat up Hero. And now, having met Steve, the man asked to kill one person, and Melissa and our hero stared at him in surprise. Steve didn't listen to the man any further and told Melissa that they were leaving. Samuel shouted after the departing guy that the man had killed his wife. The man remembered how his wife, dying, prayed that at least her child would be saved. He said that after that day, he had the same nightmare every night. He begged his wife's killer to stop and at least spare his child. In exchange, he was ordered to forge thousands of swords, and the man carried out the order. And each time he begged the killer to bring his daughter and show that she was okay. But despite the fact that Samuel did his job honestly, the killer did not keep his promise. He asked his wife for forgiveness for not asking, and swore that he would take revenge on the killer. Samuel ended his story by saying that from that day on, only revenge lived in his heart. Melissa asked if that was why he ran away to planet Kuchon. The man said that the killer was still looking for him and no one could protect him. Steve asked who this man was that he was so strong. Melissa froze when she heard the name Nathaniel, and our hero said that he had not heard it before. Suddenly, the girl came out of her stupor and said that this request was impossible to fulfill. She said that Nathaniel was a member of one of the most powerful families in Kuchon, and if he killed him, his comrades would destroy them. But Steve didn't share Melissa's concerns, and said with a smile that there was no need to worry. But the girl insisted and said that everything was not so simple. Steve said that as the guild leader he would help him if the man proved himself worthy. Samuel asked what he meant, and Melissa sighed heavily. A glow appeared around Steve, catching the girl's attention, and soon he placed the bow on the floor. Our hero asked the man what he would say about him. He took the bow in his hands, saying that it was handmade, which is rare these days, but suddenly froze. Melissa and Steve looked at the man with interest, waiting for an answer. Samuel said he looked quite old, and Steve asked him to be more precise. He said he knew of things that were made 300 million years ago, but he had never seen a bow like this. Steve was amazed by this assessment, and Melissa asked if they were really already creating weapons back then. Our hero thought in surprise that perhaps the place where he was Earth. Samuel said that it was generally believed that most of the weapons in the dungeons were from Kuchon or Aruka, but his eyes were not deceived. He said he could give a more detailed analysis once he developed his analysis skills, if he was guaranteed safety. The man asked Melissa why the government had destroyed all the research centers in the early days of the disaster, but the girl had not yet been appointed to the position. He said that at that time all the laboratories were closed and underground exploration was prohibited, but he managed to escape to Kuchon. Steve was also curious about what the government wanted to hide. Melissa suggested that perhaps there was outside pressure or a deal. Our hero asked if Toddler knew anything, but she said that he definitely wouldn't tell the truth. And in general, Steve himself was most likely part of the experiment. Remembering what happened, he said that perhaps that was the case, which is why he had a bad feeling. Samuel said he was not one of them and would help if they gave him time. Suddenly Steve's hand glowed and a memory stone appeared in it, which he threw to the man. Our hero said to take care of this stone, and he would ensure its safety. Samuel took the stone and his eyes glowed with a golden light. He said that the warriors of the Middle Lands have a motto: let's leave a name in history, let's become legends. Melissa snorted that it was boring, but Sev liked the motto. And Sam said that the stone was full of stories of the Middle Earth people. This stone is an echo of the planet, preserving the imprint of the hero's memories. Steve thought, it turns out the planet remembers and claims that it is watching him. Placing the stone in front of him, the man said that this was the end of the explanation. Steve took it, squeezed it in his hand and closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. He saw dozens of eyes again, but the writing cleared up and he could read that Earth 7 was watching him. The next inscription stated that his data was stored on Server 7, and our hero suddenly opened his eyes. He asked what Earth 7 was, but Samuel said he would find out later. Steve mused that it was thanks to the man that he learned that the question mark that irritated him was Earth 7. With a smile, the guy said that in this case he would appoint him as the head of research on Steve's lands. Rising, our hero said that now was the time for retribution, and instructed Melissa to gather everyone. Sam was glad that the guy was active, but the girl asked him to wait, because he needed to think everything through. At that moment, Jim entered the room with bags and suggested that they eat first. A few days later, our heroes returned to Steve's lands, where, as always, the impenetrable forest was green. The boys gathered in the center of the forest so that no one could overhear this conversation. Sipping his beer, Samuel said it was a nice place, a joy to behold. Donnie said with a smile that it was all his brother Steve who did it. Looking around, Steve asked why he didn't see Blondie here. Melissa said that she had not been feeling well lately, so she asked her to rest. When everyone was assembled, our hero got straight to the point, saying that he was going to the planet Kuchon. Donnie asked fearfully why he was going there, and how he would survive there alone. Planet Kuchon is a battlefield between demons and Middle-earthians, and each strives only for victory in order to occupy the enemy's territory. There is no way to enter the demon lands in principle, it is hostile territory. And the Middle-earthians are aggressive and strong, a guide is needed there. Steve pointed to Samuel and said they had a guide. Chad asked why we were going there and not to Aruka as planned. Sam said that the generator requires an iron meteorite from Kuchon to operate, but its import is prohibited. Munch said that he had heard of such a meteorite, and Donnie was surprised if it couldn't be transported, then it could be stolen. The man said that the failures in the Bloodstone generators are due to problems in the main defense, but when he asked if he could open it, the workers said it would be a breach of contract. That is, to solve this problem once and for all, material from the planet Kuchon is needed. The guys immediately drooped, realizing that something difficult was coming up again. Steve was angered by this reaction, and he shouted loudly at them, "Get up!" Munch was the first to volunteer to go with Steve, rising from the rock. He said that there are many strong fighters on the planet, so he wants to look for books on martial arts. Jim stood up next and said that he wanted to go too, because it was a good opportunity for a swordsman. Donnie said he would go too, because he specializes in stealing. Melissa had been silent the whole time, and Steve thought that he hadn't told the guys that they would have to kill people there. Our hero asked Chad why he didn't volunteer, and the guy replied that he needed to keep an eye on the construction site. Steve asked if one person would be enough, and Melissa said that it would be enough unless there were any problems. Our hero smiled and said that he would set the guys a task, and he would take them with him only on the condition that they complete it. Steve said they needed to figure out how to contact him on Kuchon if there were any problems. The guys excitedly asked if Steve would cheat them and asked him to keep his promise. The meeting was over, and Chad went to the car as he had to keep an eye on the construction site. After everyone had left, Melissa asked if they really should take the A-rankers with them. Steve smiled and said it was okay, because these fools weren't going to succeed anyway. Having finished the conversation, our hero turned to Samuel and invited him to have breakfast. Soon they were sitting in a cafe, and Steve asked why the man didn't drink. He replied that since he held a high position, he should quit. After eating, he asked if spatial energy came from killing monsters, and Steve said that was how he leveled up. Sam said that there are 2 ways to develop on Kuchon. The first is to kill monsters. The Middle-earthians call it a feat. And the second is mental practices, training in controlling the body's energy. There it is called internal energy. Steve asked to show his inner strength, and the man agreed, placing a bottle of cola on his palm. The bottle first shook and then exploded, spilling its contents around. Such power amazed our hero, and he opened his mouth in surprise. Steve asked what it was, and Sam explained that such D-rank power could be obtained through simple practices. And in Kuchon, D-rank is like dust underfoot, because all the masters there are C rank and above. There are also craftsmen of SS rank and higher, and there are dozens of them in each family. Samuel revealed that their target was Supreme Master Nathaniel. Moreover, he is a master of not only internal but also external energy. This man can break huge stones with one blow. Steve was impressed by his strength, and Sam was surprised that the guy was so calm. When asked about the target's rank, the man said that he was a triple I, and our hero remembered that Hero in his demon form was an I rank. After listening to the man, Steve said that he was looking forward to it anyway. Samuel was surprised that Steve was not worried and even happy, and decided that he needed to be studied. Our hero asked why he was treated like this if he was the great heavenly sword. Sam said that his wife was an aristocrat, and he helped her family with the construction. It was the happiest moment of his life, although it did not last long. Kuchon has a strict class society, and the fact that a commoner married an aristocrat and she gave birth to a daughter caused a storm, and the wife and her family were executed, and only the high reputation of the Heavenly Sword saved his life and their daughter. Samuel still doesn't know if his daughter is alive, so he lives only for revenge. Steve promised that he would definitely take revenge, and the man thanked him. Their conversation was interrupted by Jean, who was looking for Steve. The girl silently sat down at the table and began to eat without being invited. After chewing, she turned to Samuel and he introduced himself. The girl put her sword on the table and asked if he had forged it. When the man took it in his hands, he asked in surprise where the Iron Hornet came from. On the planet Kuchon, a man came to him and begged him to give him one sword. Samuel gave him a sword because they were fellow countrymen and asked him to serve his country. Suddenly he realized that he had given him the wrong sword and rushed towards the exit. But no matter how hard the man tried to catch up with his fellow countrymen, he disappeared without a trace. Jean said that the previous owner died and she is the third. This sword was created with a curse. It takes the soul of the enemy, but at the same time weakens the owner, the man remembered. And anyone whose blood stains the blade will be mortally cursed. Jean said that sometimes it feels like the sword is crying, and it gives her a headache. Samuel said that the sword is sad when it is away from its owner, but Jin already knew this, however. The sword constantly whines and this irritates her. The man asked her if she could hear crying right now and she said she could. He took the sword and said that perhaps he really should take a look at it. Steve asked Jean if she had ever thought that bats were very beautiful. The girl replied irritably that if she were a bat, she would bite him. By the way, Jean asked if he had gone crazy to plan to go to another planet. She asked if Steve didn't remember passing out when he returned to Earth. Jean reminded him that he was greatly weakened, and after that he wanted to go to another planet. Samuel was surprised to hear these words and asked to give him time to think. Steve replied that there was no need to rush, since they still needed to come up with a communication channel first. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, the water turned blood red. Hero, in the guise of a demon, threatened the enemy, saying that if he stood in his way, he would die. The tamed crocodiles have finally settled into Steve's lands. Donnie told his followers that he now has a goal to go to Guchen and film a lot of content. Jim told the recruits that Samuel had promised him something and he would definitely see it. Melissa and Steve looked excitedly at the letter they received with the guy's options for adoption. One option was worse than the other. Jim suggested developing a telephone. Donnie suggested creating a communication station on the heap, and Munch suggested just coming back and calling occasionally. Steve decided to go to Monk and flew to the temple on a wyvern. Our hero jumped off the monster and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He inquired about the affairs of the temple and the monk said that everything was fine. The kids immediately swarmed around the wyvern, and the most agile one climbed onto its back and shouted that he was a dragon knight. Steve watched this with a smile, and Munch asked if his idea wasn't the best one. Why wasn't he going to Kuchon? Billy came up to them and asked what they were playing. He wanted to join in too. Steve said he wanted to know how to keep in touch with them on Kuchon. Billy said it was a boring question because he could just call. Steve replied that the phones didn't work there, and Munch confirmed this. The boys continued to play with the wyvern and asked it to release fire. Billy noticed the coloring of the wyvern and suddenly said that he had made it all up. Several hours later, Steve was still on the temple grounds when he received a call. Melissa said that they had done everything, and our hero called Pecky to him. The dog appeared, and on his face was the inscription, "Brother, you are reading this," which delighted the boys. The guys who sent the dog were worried that the inscriptions would wear off, but Melissa said that they were made from the blood of a divine beast. The portal opened again and Pecky jumped out of it with a sign that everything worked out. The guys were happy, but also upset at the same time because such an idea had not occurred to them. Soon Chad started screaming that it was a crazy idea to take the baby with him. He needed to go to school. He wasn't even awake. Samuel countered by saying that Billy had awakened after only 3 internal energy practices, and this is possible if the boy is a genius, which is born once in 1,000 years. But the guys were still against sending Billy there and suggested sending them. Samuel intervened again in the conversation and said that all was not well with Billy. During practice, he looked into the boy's eyes and saw in them a longing for his mother. In those eyes, the man saw his daughter who had lost her mother. Chad couldn't hold back his tears when he heard this, and the guys were embarrassed by such a story. Sam said that if he ignored this pain now, sooner or later Billy would finally rebel. The boys suddenly became scared at the thought that Billy might become even more disobedient. The man replied that if the boy went through training on Kuchon, he would be able to seal the pain, and the boys immediately began to persuade Chad. At this point, Steve intervened in the conversation and said that if they were afraid all the time, they would not be able to reach the top. A few days later, the Minister of Defense of the neighboring country received a request for access to the portal from Steve. Hearing this, the man remembered the conversation about Steve with Professor Toddler. The man asked if Steve had really destroyed a military satellite, and the minister replied that they were now seeking compensation. Toddler advised against doing this, as it was better not to provoke him, but to gather useful information. Remembering these words of the professor, the minister gave the order to open the portal. And so, having completed all the preparations, Steve and his team stood on the takeoff pad. The guys enthusiastically saw Steve off and asked him to bring back souvenirs. Jean impulsively hugged the guy and asked him to be careful and not to pass out on the way. Chad said goodbye to his son, hugging him and asking him to be careful and eat well. When Steve and the others boarded the helicopter, all the guys promised to keep an eye on the house. Suddenly, Steve pointed somewhere and said that Hiro was here. At that very second, the guys assumed fighting poses, drawing their weapons. After seeing this scene, Billy burst into tears of laughter, and the boys realized that they had been tricked. Soon the helicopter took off. Steve shouted for them not to screw up, and the guys wished them a safe trip. A few hours later, the helicopter flew to the red portal to the planet Kuchan. The bureau director asked the minister why he had allowed entry into the portal, and he replied that it was reasonable to be his friend. As the boys stepped out of the helicopter, the Secretary of Defense extended his hand to Steve in greeting. But our hero walked past, not paying attention to them, angering the man. And now our heroes were standing at the portal, and Billy was amazed at its beauty up close. Just before the entrance, Samuel created 3 balls and told them to eat them. They were needed to understand the language and speak it, and the boys obediently swallowed them. Steve asked Billy if he was ready, and he replied that he was always ready. Samuel reminded them that the area around the portal was a battlefield and warned them to be careful, and they boldly entered the portal. Our hero woke up in a dark room, not understanding where he was. Looking around, he suddenly realized that he was chained in an unknown place. He tried to bring up the status window, but it refused to appear. Suddenly, he remembered Sam's words that unusual people, passing through the portal without clothes, feel a decline in strength. Here he began to remember that after passing through the portal, his consciousness began to fade, and he summoned a wyvern. But why he was here alone and where Billy and Samuel were, Steve couldn't remember. Suddenly he heard a voice from the next cell. A fair-haired guy asked him to keep quiet. Steve asked who he was, and the boy reluctantly said that he was a Midlander. The boy called ours an exchange student from Earth and added that he would never get out of here. But our hero was not going to believe the words, and gathering his strength, tried to pull the stake out of the wall. The boy added that if Steve was not a demon, then he would never be able to pull out the stake, since it was made of demon stone. But our hero did not listen to the boy and, gathering strength around himself, pulled a huge stake out of the wall. Throwing off his shackles, Steve asked the prisoner if he had seen an old man and a teenager there. The guy replied that he had been imprisoned 2 days ago, and Steve was already there, fast asleep. There was a noise outside the door, and the boy said that guards would appear here now, and promised to help if the shackles were removed from him. Seeing that Steve was not going to free him, the guy said that this dungeon was a labyrinth, and if he took a wrong turn, he would become food for the divine beasts. Hearing that the guards were already outside the door, the boy said that his name was Tankuat, a skilled craftsman, and if Steve saved him, he would follow him. Our hero remembered that Billy needed a master to heal him. The door opened and a huge demon burst in, screaming at them to shut up, only to be met with Steve's fist. The demon fell to the ground, and the second guard looked at our hero in shock. He swung and brought the iron bat down on Steve's head, but it simply broke in half. In response, our hero hit the demon and he flew forward. Tankut looked at Steve in shock, not believing that someone from Earth could be so strong. Having dealt with the guards, our hero asked the guy if all these cells were dungeons, and he answered that everything was correct. Steve began to knock down one door after another in search of his nephew. Soon they reached the last room, which turned out to be a storage room, and the guy said that there was nowhere else to look. Steve asked if there were other dungeons, but Tankout said there weren't any more. Steve decided to head back to the gate and turned to the guy, asking how to get out of here. And he had already managed to find the clothes that were taken from him and the sword. Hearing a noise nearby, the boy rushed forward, saying that the exit was that way. But he couldn't run far, and a spiked club appeared from around the corner. She was being held by a huge demon, a high-ranking overseer, and the boy advised her to be careful. But Steve knocked him out with one kick so fast that he didn't have time to realize what had happened. But then a dozen other demons ran to replace him, and Tankut shouted that they were surrounded. Steve folded his arms and tried to call upon the fire fairies for help. The boy said that earthly forces and any magic do not work here. When Steve asked why this was so, he replied that he didn't know, it just didn't work, and added that they needed to figure it out. He said there was no time and they had to move forward, but Steve had already rushed in the other direction. Our hero dealt with all the demons in a few minutes and said that the way was clear. Tankout thought he looked skilled, but his martial arts weren't graceful. He just had immense strength. Coming to the surface, the boy proudly said, "Welcome to Kuchan, the planet of 9 heavens." Steve asked, looking ahead. The city ahead was the demon settlement. Tankout said that we need to get out while the main guy is away. And our hero asked if he was talking about this monster. A huge demon with 3 eyes flew at them from above and swung a huge sword. The guy said that he was from the family that ran the dungeon and that he was stronger than the previous monster, and Steve asked him to step aside. The demon landed next to the boys with a roar, and the force of the impact sent the stones flying in all directions. Tankout was thrown back by the blast wave, and Steve was already approaching the monster from behind. Our hero hit the demon on the head with such force that his teeth cracked. He asked the demon if he had seen the old man with the child, and he croaked that he had not seen him. Having finished off the monster, he suddenly heard the system's voice that the feat had been added, and thought that perhaps the status window had started working. Steve asked the guy what a feat was, and he said that it was like spatial energy. They accumulate and increase in level. He asked if he could also receive feats, but the boy asked in response if it was possible to collect water without a vessel. To achieve feats, you need to master your internal energy, at least master breathing and basic techniques. Tankout said that in any case, he was grateful for saving his life, and asked the name of our hero. Steve introduced himself, and the boy reflected that he had never heard such a name while he was on Earth. Our hero asked the guy if he would keep his promise, since he saved him. The guy agreed, albeit insincerely, and thought to himself that he would endure the humiliation for the sake of revenge for his family. Steve asked to be taken to the Earth portal because he needed to find his companions. The guy boasted that with his super speed he would be there in half an hour, but Steve didn't listen to him and dragged him along. A few minutes later they were already at the portal, and Steve threw the barely alive Tankout to the ground. Our hero asked how there could be a river in the desert. It made no sense, and the guy said that he had never seen one. Steve wondered if the wyvern could have been carried away by the current, and wondered if he should return to land. Our hero decided that it was worth starting with the settlement of Miros, and, pointing to the tower, asked if it was there. Ignoring Tankout's warnings, Steve jumped across the river and headed towards the settlement. The guy tried to shout to our hero, saying that Miros was not a simple demon, and Steve threatened that if he ran away, he would die. The boy thought that he had nowhere to run, but his thoughts were interrupted by an explosion. Steve got the information as best he could, knocking answers to questions out of the demons. He killed all the monsters and asked the last survivor if he had seen the old man and the child, but he had not seen anyone. Our hero asked where their leader was, but the demon did not answer this question either. The beating of the monster was interrupted by a huge demon, who growled the word Earthling. The demon rushed towards our hero and asked who he was, and the guy gave his name. The demon told Steve to accept his death, but he replied that he had many questions. Suddenly, our hero noticed a status window that talked about the divine stone, and it distracted him. The monster and Steve exchanged blows and both were sent flying back. Our hero raised his head with a smile and said that he now understood what the divine stone meant. Steve began to strike the demon, and with a final blow to the stomach, he forced him to his knees. Taking the monster by the throat, he asked if he had calmed down now and was ready to answer questions. Our hero asked if he had seen a flying monster, a teenager, or an old man the other day, and the monster replied that he had not. Then he asked from whom the monster received this stone, and he said that from an earthling. Steve remembered the scientist's story that if you leave the area where the stone is located, you cannot use the energy. And when the divine stone was in his hands, the status window appeared again. And not only that, Steve summoned the fire fairies, and the monster's head turned into a flaming torch in a second. This test showed our hero that he could use his skills again. Steve noticed that the wyvern's summon was still active, meaning it had either escaped or gone beyond the gate. At first he thought about using tracking, but he realized that it was useless for finding the wyvern. And if Steve goes into the portal, there is a chance that he will switch off again and lose time. Our hero returned back to Tankout, surprising him with his appearance. The guy was shocked to think that this earthling not only destroyed the dungeon, but also razed the demon settlement to the ground. And Steve, having looked at the guy's skills, said that he really was a master, and clarified what kind of technique of deadly energy it was. The boy was shocked and asked how our hero even found out about this technique. Steve replied that there were no secrets for him and asked to show this technique. Our hero was impressed, and Tankout said that in a real fight, after this stance, all enemies die. Steve liked this answer and said that he was choosing him as his nephew's teacher. The guy lost his temper, asking who he thought his family were to teach some worthless person. Steve started to lose his temper when he heard these words, and the guy immediately apologized, saying that he would be a teacher. A book appeared in our hero's hand, and the guy asked what kind of magic it was. The boy exclaimed that earth or Aruki magic doesn't work here when he heard him take it out of his inventory. Kuchan's items can be used on Earth and Aruka, but their items don't work on Kuchan. Steve thought that based on his words, the divine stone had nothing to do with Aruka. Steve said he picked it up in the settlement and asked what it was about, and Tankout replied that it was a book about great technology. Our hero asked if the book was really that good, and the guy replied that this treasure was more valuable than life. The book dissolved in our hero's hand, and the boy sighed in disappointment. Steve said that he would give it to her later, but for now the guy needed to go to Earth and ask there if his comrades had returned. Our hero was about to throw the boy straight into the portal, but suddenly he heard a conversation about a wyvern and dropped him. Tankout was floundering in the water, screaming that he couldn't swim. Suddenly a huge eagle grabbed him by the shoulders and carried him away somewhere. Steve's voice asked if he was flying to the snowy mountains in the right direction, and the boy answered that he was, recognizing his master's voice. Having arrived at the right place, Steve turned into a human and dropped the boy. Upon landing, Steve activated the tracking skill and soon found the wyvern, Samuel, and Billy. Suddenly, a stream of water came pouring down from the mountain, and the boy asked in surprise where it came from. Then Tankout realized and told Steve that they had to leave immediately because there was a dangerous creature living here. But our hero realized that the wyvern was in the cave and rushed to help it, despite the warnings. And in the cave he was met by a snow-white 100-year-old snake. The snake was fighting with the wyvern, and it was already losing strength from this battle. But Steve turned the tide of the fight, throwing the snake aside with one blow. Billy and Samuel shouted happily at Steve, while Tankout looked on in disbelief. Our hero surrounded himself with fire fairies, preparing for battle, and the snake's belly suddenly swelled. She released a stream of water towards Steve, which completely engulfed him. Our hero smiled and said that he already wanted a snake for his collection. He activated the summoning skill, and the snake looked at the portal above its head in surprise. Steve called upon Ilgam, and a giant bear fell upon the snake. Without giving the snake time to come to its senses, our hero kicked it, ordering it to get up. But she lay there, showing no signs of life, and Steve thought he had hit too hard. The wyvern opened its mouth, but our hero forbade it to bite, because the snake would not tolerate it. Suddenly, the snake's body was enveloped in steam, and the next moment it disappeared somewhere. The bear noticed the tiny snake and picked it up, intending to eat it. Suddenly the snake began to speak in human language, saying that it did not want to die. Steve looked at the snake in surprise, surprised that it could also talk. The snake said that she had 100 days left, and she would become a dragon and ascend to heaven. Our hero repeated that he was not going to kill her. Suddenly Tankout intervened in the conversation. He said that in the snake's throat there was an expensive crystal with enormous power. Many Middle-earthians died to fill this crystal of eternal life. This crystal cannot be simply taken. It can only be cut out of a dead body. Steve took the snake and asked it what it would choose to die or to serve him. The taming was successful, and our hero asked if it was she who made the river near the gate. The snake said that it often came out of the cave to drink, and the stream was located just near the settlements. And every time after the battles there were many rotting corpses that poisoned the water. So the snake decided to separate the settlements with a river. Steve realized that he had been carried away by the current of this new river and had ended up with the demons. Looking at the snake, our hero thought that if he had caught it earlier, he wouldn't have had to suffer with the ditch. Seeing that the snake was barely holding on, he ordered it to return with the rest of the animals. The animals returned to Steve's guild, and Chad came to see if everything was okay. On the wyvern's belly was a message from Billy saying he was okay. These words made Chad burst into tears, happy that his son was okay and safe. On the other side, Steve hugged Billy and checked to make sure he was okay. Samuel said that there were many dangers, but thanks to the wyvern they were not harmed. The man asked who the boy was, and Steve replied that he was his new servant, Tan. At this time, people from the Nathan family arrived at the destroyed door of demons, not believing that everything was destroyed. Nathaniel reflected that these persecutions had been haunting them for years, who could destroy them so easily. The boys made a fire and started to have dinner. When they found out that Steve had been gone for 3 days, he was indignant that they hadn't returned to Earth. Sam said that they were also carried away by the current, but the wyvern managed to pull them out. But the demons became frightened and began to attack them and pushed them back to the cave. Tankout said that everyone hunts for celestial animals and reacts sharply to their appearance. Steve introduced him to his nephew, saying that he would need to be taught. The boy introduced himself, and Steve suggested that they start training now, if everyone had eaten. Tan was unhappy that he would have to teach a worthless man, but he still stood up and called Billy to follow him. He thought that since Steve didn't know anything about techniques, he could trick him and teach him only breathing. Tan told Billy that he would fulfill his promise and teach him one technique. Suddenly, he noticed that the boy already had inner strength, albeit unstable. The guy asked if he had already learned the techniques, because this power was not an accident. Billy replied that he had been trained by his mentor and pointed to Samuel. Taking the boy by the hands, Tankut decided to pour some internal energy into him. He saw that the boy was perfectly pure, allowing him to accept martial arts as if he were a newborn. Tan was finally convinced that Billy had an innate sense for managing internal energy. This child could be the future of the Tang family. But there is a different, explosive energy flowing through his veins. Speaking of trauma, if he can control this energy internally, then this huge force will kill the baby. Tankut said he had changed his mind and would teach him everything he knew. But his family is closed and he can't just teach someone outside the Tang family. The guy said that he had made an important decision to adopt Billy and invited him to come with him. But he immediately received a slap from Steve and flew to the side from the force of the blow. Our hero said irritably that he saved him in vain. Why was he having such strange conversations instead of teaching? Billy thought he was funny as he watched Steve kick the unconscious Tan. But the boy considered his uncle to be truly strong. He didn't remember his mother, but he didn't feel a lack of his father's love. But Dad was always covered in bruises, and his head was filled with thoughts about money. He constantly hid in a secluded place and cried because he was a weak person. Billy knew from childhood that he didn't want to become like his dad. One day, Dad's brother showed up at the house and looked just as weak. But when his idol turned into a demon, Steve beat him because he was the strongest on Earth. His uncle was the strongest, and with his arrival, much in Billy's life changed. He wanted to become as strong, but he was sent to school, and it was impossible to become strong there. And then he finally got his chance when Samuel joined the guild. He showed him how to use the energy, and Billy liked the feeling. He asked his mentor if he could become stronger, and he replied that to do so, he needed to go to Kuchon and find a teacher. And when they went through the portal and his uncle passed out, Billy was in shock because Steve is a Superman for him. But if he learns martial arts, he can become stronger even than his uncle. Billy decided that he would surpass his uncle and become the strongest man in the universe. In the morning, the boys set off. Tan suggested something to eat and Billy asked for some fish. And when asked how he fell asleep yesterday, Steve said that he simply passed out while teaching Billy. Tan turned to Samuel and asked if he had taught the child and what his name was. The man smiled and said that he was not a warrior, but simply smelted metal. He said that he had retired from business a long time ago, but was now trying to make up for lost time. Tankut asked him to look at the daggers. He hadn't taken them to the blacksmith for a long time, and they had become dull. He also asked why they had come to Kuchon, clearly not to look for a teacher. Steve replied that he wanted to look at the planet's memories and take revenge. Sam didn't have time to interrupt him, and our hero said that he wanted to kill Nathaniel. Tankut asked to keep quiet about this, because if he were in the Muram Union, he would have to enter the battle. Steve replied that Tan must be desperately looking for death to say such a thing. The boy immediately calmed down, saying that he didn't mean it that way at all. Tan said that Nathaniel became the head of the Muram Council a year ago. He also assumed that Samuel held a grudge against him, and the man did not hide the fact that he was his former owner. It then dawned on Tankut who Sam was, and the man confirmed it. He confirmed that he was previously called the Nathan family's Heavenly Swordsman. Tankut was shocked, thinking that the legendary Heavenly Swordsman was standing in front of him. And Sam turned to Steve and asked him to be careful, because if there was a stir, it would interfere with their plans. But our hero was not worried, and, hearing a waterfall nearby, suggested going and catching some fish. The boys walked forward, discussing the nature around them, and Samuel asked if the Tan family was not part of the Union. The guy replied that he wasn't going in right now, but he couldn't reveal the reasons. Tankut asked why they needed the planet's memory, since it didn't seem like it was just curiosity. Samuel replied that the leader was in search of himself, and these memories would help him find his essence. A few hours later, a waterfall appeared in front of them, and Steve went fishing. Atang recalled that with the appearance of the Heavenly Swordsman, the Nathan family began to conquer feats and quickly rose. He hoped that his family would also have a chance to be reborn and reminded Sam about the promised blades. They didn't even notice two people passing by, but they didn't attack because there was no time. And under the waterfall, in the gazebo, several people were sitting and discussing Cheslav's wedding. But the guy asked not to discuss it because such adult conversations give him a headache. At that very moment, the guards ordered our hero to stop if he valued his life. Steve replied that he did not come to fight and asked if this was their territory. But the men seemed not to hear him, and were about to attack when suddenly someone shouted, "Stop!" Cheslav greeted the student from another planet with a smile and offered him a drink on such a wonderful day. Steve accepted the offer with a smile, saying that he would be happy to join him. The guy invited our hero to the gazebo, saying that other guests would also be glad to see him. The guard said that he could be dangerous, and followed the owner. Steve greedily pounced on the food, and Cheslav said that Earthlings often wander here. The guy introduced himself as the grandson of the Ches family, and his grandfather was the famous warrior Marima. Steve said the name and asked what it was, adding that it was incredibly delicious. The guys at the table were amazed at our hero's appetite, saying that both Earthlings and demons are ignorant. Cheslav noticed that Steve was very hungry and offered him a glass of wine. A beautiful girl came up to him and poured him a full glass of wine. Steve drained the drink in one gulp and said contentedly that it was not bad. The guys liked the courage with which our hero drained the glass and offered to pour him more. Suddenly, everyone at the table heard shouts from the street and turned around at the noise. 2 robbers attacked the guards and have already killed several guards. The guys said in fear that the bandits' skills were even higher than those of the guards, since they were able to defeat them. One of the guards pointed a sword at Steve and asked if these were his accomplices. Our hero asked who he was talking about, and he pointed to 2 robbers. Stuffing his mouth with food, Steve answered honestly that he was seeing them for the first time. He began collecting round pies, which he called Monty, muttering that he didn't know any robbers. The guard was about to attack, but another one stopped him and said that such a blockhead couldn't be dangerous, and the robbers demanded that Cheslav follow them, otherwise they would kill everyone. The guy started to stop Cheslav, saying that you can't trust such scumbags. The guy stepped forward and asked what family they were from, and why they held a grudge against him. The guards asked Cheslav to step aside, when suddenly Steve appeared from behind, thanking him for the lunch. He went ahead, saying that he had eaten his fill and would also eat this treat with pleasure. One of the robbers stopped Steve and asked if it was his companions they had met earlier. He said that since Cheslav refused to go, everyone would die, including the Earthlings, and rushed into the attack. But the robber didn't even have time to draw his sword before our hero struck him, smashing his nose until it bled. Steve was worried about the treat, upset that he was attacked for no reason. The second guy realized that Steve was fast, and decided to blind him first by throwing a few bombs. When the smoke enveloped our hero, the robber rushed at him, saying that today was not his day. But the next moment, Steve slammed his head into the ground without making a sound. The guards watching were shocked that he had taken out 2 strong bandits with one blow. They were surprised by his monstrous strength, and Steve carefully checked the mantas. He left, saying that he was in a good mood today, so he would let them leave alive. Suddenly, Steve's companions emerged from the forest, and Billy waved his hand at him. Our hero asked why they didn't wait for him, and Tankout asked why he was here instead of fishing. Steve replied that he had some business to attend to, and that they could go now, and handed Billy the bag of treats. But they didn't have time to leave, because Cheslav fell to his knees and asked how he could leave, and our hero asked what he needed to pay with. The boy bowed and asked how he could let his benefactor go without repaying him. Samuel whispered in his ear that this was a typical trick of the noble families of the Middle-earth. Tankout confirmed that this was exactly what was happening and suggested that they just leave. Cheslav said that his family would serve them the best fish dishes they would never taste on Earth. Hearing this proposal, the Earthlings froze, anticipating the treat. Tankout said they had to leave, and Sam and Billy started to persuade him to try the fish. Steve asked Cheslav if his residence had a memories of history and a forge. The guy replied that their settlement around the memory stone had excellent forges. Our hero said that this settlement had everything they needed and offered them some fish to eat. And on Earth, Steve's guild was in full swing hunting wild wyverns. Donnie shot at them from below with a huge cannon, keeping count of the monsters he shot down. Chad sat in a field tent in the woods, surrounded by tame animals. Melissa came up to him and said hello, and Chad looked up from his letter. The girl asked who he was writing the letter to, and the guy sheepishly said that it was a small greeting to his son. But Steve doesn't call on Pecky very often, so Chad is really looking forward to at least a few lines from his son. Melissa reassured the boy, saying that since Billy was with Steve, he was definitely okay. Suddenly, Donnie's gunshots caught their attention, and they turned towards the sound. Chad said that there are more and more monsters, but anti-aircraft guns are too expensive, and as long as they know that this is wyvern territory, they won't attack. And on the planet Kuchon, our heroes arrived at a feast in their honor, and Billy was surprised by the number of varieties of fish. The Earthlings happily gobbled up the treats, but Tankout was in no hurry to start eating and checked it for poisons. Samuel asked Steve if he could see the food status, and the guy, of course he could. Tankout asked in surprise where he learned such magic, since it must be related to Kuchon. Steve replied that the awakening happened when he returned to Earth. He added that he is now wondering why he loses consciousness when he passes through the portal. Samuel said it was most likely due to a lack of balance between external and internal forces. Tankout added that when the balance is disrupted, side effects occur. Sam suggested that Steve learn how to control his inner power while he was here. Suddenly, Cheslov entered the room and asked Steve how he liked the meal. The boys praised the treats, and Billy asked for more. Cheslov introduced the manager, and added that he could be contacted with any questions. Steve said he needed a forge, and the guy said that since they had a talented blacksmith among them, they had something ready. The manager put a suitcase on the table and said that in front of them was a gift, a purified meteorite. The tankout will immediately appreciate the quality of the alloy obtained using high technologies. Sam immediately understood that Cheslov wanted to write off his debt in this way. As if hearing these thoughts, the boy said that such stones were not worth life, and asked to accept this gift. Looking at the metal, Steve asked if it was really a good thing, and Tan replied that it was so valuable that accepting it would be like going into debt. Suddenly our hero's hand began to glow, and soon there was a pile of shining stones on the table. Cheslov and the manager stared at what was happening in surprise. Tan asked if it was meteorite ore and couldn't understand where there was so much of it. Steve turned to Cheslov and said that he was much more interested in looking at their memories of history. In the large house next door, the manager reported that an earthling had dumped hundreds of kilograms of ore on the table. The manager said that it was the purest ore from which iron could be obtained, and added that such a thing could not be won with offerings. The chief asked if it was true that their blacksmith looked like Samuel, and the manager confirmed it. The old man wondered if this was really the slave of the Nathan family. But why did he return 2 years later? If we are to believe eyewitnesses, the appearance of dragons and the river coincides with the time of the appearance of earthlings. It also became known that the last 2 demons at the gate were completely destroyed. The chief, having learned the name of the local resident, asked if he was from the destroyed Tang family, but the manager assured that no one survived. The old man asked if they had identified the people who attacked Cheslov. The manager reported that they were from the Golden House, and the chief replied that since they had gone to such lengths, the fee would be high. The chief ordered to punish them and continue to monitor the guests, fulfilling all their requests. The old man thought that if they were really who he thought they were, then their family was incredibly lucky. In the smaller house next door, Tankut was asking Steve where he got so much ore. Samuel said that there were deposits of them in the cave of the White Snake. Apparently, he did not pay attention. Steve said they had had a great dinner, which meant it was time for Bill to start training. He asked Samuel to go with him to see the memories, and the man agreed. But before leaving, Steve activated the summon skill and summoned a white snake. The snake asked why he had been called, and Steve was surprised that he had grown again. Our hero looked up at the snake and asked it to shrink in size. When he shrank, Steve ordered Billy to be guarded while he was away. Our hero handed the snake to the boy and told him to carry it with him everywhere. Billy said goodbye to his uncle and asked him to come back quickly. The manager came out to the guys and said that he would accompany them. They walked silently along the walls to the right place, and Steve looked at the walls. Our hero said that with such walls there are no tourists here. The manager replied that it is necessary for protection. The memories were in the center, in a huge house, where the head's office was also located, where the old man invited them. Steve asked why they were going there, and Samuel said they needed to meet the leader. The man thought that since the head of the family did not come himself, the guests should come themselves. Another stupid law. The boys were seated at the table, and the girl poured them tea while they waited for the leader. Steve asked if the head of this family was Cheslav's grandfather, and Sam confirmed that he was. The man reflected that they had waited for a whole hour, but calling the benefactor and making him wait was too much. Soon Samuel could not stand it any longer and slammed his fist on the table. He stood up and said they were leaving, but Steve didn't understand what was happening. Samuel said irritably that they were now being treated with disdain. Steve understood everything and suggested not to pay attention to it and go look at the memories. At that very moment, the door swung open and the head entered the hall accompanied by his grandson. The guys turned around and looked at those who entered in surprise. Cheslav introduced Steve, saying that he was the earthling who saved him from a famous family. The head turned to our guys, saying that they had a lot of work to do, and they had unwittingly shown tactlessness. But Steve didn't stop and walked past the head, saying that this was indeed disrespectful. Cheslav called Steve anxiously, trying to stop them, and asked where they were going. Steve said that they saw each other's faces, that was enough, and now he needed to be somewhere else. The head of the family became furious at this behavior, and asked how they could show such disrespect to their family.